Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Eastern Wilderness. Vast Tide Kingdom. 100,000 Mountains. Summer Garden. Xia Fan carried a bucket in his hand, going one by one to the pond to feed the fish. In the large pond, there was a dense group of fish swimming around, large whitefish, small eels, black carp. The most obvious among them were 2 half-meter-long golden loaches, currently surrounded by a group of fish. It could also be said that the 2 golden loaches were leading the other fish to eat. Xia Fan was already accustomed to this scene, and his gaze turned to the 2 artificial mountains in the center of the pond, covered in moss. Behind a few old turtles, a group of small turtles seemed to have been waiting for food for a long time. Xia Fan grabbed a handful of food and sprinkled it onto the artificial mountains, then turned his gaze to the fruit forest behind him. The lush fruit forest had many green birds perched on the branches. One green-headed parrot occasionally stared below, as if on guard against something. Smack! Xia Fan patted the long tongue of the large black dog behind him and said, "Daha, go guard the gate. Ma Bao village, come eat." As soon as he finished speaking, a neighing sound suddenly came from the wind. A well-fed and strong white horse rushed to Xia Fan's side, taking the place of the large black dog. After completing all of this, Xia Fan finally relaxed and picked a few fruits from the fruit tree before walking back to the small courtyard. Inside the house in the small courtyard, the table was filled with small dishes. A young girl held the last pot of soup and said, "Young master, are you done with your tasks?" Xiao Wu'er, have you learned how to make soup?" Xia Fan rubbed his hands and looked at the young girl in front of him. She was not tall, and although she was full of energy, he was still afraid that she might not be used to it. After all, this young girl was just like him, or rather, not quite the same. She was a creature he had recently picked up from the system world. Xia Fan was not originally from this world. He was originally a passionate and hopeful youth on Earth, but due to a short life and an accident, he woke up in this world. This world was different from Earth. It was a cultivation world where martial arts reigned supreme. In such a world, to be honest, Xia Fan was full of dreams at first. After all, in this world, he could cultivate. He thought that with his experience from his previous life and the wisdom of a modern person, he wouldn't do too poorly. Who knows, he might even become a powerful figure like in the mythical stories, living a long life. But he had thought too simply. Just recalling the cultivation assessment he participated in at a certain sect, he couldn't even pass as a menial disciple. Originally, he didn't accept it, but now he thought about the 3-meter-tall grave grass that he was on par with, and he didn't know whether to be grateful or not. Fortunately, fate wasn't too bad to him. One day not long after he returned, a system suddenly awakened within his body. Although this system couldn't make him rise to power immediately, it at least allowed him to live a peaceful life in this world where people were like knives and fish meat. Every day, he would complete tasks and explore the system's world, which had flowers and grass. These things were enough to satisfy his needs in life. Especially when he completed the annual task, he would have the opportunity to open a special world within the system that surpassed the ordinary world of daily tasks. If he could persist for 10 years, the system had said that he would be able to break free from his mortal cocoon and possess the appearance of cultivation. Today, he had already persisted for 8 years. He was about to make it through. "Xiao Wu'er, don't worry, young master will find a way to restore your memories in the future." At the dining table, Xia Fan finished eating and handed a fruit to Xiao Wu'er. This girl had a tough life. He had found her in a 10,000-mile snow-capped mountain ice cave in the special world last year. At that time, it seemed like she had been frozen, and during the process of saving her, she even resisted a little. His hand had become numb. When she returned, she only remembered her own name. It was so pitiful. Xia Fan swore that after he embarked on the path of cultivation, he would definitely join a prestigious sect. When the time came to help Xiaowu regain her memories, he would definitely see what kind of family could be so heartless as to abandon such a cute Xiaowu in the 10,000-mile snow-capped mountain. At this moment, a rooster crowed from the backyard. "Young master, I'll go feed the chickens." "Okay, see if Ha is causing trouble. I also need to go out for a bit, I have some things to do." After Xia Fan finished speaking, he grabbed a hammer from the corner of the wall and walked out of the door. Outside the house, Xia Fan had just stepped out of the summer garden. Suddenly, the entire courtyard changed its atmosphere. The fish in the pond were flipping and rolling, and two golden loach even jumped onto the shore. The old turtle on the rockery stared, while the birds in the trees circled and chirped in mid-air. The chickens in the courtyard kept clucking, and a big black dog chased after them, barking from time to time. The big white horse eating by the pond suddenly looked up towards the gate of the small courtyard. Suddenly, with a loud sound, a majestic aura flashed under its hooves, as if the sound of the great Dao. Guzi, calm down, the mistress is about to come out." At this moment, the big white horse actually spoke. "Woof!" The big black dog that was chasing after the mother hen suddenly let out a roar, and a terrifying aura that filled the surroundings surged from its body. It seemed like it wanted to have some fun. "Brother Ha, are you trying to imitate the ancestral dragon of the dragon race?" Note: the translation provided is a literal translation and may not capture the full meaning or nuances of the original text. On top of the artificial mountain, an old turtle was emitting a mysterious light from its shell, sweeping away all the imposing aura around it. "Black Tortoise, speak with respect. Do you want to go to war with our dragon race?" A golden loach on the shore stared at the old turtle, displeased. Suddenly, its eyes shone like the mouth of a volcano, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The ancestral dragon, who had only joined them as a brother a couple of years ago, had recently lost control of himself and jumped out of the shore, angering the owner and being stewed into the great Dao. "Hehe, Dragon Lord, don't be angry. What Black Tortoise said is true. Our master has become more and more terrifying lately. Now, even my fruits are ripening too quickly when I listen to his Dao sounds. Fellow Daoist Ha, you should also stop causing trouble." A giant tree in the fruit tree group, which was full of ripe fruits, unexpectedly spoke with human words. It stretched out its branches and separated the big black dog and the chicken flock. At that moment, the door of the small courtyard had already opened. Swoosh! Xiaowu held a bowl of grains and scattered them towards the chicken flock. He called out a few times and then held a fruit in his hand, touched the dog's head, and threw it towards the black dog. Ha, don't cause trouble, or else the young master will beat you when he comes back." Upon hearing this, Ha's dog eyes rolled, and in the next moment, he wagged his tail and ran out of the courtyard with the fruit in his mouth. Crafty dog! A green-headed parrot on a branch in the fruit forest saw the appearance of the black dog and let out a disdainful cry. A fiery red light, as if it could extinguish the heavens and the earth, suddenly flashed from its feathers. Yin! In the next second, a newly grown orchid grass below trembled its leaves. "Sparrow Lord, calm down." Not far from the summer garden, at the foot of the southern mountain, there was a small city named Wu City. In the center of Wu City, there was a building, a tea house where cultivators often resided. Today, as usual, many people came and went in the tea house. They habitually looked towards the storyteller's platform. There, a storyteller wearing a white silk crown was now pouring tea. After taking a sip, he began to speak. Continuing from the previous chapter, it is said that in the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains, there is a true immortal. It is rumored that the immortal resides in the mountains, standing 3 zhang and 10 qi tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms. There are ferocious beasts lurking when sitting down, not harming ordinary people but devouring cultivators. Recently, 3 heavenly core cultivators from the Tyrant Blade sect went to the mountains despite the rumors. Guess what happened? As the storyteller said this, he slammed the table, and the tea drinkers below immediately showed thoughtful expressions. It is said that the fate of the three is unknown. Just as they entered the mountains for 100 meters, passers-by heard screams. Someone spoke up, and there was a small deist with a dusting whisk beside him, seemingly having heard something about this matter. Upon hearing this, many people believed it to some extent. No, that's not it. Only the storyteller shook his head slowly after hearing this. Taking another sip of tea, he continued, the three cultivators did not meet an unknown fate, nor did they enter the mountains for 100 meters. They were just taking their first step when two died and one was injured. Two of them were eaten by the ferocious beasts in the mountains, and the one who escaped had both arms torn off. After coming out, he became insane. The storyteller sighed after saying this. Someone listened and found it somewhat unbelievable, raising a question. They were only at the first step, and such horrifying things happened. Isn't that comparable to hell on earth? Sir, could it be that you heard it wrong and are just fooling us? Compared to the storyteller's explanation, he believed the deist a bit more. After all, as a foundation establishment cultivator, he deeply understood the horror of heavenly core experts. How could they disappear just like that? Could it be that they really believed there was an immortal among them? Hee, fellow deist, if you don't believe it, you can go and try it yourself. After all, the 100,000 forbidden mountains are only dozens of miles away from our Wu city. Unexpectedly, the storyteller did not refute the words of the foundation establishment cultivator. He just replied with this sentence. I. Upon hearing this, the latter was immediately at a loss for words. He was just a small foundation establishment cultivator. People had spread such terrifying rumors about the 100,000 forbidden mountains, even saying that even divine core old monsters had perished there. If he were to go, wouldn't it be the same as giving his cultivation for nothing? Therefore, the foundation establishment cultivator did not dare to argue with the storyteller. Elder Yu, let's go. Upon hearing the storyteller's words, a masked woman in white suddenly spoke up from a corner of the tea house. Master, do we really have to go? Elder Yu's hunched body had an unnatural expression on his face. The woman in white shook her head slightly. Several years ago, our sect's sacred object was taken into the mountains by the ancestor. Elder Yu, you also know that if we want to revive our sect, this trip is unavoidable. After the young girl finished speaking, her graceful figure appeared in midair in the next second. Elder Yu could only shake his head and follow suit in midair. Flight through empty space. Heavenly core cultivators. Some people in the tea house saw this phenomenon and were suddenly shocked, showing expressions of awe. Chapter 2. The summer garden is located in the 100,000 mountains, connected to a mountain pass. Below the mountain pass, there is a lush green area, which is a vegetable garden cultivated by Xia Fan. Inside the vegetable garden, deep in the mountains and dense forests, there are wild animals and unruly trees that may disturb the growth of the vegetables. Outside the vegetable garden, there is a rugged mountain path surrounded by mountain fog throughout the year, rarely visited by people. At this moment, Xia Fan is wielding a hammer, pounding stakes and repairing the fence at the vegetable garden gate on the mountain path. When I chose this place, it was because it was remote. Outsiders would never come here to steal my vegetables. The outside world is heartless. If it weren't for me, you, Daha, would have ended up stewed as braised dog meat along with ERHA for the stupid things you've done. Xia Fan claps his hands while looking at the repaired fence, talking to himself. Behind him, a large black dog about half a person tall is happily sticking out its tongue. But when it hears Xia Fan mention braised dog meat, it suddenly stops sticking out its tongue. The face of the big black dog immediately changes color, and its ears droop down in fear. I thought you could understand what I'm saying. From now on, don't let ERHA get involved in these stupid things with you. I can understand if you, Daha, want to come and eat vegetables from Ma Bao village, but why do you two dogs specifically like my vegetables? Xia Fan shakes his head. After hearing this, the black dog quickly nudges Xia Fan's trouser leg with its head. Woof! At this moment, it barks towards the outside of the mountain path. Xia Fan smells something and looks up. There, in a hazy manner, it seems that someone wants to come up the mountain. This place is indeed a dangerous place. Clearly, people are at the foot of the mountain, but they can't even catch a glimpse of the appearance of the mountains nearby, hidden by the Great Dao. It's really strange. At the foot of the 100,000 mountains, a graceful woman dressed in white gauze looks at the mountain path with vigilance. At this moment, she has already taken a step forward, but she feels as if she is stepping into an abyss, surrounded by the Great Dao, unable to see the way ahead and unable to find a foothold. Elder Yu, on the other side, is also in a state of panic. With his cultivation at the peak of the heavenly core initial stage, he can't even take a step forward. He has long known that this place is terrifying. No wonder, although Wu City is only a few dozen miles away, there are no birds or flies that have flown over here. Elder Yu, I'm sorry, I underestimated this place. If it doesn't work, quickly crush the escape talisman. The woman in white gauze's face is gradually turning pale. She thought that as long as she could enter, as long as she could sense the sacred object that their sect ancestor brought here, she could leave. But now, she can't even take a step in. She thought it was impressive that someone could take a step in today while they were listening to a book in Wu City. But now, she realizes that even taking a step is just a boast. This place is so terrifying that ordinary creatures dare not approach. Master! Master, my escape talisman doesn't work. An urgent and fearful voice comes from Elder Yu's side. What? Listening, Lu Rushuan also takes out the prepared escape talisman. This is her last guarantee to maintain her composure. Not good. But at this moment, she can't remain calm either. Yes, the escape talisman is malfunctioning. It's over. Terrifying things are still happening. Elder Yu's face changes, feeling that his body is being disintegrated by the aura of the Great Dao. Woof! Puff! Especially at this moment, there is a thunderous roar like thunder tribulation coming from the depths of the unclear mountain path, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Elder Yu is immediately shaken and spits out a mouthful of blood. Tear! Lu Rushuan is also not faring well. She uses various means and law treasures to defend herself. But her gauze dress is still torn apart, revealing her snow-white legs and the delicate and smooth skin that rivals jade. Her beautiful and exquisite face, hidden by the veil, is also fully exposed. No, we can't go on like this. Lu Rushuan calms down and activates a protective seal. Her aura begins to skyrocket. Although danger was imminent, Lu Rushuan just felt that the sacred object of their sect was definitely in the mountains. She wanted to use the sacred art of their sect to summon it to her side, which would definitely resolve the current crisis. Definitely. Woof. But Lu Rushuan was thinking too simplistically. At this moment, from deep within the mountain path, the earth-shattering roar of a beast resounded once again. Tata-tata. Accompanied by an oppressive aura that made heaven and earth retreat. That monstrous creature seemed to be attacking them. No. Lu Rushuan's face was filled with despair. Get up! She frantically activated the sacred art, wanting to reverse the situation. As long as she could summon the sect's sacred object to her side, she would definitely escape and never return to this place again. Crack! However, no matter how much Lu Rushuan thought and tried, with the approaching oppressive aura of that monstrous creature, the gathered aura of the sacred art on her body instantly dissipated like a fleeting moment. No. Lu Rushuan felt despair once again. Regretful tears fell from her beautiful face. She and Elder Yu had just arrived at this place. They had only taken one step. But even this one step had not yet landed, the sect's sacred object had not been obtained, and were they going to lose their lives here? Sect Master, Yu. K. Elder Yu, not far from him, was already lying on the ground, struggling to breathe. It seemed like he saw something and suddenly pointed to the mountain path. Lu Rushuan followed his gaze. Suddenly, she saw a young man walking towards them from deep within the mountain path, as if strolling through the sky. Looking at the young man's footsteps, the eerie mountain path, which was covered by the chaotic Great Dao, gradually began to appear. This. Lu Rushuan's pupils contracted. They had only been outside the mountain, just taken half a step, and they were already locked in by the monstrous aura of the Great Dao, facing disintegration and the path of destruction. But this young man, with each step, carried an aura even more terrifying than the heavenly Dao itself. Even the misty mountain path, enveloped by the Great Dao, had to appear beneath his feet. Seeing this scene, Lu Rushuan felt like a young grass finding a towering tree in a torrential rain. "Senior, save!" Subconsciously, she shouted for help. Suddenly, before she could finish her words, she saw a towering and terrifying black dog suddenly appear behind Xia Fan. The aura emanating from this black dog was filled with ferocity, and just a glance from its two walnut-sized eyes was enough to terrify them to the point of suffocation. Without a doubt, the monstrous creature that had just come from deep within the mountain path was undoubtedly this black dog. Seeing this monstrous creature that seemed to have come from the primordial chaos, Lu Rushuan instinctively felt fear, unable to breathe. Elder Yu, who was crawling on the ground, almost pressed himself against the ground. Only Xia Fan, who heard the sound, looked around and confirmed that this woman seemed to be greeting him. With a bang, he kicked the black dog aside. "Daha, what are you doing? Don't scare the young lady." "Woof." The kicked Daha let out a mournful cry. His dignity was gone, and his dog face was full of grievances. Seeing this scene, Lu Rushuan and Elder Yu in the field would have jumped up in fright if their bodies were not restricted by the Great Dao. This monstrous creature that was terrifying in their eyes was easily kicked away with a single breath. Who exactly was he? Chapter 3. Could it be that he is the immortal mentioned in the legend of the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains that the storyteller was talking about? Yes, it must be. Otherwise, how can we explain him kicking away that ferocious beast? The Great Dao surrounds the mountain path and must manifest beneath his feet. "Elder, please save us." Thinking this, Lu Rushuan lowered her head and made a difficult plea. Xia Fan was puzzled by this. Could it be that these two people were really scared by Daha? Where did the wooden man go? The key is that the old man lying on the ground, who seems like he's about to pee himself, isn't he serious? "What are you doing? This mountain isn't even that high. Is it necessary to climb a mountain?" Xia Fan was a bit speechless. He walked over, waved away the surrounding clouds and mist, and helped the young girl and the old man. "The mountain has been covered in heavy fog recently. If you're not feeling well, it's better not to climb the mountain casually," Xia Fan said, deeply looking at the two of them. In fact, he felt that the old man was only about 50 or 60 years old. In a place like Earth, the bodies of old people are usually quite strong. Even a 70-year-old man can do dozens of pull-ups, but this old man hasn't even climbed halfway up the mountain and is already lying down. His physical condition is really poor. And this young girl too, the weather isn't too hot, but she's dressed in such a non-mainstream outfit. Although she looks good with her straight posture, perky buttocks, and fair skin, Xia Fan also admitted that she's quite attractive. But it's still not very decent. If they were to live together, it definitely wouldn't work. Xia Fan was lost in thought. Little did he know that Lu Rushuan and Elder Yu, at this moment, had expressions that could only be described as extremely shocked. Clearly, when they arrived here, they had only taken half a step and were locked in by the terrifying Great Dao aura of this place. But at this moment, Xia Fan casually waved a few times beside them, and all the Great Dao aura dissipated into thin air, and all the danger disappeared. This. Elder Yu, relieved of pressure, could almost fit an egg in his mouth. What kind of heaven-connecting existence is this? He couldn't describe it. He didn't dare to speak. He was afraid that he would say even one word wrong. It would be disrespectful. As for Lu Rushuan, she blushed a bit when she saw Xia Fan's gaze inadvertently falling on her. Thank you for your great kindness, Elder. At this moment, Lu Rushuan bowed and expressed her gratitude to Xia Fan. Elder Yu didn't dare to speak, wanting to kneel in thanks. But even though the pressure on him had been lifted, his legs were still trembling and couldn't stop. He couldn't move a step. Xia Fan shook his head, you just lack some exercise, there's no need to call me elder. I'm just an ordinary person, just a bit more agile on my feet. By the way, I haven't asked where you're from and why you came to climb the mountain. Do you want to see the scenery from the mountaintop? Xia Fan asked with a hint of curiosity. Ordinary person? Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuan couldn't help but sigh at how modest this senior was. At the same time, she said, Senior, we are from the Sacred Fire Gate. We came here to, search for something. In reality, Lu Rushuan wanted to say that they came to retrieve their sect's sacred object, but she held back her words. Firstly, the news about the sect's sacred object couldn't be revealed easily. Otherwise, their visit to the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains wouldn't have been just her and Elder Yu in disguise. Secondly, this place belonged to Xia Fan. If she said they came to take something, she wouldn't have the courage or qualification to do so. Hearing Lu Rushuan's words, Xia Fan didn't think too much about it. However, the name Sacred Fire Gate seemed somewhat familiar to him. He seemed to remember that a few years ago, an old man from the Sacred Fire Gate had come to the mountain and seemed to have gone mad, shouting at the ground of his mountain. At that time, Xia Fan was busy planting trees and didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't know if that madman had recovered by now. Xia Fan didn't plan to ask either. It wouldn't be polite to ask about a madman. What are you looking for here? Xia Fan decided not to mention the madman and simply asked this. Lu Rushuan described it as a red-colored stone. Xia Fan furrowed his brows slightly. He had no shortage of stones on his mountain. But stones with color seemed to only exist in the area of his estate on the mountaintop. However, his estate was not just a few steps away from here. You can search for the thing, but are you sure you can climb this mountain? Xia Fan looked at the old man whose legs were still trembling. Judging by his physical condition, he would probably start foaming at the mouth after climbing for a while. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuan was taken aback. Indeed, this was the senior's territory. They almost lost their lives just by entering half a step. How could they climb this mountain? Thinking of this, Lu Rushuan showed a determined expression. Senior, I, Rushuan, dare to request that you take me up. As long as you can take me up, the Sacred Fire Gate will be forever grateful to you. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. After saying this, a hint of blush appeared on Lu Rushuan's pretty face. Xia Fan blinked his lips. Oh, look at you, why do you make it sound so serious? Isn't it just climbing a mountain? I'm just worried that you won't be able to walk. Xia Fan pointed at Elder Yu, whose legs were still trembling uncontrollably and couldn't stop. The latter trembled for a while and said, I'll stay here with the sect and senior. I'll be fine here. His legs were like they had electric motors installed, and he really couldn't walk. Xia Fan pondered for a moment and thought that there shouldn't be a problem with bringing this young girl along. Senior, is it possible? Lu Rushuan asked nervously. Thank you, Senior. Lu Rushuan was so moved that she almost flew. Let's go. Xia Fan walked ahead and suddenly turned around, touching the dog's head. Daha, you stay here and keep them company. Don't scare them. Woof. Upon hearing this, the big black dog wagged its tail and stuck out its tongue, indicating its agreement. However, after Xia Fan and Lu Rushuan left, things seemed to change. The big black dog suddenly turned around, its eyes rolling like a godly being, disdainfully glancing at Elder Yu. "Dog, you!" Feeling the sinister gaze from Dha, Elder Yu was almost scared to death. Chapter 4. This mountain road is not easy to walk. You have to keep up. Ah, forget it, I'll pull you along. On the mountain road, Xia Fan reluctantly held Lu Rushuan's smooth jade hand. The hand was fine. But as for the person, Xia Fan really couldn't compliment her. Xia Fan felt that she was far inferior to Xiao Wu'er. Not for anything else, but when Xiao Wu'er usually walked with him on this mountain road, he never turned red and gasped for breath. But when he pulled Lu Rushuan, it was different. She was panting heavily and her face would turn pale from time to time. With this constitution, she would suffer a lot when giving birth in the future. Xia Fan felt helpless and heartbroken. Little did Xia Fan know that Lu Rushuan, who was being pulled by him, was walking on thin ice, sometimes soaring into the sky and sometimes plunging into the ground. The deeper they went, the higher they climbed. Lu Rushuan always saw different horrors. For example, the rugged boulders beneath her feet were more terrifying than the great Dao abyss they had just stepped into at the intersection. Or the weeds hanging down on the mountain path, reaching out like demonic hands. Everything here was like an overwhelming killing formation, containing danger at every moment. But as Xia Fan walked through, these killing formations would retreat like they were making way for him. Although it was hard to see with the naked eye, as cultivators, they were sensitive to danger. Lu Rushuan believed that if Xia Fan let go of her, she would probably die countless times just from the murderous aura contained in these formations. Moreover, these were only the dangers she could see and feel. Lu Rushuan had a feeling that there were many things she couldn't see on this mountain. Those were the true horrors. In this way, Xia Fan led Lu Rushuan through several mountain paths that made her gasp and scream from time to time. Finally, they arrived at the vegetable garden they had just passed by. Outside the vegetable garden was a mountain path with strange rocks and cliffs. Inside the vegetable garden was a deeper forest and chaotic trees. Profound Transcendence Tree. Heavenly Golden Wood. The Profound Transcendence Tree grows only in the most suitable place for spiritual objects in the world. It is said that practicing under it can increase comprehension and reduce the risk of going astray. It is rare to find even one, but there's a whole forest here. Heavenly Golden Wood, an excellent material for artifact refining. Wood is stronger than gold, and it is also extremely rare. How come there are so many here? Xia Fan picked up a hammer from the ground and tapped on the fence that he thought was uneven. When he saw a few vines climbing up the wall, he smashed them with 2 strikes of the hammer. Hee, sorry for the show. After finishing, Xia Fan simply clapped his hands. But Lu Rushuan was once again shocked. With her cultivation level, it was difficult for her to discern what was inside this fence. But she stared at the crushed vines. These vines were called immortal vines, just like the Profound Transcendence Tree and Heavenly Golden Wood above, they were all rare treasures. Especially the immortal vines, as the name suggested, they had extremely strong vitality. Even a single strand could supposedly trap and kill a divine core cultivator with a full-powered attack. But here, the vine as thick as an arm was crushed into pieces by Xia Fan with just 2 strikes. This was too terrifying. What material was this hammer made of? It could even crush the so-called immortal vines, was it not made of tofu? Lu Rushuan became more and more astonished, her pretty face numb. At this moment, Xia Fan said, "We should consider ourselves truly entering the mountain here. The road above is more treacherous than below, and the vegetation is more dense. Endure a little longer." Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuan's face went pale. Similarly, Xia Fan, holding on to her, also had a hard time. The road behind them took almost twice as long as Xia Fan's usual round trip. Hiss! When they saw Summer Garden. At the entrance, a well-fed and strong white horse came galloping. It looked at Xia Fan and also stuck out its tongue. Ma Bao village, guard the gate. Xia Fan patted the horse's head. But at this moment, Lu Rushuan inexplicably froze, feeling as if she was being watched. The reason was that she was glanced at by the big white horse with eyes the size of goose eggs. With just one glance, she felt a terrifying horror, as if she couldn't move. Bang! Seeing this situation, Xia Fan immediately kicked the horse's butt and said, "Stupid horse, what are you looking at the little girl for? Go quickly!" Meh! The big white horse felt pain and had a look of grievance. But it didn't dare to disobey Xia Fan's words and trotted to the side of the garden. Lu Rushuan's face turned pale, shocked and stunned in her heart. This is what kind of monstrous beast? It's not any less terrifying than the one encountered at the foot of the mountain. Who is this senior? Could it be that they are really immortal? Why is such a terrifying creature obedient like a pet in front of them? After the big white horse left, Lu Rushuan regained her ability to move. At this moment, her heart was still in turmoil from the waves of shock. Woof! However, Lu Rushuan's stunned state of mind had not yet calmed down. At this moment, a terrifying beast-like roar came from inside the garden, and another monstrous creature, just like the one at the foot of the mountain, ran out, a big black dog. Although this big black dog had a similar fur color to the previous one, anyone could see that its eyes were even more demonic. It's called Ha. Xia Fan patted the dog's head and introduced Ha's name. Lu Rushuan's pretty face didn't know what expression to make. Alright, go guard the gate. Xia Fan didn't plan to waste any more time. He was afraid that this half-person tall Ha would scare Lu Rushuan again. After all, although almost every household on Earth in his previous life had a dog, no one would be afraid of dogs. But here, Xia Fan felt that this little girl was even afraid of the gentle big white horse she had just seen. Since he didn't want to say much, Xia Fan led Lu Rushuan into the gate. After entering, Xia Fan let go of Lu Rushuan's hand. Since they were already home and the road was smooth, Xia Fan didn't need to hold her anymore. "Young master, you're back." Xiao Wu'er came from the courtyard holding a fruit tray, as if it had been prepared in advance, and ran over eagerly. Upon seeing Lu Rushuan next to Xia Fan, his cute face showed a slight curiosity. Xia Fan patted Xiao Wu'er's head, took the fruit tray, and instructed, "Xiao Wu'er, I remember there were many colorful stones over by the fruit forest. Go find a red one and bring it here." "Yes, young master." After hearing this, Xiao Wu'er rushed off to the fruit forest. Watching Xiao Wu'er's figure, Lu Rushuan felt that her footsteps seemed to be treading on a path, just like the three monstrous creatures she had just seen, not inferior, or rather, even more terrifying. This is my sister." Lu Rushuan's eyes became numb. Xia Fan said, "By the way, you must be thirsty, right? Have a piece, quench your thirst." He held a fruit plate that had already been cut by Xiao Wu'er. Lu Rushuan's attention was focused on Xiao Wu'er, so she didn't notice what was in Xia Fan's fruit plate. Now Xia Fan handed her a piece, and she subconsciously took a bite. Pfft! Immediately. In the next moment, Lu Rushuan's face changed dramatically. She felt her body's aura uncontrollably rising. Mid-heavenly core stage. Late heavenly core stage. Peak heavenly core stage. Great perfection of heavenly core stage. Half-step divine core stage. With just a piece of fruit, her cultivation realm rose to the half-step divine core stage, as if the flesh of the fruit that entered her body contained countless undigested substances. At this moment, Lu Rushuan finally took a serious look at the fruit plate in Xia Fan's hand. She discovered that each piece of fruit on it was surrounded by a sacred aura, with rays of light shimmering above. This is sacred fruit. In that instant, Lu Rushuan's expression changed drastically. Her gaze at the fruit plate was almost like that of a demon. It was as if she was grateful to her parents. She almost bent down to Xia Fan's waist and performed a grand gesture of gratitude. "Senior, thank you for your gift, our Yu Shuang is grateful." Xia Fan frowned. What was wrong with this girl? Why was she bowing to him again? It was just a piece of fruit, was there a need to be so grateful? Could it be that this girl couldn't even afford a piece of fruit on a regular day? Thinking of this, Xia Fan looked at Lu Rushuan with a hint of sympathy. She was really pitiful. Lu Rushuan also sensed the change in Xia Fan's expression and quickly shifted her gaze away from his fruit plate. "A few more pieces." Xia Fan handed the fruit plate to Lu Rushuan. No, senior, I haven't digested it yet." Lu Rushuan was treading on thin ice. How could she dare to take senior's sacred fruit so recklessly? Clearly, she had already sensed senior's frown just now. Who knows, maybe this was a test for her. If she showed greed at this moment, wouldn't she be a person with an unrighteous heart and insatiable greed? She had to withstand the test and not let senior look down on her. Of course, there was another reason. The majestic energy of the fruit was still flowing within her body. She really hadn't digested it yet. Xia Fan didn't persuade Lu Rushuan any further. He knew that some girls had really small stomachs. After all, in his previous life on Earth, he had encountered people who could go a whole day just by drinking a glass of water for the sake of their figure. This girl had such a good figure, so even if she hadn't eaten much fruit before, she must have been maintaining her figure. Women truly lived up to their reputation. In this way, after Lu Rushuan stopped eating, he casually chewed on a few pieces. I only ate one piece, and there are still many undigested pieces inside me. But senior, it's like you're eating ordinary fruit. Indeed, senior is truly extraordinary." Lu Rushuan looked at Xia Fan chewing the sacred fruit and sighed in her heart. "Wait, I seem to have sensed the aura of my sex's sacred object." After her cultivation level increased, Lu Rushuan's senses became much stronger. This time, she felt a restless heat in her body, but she did not activate any holy arts at the moment. The cause of this phenomenon was the appearance of their sex's sacred object. Sure enough, Xiao Wu'er was chasing after a glowing figure, floating in mid-air, and suddenly landed at Xia Fan's feet. It was a goose egg-sized stone. It was small and red in color. "Young master, a stone." Xiao Wu'er had already caught up and pointed at the red goose egg stone. "My sex's sacred fire stone." Lu Rushuan recognized it at a glance. However, the sacred fire stone did not come to her, but instead fell at Xia Fan's feet. "Oh, so you were looking for this flint?" Xia Fan picked it up. He seemed to have some impression of this flint. There was a large patch of them under the sparrow's nest in the fruit forest. This was the smallest one, and it somehow ended up at his feet, accidentally kicked by him. While reminiscing, Xia Fan handed it to Lu Rushuan, saying, "Here, take it." This. Lu Rushuan felt a bit uneasy. The sacred fire stone was the precious treasure passed down by their sect for thousands of years and had its own spirituality. But she could tell that even though she, the current sect master, was here with the related holy arts, the sacred fire stone seemed to want to be closer to the senior. Or perhaps, to flatter? What's wrong? You can't even lift something this small. Xia Fan directly stuffed the stone into her hand, his face showing a strange expression. He had a feeling that this little girl was a bit spoiled. She found something this small to be heavy. Unlike Xiao Wu'er, who could carry a gas cylinder-sized object and run around, she was too delicate. Seeing Xia Fan's displeased expression, Lu Rushuan quickly said, No, thank you, Senior Ruo Shuang." She gratefully accepted the sacred fire stone, her eyes filled with gratitude. The sacred object had returned. This time, their sex crisis would surely be overcome, and she needed to bring it back quickly. Thinking of this, she looked around the entrance of the estate. There the big white horse and Ha sat side by side, spitting out their huge mouths, like two door gods. Following her gaze towards the summer garden outside, Xia Fan thought that this little girl probably didn't recognize the way back and would need him to accompany her. Sure enough, as he thought about it, Lu Rushuan's eyes, as clear as autumn water, were hesitant and embarrassed. Xia Fan instantly felt dumbfounded. After a moment, he shook his head slightly and said, "Forget it, I'll accompany you." After Xia Fan saw Lu Rushuan off, Xiao Wu'er looked at Xia Fan's back, holding his cute little face, and curiously muttered, "Didn't she used to be the young master's little maid? When did she become his sister?" On the other side, at the foot of the mountain, Elder Yu was trembling his legs at the moment. With an anxious look in his eyes, occasionally seeing the drool dripping from the big black dog, he felt fearful. At this moment, when he saw Lu Rushuan return safely, he hurriedly approached. "Sect Master, did you find it?" Lu Rushuan nodded and presented the sacred firestone, saying, "Everything, thanks to Senior." Xia Fan waved his hand, thinking that it was just a flint. Was it really necessary? "I won't see you off. Daha, let's go back." Saying that, he headed back to the summer garden with Daha. Lu Rushuan wanted to say some polite words, but seeing Xia Fan had already left, she and Elder Yu hurriedly returned to the sect. Chapter 5. Sacred Fire Gate and 100,000 mountains are said to be not far apart, about 1,000 miles away. After traveling for several hours from Wu City, a magnificent building suddenly appeared between the mountains. However, within these mountains, there was a faint black haze, giving off a sense of danger. "Master, Elder Yu, you've finally returned." At this moment, as soon as they arrived at the gate, a disciple hurriedly approached them with an anxious expression. "The seal, could it be broken?" Lu Rushuan hurriedly entered the gate with Elder Yu upon hearing this. Inside the main hall of Sacred Fire Gate, several Daoist figures were in negotiations. "Lu King Bai, in my opinion, you should just agree to the demands of Blood Fiend Tower." At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a grey robe, spoke up. He was He Guang, the sect master of Mountain Embracing Sect. Behind him, two elders nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, an old man on the opposite side shook his head. "As you all know, if we agree to Blood Fiend Tower, Sacred Fire Gate will no longer be Sacred Fire Gate." He Guang sneered upon hearing this. "Although Sacred Fire Gate still carries the title of a 9th grade sect, your sect's strength is currently inferior to my 8th grade Mountain Embracing Sect. Even though I know your sect still has a half-dead elder supporting it, he is only at the half-step divine core stage. How much longer can you suppress others, or how long can you hold on?" As He Guang spoke, the two elders behind him stepped forward, releasing 3 overwhelming auras at the same time. Lu King Bai was forced back several steps. 3 half-step divine core cultivators. Heavenly Core Master Lu King Bai, Sect Master He, our sect invited your sect for help, why are you acting like this? Lu King Bai's face turned ugly. He was at the peak of the Heavenly Core realm, but in the face of 3 half-step divine core cultivators, especially 3 of them, he had no power to resist at all. "Help!" He Guang ignored Lu King Bai's expression. "Lu King Bai, have you ever considered your own level? I think I should take back what I just said. Your sect doesn't need to bother with Blood Fiend Tower anymore. Why not attach yourselves to my Mountain Embracing Sect? That way, my sect helping you would be a matter of course." "You." Upon hearing He Guang's words, Lu King Bai's eyes widened in anger. "What? Are you going to make a move?" He Guang said, as the 3 half-step divine core auras were released once again. "Outrageous!" Suddenly, a cold shout came from outside the main hall. A stunning figure stepped into the hall. As soon as she appeared, the pressure on Lu King Bai instantly disappeared. "Grandfather, our sect's treasure, Shuang'er has found it." Lu Rushuan said, and a brilliant stone emitting a magnificent light appeared in her hand. With a terrifying aura that could burn everything, it enveloped the 3 half-step divine core cultivators of mountain embracing sect. What? Suddenly, the expressions of the 3 people from mountain embracing sect changed. Impossible! Isn't your sacred fire stone rumored to have been taken by the elder patriarch to a dangerous forbidden area? He Guang's face turned pale, and the burning sensation on his head made his scalp tingle. The sacred fire stone of Sacred Fire Gate, rumored to have been formed by the ancient divine beast Vermilion Bird's long-term residence, contained a trace of the Vermilion Bird's fire. It could even kill those above the divine core realm. This was the foundation of Sacred Fire Gate's establishment and the symbol of Sacred Fire Gate as a 9th-grade sect. Even though He Guang and the others were at the half-step divine core stage, they didn't dare to act arrogantly in the face of such a sacred object in Sacred Fire Gate. Seeing that the 3 were intimidated, Lu Rushuan retrieved the sacred fire stone back into her hand. Lu Qingbei swept away his previous gloom and burst into laughter. He flashed to Lu Rushuan's side and held the sacred fire stone in her hand. Now that our sacred fire stone has returned, let's see who dares to be insolent. Lu Qingbei laughed arrogantly and glanced disdainfully at the 3 people from mountain embracing sect. He Guang's face became even uglier, and he stared at Lu Rushuan. Master Lu, where did your sect find the sacred fire stone? He spoke with various doubts in his heart. If it weren't for the terrifying aura that just enveloped them, he might have doubted its authenticity. But since he had already felt the horrifying aura of the sacred fire stone, it became even harder to accept. He had heard that this object had been absolutely taken by their sect's elder patriarch to a dangerous forbidden area. Could it be that Lu Rushuan dared to enter and retrieve it? This was absolutely impossible. Not to mention that their mountain-embracing sect's divine core elder had personally witnessed the horror of that forbidden area. When the elder patriarch of Sacred Fire Gate broke into it, the elder patriarch of mountain-embracing sect, who was close to Sacred Fire Gate, had felt the aura of the Sacred Fire Gate patriarch and heard the screams coming from the forbidden mountain pass. Afterwards, they were also terrified by a terrifying creature that was difficult to perceive, and their state of mind plummeted due to its intimidating gaze. Since then, there have been rumors that someone from the recently dominant Blade sect has fallen. No matter what, He Guang would never believe that Lu Rushuan would dare to enter and search for things inside. But in the face of He Guang and others questioning, Lu Rushuan's voice was cold and clear. Do I need to report to Master He even for where I found my sect's sacred object? You. Hearing Lu Rushuan's words, He Guang's face turned ugly and his veins bulged. If it weren't for your sect's sacred object, with only your cultivation at the mid-stage of heavenly core. He Guang wanted to say that Lu Rushuan, with her cultivation at the mid-stage of heavenly core, had no qualifications to be arrogant in front of them. Little did he know, after hearing He Guang's words, Lu Rushuan smiled instead of getting angry, who said I am at the mid-stage of heavenly core. As Lu Rushuan spoke, a half-step divine core aura swept out, instantly pushing He Guang and the others back several steps. This aura was even purer than theirs. Half-step divine core. No, this is impossible. Weren't you just? He Guang couldn't continue speaking. Lu Rushuan's expression was also not good as she said, Master He, weren't you just at the late stage of heavenly core not long ago? But your cultivation is so unstable at this stage, it must not have come by chance, right? He Guang's face turned ugly as he glanced behind him and coldly said, Humph, since Miss Lu is so proud and looks down on us, let's draw a clear line between our two sects. Please handle your sect's affairs on your own. We're leaving. After saying that, He Guang and the two elders flashed their figures and turned into rays of light, leaving the Sacred Fire Gate. After He Guang left, Lu Qingbei looked at the sky and sighed, this mountain-embracing sect is probably not the same as before. Lu Rushuan nodded and said, Grandfather, the seal hasn't been broken yet, right? The Elder Supreme is still personally suppressing it at the moment, and he can barely hold on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought help from the mountain-embracing sect. Fortunately, you found the sacred stone. Now, let's put the sacred stone back in its place. Lu Qingbai said. The two of them arrived at the center of an array under the back mountain of the sacred fire gate. The surroundings of the array seemed to be an ancient relic, and beneath the array, there was a dangerous aura hidden in the faint haze. Half an hour later, a figure appeared in the main hall, an old man in a white robe. His whole body was hunched, and he looked like he wouldn't live for many more years. The old man looked at the aura on Lu Rushuan's body, and his cloudy eyes couldn't hide his surprise. The things under this underground cave, which made our sacred fire gate prosper back then, now need our sacred fire gate to guard. If the seal is broken, it may be a disaster. But this time, I feel that the aura in the sacred stone seems to be too strong. After suppressing it, there is not even a trace of restlessness. Could it be that you really found the ancestor? The Elder Supreme, Gu Tianxing, said curiously. He believed that if the sect's sacred stone hadn't been refined by the ancestor, it wouldn't have become so terrifying. Lu Rushuan listened and told them everything about entering the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains. The two of them listened, their breathing became rapid, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The forbidden land enveloped by the Great Dao, when the people in the mountains stepped on it, the mountain path had to appear beneath their feet. A roar that could rival heavenly might, wanting to kick it, just kick it. And there was not just one of these terrifying creatures. The profound transcendence tree. The heavenly gold wood. The arm-thick immortal vine. Smashed into pieces with a single blow? This was too terrifying. This was definitely not an ordinary person. It must be the ancestor, he's still alive. Gu Tianxing said excitedly. Lu Rushuan hesitated slightly and said, I don't think so. The ancestor wasn't like this before. Gu Tianxing said, the ancestor had already reached the peak of divine core before. He must have broken through this constraint. It's normal that you can't see it, master. Lu Qingbai also nodded and said, I believe senior brother. Otherwise, little Shuang'er, why would he help you? But Lu Rushuan wanted to say that she didn't feel like it. That senior seemed to be interested in her figure. Don't say but. You're familiar with that forbidden mountain. We'll know everything when we see each other. As long as the ancestor is still here, our sacred fire gate will prosper. Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbai insisted on their beliefs. Chapter 6. On the other side. Mountain Embracing Sect, a pavilion-like building nestled among the peaks and rocks. Elder, 5th floor master, this is how things are. He Guang reported everything he had learned. At this moment, in the center seat of the hall, sat a middle-aged man wearing a blood-red robe and a blood-red mask that concealed his expression. Below him were two people, He Guang and the elder of Mountain Embracing Sect, Yin's Hixing. After listening to He Guang's report, Yin's Hixing furrowed his brows slightly. In just a few days, he went from the mid-heavenly core stage to the half-step divine core stage. Could it be the doing of the elder of Sacred Fire Gate? Is he still alive? That's impossible. Yin's Hixing remembered hearing the screams himself outside the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains, and he had even been frightened by the unknown creatures within. At this moment, the person sitting high above stood up slightly, his mouth curling into a nonchalant and cold smile. Fellow Daoist Yin, now that I, Daoer, have become the 7th floor master of Blood Fiend Tower, do you still find this kind of minor matter surprising? How could it be? 5th floor master is absolutely right. I was just being overly cautious. The sacred fire gate is nothing compared to our Blood Fiend Tower, just a speck of light. Yin's Hixing cautiously and flatteringly replied. The 5th floor master nodded and smiled. That mountain does indeed have something. I had the 6th floor master of the Tyrant Blade sect explore it recently. If the elder of Sacred Fire Gate is still alive and has somehow mastered this method of advancing cultivation, it would be worth it for me to personally pay a visit. The fifth floor master smiled and looked in the direction of Sacred Fire Gate. In the next moment, his entire figure expanded into a rainbow and silently disappeared from Mountain Embracing Sect. Elder, has our Mountain Embracing Sect truly become the 7th floor of Blood Fiend Tower? After the 5th floor master left, He Guang asked with a joyful expression. Instead of being angry about the sect being swallowed up, he was actually happy. The reason was naturally because Blood Fiend Tower had mastered many secrets that the sect had never known before. These secrets were the terrifying means by which his cultivation had advanced. Yes. The 7th floor. I'm afraid that soon, there will be an 8th floor, 9th floor, 10th floor, and even more. Yin's Hixeng said helplessly. Compared to He Guang, he wasn't as happy. On the eastern side of the 100,000 mountains, at the foot of a mountain, there was a village called Yellow Mud Village. The villagers in Yellow Mud Village were simple and Xia Fan often came here. The villagers liked Xia Fan very much because this young man was truly amazing. He taught many things that the villagers didn't know and even taught their children. Xia, you're here. After seeing off Lu Rushuan, Xia Fan, as usual, came to the village and someone greeted him. Xia Fan nodded and walked towards a private school. He had set up this school, and doing all these things was not just for fun. After all, the system world couldn't provide everything needed for 3 meals a day. Xia Fan didn't dare to go to larger cities, fearing that he might accidentally encounter immortals who liked to fight. So Yellow Mud Village was the best channel for his daily needs. Teacher, what are we learning today? As soon as Xia Fan entered the private school, Zhu Xiaoa, who had her hair braided in a sheep's horn, ran over curiously and asked. Today, we're learning how to draw. We'll draw the Sunday. On the other side, 3 figures inexplicably arrived outside Yellow Mud Village. Cough, cough, little Shuanger, are you sure this is the mountain? How could there be mortals in this mountain? Lu Qingbei's face was filled with embarrassment. They had entered the Forbidden Mountain, so they should have confirmed that it was a mountain shape. How did they end up in a mortal village? Moreover, according to reason, the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains should all be terrifying places. Why does this village look so ordinary and nothing like what the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains should look like? When Elder Yu and I came here before, we were obstructed by the Great Dao Aura before we even entered the mountain. But it shouldn't be wrong. Could we have taken the wrong direction? Lu Rushuan pondered and spoke. The 100,000 Forbidden Mountains are truly vast. When coming and going, the connection to the sect's sacred object was lost. She should have left a mark. But she didn't expect to dare to come back again, so she didn't leave so many precautions. She didn't expect that she really couldn't remember which direction would lead to the senior's dwelling. No worries, there are people living ahead. We can go and ask, Gu Tianxing said calmly, waving his hand towards the front. The 3 of them saw a middle-aged fat woman pushing a cart, with a pile of crooked and cracked bricks inside. With a crash, they fell into a pit. Ha! We have visitors today. Are you all from the city? Aunt Zhu looked ahead, waved, and greeted them. Lu Qingbei took another look at Aunt Zhu. He had noticed this woman when she spoke just now, but he was sure he hadn't seen wrong. He transmitted his voice, she is indeed immortal. After he finished speaking, Gu Tianxing took a serious look at the cart. Suddenly, his cloudy eyes brightened. These bricks seem a bit unusual. Gu Tianxing said, then politely bent down to Aunt Zhu and said, Madam, may I take a look at these bricks of yours? Aunt Zhu was stunned. This old man looked like he was in his 60s or 70s and still called her Madam. It was a bit disrespectful. Thinking about it, Aunt Zhu felt a bit angry. Just a few broken bricks, what's there to see? Gu Tianxing didn't pay attention to Aunt Zhu's expression. His 2 cloudy eyes picked up a piece of yellow brick from the pit as if he had found a treasure. As soon as it was in his hand, his expression immediately changed. Indeed, this brick is truly extraordinary. It actually carries the aura of a sacred fire. Lu Qingbai also picked up a piece and said, "Senior brother, this brick seems to also have the aura of heavenly gold. I'm afraid its hardness is far beyond that of ordinary weapons." Boom! Heavenly core peak strength was exerted as he struck the crooked yellow brick, but it didn't leave a trace. "Senior brother, you should try it too." Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxing, with his terrifying hand that seemed like a withered tree, also struck with all his strength. Bang! Hiss! Although his power was immense and his strength was fierce, it seemed that just like Lu Qingbai, it didn't leave a single mark on the brick. Instead, his hand was shaken off, with dried blood oozing out. Seeing this scene, Aunt Zhu was dumbfounded. These two people must be full and bored. These are bricks baked by Xiao Xia, who taught us in Yellow Mud Village. They are used for building houses. Do you think they are tofu? Aunt Zhu said angrily. Two lunatics. Aunt Zhu said angrily. These two old men were already quite old, yet they were performing such feats of strength in front of her, Zhu Kuihua, a young girl. Were they trying to extort her? The more she thought about it, the more abnormal Aunt Zhu felt. She turned the cart and hurriedly pushed it towards the village. Xiao Xia. Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbai exchanged glances. The place where the senior is located is called Summer Garden. She should be referring to the senior. Lu Rushuan recalled and said. Hurry up! That must be our ancestral founder. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxing quickly followed. Chapter 7. Behind, Lu Qingbai held a spatial ring and secretly hid the brick that Aunt Zhu had just thrown away. While hiding it, he also kept looking around to see if anyone would notice. Grandfather, is it really okay for us to do this? Lu Rushuan tentatively asked. Cough. Lu Qingbai coughed dryly, his face turning red. He said seriously, Shuang this thing is also approved by senior brother. Moreover, as the sect master, you should be more concerned than me, right? Do you know that if this thing is brought back to the sect, it will definitely double the disciples' combat power if they can use it in the future? Come and pick it up with me. Hurry, don't let anyone notice. 5 seconds later, Lu Rushuan and her grandfather followed Gu Tianxing. Lu Qingbai looked at him and raised his storage ring. The two old men nodded at each other, their hearts in sync. Aunt Zhu's cart was in front, and she looked back at Gu Tianxing and the others following her, suddenly speaking up. Hey, why are you following me? Are you really trying to extort me? She didn't ask them to pick up the broken brick. These two old men were shameless, and so was the girl. She was such a good girl, but she didn't learn well and followed these two old men to deceive and cheat. You misunderstood. Listening to Aunt Zhu's words, even though Gu Tianxing didn't understand what she meant, he still apologized. We just want to meet the senior called Xiao Xia that you mentioned. This time Aunt Zhu understood. So you guys came to find Xiao Xia? You should have said so earlier. You made me think too much. Aunt Zhu changed her attitude and continued, wait here for a moment. I still have to add firewood to the kiln. Once I'm done, I'll take you there. He's teaching my daughter. Aunt Zhu boasted. Occasionally, a few people arrived at the entrance of her kiln. This is your kiln. Is that divine brick from here? When they arrived in front of the kiln, Gu Tianxing looked at the building that resembled a cave mansion and his eyes lit up. Inside the kiln, it seemed like a sacred fire was burning and melting. Even standing outside, one could constantly feel the scorching heat. Gu Tianxing was completely shocked. This isn't just baking bricks, this is clearly the supreme artifact refining Great Dao. Lu Qingbai's eyes turned red. This kiln of bricks was probably not inferior to the one he had just picked up. If he had it in his hands, even if he faced a divine core cultivator, he could still fight back. At this moment, Aunt Zhu spoke proudly. Xiao Xia said that this kill's design can be used to bake many things, but it's not an exaggeration to call it a divine brick. The pigsty made from these bricks can withstand any abuse. As she spoke, she took out a hatchet and 2 pieces of firewood from a small black cave specially made next to the kiln, and with 2 chops, the firewood split. Gu Tianxing hadn't recovered from the shock of the kill yet, but now he was looking at Aunt Zhu swinging the hatchet and the firewood. Suddenly, he couldn't remain calm anymore. That's heavenly gold wood. No wonder the brick refined from it is so terrifying. Wait, what kind of hatchet is this? It can actually cut heavenly gold wood. Gu Tianxing's cloudy eyes, like searching for light in the darkness, examined Aunt Zhu's hatchet without moving. Madam, may I borrow your hatchet to take a look? After staring for who knows how long, Gu Tianxing asked hesitantly. Hat, you want to take another look? Fine, I'll let you see. This hatchet was made by Xiao Xia based on a model I provided. Be careful, this hatchet is fast. Aunt Zhu handed it over. Senior brother, let me take a look too. Lu Qingbei's breathing became rapid. The 2 of them touched the blade together, their hearts shaken. A knife. It seems like an ordinary knife. But on the knife, there is actually a terrifying aura. Lu Qingbei exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Tianxing also spoke, this aura is probably already at the ascendant level, no. It might even be at the level of a law tribulation powerhouse. Qi condensation, foundation establishment, silver core, gold core, heavenly core, divine core, heavenly river, heaven connecting, ascendant, law tribulation, supreme, void shattering. These are the cultivation realms in the heaven and earth world. Reaching the law tribulation realm is already considered a powerful figure, and there are only a few such figures in the entire vast Tide Kingdom. As for the supreme realm above the law tribulation, it is even rarer, only the various supreme sacred lands possess it. Our ancestor, could he really have reached such a terrifying realm? Gu Tianxing's face was filled with shock. If their ancestor really reached this terrifying level, then the sacred fire gate would undoubtedly rise from the 9th grade and become a force that could rival the power of the human, earth, and heaven realms, even reaching the level of a super-heavenly supreme sacred land. At that time, what would the mountain-embracing sect and the Blood Fiend Tower be? Just trash? Gu Tianxing was already imagining that kind of passionate scene. At this moment, Aunt Zhu suddenly snatched the knife from their hands. All right, you 2 have seen enough. The knife is fast, give it back to me. She was afraid that these 2 old men would accidentally hurt themselves. After snatching back the knife, she said, you 2 were looking for Xiao Xia, right? Follow me. After saying that, she threw a few pieces of firewood into the brick kiln and led the way towards the village. She walked quickly without pushing the cart this time. Occasionally, they finally saw some buildings, and the first one was her house. Senior brother, look at that house. It seems to be made of those divine bricks. But why is it flat? Could it be that this way it is more defensively strong? Lu Qingbei looked over and almost all the buildings in the village were made of these yellow mud bricks, but they were completely different from ordinary mortal buildings, all square-shaped. This is called a flat house. It was designed for our village by Xiao Xia. Not only is it convenient and warm, but it also has a grand atmosphere. Moreover, Xiao Xia said that this kind of house is earthquake resistant. Although I don't know what that means, it should be amazing. Aunt Zhu said happily. After hearing this, Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbei exchanged glances, their faces showing envy. It was their ancestor again. At this moment, the 2 of them were already feeling a bit uneasy. This kind of grandeur was simply too mysterious. According to Aunt Zhu's meaning, a flat house must be in existence with extremely terrifying defensive power. Even ordinary mortals, if they lived in it, would probably be invincible, even for experts above the divine core realm. At this moment, Gu Tianxing almost felt jealous of Aunt Zhu, a mere mortal. Lu Qingbai also couldn't hide his envy. If these bricks were used by their sacred fire gate, how many experts could they create? Using such divine objects to build houses was simply a waste, it was truly a squandering of treasures. Lu Qingbai's heart was trembling. To be honest, if it weren't for not yet understanding the terror of the 100,000 forbidden mountains, he would have had the idea of sneaking over in the middle of the night to steal some bricks. Chapter 8. On the side, among Lu Qingbai, Gu Tianxing, and Lu Rushuan, the only one who seemed relatively normal was Lu Rushuan. Although she was equally shocked by everything in front of her, compared to what she had seen with Xia Fan before, it was much more normal. However, beneath her normal appearance, there was a hidden admiration from the depths of her heart. This senior is truly transcendent, even as a mortal, any method he casually uses can create such divine brilliance. Lu Rushuan's thoughts wandered. Auntie, can I have that brick of yours? At this moment, Lu Qingbai looked at the scattered bricks around a small house and couldn't help but itch. Auntie Zhu didn't like his request very much. Would these two old men ever stop bothering her? Fortunately, she had gotten used to it. But those bricks were good bricks that she kept for building a chicken coop, so she replied, I intentionally left those bricks there. You can just ask Xia if you want them. After hearing this, Lu Qingbai had to give up the idea. But in that moment of giving up, he suddenly caught sight of some fresh weeds in the area around the small house. Are those spirit plants? Lu Qingbai rushed over in a flash. Supreme grade level. Gu Tianxing also noticed the terrifying weeds and rushed over. The two of them squatted in front of the enclosure, their eyes shining. Thump, thump. The presence inside the enclosure thought it was Auntie Zhu who had come and made two sounds. The two of them completely ignored it, their eyes fixed on the basket. These are really all supreme grade spirit plants. A whole basket of them. Senior brother, we're going to get rich. Lu Qingbai and Gu Tianxing forgot themselves. Let me taste it. Gu Tianxing even grabbed one of them and started chewing on it. Smack, smack. After eating one, he felt that his whole withered and decaying body was filled with vitality, and his shriveled old face had regained some color. Just as he was about to continue, Auntie Zhu suddenly rushed over. She snatched it away from the two of them. You two old men have gone too far, is this something people do? Auntie Zhu thought that seeing these two old men smashing bricks with their fists was already outrageous enough. But now these two seemed even more abnormal. They actually ate the pigweed she had grown, to be honest, it scared her. I'm sorry, really sorry, we lost control for a moment. Gu Tianxing quickly apologized. He also knew that their behavior was indeed a bit excessive. After all, these supreme-grade spirit plants were not ordinary things. They ate one without saying a word. Look, how about I compensate you? Gu Tianxing looked at Auntie Zhu's unpleasant expression and struggled to say. After hearing this, Auntie Zhu's expression changed completely, and she felt a creepy sensation all over her body. She didn't bother negotiating with Gu Tianxing anymore and immediately locked the basket in her own house before running away. After Auntie Zhu ran away, Gu Tianxing and his senior brother were dumbfounded. Senior brother, you really went too far. Lu Qingbai's face turned awkward. Cough, cough, I didn't expect it, I couldn't control myself for a moment. After all, you also know that our sacred fire gate doesn't even have a mature supreme grade spirit plant. Otherwise, how could I end up like this? Gu Tianxing complained with a bitter face. Let's hurry up and catch up. To be honest, at this moment, I have a feeling that we might have been mistaken. This lady, she shouldn't be an ordinary mortal, no. It's possible that everyone in this village is not an ordinary mortal. Who knows, they might have a deep connection with our ancestral founder. I also think so. The two of them spoke cautiously and quickly followed Aunt Zhu's direction. Along the way, wherever the two of them passed in the village, they couldn't help but point and exclaim in surprise. Senior brother, look at the grass by the roadside. It seems to have reached the level of a high-grade spiritual plant. This well seems to have a spiritual aura flowing. It's probably only a matter of time before it becomes a spiritual spring. Just by taking a sip, it can enhance one's aptitude. And that house, it seems even bigger than that woman's house. It's actually 2 stories high. How many divine bricks must have been used for that? When they reached a place 10 meters away from a 2-story building, Lu Qingbei's eyes turned red. An old farmer carrying a hoe passed by and heard their conversation. He laughed and said, "That building is one of the few 2-story buildings in our village. It belongs to the richest man in the village, Mr. Wang." At this moment, an old man walked out of the building, leaning on a cane. "Old Zhao, why are you bragging? My house was designed by Xiao Xia. If you need anything, just go directly to Xiao Xia. It's not about being rich or not. Xiao Xia is not a materialistic person." "Haha, you old Wang, look how anxious you got. I was just joking. Actually, my house is also 2 stories high." Mr. Zhao chuckled. Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbei's expressions kept changing. Excitement. Shock. And finally, they were filled with excitement. It's too terrifying. Could it be that our ancestor wants to turn this place into a transcendent force? But these divine bricks are really being wasted. Lu Qingbei always felt that it was a waste. Don't worry, our ancestor must have his own plans. I'm even more looking forward to meeting him now. When we see our ancestor, we will naturally understand his intentions. Gu Tianxing said with excitement. The 3 of them hurried towards Xia Fan's location. By the time the 3 of them arrived, Xia Fan had already finished teaching the children how to draw the sun. After arranging the homework, she planned to go home and accompany Xiao Wu'er. She went to Aunt Li's small shop next door to get a bag of salt and was about to lock the door. Aunt Zhu hurriedly ran over anxiously. "Aunt Zhu, your little girl went with Aunt Li's daughter to catch butterflies." Xia Fan thought Aunt Zhu was looking for her child and smiled. Aunt Zhu shook her head and said, "I know where your little girl went. Xia Xia, I came to tell you that there are 2 crazy old men looking for you." Crazy old men? Xia Fan was a bit confused after hearing this. Yes. Aunt Zhu recounted the experience she just had. Picking up bricks. Eating pig grass. "Aunt Zhu, you're making jokes now." Xia Fan burst into laughter after listening. "What jokes? I'm telling the truth, Xia Xia. I suspect those people are either crazy or trying to deceive others. I guess if I don't run, they will stay at my place. Just be careful. The only pity is that the girl is quite lively, with a good figure and looks fertile. I think you should take her in as a concubine. It's really a pity to be with those 2 crazy old men." Aunt Zhu said sympathetically. At this time, other villagers also noticed the situation and ran over. Aunt Zhu didn't say wrong, Xia Xia. 2 crazy old men really came to our village. Those 2 old men even ate the wild grass by the roadside, and they drank from the water pool we specifically use for livestock. It's too scary. Yes, yes. No, I have to leave quickly, Xia Xia. Don't mention that you've seen me, I don't want to be stuck with them. Just take care of yourself. After Aunt Zhu finished speaking, she ran away with the villager who had just reminded her. Chapter 9. Xia Fan stood still, trying to understand for a while. He guessed that the person Auntie Zhu and the others were talking about should be the girl named Lu Rushuan who came up the mountain today. What is that girl here for? It seems like the senior is over there. Senior. Just as Xia Fan was lost in thought and hadn't had much time to think, a familiar voice sounded. Xia Fan turned around and saw Lu Rushuan and two old men in their 60s and 70s walking towards him. It really is. He smiled. It was indeed the girl who came up the mountain in the morning to find him for flint. But at this moment, she had changed out of her cool non-mainstream clothes and was wearing a white lotus leaf skirt with a landscape pattern. Her legs were straight, and she had a decent chest. The two old men behind her had also changed. Doesn't seem like a madman either. Xia Fan shifted his gaze to the two old men beside her. Although they were dressed plainly, they looked gentle and didn't seem like people who had lost their minds. Miss Lu, why are you here again? Do you have something to find me for? Xia Fan looked at Lu Rushuan with a smile and asked. Lu Qingbei and Gu Tianxing were immediately stunned in place. They looked at Xia Fan and stared for a while. They probed with their divine senses, trying to sense Xia Fan's aura. But it seemed like there was something blocking their investigation. Under their divine senses, it was like an abyss, making it difficult to detect even a trace of spiritual power aura at the lowest level of qi condensation. This. Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbei looked at each other, unable to hide their shock. It was known that in this world, as long as one was a cultivator, even those terrifying experts who had reached the legendary invincible supreme void-shattering realm couldn't hide a trace of their spiritual power perfectly. But they couldn't sense even a trace of aura or any signs of someone who had ever fought in Xia Fan. It was as if the person standing in front of them was truly an ordinary mortal. This was too terrifying. Too horrifying. Such a terrifying existence was probably beyond their comprehension, definitely not an ordinary person. The more they thought about it, the more frightened and shocked they became. Grandpa, Elder Gu, is this senior our ancestor? Seeing the shocked expressions on Lu Qingbei and Gu Tianxing's faces, Lu Rushuan quickly asked. The two of them glanced at each other and shook their heads, filled with disappointment. We probably mistook the person. This senior's cultivation is much stronger than our sex ancestor. Yes, we thought too much. Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbei were very hopeful that the person in front of them was the ancestor of the sacred fire gate. But the inability to probe his aura and his demeanor told them that they had made a mistake. Lu Rushuan looked at her grandfather and elder Gu Tianxing with a worried expression and asked, "What should we do now?" She was at a loss and didn't know how to answer Xia Fan. Gu Tianxing patted her back and said, "Don't worry, sect master. I've thought about it. Our sex ancestor has been to this place before, and with the terror of the senior, it's impossible for him not to know. Since he has helped you, there must be a connection between him and our ancestor." Lu Qingbei also nodded and said, "Yes, even if this senior is not our sex ancestor, he is so amiable that even ordinary people receive his blessings. He probably won't blame us for coming uninvited. Otherwise, with a single thought from him, we might have already been corpses before entering the mountain. Indeed, with the existence of this senior, our thoughts are probably already laid bare in his eyes. So, master, you just need to explain our intentions to the senior." Gu Tianxing said bitterly. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuan could only grit her teeth and go along with it. At this moment, her anxious and delicate face completely lacked the demeanor of a master of the divine core realm. Instead, she looked like a girl next door. "Senior, it's like this. Our sex elder and my grandfather have heard of your deeds and would like to pay you a visit." She stammered, and after the two elders behind her confirmed their identities and terrifying evaluations, their attitude towards Xia Fan became even more respectful. "A visit?" Xia Fan blinked, showing his confusion. "Do you want to learn how to bake bricks?" Xia Fan asked, remembering what Auntie Zhu had said about the two old men picking up her discarded bricks, and combining it with Lu Rushuan's request to find a flint today. He felt like they were from some kind of fire sect, specializing in fire. Could it be that they were interested in the brick-burning technique he brought from his previous life? But upon hearing Xia Fan's words, Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbei immediately became nervous, sweating profusely. And no, we wouldn't dare, senior. You're overestimating us. We are just a small sect surviving in this chaotic world. We wouldn't dare covet your supreme artifact refining great Dao. It's really because Shuang'er admires your supreme majesty and we simply want to pay our respects. Gu Tianxing said sincerely. Is that so? Xia Fan was a bit puzzled. Alright then, you can go to my residence first. I still need to buy something. We can talk about it later. After Xia Fan finished speaking, he ran towards Auntie Li's small shop. He just remembered that he needed to buy vinegar because Xiao Wu'er liked sour food. Gu Tianxing, Lu Qingbei and Lu Rushuan looked at Xia Fan's casual appearance and were a bit stunned. They couldn't believe that this senior would engage in ordinary activities like buying things, just like an ordinary person. This senior is truly extraordinary. His great Dao is simple and he lives among mortals. He is indeed a transcendent expert. Lu Qingbei nodded and said, this kind of transcendent state of mind, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have never been able to touch this realm in my entire life. They say that life starts from the mundane and experiences countless voyages. As Lu Qingbei spoke, he suddenly felt something was wrong. With his understanding of this senior's state of mind, he felt an uncontrollable sensation in his stagnant cultivation. Not good, senior martial brother. Lu Qingbei almost exclaimed in excitement. I seem to be breaking through. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an imperceptible sound like shackles breaking. Peak of Heavenly Core. Consummate stage of Heavenly Core. Half-step Divine Core. In just 10 seconds, Lu Qingbei went from the peak of Heavenly Core to the half-step Divine Core. Crack! The power in his hands was overwhelming. With just one clenched fist, Lu Qingbei felt a strength beyond what he had ever experienced before. At this moment, he felt that if he were to face the pressure from the three people from the mountain-embracing sect in the sect's main hall, he could almost ignore it. Congratulations, junior martial brother. Gu Tianxing felt the aura emanating from Lu Qingbei and congratulated him with envy. Grandfather, you've broken through. Lu Rushuan's face showed a slight surprise. She felt that her grandfather's aura was not weaker than hers and Gu Tianxing's. Lu Qingbei nodded and said, all of this is because of the senior. While the three of them were chatting, Xia Fan had already returned with a bag of vinegar. Hey, didn't I tell you to go up the mountain first? Why are you still here? Xia Fan looked at Lu Rushuan. Lu Rushuan's face turned slightly embarrassed, and Lu Qingbei and the others went from the joy of their breakthrough back to a respectful and embarrassed smile. Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of the three, Xia Fan couldn't blame them and could only shake his head. Forget it, just follow me. After speaking, he led the way with the three of them. Chapter 10. Half an hour later, as Xia Fan had expected, these two old men and Lu Rushuan seemed a bit lost. He was leading them by the hand, but these two old men were still startled. Especially Lu Rushuan, this little girl. Even though he had already taken her up the mountain once, she still couldn't remember the way. The only thing Xia Fan could accept was that these two old men, although they looked older than the previous old man who was lying on the ground, were still able to climb the mountain. But it wasn't much better. Because, at this moment, in his summer garden, the courtyard was already calm. The two old men were still trembling, their legs shaking so much that they could barely stand. Please sit down. Xia Fan didn't mention the embarrassment of the two old men, he let them sit down while he went into the house with salt and vinegar. Xia Wu'er, the young master has brought vinegar for you. After Xia Fan entered the house, Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbei were still trembling, not only their legs, but their whole bodies were shaking. While trembling, their eyes occasionally glanced nervously at everything inside and outside the courtyard. There were chickens, clucking incessantly. There were fish, rolling in the nearby pond. There were birds, chirping on the branches of the trees. But the most obvious and personal experience was the three monstrous creatures that seemed to have walked out of ancient times, seemingly surrounding the three of them at the entrance of the garden. That woman who is like an ant seems to have come again. This time, it seems she has brought 2 more ants. Does she want to be our second mistress? The big black dog, spoke like a human, looking at the three of them and commenting. Smack! The other big black dog next to it, Daha. Its dog paw suddenly slapped its own dog head. You idiot, you've been here for so long and still haven't given up your arrogant attitude. Although that woman is weak, dare you speculate on the master's preferences? Do you want to shorten your own life? The big white horse on the side also nodded. What Daha said is true. Second dog, you need to change your gaze. You should know that in this world, no one can withstand even a trace of your presence. If you're not happy, we can fight, but if you accidentally scare them to death, when the master gets angry, who can bear it? As it spoke, it smiled with the reins in its mouth, emitting an indescribable aura, as if it wasn't joking. Damn it, Ma Bao village, are you threatening me? Ha grinned with its blood-filled mouth, showing its 2 sharp dog teeth as red as hell. I'm just speaking the truth. Don't get angry, or you can ask for the opinions of others. The big white horse remained calm, stomping its hoof, seemingly unconcerned about the ancient danger emanating from Erha. All right, stop messing around. The black dog Daha by the side waved its paw. I agree with fellow Daoist horse's opinion. 2 golden loaches jumped in the pond. Let's stop here. The turtle on the rockery, the thickest fruit tree in the orchard, the green-headed parrot leading a sparrow on the tree, the orchid grass shaking its leaves below the tree, and the chicken with the longest feathers in the chicken coop, all spoke together. Upon hearing this, Erha's demonic face instantly turned black. Woof, I was just joking. Do you guys have to take it so seriously? It said resentfully, but it seemed to have taken the opinions into account, reluctantly withdrawing its occasional glances at the 3 people. After it withdrew its gaze, Gu Tianxing and the other 2 protagonists finally relaxed a bit. But their bodies still felt a bit inexplicably fearful. This fear seemed to come from the domination of their souls, beyond their control. However, they were simultaneously filled with fear and shock by everything in the summer garden. I never imagined that when you first came here, Master, you would have such contact with the predecessors. I thought everything in that village was already extraordinary, but I didn't expect that the place where the predecessors lived would be truly terrifying and accompanied by great opportunities. Gu Tianxing looked at Lu Rushuan with a bitter smile. Lu Qingbai nodded on the side. This holy garden, I'm afraid even the air here is comparable to supreme grade spiritual essence. If one cultivates here, they can definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, those 3 ferocious creatures, as Shuang'er described to you and me before, are truly terrifying. Fortunately, they only glanced at us. I have a feeling that if these creatures were to leave this forbidden mountain, they would be a force at the heaven level. No, even a force at the level of a super heaven level or a sacred land might not be able to stop them. Who exactly is this predecessor? Lu Qingbai's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Rushuan took a deep breath and said, the existence of this predecessor is probably beyond our comprehension. And as you just witnessed, this forbidden mountain is extremely dangerous. I thought we were lost, but after going up the mountain with the predecessor again, the mountain path unexpectedly changed and new terrors emerged. If it weren't for the predecessor guiding us here, we might have ended up like when Elder Yu arrived, unable to take a single step and being crushed by the aura of the great Dao. Yes, fortunately, it seems that this predecessor has some connection with our sex ancestor. However, Shuang'er, grandfather noticed that this predecessor's attitude towards you is different from towards us. This could be your opportunity, so you must seize it. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuan's face blushed. She felt her heart pounding and said, Predecessor, is what grandfather said true? why haven't I felt it? Creak. At this moment, the sound of a door opening came, and Xia Fan walked out of the room. I already understand your purpose. Xia Fan said as he sat down slowly across from them, with a look that seemed to know everything. The three of them were slightly startled. Indeed, you already knew our purpose, predecessor. They had actually guessed long ago that Xia Fan, this transcendent figure, could see through everything. You must have come because of the flint, right? Xia Fan smiled and continued in a calm tone. Gu Tianxing's eyes lit up. Yes, the meaning of the predecessor's words was indeed closely related to their sacred fire gate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been allowed into the mountain so easily. This predecessor wouldn't have let them in and even gave Lu Rushuan their sex-sacred object. To be honest, that thing is like a handful of sand to me. Xia Fan continued, but with your physique, I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy it even if you take it, so you shouldn't think about it. With Xia Fan's calm words, he believed that the three of them had come for the flint. Lu Rushuan had previously come up the mountain to search for it, then went back and came again, even picking up bricks from Yellow Mud Village. He had thought before that the three of them were interested in the bricks and wanted to learn from them, but now he realized. These two old men probably thought that it might be the flint. They were simply two fools. No wonder they were so hungry that they even ate grass. Such intelligence was truly a kind of sadness in this world. It was a pity that at their age, their vision was still like this, and being hungry was not a normal thing. Xia Fan felt a little sorry for the three of them. It was precisely because of this pity that Xia Fan wanted them to give up on this idea. After all, he wasn't wrong. The flint under the sparrow's nest was indeed quite good, but most of them were the size of pots and pans, and they were very hard. Even the palm-sized one Lu Rushuan had previously struggled to take was already difficult enough. They didn't need to think about the rest. Chapter 11. Upon hearing his words, Gu Tianxing and the other two's faces turned cold. Even if they were foolish, they could still sense the profound meaning behind his words. The meaning of the senior's words was a warning to them. The gist of it was that although the sacred fire stone was indeed a treasure to them, it was insignificant in the eyes of the senior and could be obtained easily. However, this did not mean that they could have any extravagant thoughts. Gu Tianxing's face turned bitter as he realized that they were overthinking. After all, he was clear that with the senior's current existence, even the terrifying creatures outside the garden that they could barely withstand with a single glance could be tamed. Someone at this level of cultivation emphasized the concept of fate in everything they did. If there was no fate, then everything was just wishful thinking. Just like the mortals in the Yellow Mud Village, if he was willing, even mortals could live in this forbidden mountain and receive its blessings. On the contrary, if there was no fate, they would not receive any blessings. After hearing Xia Fan's answer, Lu Qingbei and his senior brother felt bitter as well. Lu Rushuan's delicate and pretty face also showed signs of discomfort. Xia Fan looked at the three of them and wondered if he had been too direct and hurt their self-esteem. He couldn't bear it and said, although I can't help you with the firestone matter, since we have met by fate, and I have already met Miss Lu twice, we can consider ourselves acquainted. Please stay here and have a meal before you leave. Xiao Wu'er, wash the vegetables, I'll cook, Xia Fan said, then walked back into the house. This. Seeing Xia Fan's figure, Lu Qingbei looked at Gu Tianxing. Should they stay for the meal? Gu Tianxing shook his head. Forget it, we have already gained a lot from coming here. Not only did the sect leader retrieve the sacred fire stone, but you, junior brother, also broke through to the half-step divine core. In fact, we have already received the blessings of the senior in an intangible way. We shouldn't ask for more. Lu Qingbei nodded helplessly. But at this moment, Lu Rushuan pondered and said, Elder, Grandfather, it seems like you have forgotten something. The two elders looked puzzled at her words. Lu Rushuan suddenly emitted the aura of a half-step divine core. Seeing this, Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbai were both startled. In an instant. Haha, I finally understand. Gu Tianxing suddenly realized. What's going on? Lu Qingbai was still a bit confused. What's going on? Oh my foolish junior brother, haven't you noticed that we overlooked a detail? Gu Tianxing said. Think about it, how did the sect leader reach his current cultivation level? And why did your cultivation level improve? What did the senior just say? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingbai was once again stunned. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, could it be that when the senior mentioned having a meal, he meant to bestow blessings upon us? You're not completely foolish. Gu Tianxing laughed. Their sect leader, Lu Rushuan, became his equal just because he casually ate a fruit with senior Xia. Lu Qingbai also broke through his cultivation level just because of the senior's casual act of raising his state of mind like an ordinary mortal. Now, the senior actually invited them to have a meal. Could it be that it was just a simple meal? They were truly foolish. They didn't even guess the senior's intentions. Sure enough, a powerful being like the senior had deep meaning behind every action. Thinking about the opportunity bestowed upon them by such an existence, the three of them couldn't help but feel excited and look forward to it. After about 10 minutes, Xia Fan walked out of the house carrying a pot of steaming cabbage porridge. This is this just porridge? When they saw Xia Fan approaching with the pot, the three of them were initially looking forward to it, speculating that Xia Fan must be bestowing them with some incredible blessings. But when they saw that the pot contained only porridge, their faces instantly turned awkward. Could it be that the senior really just wanted to invite them to have a meal? To have a meal of porridge? Wait. Something's not right. What? What kind of divine rice is this? There's actually sacred aura circulating within it. Lu Qingbai suddenly sharpened his gaze and couldn't help but exclaim. It smells so good. As the porridge reached the table, the aroma filled the air, and Lu Rushuan suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over her body. Even saliva couldn't help but overflow from her cherry lips. She knew that the senior's porridge couldn't be ordinary porridge. Her grandfather and the others almost lost their determination because of it. At this moment, Gu Tianxing also couldn't help but take a deep breath. This. Not only is it rice, but the vegetables in this pot also seem to be holy medicine. Moreover, the senior's pot seems extraordinary too. There are great Dao patterns rotating on it. Look, there's also the aura of Dao rising from the porridge, like clouds and mist, like thunder, like the birth of a pill calamity. This. The senior isn't just inviting us to have a meal, he's clearly displaying an unparalleled alchemy great Dao. Gu Tianxing's voice trembled, and he seemed to be astonished to the point of being unable to extricate himself. Unfortunately, we are dull-witted and probably won't comprehend the terrifying alchemy Dao of the senior. Lu Qingbai said in a daze. Xia Fan saw the three people staring intently and shook his head slightly. Sure enough, they have all been starving. He smiled and said, eat the freshly cooked porridge quickly, it won't be good when it gets cold. As he spoke, he ladled the porridge into bowls and distributed them to the three people. The three people took the bowls and looked at the various phenomena in the holy porridge flowing in the bowls. Their fingers trembled and their hearts churned. Don't just look, eat quickly. Seeing that the three people were still dazed, Xia Fan urged them again. Thank you for your kindness, senior. As soon as the words fell, the three people started using their chopsticks to devour the porridge like crazy. It's so delicious. Even Lu Rushuan couldn't control her composure and quickly swallowed the porridge, tears even streaming down her face. This was the first time in her life that she had eaten such delicious porridge. Xia Fan shook his head again, feeling that the three people were like prisoners released from jail. How many days had they been starving? He went back to his room to boil water, afraid that the three people would choke. Junior brother, save some for me. As soon as Xia Fan entered the room, the three people, who were already a bit restrained, became even more crazy. Gu Tianxing was afraid of eating too little, so he even hugged the pot. Crack! But at this moment, a sound like a barrier being broken. Boom! A surging spiritual power erupted. Ah! Gu Tianxing suddenly let out a strange cry. Suddenly, he felt the blood and qi in his limbs and bones start to rise. His originally emaciated body instantly turned red. The bottleneck that had puzzled him for nearly 100 years, the half-step divine core realm, was actually broken in an instant. Divine core. In just a split second, Gu Tianxing stepped into the realm of divine core. Moreover, the signs of breakthrough did not stop there. Early divine core. Mid divine core. Late divine core. Peak divine core. Half-step heavenly river. He kept breaking through until the half-step heavenly river, and then the rising aura slowly dissipated. Crack! Gu Tianxing's knuckles cracked. The unprecedented strength made him almost want to fight against the heavens. Similarly, at the moment of Gu Tianxing's breakthrough, the spiritual power in Lu Qingbei's body also began to surge restlessly. Ah! He also let out a strange cry. The aura on his body started to rise. Early divine core. Mid divine core. Great perfection of divine core. Compared to Gu Tianxing, his talent was slightly inferior, only breaking through to the great perfection of divine core. But Lu Qingbei was not discouraged. After all, before coming to the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains, he was only at the peak of heavenly core. At this moment, he had already crossed more than one major realm, even surpassing the height of their sacred fire gate's ancestors. He should be content. Boom! On the side, Lu Rushuan's aura was even stronger and not weaker. Boom! With a sound, she easily broke through to divine core. And the surging aura. Early divine core, mid divine core. Half-step heavenly river. Crack! That growing aura forcefully broke through the shackles of the half-step heavenly river and forcibly entered a new realm. Heavenly River Realm. This was a realm where the spiritual power of the divine core underwent a qualitative change. This realm was almost non-existent in the 9th grade sects. Lu Rushuan was a bit stunned. She never expected that her cultivation could improve like this. It could be said that her current realm was far beyond the reach of ordinary geniuses of the same age. Chapter 12. The talent of the sect master is truly monstrous. Gu Tianxing, who had just made a breakthrough, looked at Lu Rushuan with envy. The aura emanating from Lu Rushuan was even stronger than his own, who had reached the half-step heavenly river realm. It could only mean that Lu Rushuan had reached the heavenly river realm. It seems that their sacred fire gate is bound to rise. Good, good, this is great. Lu Qingbei was also excited. Seeing that Lu Rushuan was stronger than him and his senior brother, he was even more delighted with his own progress. And all of this was bestowed upon them by Senior Xia in the mountains. This kind of opportunity is truly heaven-defying. But unfortunately, this kind of divine act. In Senior Xia's eyes, it was just a meal he casually invited them to. How terrifying is that? Perhaps this is the reason why the senior is able to reach a realm that we cannot comprehend. Lu Qingbei murmured. The awe that the three of them had for Xia Fan had reached a terrifying level, almost ingrained in their bones. Are you choking? At this moment, Xia Fan came out of the house carrying a pot of chrysanthemum tea. Seeing the choked expressions of the three people sitting at the stone table, he couldn't help but say, even if it's porridge, you shouldn't eat so hastily. You're all grown ups, and theoretically, you don't need me to educate you on these matters. Sigh, forget it, have some tea. But from now on, you have to pay attention. I'm not scaring you, but I have seen people choke to death from eating too fast. You don't want to become like that in the future, so don't do it again. After Xia Fan finished speaking seriously, he poured tea for the three of them. They accepted it and quickly drank it. This. As soon as the tea entered his stomach, Gu Tianxing trembled. This is not ordinary tea. He felt that his spiritual power, which had just broken through, became even more solid. The uncomfortable feeling of being ethereal and unstable was swept away at this moment, leaving him refreshed and clear-minded. It seems that this tea not only helps people establish their Dao foundation, but also prevents any future instability caused by the rapid rise in cultivation realm. Moreover, it leaves behind eternal aptitude and accumulation for future breakthroughs. It's as if it was deliberately prepared for them. Gu Tianxing, thank you for the senior's teachings, thank you for the senior's great kindness. In this situation, Gu Tianxing suddenly knelt down, his eyes turning red. To Gu Tianxing, Xia Fan's seemingly simple gesture was like a great kindness. It can be said that since he started cultivating, no one has ever considered his situation like Xia Fan did. This cup of holy tea after the meal not only resolved the instability caused by his breakthrough, but also indirectly changed his previous foundation. To Gu Tianxing, Xia Fan is like his rebirth parents, worthy of his kneeling. Similarly, after Gu Tianxing knelt down, Lu Qingbai also knelt down in response. We have seen people choke to death from eating too fast. The senior is warning us. Pursuing an unstable realm blindly will eventually lead to demonic cultivation and self-destruction. This simple truth is understood by everyone. How could my senior brother and I, who have been cultivating for hundreds of years, not understand it? But even though we understand this truth, the senior still tirelessly reminds us, even using holy tea to stabilize our realm. For such kindness, why hesitate to kneel? Lu Qingbai knelt down with a thud. Seeing Lu Rushuan, who was also prostrating herself beside the two elders, tremble and gratefully kneel in front of Xia Fan. What they? Looking at the scene before him, Xia Fan couldn't help but be stunned, a bit dumbfounded. What the heck, isn't it just a meal and some tea? What happened to these three? All right, it's just a meal, get up already. Xia Fan hurriedly called for the three to get up. After the three got up, Xia Fan said again, you should all have regained your strength by now, so I won't keep you. He saw that the two old people had rosy faces and didn't look like they were hunched over when he first saw them. It seemed that they had eaten their fill and had the energy to go down the mountain. Thank you, senior, for your great kindness. Gu Tianxing and the other two smiled bitterly upon hearing this. The meaning of senior this time should be that their fate ends here. Their sacred fire gate has already received blessings and cannot ask for too much. Senior Xia, Rushuan, can we still come to visit you in the future? Just as the three were about to leave, Lu Rushuan took a deep breath and her chest swelled slightly. Her beautiful eyes were hopeful, but also a bit anxious. Similarly anxious were Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbai. Although they had supported Lu Rushuan's efforts just now, now that the topic was brought up, they were afraid of displeasing Xia Fan. But Xia Fan was easy to talk to, no need to be so exaggerated, I'm not some aloof person, you can come if you want. In Xia Fan's opinion, Lu Rushuan, with her plump chest and slender body, was actually quite good, and her looks were not inferior to some popular actresses in his previous life. It wouldn't be a bad thing for a girl like her to want to see him. The only downside seemed to be that she was a bit weak and delicate, and not very smart. Thinking of this, Xia Fan added, if you're free, come and climb the mountain for exercise. To avoid getting lost on the way back, I'll have Xiao Wu accompany you. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuan slightly bowed her body and her pretty face blushed slightly. Thank you, senior, Rushuan will remember. Lu Rushuan spoke a bit nervously with her beautiful face, and who knows how much courage it took for her to make such a rude request to the senior. Fortunately, it seemed that the senior didn't dislike her, and even allowed her to come and climb the mountain more often, and let his sister accompany her. What is the senior implying? Thinking this, Lu Rushuan's earlobes turned as red as cherries. Sister Rushuan, are you running a fever? Why is your face always so red? On the way down the mountain, Xia Wu'er accompanied the three as instructed by Xia Fan. But along the way, she observed Lu Rushuan, whose face was flushed like a monkey's butt, and suddenly asked. No. I'm fine, maybe it's just a strong wind. Lu Rushuan felt a bit nervous when she heard Xia Wu'er's question. She had a mixture of awe and anticipation for Xia Wu'er in her heart. But when she actually walked with her on the way down the mountain, Lu Rushuan felt like she was constantly exposed in front of Xia Wu'er, feeling immense pressure. Not only her, but Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbai also felt the same pressure. At this moment, Gu Tianxing saw Xia Wu'er leading the way ahead, and all the dangers and killing intent on the mountain path automatically retreated from under her feet. She couldn't help but be amazed. Lu Qingbai transmitted his voice, with my current cultivation level, I can't even sense a trace of her aura. Senior's sister is probably an extraordinary existence. Gu Tianxing nodded, as someone who can be Senior's sister, she is definitely not an ordinary person. Actually, we shouldn't speculate, otherwise if she doesn't like it, one word of anger and we might not even know how we died in this forbidden mountain. Gu Qingbai said cautiously. Could it be that he had thought too poorly of Xia Wu'er, and it was actually Xia Wu'er who was too terrifying? They didn't know Xia Wu'er's preferences, so naturally they were cautious and walked on thin ice when interacting with her. Lu Qingbai also nodded, agreeing with Gu Tianxing's suggestion that they really shouldn't discuss the taboo existence of the senior's sister. Oh, why are there people outside the mountain? Just as Lu Qingbai and Gu Tianxing stopped talking, Xia Wu'er suddenly looked towards the empty mountain. Gu Tianxing and the other two were slightly stunned. Senior Wu'er, is there someone there? Gu Tianxing asked with a furrowed brow. Xia Wu'er described the person. Chapter 13. Elder Yu. He's outside the mountain. Upon hearing the description, Gu Tianxing and the other two guessed who the person was. However, they still felt like they were descending the mountain and didn't know where they had reached, but Xia Wu'er had actually noticed. Sure enough, Senior's sister is truly unfathomable. Gu Tianxing was shocked. Didn't you all see it? Xia Wu'er smiled and said, I saw them playing hide and seek, but it seems that Elder Yu didn't find the person behind him. Someone is following Elder Yu. After hearing this, Lu Qingbai said in a deep voice. Senior Wu'er, can you describe the person who is tracking our sex elder? Lu Rushuan asked worriedly. Elder Yu is not in the sect at the moment and has run to the Forbidden Mountain. There must be a problem. After hearing Lu Rushuan's words, Xia Wu'er said, I feel like I should just show you directly, it's quite interesting. After she finished speaking, she patted the three of them. In an instant, a clear route from the mountain path appeared in their minds, like a map. On this map, they had already reached the foot of the mountain, and the area outside the mountain was in the direction of Wu City to the south. Elder Yu had just arrived at the mountain pass, but he seemed to have not noticed the person following him in the air behind him. Is that a person from the Blood Fiend Tower? Seeing the person trailing behind, Lu Qingbai frowned with caution. Gu Tianxing nodded, this person is not simple. He followed Elder Yu in the air for 50 meters without being noticed. If it weren't for Senior Wu'er, we would still be in the dark. After the three of them finished speaking, they quickly followed the clear route given by Xia Wu'er and walked out of the Forbidden Mountain. Master, former master, and the Supreme Elder, you've finally come out. The moment they stepped out of the Forbidden Mountain, Elder Yu, who was waiting outside, immediately greeted them. Gu Tianxing waved his hand and looked coldly at the person in the air behind him. Mysterious person, how long do you plan to follow our sex elder? Gu Tianxing said in a deep voice. Hey! You actually discovered this tower. In mid-air, a figure in a blood robe appeared, wearing a cold blood-stained mask, looking down on Gu Tianxing and the others from above. He he actually followed us. Elder Yu's face changed, feeling a chill down his spine. It was obvious that he hadn't realized he was being followed. What's going on? Lu Rushuan furrowed her brows. It's like this. Elder Yu told Lu Rushuan and the others everything. You want our sacred fire gate to immediately submit to the Blood Fiend Tower. After listening, Lu Qingbei's face turned cold as he stared coldly at the person in the blood robe. Mysterious person, our sacred fire gate and your Blood Fiend Tower have no grudges, right? Gu Tianxing looked at the person in the air, pondering. Sacred Fire Gate and Blood Fiend Tower have almost never had any dealings, and Blood Fiend Tower is a force that has risen in the past 100 years with great ambitions, almost infiltrating many sects around Sacred Fire Gate. A few days ago, Sacred Fire Gate tried to seek help from them regarding the underground ruins, but Blood Fiend Tower demanded that Sacred Fire Gate submit to them, so Sacred Fire Gate had long given up on the idea. Our Blood Fiend Tower doesn't care about so-called grudges. Today, we have already sent Mountain Embracing Sect to give you a chance. It's your ignorance that forces this tower's master to come personally. The person in the blood robe said indifferently. Indeed. Upon hearing the words of the person in the blood robe, Lu Qingbei's face turned icy. He had already guessed that Mountain Embracing Sect's attitude today was unusual, indicating that Blood Fiend Tower had already infiltrated them. Today, this tower is here. Whether you submit or not, Sacred Fire Gate must submit. I heard from the Mountain Embracing Sect Master that your sect's old ancestor might still be alive, and he is right here in these mountains. Let him come out, the person in the blood robe said coldly. Lu Qingbei took a step forward coldly and said, Mysterious person, your actions are too domineering. Do you really think our Sacred Fire Gate is a pushover? The person in the blood robe sneered, pushover? You think too highly of yourselves. If it weren't for the needs of our Blood Fiend Tower's grand plan, you ants would be nothing. To compare oneself to a pushover? This tower finds it beneath contempt. The person in the blood robe said coldly. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying aura emanated from his body, pressing down on the surrounding grass. Half-step Heavenly River. Your sect's ancestor was said to have only reached the peak of divine core before. Even if he were alive, so what? What do you have to stop me? The man in the blood robe said disdainfully. After speaking, his aura pressed down on everyone like Mount Tai. Boom! Lu Qingbei took a step forward, also releasing a strong aura, directly facing the pressure from the man in the blood robe, his expression unchanged. Perfect completion of divine core. Seeing this scene, the man in the blood robe's face slightly changed. According to the information, isn't Lu Qingbei only at the peak of heavenly core? How could he become so powerful in just half a day? Moreover, judging from his blood and energy, it is not a result of cultivation. The man in the blood robe's face under the mask turned cold. It seemed that the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. He looked at Lu Qingbei indifferently. You Sacred Fire Gate sure knows how to hide. But even if you have reached the perfect completion of divine core, can you stop me? Hearing his words, Lu Qingbei sneered, idiot. What did you say? The man in the blood robe's face turned cold. Boom. But at this moment, two terrifying auras pressed down on him. Half-step Heavenly River. And, a true Heavenly River. How is this possible? Looking at the three standing side by side, the man in the blood robe's face changed in shock. Half a day ago, according to the information, Gu Tianxing was only at the half-step divine core, and he had been stuck at this level for many years, his blood energy declining. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was halfway into the coffin. But now, the opponent's cultivation seems to be no lower than his, and even the abundant blood energy is more substantial than his. And this is not the most shocking part, the most difficult for him to accept is the newly promoted sect master of Sacred Fire Gate, Lu Rushuan, is actually a heavenly river. A true heavenly river realm. He Gong previously said that Lu Rushuan was only at the half-step divine core, and he had advanced from the mid-stage of heavenly core. But now, he has surpassed the half-step divine core and become a heavenly river. This kind of unimaginable cultivation advancement can only be achieved by paying a certain price. Even Blood Fiend Tower cannot do it without certain sacrifices. What is even more crucial is that the cultivation of these three individuals is very solid. In this situation, the man in the blood robe could no longer remain calm. What exactly is hidden in these mountains? Could it be that the ancestor of Sacred Fire Gate is really still alive and has reached a terrifying realm? The man in the blood robe couldn't help but look at the forbidden mountain behind the crowd, his face extremely ugly. Do you have anything else to say, sir? Gu Tianxing looked coldly at the man in the blood robe. At this moment, they had the confidence of having obtained the opportunity of their predecessors. However, at this moment, the three of them did not intend to kill the man in the blood robe. The reason being, Blood Fiend Tower is not simple. There are rumors of experts surpassing the heavenly river realm. Gu Tianxing intended to stop here and not provoke unnecessary conflicts. But unexpectedly, after hearing his words, the man in the blood robe coldly smiled. Do you think that by doing this, you can scare me? The faces of Gu Tianxing and the others changed. Ascend! The man in the blood robe suddenly shouted. Suddenly, he fiercely formed hand seals with both hands. Chapter 14. As soon as the voice fell. Crack! Heavenly River Realm. In just 1 second, the blood-robed man forcibly stepped from the half-step Heavenly River into the Heavenly River Realm. Moreover, his aura did not stop. Early Heavenly River Realm. Peak of the Early Heavenly River Realm. He continued to rise until he reached the peak of the Early Heavenly River Realm before finally stopping. Descending. Let me see what gives you the courage. Just as the realm advancement stopped for that 1 second, he raised his hand and threw several blood-colored skull heads from his storage ring. The skull heads floated around the group, emitting an eerie aura with their blood-red skull faces, as if they were conscious, making eerie sounds. He he he. One of them suddenly seized the opportunity and attacked Lu Qingbei. Be careful! Gu Tianxing raised his hand and cast a spell to block in front of Lu Qingbei. Bang! But his spell only managed to freeze the skull head for a second. In the next moment, a blood-red afterimage flashed by, and Gu Tianxing's figure flew backwards. Poof! A mouthful of blood sprayed from his body. Lu Qingbei's expression changed. What kind of thing is this? His senior brother couldn't even block a single attack. Boom! And not just Gu Tianxing. On the other side, Lu Rushuan was also entangled by 2 Daoist skeleton heads, struggling to protect Elder Yu by her side. Just breaking through to the Heavenly River Realm and already blocking 2 blood skeletons, you can be proud. The blood-robed man suddenly flashed and appeared behind Lu Rushuan, speaking as he slapped his palm. Poof! Lu Rushuan staggered, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Master! Elder Yu rushed forward, trembling with fear. Little Shuanger! Lu Qingbei's voice turned cold as he threw a brick from his storage ring. How dare you hit my granddaughter, I'll fight you to the death. He approached with the brick, his white hair dancing wildly, his face ferocious. Ant! The blood-robed man snorted coldly, pointed his finger, and a blood-colored skull head attacked Lu Qingbei. After doing all this, he turned around indifferently, squinting his blood-red eyes under the mask, surveying the surroundings. He hadn't directly made a move yet, he was observing, he was waiting. Waiting for the so-called Patriarch of the Sacred Fire Gate to make a move. The Sacred Fire Gate had already exceeded his expectations, even wasting the price he paid to break the blood seal. He wanted to see what secrets the Patriarch of the Sacred Fire Gate had mastered. Come and die. However, just as the blood-robed man thought victory was in his grasp, calmly observing the surroundings, waiting for the patriarch of the sacred fire gate to make a move. At this moment, unexpectedly, Lu Qingbei attacked from behind him. Bang! Lu Qingbei slammed a brick onto the blood-robed man's head. Crack! A cracking sound. The blood-robed man's head, along with the mask, shattered, revealing a bloody and ghostly face. Ah! He let out a miserable scream. In his eyes, there was an expression of disbelief and fear as he looked at the yellow mud brick in Lu Qingbei's hand. You dare to hurt me? The blood and flesh on the blood-robed man's face twitched, staring fiercely at Lu Qingbei. Hurt you? You're wrong, today I'm going to kill you. Don't even think about running away. Lu Qingbei threw another brick from his storage ring. One in his left hand, one in his right hand. Let's fight. Lu Qingbei crazily rushed towards the blood-robed man. Bang! 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 It seems that Lu Qingbei does not possess ordinary objects. The blood-robed man sacrificed the heads and skulls of people around him, but he was beaten back, and even the inscriptions on the heads and skulls kept falling off. How is this possible? Every blood skull of mine is a supreme grade law weapon. What kind of brick is this that is so terrifying? The blood-robed man became more and more shocked. No, I can't go on like this. If I continue, my law weapon will be destroyed. The blood-robed man said coldly, and in the next second, his figure flashed and he stopped entangling with Lu Qingbei. He stood at the mountain pass 100 meters away from the others, feeling the injuries on his body, his eyes coldly scanning everyone. It is you who forced me. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. Release. He sneered again, and a violent aura surged out of him. Heavenly River Initial Stage. Heavenly River Intermediate Stage. Heavenly River Late Stage. Not good. Seeing the change in the blood-robed man's aura, Gu Tianxing and the others' faces changed. La la, I've caught you. But at this moment, suddenly a voice, both abrupt and charming, Xiao Wu'er suddenly appeared beside the blood-robed man from the mountain pass. Senior Wu'er. Lu Rushuan was surprised and shouted. I'm here. Xiao Wu'er waved at Lu Rushuan. Scoundrel. The blood-robed man disdainfully waved his hand. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He realized that he didn't know when this woman appeared beside him. Not only that, the hand he swung out at this moment mysteriously disappeared before it even landed on the woman, as if it had turned into nothingness. Hey, what's wrong with your hand? Xiao Wu'er patted him with concern. Boom! Ah! In the next second, the blood-robed man let out a miserable scream, and his whole body instantly disintegrated. A primordial spirit was slapped out of his body. The primordial spirit floated in mid-air. You! What exactly are you? The blood-robed man looked at Xiao Wu'er in horror. The blood-colored skull by his side automatically protected its master and revolved around him. At the moment of its completion, even the celestial phenomenon was triggered, and black thunder and lightning flashed in the sky above the area. This is bad. After the skull has merged, it can actually trigger the phenomenon of a tribulation field. It's probably a law tribulation artifact that has split. This is trouble. Gu Tianxing suddenly exclaimed. I'll go help Senior Wu'er. Lu Qingbei swung 2 bricks. No. But at this moment, a sudden unwilling roar made Lu Qingbei stop in his tracks. What's wrong with you? Why are you floating? And this toy of yours is so fragile. I just lightly touched it, it wasn't intentional. Xiao Wu'er looked at the scattered pieces on the ground, curious about how this thing could rotate. Why did it fall apart? Xiao Wu'er was puzzled. Seeing Xiao Wu'er's harmless appearance, the blood-robed man's mouth trembled, endless unwillingness and fear filled him. That law weapon was bestowed upon them by their sovereign, and its fusion was almost at the level of a tribulation artifact. But it couldn't withstand a casual flick from this woman? This definitely can't be the sacred fire gate's ancestor. Who exactly is this person? Run! The blood-robed man was completely frightened. At this moment, the thought of escape filled his mind. He glanced fearfully at the mountain pass behind Xiaowu. These mountains were initially tested by the heavenly core of the Tyrant Blade sect. He thought at most they could threaten the divine core. But now it seemed that it was not as simple as he had imagined. No matter what was going on, if his presence caused this kind of situation, he had to go back and report it in advance to avoid affecting the future plans. With this thought, the blood-robed man gritted his teeth fiercely. In the next moment, he ignited a strand of his divine soul. Crack! A mysterious sound of void shattering rang out. The blood-robed man instantly fled from the scene and disappeared without a trace. He escaped. Seeing the blood-robed man disappear, Gu Tianxing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 15. Hey? He doesn't want to play with me anymore? How boring, Xiaowu muttered. Xiaowu looked into the distance. She saw the person in the blood robe and Lu Rushuan having a great time, even spitting at each other. Why did she run away as soon as I came out? So boring. Thinking of this, Xiaowu pouted and said, Sister Rushuan, I'll just send you guys here. I have to go home and accompany the young master. Bye. After saying that, Xiaowu turned and ran away. This, the senior's sister is quite interesting, Lu Qingbei sighed as he looked towards the entrance of the Forbidden Mountain. Gu Tianxing sighed, if it weren't for Senior Wu, we would probably have a hard time dealing with them today. Shuang are your injuries all right? Lu Qingbei asked Lu Rushuan with concern. Lu Rushuan shook her head, they're not serious, but the person who injured us is probably not simple. I don't know what position they hold in the Blood Fiend Tower. The 5th floor master of the Blood Fiend Tower. He is the 5th floor master. Elder Yu suddenly spoke up. This person had followed him before and had sent someone to warn the Sacred Fire Gate. He had been inquiring about it. A floor master. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingbei's face turned ugly. He had just enjoyed himself, but he didn't expect this person to be a core member of the Blood Fiend Tower. Unfortunately, Senior Wu didn't keep the 5th floor master just now. If he escapes back, I'm afraid the Sacred Fire Gate will face endless trouble. Lu Qingbei said helplessly, with a worried expression. If only he had taken the opportunity to take a few more bricks from him. However, when Lu Qingbei complained, Gu Tianxing didn't think much of it and said lightly, Junior brother, you're looking at this too one-sidedly. What do you mean, senior brother? Lu Qingbei asked, slightly puzzled. Gu Tianxing continued, actually, before, I was also worried about getting involved with the Blood Fiend Tower, afraid of retaliation. After all, the Blood Fiend Tower is even more terrifying than the Heavenly River. But now, hee. Gu Tianxing smiled mysteriously and said, Junior brother, do you think it's a coincidence that the 5th floor master appeared here? Did the senior bestow us with good fortune by chance? Lu Qingbei's face froze for a moment as he looked at the brick in his hand, and then he immediately showed a look of realization. Are you saying? Did the senior predict that we would encounter the 5th floor master of the Blood Fiend Tower on this trip and deliberately arrange for Senior Wu to let him escape? Lu Qingbei asked, his brows furrowing. Gu Tianxing nodded slightly, most likely. With the senior's existence, there is almost nothing in this world that he cannot perceive. I think everything is within the senior's control. Lu Qingbei said, his brows furrowed. So you mean, the senior deliberately let Senior Wu spare the 5th floor master? Gu Tianxing nodded again, I'm afraid it's not just sparing the 5th floor master. The Blood Fiend Tower, a force that has risen in the past 100 years, is incredibly mysterious. Even a 5th floor master is so powerful. There must be even more terrifying existences behind them. It's possible that they have already surpassed the power of the heavenly level. Gu Tianxing speculated. I guess Senior Xia wants to use this opportunity to let the fifth floor master leave and draw out the existence behind him. Lu Qingbei said. And our sacred fire gate will be the senior's puppet in the future. Lu Qingbei's expression became serious. So, the senior gave us so many opportunities before because he wanted us, the sacred fire gate, to work for him and fight against the blood fiend tower. Gu Tianxing shook his head slightly. Work, fight? Junior brother, you're thinking too much. I do hope that our sacred fire gate has that kind of weight, but obviously, the senior's plan should not be that simple. Think about it. Even ordinary people living in the Forbidden Mountain can receive so many blessings from the senior. The senior used holy medicine to enhance us. Don't you think it's just to use us to deal with the blood fiend tower? Gu Tianxing said. Is it because the blood fiend tower caught the senior's attention, or because the three of us think that the value of holy medicine is worth more than even the sacred land supreme, that the senior did all this? Lu Qingbei's face became a little numb. Senior brother, please stop talking. The more you say, the more I feel that we don't even have the qualifications to be the senior's pawns. You have self-awareness, that's good. Don't have such thoughts in the future. I believe the sect master understands it better than you. Oh, by the way, quickly give me a few pieces of your divine brick. Gu Tianxing said. Meanwhile, on a towering peak, the blood fiend tower was located. Suddenly, a sound of tearing vacuum came from the high altitude of blood fiend tower. A primordial spirit fell from it to the ground. Who is it? Inside blood fiend tower, someone was startled and quickly flew out. It's me. The primordial spirit looked at the flying elders and spoke coldly. Master of the fifth floor. It's actually you. Why are you so injured? Everyone was shocked. The master of the fifth floor shook his head. Stop talking nonsense, take me to the fifth floor first. The primordial spirit of the master of the fifth floor couldn't hold on any longer, so he let the people escort him into the fifth floor directly. A moment later, inside the fifth floor, a middle-aged figure in a blood robe stood up again. When he walked out, he would find that there were fewer elders who escorted him in, and his figure was similar to that of an elder in Blood Fiend Tower. But for this scene, Blood Fiend Tower seemed to be accustomed to it and no one dared to say anything. The master of the fifth floor came to a discreet blood-colored building in Blood Fiend Tower. He pinched his fingers and a secret seal was cast, and the door of the building creaked open. But when he walked in, the rooms of the blood-colored building turned into a strange cave. In the center of the cave, there was a blood-colored altar, and in the center of the altar was a statue with a blood shadow. The statue had 3 heads, 12 arms, and 4 wings and 4 legs on its back. The master of the fifth floor approached and suddenly knelt in front of the statue, offering a drop of essence blood. Immediately, the blood-red eyes of the statue, the size of copper bells, moved slightly. My lord, Sacred Fire Gate has a forbidden mountain that seems to be above the law tribulation. The master of the fifth floor reported everything. After a moment, the blood-red eyes of the statue slightly chilled. Unite with the second and fourth, kill the blood demon. The statue uttered a few stiff words and suddenly emitted a blood light, falling on the master of the fifth floor. Half an hour later, the master of the fifth floor walked out of the cave room, and the blood-colored building returned to its original state. He flashed and came to the central square in front of the building. Suddenly, a group of elders and protectors gathered and all knelt down. You, go contact the Patriarch of Blade Sect. You, go contact Yin's Hixing of Mountain Embracing Sect. Let them come to see me. Others, issue a submission order to all sects within 1,000,000 miles. If there are any resistors, kill them. The master of the fifth floor gave his orders. Master of the fifth floor, what if it's a force above the human level? An elder heard the master of the fifth floor's orders and asked in confusion. Whoosh! The master of the fifth floor flicked his finger and there was a pu-chi sound. The elder who had just spoken had a hollow in his forehead and died with his eyes wide open. This is the answer from our floor. Do you all understand? The kneeling people nodded in unison, feeling fearful in their hearts. They found that the aura of the master of the fifth floor became even more terrifying. Even the elder at the divine core stage couldn't escape his fate. Seeing the backs of the elders who were executing the orders, the master of the fifth floor suddenly turned around, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked towards the direction of the 100,000 forbidden mountains, saying, "No matter what you are, when the blood second and others arrive, the four of us will form the blood slaughter formation bestowed by the Lord, and even the Supreme can be slaughtered." Chapter 16. North of 100,000 mountains lies the second largest mountain range, connected to the vast expanse of mountains. Xia Fan calls this mountain Niujiao Mountain because it resembles two sharp cow horns, with a valley in the middle and a lake where he often spends his leisure time. The setting sun is just below the horizon. In this open space, ancient trees tower into the sky, rustling in the wind. About 100 miles away, a powerful aura is surging. A race for survival is unfolding. Whether it's birds or wild animals, they all seem to sense a great fear and rush through the forests of 100,000 mountains. A tide of beasts. Among this surging tide, there is a small creature with a colorful body, half scales and half fur, two pointed horns on its head, and six mismatched tails trailing behind. Its body emits a brilliant light as it limps and leaps over countless animals. Behind it, two fierce beasts with deer antlers and lion bodies, their snake-like scales resembling erupting flames, are ruthlessly chasing after it. Hua Xiaoling, you are a creature that should not exist in this world. My Kailan clan will not let you live, will not let you defile the noble bloodline of our clan. The two flaming beasts with deer antlers and lion bodies are actually speaking. But the colorful creature, crossing the sea of animals, does not dare to look back, its eyes glistening. If only she hadn't left her grandmother. Her grandmother was right, the Kailan clan is always watching them. Feeling the two flames behind her getting closer and closer, Hua Xiaoling sheds tears of regret. She hasn't avenged her parents yet. Is she going to die here? Just as Hua Xiaoling is despairing. Suddenly, a majestic mountain appears in front of the mountain path, with a valley connecting the peaks. But strangely, the surging tide of beasts all avoid this peaceful valley. And she seems to sense that there is an indescribable presence in the valley, which fills her with awe even before she approaches. In addition to this awe, there is also a certain unknown terror and a small trace of hope. Faced with such a strange place, it seems that the surging tide of beasts is also filled with fear. They would rather surge to the sides than take a single step forward. Only Hua Xiaoling, looking at the figure about to attack from behind, suddenly grits her teeth and rushes in. Seeing the colorful creature enter, the two flaming beasts with deer antlers suddenly freeze. Stop! The larger of the two beasts suddenly breaks and speaks. There is something strange about this place. As powerful Kailan beasts, they have already sensed that something is wrong. It seems like we're about to reach the newly emerged mountain that the clan mentioned. The ominous mountain. 100,000 mountains, a sinister mountain that appeared out of nowhere countless years ago, connects to the outside world and the 10,000 mountain range. Are we just going to let that BD go? The two beasts stare silently at the valley. We shouldn't have reached the location of that ominous mountain yet. Besides, even though the clan has rumors, our Kailan clan is one of the most powerful races in the world, not even afraid of the starry sky 10,000 races. As it speaks, its body emits a blazing light. Let's go, we must put an end to the joke our clan has become today. We must kill that BD today. The two beasts are determined, their hooves stepping forward like fierce horses. At this moment, the colorful creature rushes in, expecting extreme danger. But to her surprise, it seems like this is just an ordinary valley, except for a tranquil lake. No, in that lake, there is someone bathing. It turns out to be a man. Boom! Hua Xiaoling originally didn't want to look, but at this moment, she suddenly notices that the man in the lake, and the water beneath him, emit auspicious light. Like a fairy lake. Such a strong Dao rhyme, is this a celestial being bathing? How magnificent! Hua Xiaoling extends her delicate little tongue and can't help but take a sniff of the water. It smells fragrant. She was not only shocked, but also never expected to see such a person who looked like an immortal bathing here. Not only Hua Xiaoling, but also the two fierce beasts who confidently entered the valley were equally shocked. They were also motionless, staring at the illusion in the lake. What kind of person is in there? Just bathing alone can produce such a phenomenon. Look, there are illusions of the great Dao in the lake, auspicious signs. It is actually the true form of the great Dao of our Kailan clan. What kind of existence is in this lake? How can there be such a terrifying person in the world? The corners of the mouths of the two fierce beasts trembled, and the flames of the Kailan on their bodies dissipated in fright. It seemed that the person in the water was full of auspiciousness. What they saw was not just a person, but their Kailan ancestor preaching here. Splash! The water shimmered, and another auspicious Kailan light rose from the lake, transforming into a great Dao Kailan with a dragon head and a lion body, emitting endless auspicious light. Yin! 1, 2, two majestic auspicious illusions suddenly appeared on the bodies of the two beasts. They felt the restless blood in their bodies solidifying along with the illusions. This! I feel that my Kailan blood is actually showing signs of sublimation. Me too, my bloodline purity has already begun to have a golden black color. I'm afraid I'm not inferior to the clan leader anymore. This is simply a great opportunity. The two beasts exclaimed, almost wanting to howl to the sky. At this moment, the closest colorful little beast also trembled, feeling two illusions behind it, one with a dragon head and a lion body, and the other with 9 tails and a snow-white body. The two illusions unexpectedly merged with each other. In the moment of fusion, they actually formed the appearance of the colorful little beast and slowly merged into its body. Not only that, the colorful little beast also felt that the two completely different blood in its body were gradually transforming into a golden red color. In the moment of transformation into golden red. Roar! The colorful little beast let out an excited roar. Splash! The water in the lake suddenly rippled. A handsome face emerged. What is this? Xia Fan looked at the 4 shining eyes deep in the forest and a small beast on the shore that didn't look like a cat or a dog, and was surprised. Go away, go away! He waved his hand, not wanting the small animals to disturb him. He slapped the 4 swaying eyes in the forest. The colorful little beast by the lake was startled and suddenly looked along the water splashes. No! The 2 fierce beasts were happily enlightening themselves. The one in front was suddenly splashed by the lake water. In an instant, the Kailan illusion on its body disappeared. Not only that, the body that touched the water splashes began to disintegrate directly. Is it disintegrating in the process of enlightenment? Seeing this scene, the pupils of the colorful little beast contracted. Ma! The other fierce beast also felt something was wrong, scared out of its wits, and ran away. But Xia Fan slapped another water splash. The water splashed along with the calm wind. Not even a scream was heard. Gurgle! Such a scene! The colorful little beast swallowed and looked at Xia Fan with a horrified gaze, its 4 legs trembling. Chapter 17. You should know that the ones chasing after her are the 2 ascendant-level Kailan guardians of the Kailan clan. Just like that, the 2 splashes disappeared? Who is this terrifying person in the water? Oh no, it seems like this human's next target is me. I don't want to transform, what should I do? Weevu! Hua Xiaoling looked at Xia Fan in the water and started crying. She let out a sobbing sound. Unexpectedly, when she cried, Xia Fan actually stopped. Now Hua Xiaoling finally found a way to survive and cried even harder. They were scared away, why are you still here, you little thing? Am I that good looking when I'm taking a bath? Xia Fan looked at the strange-looking little creature. He originally wanted to splash water at her to scare her, but seeing her howling on the shore, it reminded him of the times when he caught Erha stealing food. He swam towards the shore. So you're injured? Xia Fan lifted the little creature by its neck and saw a torn and bone-exposed wound on its leg. Xia Fan rummaged through the backpack he brought and took out a wooden sword carved from miscellaneous wood. He scraped some shavings onto her leg. With you. Smack. Don't move, it's fine now. Xia Fan slapped the little creature's head to prevent it from struggling. With you. Hua Xiaoling wanted to cry. How could this dirty human apply medicine on her leg? She's a girl, after all. Hey, you ugly thing, you're still a female. Xia Fan teased. With you. Hua Xiaoling almost lost all her dignity. She is the noble nine-tailed celestial fox and the descendant of the Kailan divine beast. Besides her deceased mother and grandmother, who dares to treat her like this? Also, when did she become an ugly thing? You're not good enough, your eyes look strange. Erha and the others are smarter, maybe they're not very intelligent. Xia Fan touched the head of the colorful little creature. I don't know if you're a cat or a ferret, all flashy. You look a bit like a fox, but I don't know if you taste good. Xia Fan pondered while stroking his chin. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaoling suddenly forgot that she was a girl and became extremely scared. With you, she humiliated herself by arching into Xia Fan's hand, her small eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. Ha ha, Xia Fan laughed. So you can understand what I'm saying, just like Da Ha and the others. Woof. Xia Fan commented, and at this moment, a big black dog rushed out from the forest. With its straightforward gaze, it was Daha. With you. Seeing Daha in that split second, Hua Xiaoling was instantly frightened, her voice became hoarse, and her whole body trembled. She felt that the big black dog standing in front of her was like a terrifying ancient beast. The terrifying aura emanating from its body and the pressure originating from its bloodline were something she had never felt even from her grandmother, or even the ancestor of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Smack! Unexpectedly, faced with such terror, Xia Fan slapped it. Daha, go away, don't scare this little thing. Xia Fan said, holding Hua Xiaoling. She has a good figure, fluffy, and feels good when petted, but she's just a bit ugly. Looking at your ugly appearance, I guess no one would want you. From now on, I'll call you Third Miss. Let's give you a prettier name since you're ugly. Let's go, I'll take you home. Xia Fan muttered to himself, packed up his backpack, and walked back up the mountain. Hua Xiaoling lay on her back in Xia Fan's arms, not daring to struggle, feeling angry and scared. She was angry that this terrifying and dirty human didn't even ask for her consent before taking her away. Moreover, he kept calling her an ugly thing. Is she ugly? You should know that Hua Xiaoling's grandmother had taken her to visit some sacred lands of the human race. When the most outstanding saintesses of those sacred lands saw her, they would feel ashamed of their own inferiority. But, this human actually called her ugly, which made Hua Xiaoling furious. However, while being angry, Hua Xiaoling had to submit to the authority of this human because of the ancient ferocious beast running on the ground. She had just seen this human slap the big black dog, sending it flying several meters away, only for it to come back wagging its tail to please him. Hua Xiaoling couldn't understand why this human was so feared by this almost extinct ancient ferocious beast. Could it be that she, Hua Xiaoling, really had to humiliate herself and become this human's pet? When she thought of the word pet, lying in Xia Fan's arms at the moment, Hua Xiaoling had to admit that it was quite comfortable. In fact, she even felt that this human's body was almost in harmony with the great Dao. His body was constantly emitting a strong Dao rhyme, nurturing every part of her body, even her soul. But, was it really so humiliating? Woof! Hua Xiaoling was conflicted in her heart. At this moment, there was suddenly another beast's roar. Unconsciously, Xia Fan had already returned to the summer garden and patted the dog's head, saying, "Ha, go guard the gate." Nay! Another well-fed and strong white horse came with the wind. "You too, Ma Bao village," Xia Fan patted the horse's head. This was an unexpected scene, with two overwhelming and terrifying auras. Hua Xiaoling was stunned and curled up in Xia Fan's arms. She had thought that the towering black dog she had just encountered was unique and terrifying enough, but she didn't expect that there were still two of them here. Not only that, she also felt many dangerous and terrifying auras in this estate. Like by the nearby pond, the fruitful orchard, above the fruit forest, and even the inconspicuous chicken coop near the small courtyard. One of the chickens in the coop glanced at Hua Xiaoling when it saw Xia Fan, sneaking a peek. Just one glance. Boom! Wow! Hua Xiaoling trembled all over, feeling a shiver from her soul. Hua Xiaoling was instantly terrified. Heavens! Earth! Grandmother, save me! What kind of place is this? Even the forbidden areas of the world are not this frightening. Weevu, I'm so scared. At this moment, Xiao Wu'er happily walked over. Young master, have you finished bathing? Xia Fan smiled and nodded. Oh, young master, did you pick up another cat? Xiao Wu'er took Hua Xiaoling from Xia Fan's hands. Why is she trembling? Xiao Wu'er touched Hua Xiaoling's head. Xia Fan said, this young lady is a stray cat that no one wants, she might be shy. Young master named her San Gu Niang, it's a nice name. Xiao Wu'er gently stroked Hua Xiaoling. Kitty, don't be afraid, this will be your home from now on. Woo! Hua Xiaoling trembled. She wanted to break free from Xiao Wu'er, who was rubbing her, but compared to Xiao Wu'er, she realized that she didn't dislike Xia Fan as much at the moment. Because in Xia Fan's arms, she could at least feel a gentle and warm Dao rhyme, but in Xiao Wu'er's arms, she could only feel a kind of fear that suffocated her, just like in the garden earlier. It was as if the girl rubbing her was not an ordinary girl, but an immortal who could shatter the stars with a single thought in the 9 heavens. But she really wasn't a cat. Chapter 18. Fortunately, at this moment, Xia Fan found a small broken bowl and took Hua Xiaoling from the dancer's hands. Eat. In the bowl was some leftover porridge that was originally made for Lu Rushuan and the others. Hua Xiaoling looked at the small broken bowl and felt humiliated. It seemed like they really treated her like a stray cat, giving her such a shabby bowl. But just as she was hesitating whether to comply or not, she suddenly smelled the fragrance in the bowl. Moreover, there was a sacred aura circulating in the porridge, like clouds and mist, with the power of thunder. This is porridge made from holy medicine. Immediately, Hua Xiaoling put aside her pride. Without hesitation, she opened her small pink mouth and took a lick. It smelled so good. The next moment, Hua Xiaoling couldn't stop herself from devouring the porridge. It was so delicious, sob sob. As she ate, she made strange sounds. Boom! Not only that, with each mouthful of porridge, the bloodline in Hua Xiaoling's body became purer. It gradually changed from a golden red color to a pure white gold color. Even her cultivation level began to skyrocket. Early stage of heaven connecting. Mid stage of heaven connecting. Late stage of heaven connecting. Perfection of heaven connecting. Ascendant realm. With just one bowl of sacred porridge, Hua Xiaoling surpassed the 2 Kailan elders who were chasing after her today. In the monster race, reaching the ascendant realm meant becoming a monster king. In other words, Hua Xiaoling was now a monster king? Hua Xiaoling was shocked. At this moment, she seemed to feel that being this human's pet was not her humiliation, but rather her opportunity. No wonder those big villains are willing to follow this human. If I follow him, will I one day reach their terrifying level? If I reach their terrifying level, then I can avenge my parents. Hua Xiaoling thought, and at this moment, she became determined. Young master, it seems like the little cat isn't trembling anymore. Xiao Wu'er held her in his arms and stroked her. Xia Fan glanced at him, this ugly thing can eat quite a lot. Meanwhile, in the sacred fire gate. In the main hall of the sect, Lu Rushuan and her 2 grandchildren were discussing carefully. Lu Qingbei frowned and spoke, "Senior brother, are we going to declare war directly against the Blood Fiend Tower?" Gu Tianxing nodded, "We have analyzed before that since the master intentionally let the 5th floor master go, it seems that the master is setting up a big plan. And those who can enter this plan are definitely not just the Blood Fiend Tower. If we, the Sacred Fire Gate, want to be pawns of the master, we cannot be timid. Otherwise, the effect of the master's holy medicine would be greater if it were fed to pigs." After Gu Tianxing finished speaking, he looked at Lu Rushuan and said, "What does the sect master think?" Lu Rushuan nodded, "I agree with Elder Gu's opinion." Lu Qingbei pondered. Once they declared war, it meant that the Sacred Fire Gate and the Blood Fiend Tower would fight to the death. But when he thought about the master's calculations and terror, even when he held the divine brick that the master gave to bless mortals, he could fight back and forth with the 5th floor master. With such a terrifying master behind them, what did the Blood Fiend Tower have to fear? With this thought, Lu Qingbei's resentment grew. His senior brother was right. If they were still afraid, they might as well buy a noodle and hang themselves. Yes, if they wanted to do it, they would do it. The thoughts of Gu Tianxing and the other 2 high-ranking members were in agreement. Spread the word, today, Sacred Fire Gate declares war on Blood Fiend Tower. Upon Lu Rushuan's order, Sacred Fire Gate and Blood Fiend Tower were completely at war, with all members of the sect mobilized. There is no doubt. The declaration of war by Sacred Fire Gate against Blood Fiend Tower has caused quite a stir. Almost as soon as the news spread, all eyes were on it. It should be noted that Blood Fiend Tower is not a simple force. In just 100 years since its establishment, it has almost swallowed up most of the sects in the vast Tide Kingdom. It even has a presence in other countries, and its ambitions are well known. Even the vast Tide Kingdom, a super heaven level force with law tribulation experts, is extremely wary of it. In the world of heaven and earth, a force with a heavenly river expert is considered a human level force. A force with heaven connecting is an earth level force. A force with ascendant is a heaven level force. Beyond heaven level, there are the super heaven level forces and the even more terrifying supreme sacred land. It is rumored that Sacred Fire Gate is only a normal 9th grade force. And although Blood Fiend Tower has never publicly declared its level, it seems to have even wiped out Earth-level forces in the vast Tide Kingdom. The gap between the two is almost insurmountable. Many people thought that this should only be Sacred Fire Gate being targeted, emitting a burst of unwilling anger. However, what no one expected was that 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, half a month passed. Sacred Fire Gate still stood strong. This shocked countless forces. Above Wu City, a large cloud ship flew by. A prominent flag hung in front of the ship. The flag of Kanglan. Seeing this flag, there is no need to guess that the presence on this cloud ship must be a dignitary from the kingdom of Kanglan. On the spacious observation deck of the cloud ship, there was a girl in her 20s, wearing a blue-black long dress. She had a slender figure, a snow-white collarbone under her neck, and a jade pendant hanging from it. Her eyes were sharp, and at this moment, she was looking towards the 100,000 mountains. Behind her, there were many other cloud ships, but what set them apart was that each one had a group of soldiers wearing black armor and holding long spears. The black-scale army of the vast Tide Kingdom, at least at the heavenly core realm, each one is an elite among soldiers, capable of fighting 10 opponents of the same realm. A cultivator in Wu City discovered the cloud ship and exclaimed in shock. The girl on the cloud ship, however, paid no attention to the discussions in the small city below and muttered to herself. Linger, do you think the recent disturbances in the 100,000 mountains are related to Sacred Fire Gate? Princess, are you testing Linger again? The maid Linger, dressed in light green palace attire, scratched her head and said, Princess, Linger thinks that the 100,000 mountains, which are said to be full of unknown places, are not something that even our vast Tide Kingdom dares to touch, let alone Sacred Fire Gate. There must be another reason for this. The girl nodded slightly at her words, so it seems that Sacred Fire Gate is not wrong in coming here. The maid hesitated for a moment and glanced at the princess. Princess, are you really planning to form an alliance between Sacred Fire Gate and our vast Tide Kingdom? The girl just smiled calmly and said nothing. In the Sacred Fire Gate, a majestic eagle's cry pierced through the air, as if it wanted to tear apart the distant sky, and suddenly descended towards a magnificent building. Inside Sacred Fire Gate, the noisy main hall, Lu Rushuan, Gu Tianxing, and Lu Qingbei were discussing with the elders of the sect. At this moment, a heavenly core elder rushed in anxiously. Master, Grand Master, former Grand Master, the messenger eagle has reported that several cloud ships are approaching Sacred Fire Gate from 1,000 miles away. Shouldn't we activate the sect's grand formation? Upon hearing the report, Gu Tianxing raised an eyebrow. 1,000 miles away? Did they pass over Wu City? The elder replied, they came from the direction of Wu City. In that case, there's no need to worry. Gu Tianxing said calmly. Chapter 19. This. Upon hearing these words, the elder's face couldn't help but turn awkward, and the other elders in the hall also wore worried expressions. They were worried. Could it be that the Supreme Elder and the others were not afraid of an attack from the Blood Fiend Tower? Since the day the sect declared war on the Blood Fiend Tower, the main forces within the sect had not seen eye to eye, filled with genuine fear and trepidation. On the other hand, the three leaders inside the sect were calmly practicing and sleeping, not even bothering to activate their own formation. Don't worry, Elder Pai. It's been half a month already. If the Blood Fiend Tower wanted to attack, they would have done so by now. They don't have the guts. Gu Tianxing said at this moment. There were two reasons why the sect didn't take any defensive measures. First, the three of them had already discussed it and wanted to give the Blood Fiend Tower a sense of confidence. Second, even if the Blood Fiend Tower were to attack and the hidden forces behind them were to make a move, activating the formation wouldn't make much of a difference. What they were doing was hoping to draw out the person behind the Blood Fiend Tower for Senior Xia. As long as the person behind the Blood Fiend Tower dared to show themselves, Gu Tianxing believed that Senior Xia would definitely take action, or rather, there would be no need for him to personally take action. Of course, their plan also carried risks, but Gu Tianxing and the other two believed that even if the Sacred Fire Gate suffered as a result, it would still be worth it if they could gain even a trace of Senior Xia's approval. With Senior Xia's terror, even mortals could survive on his Forbidden Mountain. They were doing things for him. In any case, they wouldn't end up too badly off, would they? It could be said that Gu Tianxing's plan was quite perfect. However, what Gu Tianxing didn't expect was that the net they had laid out was useless. The Blood Fiend Tower didn't dare to come. This really frustrated Gu Tianxing. At this time, the sect would send out messenger hawks every few days to investigate, hoping to provoke the Blood Fiend Tower. However, what they received were reports of things like a large number of forces mobilizing in the Celestial Beast Mountain range. Many forces had come to the vicinity of Wu City recently, so when Gu Tianxing heard the reports, he naturally dismissed them. Sure enough, just when Gu Tianxing and the others were completely unconcerned, Elder Yu hurriedly ran into the hall in a panic. Master, it's the Yun ship of the Kanglin Imperial family, they've stopped at our Sacred Fire Gate. The Kanglin Imperial family. Hearing this, the elders all breathed a sigh of relief, but also had a slight doubt. Why would the vast Tide Kingdom come to the Sacred Fire Gate at this time? Vast Tide Kingdom's Kanglan Minjiu has come to visit the Sacred Fire Gate. At this moment, from the peak of the Sacred Fire Gate, a polite and clear voice of a visitation came. Kanglan Minjiu, the 9th-ranked princess of the Vast Tide Kingdom, known as the 9th Princess. How could someone like her come to our Sacred Fire Gate? Many elders had puzzled expressions. Someone lamented, could it be that our Sacred Fire Gate has a connection with the Vast Tide Kingdom, so the Supreme Elder and the others have been so confident recently? That must be it. Hearing the words of these elders, Gu Tianxing's face darkened for a moment. If it was before the Sacred Fire Gate encountered Senior Xia, perhaps the Vast Tide Kingdom would still be a formidable force to them. After all, the Vast Tide Kingdom was a super heaven-level force with a law tribulation powerhouse. But after interacting with Senior Xia, they weren't as fearful anymore. However, fear or no fear, a force with a law tribulation stage was not to be underestimated, and their visit to the Sacred Fire Gate was definitely not as simple as a mere visit. Let's go, everyone follow me to greet Princess Minjiu. Gu Tianxing waved his hand. Immediately, many elders greeted outside the gate together. Welcome Princess Minjiu. Gu Tianxing smiled and replied, above the Yun Peak, the missionary has opened the Sacred Fire Gate. On the cloud ship, upon hearing Gu Tianxing's words, the cloud ship slowly descended. Princess, isn't the Sacred Fire Gate declaring war against the Blood Fiend Tower? They didn't even activate their mountain protection formation. How audacious of them! The maid Xiaoling, who had descended with the cloud ship, used her divine sense to observe and disdainfully remarked. However, Kanglan Minjiu smiled and said, Silk eyes can't judge people accurately, Xiaoling, you're being too shallow. Do you know how the Sacred Fire Gate has managed to stand until now if they were so weak? After Kanglan Minjiu finished speaking, she became even more curious about the Sacred Fire Gate. Based on her understanding, she wouldn't believe that the Sacred Fire Gate could still stand without relying on something. Upon hearing her princess's analysis, Xiaoling didn't dare to argue. At this moment, the cloud ship landed. Gu Tianxing and the others came forward to greet them. Sacred Fire Gate welcomes Princess Minjiu. I am Gu Tianxing, the Supreme Elder of the Sacred Fire Gate. This is my junior brother, Lu Qingbei, and this is our current sect master, Lu Rushuan. Listening to Gu Tianxing's introduction, Lu Rushuan and Lu Qingbei slightly bowed and said, Welcome Princess Minjiu. After all, the Sacred Fire Gate was within the territory of the Vast Tide Kingdom, so they had to observe the proper etiquette. Kanglan Minjiu ordered the accompanying soldiers to camp in the distance. At this moment, she looked up at Gu Tianxing and the other three and said, Supreme Elder Gu, you are too polite. After she finished speaking, she released a powerful divine sense, scanning the three of them. Finally, her gaze stopped abruptly on Lu Rushuan, who was not inferior to her in terms of appearance. Master Lu, is he, in the Heavenly River realm? In the instant she sensed Lu Rushuan's cultivation, Kanglan Minjiu's expression changed. She remembered the information she had collected. The Sacred Fire Gate was a 9th-grade sect, and their current strongest member was only at the half-step Divine Core stage. But now, there was one at the Divine Core Perfection stage, one at the half-step Heavenly River stage, and one in the Heavenly River realm. Especially the latter two, she could still reluctantly accept them as part of the older generation. But Lu Rushuan, Heavenly River realm? She herself was only at the mid-Divine Core stage, and that was thanks to the resources of the royal family. But Lu Rushuan seemed to be around the same age as her, yet he had already reached this realm at such a young age. With such talent, he was probably not inferior to some of the geniuses on the Heaven and Earth World's monstrous talent list. The monstrous talent list was a ranking of the younger generation in the Heaven and Earth World, recognized by the most powerful forces in the 5 realms. The list only included 30 people, and the highest age allowed was 25. The 30th rank was already in the Heavenly River realm, and in the entire Eastern Wilderness, only 2 people made it onto the list. Even Kanglin Minjiu, with her talent, didn't make it. But she didn't expect that this Lu Rushuan would be so terrifying. It seemed that she had indeed come to the right place. The sacred fire gate did have something special. Thinking of this, Kanglin Minjiu tentatively asked, Master Lu, with such terrifying talent, I'm afraid the sacred fire gate is no longer a 9th grade power, but a true human level power. But what Minjiu can't understand is, who is your master? How could they have taught such a talented disciple like you? Upon hearing Kanglin Minjiu's words, Lu Rushuan was taken aback and his face turned slightly red. She never expected that as the esteemed 9th princess of the vast Tide Kingdom, she would praise her like this. She was about to respond. However, Gu Tianxing suddenly took over and said, Princess Minjiu, you flatter us. Our sect master is just more diligent, that's all. Then he continued, as for our sect master's master, well, it's probably not convenient to reveal. Chapter 20. After Gu Tianxing finished speaking, he looked apologetic. Regarding Kanglin Minjiu's inquiry about her lineage, in fact, Lu Rushuan's current achievements should be attributed to the guidance of both him and his junior brother. However, recently, Lu Rushuan's terrifying improvement was due to Senior Xia. But Senior Xia had never mentioned taking Lu Rushuan as his disciple, so Gu Tianxing didn't dare to let Lu Rushuan get involved in Kanglin Minjiu's question. More diligent. Little did they know, when Kanglin Minjiu heard Gu Tianxing's words, the corners of her beautiful mouth twitched. This old man was probably up to something. If diligence was effective, why would there be geniuses? Kanglin Minjiu, with her cunning mind, could easily tell that Gu Tianxing was intentionally hiding something, which only confirmed her suspicions. It was probably why the sacred fire gate dared to go to war with the Blood Fiend Tower. Princess Minjiu, let's talk inside. Gu Tianxing looked at Kanglin Minjiu, who was lost in thought, and gestured for her to enter. After a moment, they were inside the sex hall. Princess Minjiu, may I ask why you have come to our sacred fire gate? What exactly is the matter? Gu Tianxing asked curiously. He couldn't believe that the 9th princess of the vast Tide Kingdom would come to their sacred fire gate just for a simple visit. As expected, after hearing Gu Tianxing's words, Kanglin Minjiu's expression turned serious as she said, at this point, I won't hide it from you anymore. I have a question. Is there a powerful figure behind your sect? Kanglin Minjiu's words fell. Gu Tianxing and the other 2 were slightly taken aback. Earlier, they had felt that Princess Minjiu's questions to Lu Rushuan were biased. They didn't expect her to be so shrewd. Is this question related to your visit to our sect? Gu Tianxing furrowed his brows, thinking to himself. Indeed, the vast Tide Kingdom was a super heaven-level power, but if they were placed in Senior Xia's game, they were nothing more than pawns. Did they have the qualifications to inquire about Senior Xia's affairs? Lu Qingbai and his grandfather also had the same thoughts. The existence of their senior was not something ordinary people could inquire about. Seeing Gu Tianxing and the others' expressions, Kanglin Minjiu no longer held back and said, since that's the case, I will tell you the truth, Senior Gu. Regarding my visit this time, it is indeed because the celestial beast mountain range in my vast Tide Kingdom has been overrun by a beast tide, and it involves deep implications. And your sacred fire gate, which is hostile to the Blood Fiend Tower, is far from what it appears to be. It has great implications, and it's even possible that the entire heaven and earth world will be devastated. I came here to see if the person behind you is strong enough. If not, then no matter how much I say to Princess Minjiu and Senior Gu, it will be useless. Kanglin Minjiu spoke bluntly. It seemed that as a force with a law tribulation expert, the vast Tide Kingdom didn't pay attention to the standards of the human-level power that the sacred fire gate currently possessed. Even if they reached the earth level or heaven level, it wouldn't be worth their attention unless there was a strong figure behind them. Upon hearing Kanglin Minjiu's words, Gu Tianxing's expression slightly changed. From Kanglan Minjiahu's serious tone, he could sense that there seemed to be a bigger picture at play. It seemed that they had underestimated the breadth of Senior Xia's game. Note: the translation provided is a literal translation and may not capture the full nuances of the original text. Now that I think about it, Senior Xia's existence is so remarkable that I'm afraid everything at this moment is already part of his plan. If the senior had given us any indication, he would have reminded us long ago. Lu Qingbei frowned at the words. Are you saying that since the senior didn't remind us, it means he approves of everything we've done? Gu Tianxing nodded, showing a look of my junior brother, you're not stupid. Then, he looked at Kanglan Minjiahu and said, Princess Minjiahu, regarding everything about the senior, I can only say that I can't reveal too much to you. But, I believe that what you mentioned, the involvement, is something the senior probably didn't overlook. Is that so? Hearing Gu Tianxing's casual words, Kanglan Minjiahu's tone rose a decibel. Even the Blood Lord, he didn't overlook him. The Blood Lord. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Lu Rushuan was momentarily stunned. Although her cultivation level was now higher than the two seniors, she didn't know what this term referred to. But when Gu Tianxing and the others heard the words Blood Lord, their expressions changed. Ha! It's actually the Blood Lord! Gu Tianxing exclaimed in horror. Is he very powerful? Lu Rushuan looked at the two seniors with a sudden sense of doubt. Powerful. More than just powerful, he is the blood demon who caused chaos in the entire heaven and earth world thousands of years ago. He was invincible. Fortunately, several invincible supremes from the sacred land took action back then to suppress him. But I didn't expect that he is still alive. Lu Qingbei transmitted his shock. No wonder Senior Xia let the fifth floor master go. Behind the Blood Fiend Tower, it turns out there is the Blood Lord. It makes sense now. I guess only the Blood Lord, such an existence, is worthy of Senior Xia's arrangement. Lu Rushuan was stunned by these words. She didn't expect such a terrifying figure to be behind the Blood Fiend Tower. However, her gaze remained firm. She believed that even if the Blood Lord was formidable, he shouldn't be able to match their Senior Xia. Lu Qingbei and the others also thought the same. Gu Tianxing regained his composure and said, Princess Minjiahu, you can rest assured. Even though the Blood Lord is terrifying, I believe that the senior should be able to handle him. Hearing this, Kanglan Minjiahu raised an eyebrow. She was skeptical because even a regular supreme would not easily provoke the Blood Lord. But seeing Gu Tianxing's calm expression, she couldn't help but wonder if there was a supreme powerhouse behind the sacred fire gate. And not just an ordinary supreme? Thinking of this, Kanglan Minjiahu's pretty face couldn't help but show some surprise. To her knowledge, there were only a few known supremes in the entire heaven and earth world. But now, there was one behind the sacred fire gate. This was truly astonishing to her. With this in mind, Kanglan Minjiahu spoke up, since you all are so confident, I won't hide it anymore. Just now, I already told the three of you that the Blood Lord is going to reappear in the heaven and earth world. But I'm sure you all understand that the Blood Lord is bloodthirsty and feeds on the blood essence of cultivators. In the past, the Blood Lord intended to devour the heaven and earth world, causing countless lives to suffer. It was only suppressed by the predecessors. Now that he has been reborn, I'm afraid the tragedy will happen again. And I have received information that the place where the Blood Lord was suppressed in the past is our Kanglan. When he is reborn, he will face what awaits him. I believe you all understand without me having to explain it in detail, right? Kanglan Minjiahu said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxing and the others' expressions changed. If the Blood Lord is going to be reborn in Vast Tide Kingdom, then the entire Vast Tide Kingdom, and even the entire Eastern Wilderness, may be the first to bear the brunt. Chapter 21. It seems that Senior Xia didn't take Blood Fiend Tower seriously from the beginning and was waiting for the Blood Lord to be reborn, Lu Qingbei said with a frown. This news is important, and it seems to be beyond our ability to handle. We should inform Senior Xia of the situation as soon as possible, Gu Tianxing analyzed. Senior Xia? Listening to Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbei repeatedly mentioning Senior Xia, Kanglin Minjiao couldn't help but be surprised. The existence behind Sacred Fire Gate is actually surnamed Xia? However, she seemed to remember that in the heaven and earth world, there was no supreme with the surname Xia. Thinking of this, Kanglin Minjiao became even more curious about Senior Xia mentioned by Gu Tianxing and the others. She couldn't help but say, Gu Elder, may I accompany you and perhaps provide more information to that senior? Hearing this, Gu Tianxing and his brother pondered for a moment. Elder, grandfather, let Princess Minjiao accompany us. If she has more favorable information, I don't think Senior Xia would mind, Lu Rushuan said calmly. Although she didn't know the position of the Blood Lord in the senior's heart, she still hoped that they could bring some valuable information to Senior Xia. It wouldn't be in vain for the senior to treat them so well. All right. Gu Tianxing didn't make a fuss and simply nodded. After that, they set off. Half an hour later, 4 figures landed at the entrance of the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains. So, this is the senior's place of seclusion. Kanglin Minjiao's face showed a hint of surprise as they entered the mountains. In fact, she was somewhat surprised to come to the 100,000 mountains. After all, this mountain range was too involved and mysterious. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the 100,000 mountains, also known as the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains, were not easily ventured into. But as one of the few super heaven-level forces with knowledge, Kanglin Minjiao was aware of many secrets of the 100,000 mountains. For example, the 100,000 mountains were not just 10,000 mountains. The outskirts of the 100,000 mountains were almost the same as ordinary mountain ranges, not as terrifying as rumored. However, if one went deeper, it would be different. It was said that within the 100,000 mountains, there were not only the celestial beast mountain range where the monster race fierce beasts resided, but also many unknown places accompanied by opportunities and horrors in the heaven and earth world. Such as the burial immortal peak, the god-slaying cave, the abyss of howling ghosts, and the valley of eternal darkness. Among them, the most dangerous was the ancient wilderness forbidden zone. That was the true origin of the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains. But at this moment, as they entered the mountain pass, Kanglin Minjiao remained calm. She seemed to know that this should be one of the outermost mountains of the 100,000 mountains. Even though there were only a few clouds on the mountain, it could be seen that this mountain was nothing special. That's what Kanglin Minjiao thought. But Gu Tianxing and the others didn't think so. Compared to Kanglin Minjiao, they seemed to have realized that the Forbidden Mountains recognized them, as many killing formations automatically hid themselves. Not only that, the map that Senior Wu had stored in their minds not long ago seemed to have taught them how to enter the mountain. The most convenient route on the map was to go straight up from Yellow Mud Village. So without saying a word, the 3 of them returned to Yellow Mud Village. Standing at the entrance of Yellow Mud Village, Princess Minjiao, regarding the matter of meeting the senior, I have some advice to give you beforehand. Gu Tianxing continued, the senior Xia we are about to meet is a hidden expert who resides in these mountains. Although he usually enjoys mingling with ordinary people, he should be aware of everything happening outside. Gu Tianxing emphasized, therefore, I hope that when Princess Minjiao meets the senior with us later, she will be mindful of her words and actions, so as not to displease the senior. Listening to Gu Tianxing's words, Kanglin Minjiao nodded. Even though she felt that everything in front of her was somewhat strange, seeing Gu Tianxing's serious and cautious demeanor, she suppressed any frivolous thoughts. The 4 of them walked into the village. From time to time, they saw a familiar woman. Auntie, we meet again. Gu Tianxing waved to Aunt Zhu. Aunt Zhu, who was chatting with a few other women and men, was suddenly startled. Why are these 2 crazy old men here again? And they've brought another young girl with them, causing trouble. She complained and didn't dare to greet Gu Tianxing and the others. She just hurriedly ran away with her plump body. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Gu Tianxing coughed awkwardly. Senior brother, it seems like you scared her quite a bit last time. Lu Qingbei waved his hand. At this moment, Zhao, an old man who had just finished work with a hoe, saw the three of them and greeted them. Hello, brothers. Why are you here again? We've come to visit Senior Xia. Looking for Xia, hey? He just finished teaching the children, so he's probably at home now, Zhao said with a smile. He guessed that these two old guys were probably looking for Xia to teach them how to make bricks and build houses. They kept calling him senior, but they were polite enough. He just didn't understand what was going on with Zhu Kuihua and her family. They would run away whenever they saw someone, as if they were afraid of being scolded. You should go quickly. Zhao didn't ask too many questions and greeted them. Upon hearing Zhao's words, Gu Tianxing and the others exchanged pleasantries and walked straight into the village. That old man seems a bit strange, doesn't he? Walking along the road, Kanglin Minjai turned her head a few times, occasionally glancing at the hoe in Zhao's hand. She seemed to feel a palpable sense of unease from it. It was as if that ordinary hoe could harm her. Not only that, after walking for a while, the three of them entered the inner village. Bang! Kanglin Minjai accidentally kicked a half brick, hurting her foot. What kind of brick is this? Kanglin Minjai bent down and picked up the small piece of brick, saying, this brick seems to have the aura of extraordinary fire and celestial gold. It's unexpectedly so hard. She exerted all her cultivation power and tried to move it, but it didn't budge at all. It's indeed not an ordinary brick. Kanglin Minjai's eyes were slightly shocked as she put the brick into her storage ring. Gu Tianxing and the others saw this, but their expressions remained calm. There was a time when they were just like Kanglin Minjai, shocked and amazed when they first came here. Even the village women were annoyed by them. But now, seeing Kanglin Minjai acting like a country bumpkin entering the city, their hearts seemed to be more balanced. It was as if even a super heaven-level force like the vast Tide Kingdom couldn't remain calm when faced with the small gestures of blessing from the ordinary people in Senior Xia's Forbidden Mountain. Seeing this scene, the three of them felt an even deeper reverence for Xia Fan. What kind of mansion is this, made entirely of extraordinary bricks? This gesture seems a bit excessive. Chapter 22. Speaking of Kanglin Minjai, at this moment, she seems to be following in the footsteps of Gu Tianxing and others. When she walks to a bungalow, she is startled. And these roadside weeds, they are all spiritual plants, why haven't they been collected yet? After walking a few steps, she points to the lush weeds in front of a farmer's house. Those grasses are growing beautifully and seem to have reached the level of high-grade spiritual plants for each one. Moreover, the spiritual charm contained in them seems to be higher than the spirit medicine cultivated specifically by their palace, and it is already infinitely close to supreme grade. Such spiritual plants are actually quietly growing by the farmer's door. This makes her extremely envious. This tree. This well. This mansion, it's actually 2 stories high, how many bricks were used for this? In this way, when they walked to the 2-story building, Kanglin Minjai's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She looked at Gu Tianxing and the other two. Senior Gu, are all these the work of that expert? Kanglin Minjai said in shock. It seems that she has been completely overturned by what she sees in front of her. You should know that she is the direct descendant of the vast Tide Kingdom's royal family, and the vast Tide Kingdom is a super heaven-level power. Even the palace where her father, the vast Tide Kingdom's lord, resides, has not achieved such a wasteful use of resources, using these divine bricks that can forge divine weapons. Not to mention, each farmer's door is lined with rows of spiritual plants that are close to supreme grade, making people jealous. With such craftsmanship, it is almost comparable to a sacred land, right? Kanglan Minjaiho can already guess that the senior Xia who lives in this inconspicuous mountain should be one level higher than their vast Tide Kingdom. It is possible that there is truly a supreme level existence in this mountain. Yes and no. Facing Kanglan Minjaiho's curiosity, Gu Tianxing continued, strictly speaking, this is not the place where Senior Xia lives. This village should just happen to be living in Senior Xia's forbidden mountain and enjoying its blessings. Gu Tianxing said sincerely. Just happened to. Enjoying its blessings. Kanglan Minjaihu's face changed completely after hearing this. Are these just coincidental blessings? How terrifying is that senior? Could it be an invincible supreme? Reaching the supreme consummation, breaking through this boundary, and being called an invincible supreme. Such an existence is already legendary. Facing such a character, Kanglan Minjaihu's expression couldn't help but become solemn, and she secretly felt fear towards Senior Xia, as mentioned by the three of them. The group continued on for a while, climbing a section of rugged mountain path. Before long, a large mansion with sparse immortal energy appeared 10 meters away from the three of them. Yin! A breeze blew by. Kanglan Minjaihu felt her whole body relax, and she followed a small path leading to the mansion. She was shocked. What kind of place is this? Even the spiritual energy in the breeze can rival supreme grade spiritual charm. What exactly exists in that mansion that makes people unable to help but want to prostrate themselves? It seems to have generated Dao rhyme, connecting with the profound great Dao principles, transcending the world, making it difficult for people to explore, and awe-inspiring. Speaking up to this point, the emerald pendant beneath Kanglan Minjaihu's snow-white collarbone trembled. After this happened, Kanglan Minjaihu's expression shook, and she suddenly took a few steps back, almost unable to stand steady. Lu Rushuan supported her, her face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down. Just now, Kanglan Minjaihu was shocked by the mansion and couldn't help but try to see through it, using her unique psychic power. But she didn't expect that with her psychic power at the level of a psychic master, it was almost like a drop of water trying to compare with the vast ocean. She couldn't even withstand the shock of the outermost scene. Fortunately, this was only a slight backlash from the outer defense of the estate. Kanglan Minjaihu had a feeling that if the backlash had been slightly stronger, she wouldn't even know how she would have died. It was truly terrifying. Gu Tianxing looked at Kanglan Minjaihu's pale face covered in cold sweat and said displeasedly, "Princess Minjaihu, didn't I tell you before not to act recklessly?" Even as pawns, they dared not show any disrespect towards the senior estate. But Kanglan Minjaihu dared to use divine ability to spy on the senior in front of them. Was she tired of living? They were fortunate that Senior Xia didn't seem to mind, otherwise they would fear his wrath. Kanglan Minjaihu, with her pale face, sincerely and fearfully apologized, "I'm sorry, Senior Gu, it was my recklessness." As she spoke, she coughed a few times, her cold sweat dripping, and her beautiful face turned even paler. Although Gu Tianxing didn't like it, seeing Kanglan Minjaihu's fearful appearance after being reprimanded, he didn't say much. "Master, it's up to you to greet the senior," Gu Tianxing said to Lu Rushuan. Before they descended the mountain last time, Senior Xia had only hinted that Lu Rushuan could visit when going up the mountain. So this time, it should be Lu Rushuan who spoke. If the senior didn't allow them to enter, Gu Tianxing and the others wouldn't dare to intrude. After all, they were all experienced people who knew how terrifying Senior Xia's estate was. Upon hearing Gu Tianxing's words, Lu Rushuan let out a sigh of relief and walked towards the estate. Inside the estate, in the courtyard, in front of a stone table. "With the sun and moon in my hands, there is no one like me in the world. Stepping on yin and yang, I control the universe. Who dares to challenge me throughout history? With 3 inches in my palm, I don't bully the weak. With 3 feet raised, I fear no gods. For the sake of the people's lives, for eternal peace." As the sun set, Xia Fan put away the calligraphy paper on which he had written these verses. After finishing all this, he switched to painting, holding a brush made of graphite bamboo and carefully depicting. Meow. At this moment, Xiao Wu'er walked out of the house with a cat in his left hand and a helmet-like basin in his right hand, carrying a plate of roasted potatoes. Young master, the potatoes are ready. Xiao Wu'er placed the potatoes on the stone table. Woof! Smelling the enticing aroma of the roasted potatoes, Ha barked. Xia Fan waved his hand. What's the rush? Don't move, whoever moves won't get to eat today. Upon hearing Xia Fan's words, the two dogs and the horse continued to stand still like wooden stakes until a perfect portrait emerged vividly from the brush. Xia Fan compared each one, confirming that there were no major differences, then picked up the basin and threw the potatoes out. Woof! In an instant, the three culprits who had been standing in punishment for a while rushed to grab them, and even a big red-haired chicken ran over to join in the fun. Woof! Horse Protection Village, you're a real dog. Ha barked at this moment. The horse, with a body 2 meters high, held the potato high in its mouth, revealing a row of big white teeth. Xia Fan looked at the chaotic scene of chickens and dogs, touched Ha's head, and threw a few more. Woof! After confirming that everyone had one, he finally peeled one for himself. Meow! But before Xia Fan could put it in his mouth, clingy Hua Xiaoling nudged his trouser leg. Chapter 23. I'll give you half. Xia Fan patted the cat's head. Recently, he had gotten used to her unconventional meowing. He broke off half and threw it into her small, shabby bowl. The cat immediately jumped over, opening its pink mouth and looking content. It had to be said that Hua Xiaoling seemed to have completely assimilated into the role of a pet in the past half-month. She seemed to have discovered that as long as she obediently acted like a cat, this terrifying owner of hers would always make delicious food. These dishes were not only nourishing and tasty, but even the fierce creatures in the garden seemed to no longer scare her. You clown cat, eat slowly, don't burn yourself. Of course, apart from Xia Fan occasionally using this description, Hua Xiaoling couldn't vent her anger. Heaven and earth bear witness, she was a princess of the Celestial Fox clan, with half of her bloodline being that of a Kailan. She was a beautiful mixed-blood girl, okay? Humph, since you still care about this princess, I'll let it slide for now. Hua Xiaoling ate while meowing. Thump, thump. Just then, there was a knocking sound at the courtyard door. Who is it? Xiao Wu'er opened the door. It's us, Senior Wu'er. A familiar voice came from outside. It was Lu Rushuan. Let them in. Xia Fan put away the messy calligraphy and paintings on the stone table and spoke up. After a moment, the door opened and Lu Rushuan and the others walked in. Xia Fan looked up and noticed that there was another girl behind the three of them. The girl's appearance seemed to be on par with Lu Rushuan, with fair legs and a plump chest. Another beauty, Xia Fan was somewhat surprised. It seemed that his small garden was quite attractive to beautiful women. However, why was this beauty sweating so much? Did she exhaust herself climbing the mountain? Xia Fan looked at her with a hint of pity and said, "Please have a seat." After speaking, he instructed Xiao Wu'er, do you remember the water inside? Go heat it up. Xiao Wu'er nodded and immediately ran into the house. Gu Tianxing watched Xiao Wu'er's figure and slowly took a seat, but her expression was somewhat uneasy. It seemed that because the big white horse and the two big black dogs were still gnawing on potatoes in the courtyard, even though Gu Tianxing was somewhat familiar with Lu Rushuan and the others, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous when she was in their presence. The same went for Gu Tianxing and the others. As a new guest, Kanglan Minjia was even more so. At this moment, seeing the three fierce creatures, she was almost scared out of her wits. She felt as if she had entered a forbidden zone. Don't be fooled by the appearance of the two big black dogs and the white horse casually gnawing on potatoes. The terrifying aura emanating from the three fierce creatures made Kanglan Minjia afraid that if one of them opened its mouth at her, she would be swallowed alive. What kind of place is this? Why is it so terrifying? Kanglan Minjiao muttered to herself in her heart. The aura emitted by these three fierce creatures, whose level was unknown, was something she had never experienced in her life. Even in the presence of her father, the emperor, she had never felt even a fraction of the terror that these three creatures exuded. Moreover, the potatoes they were eating didn't seem to be ordinary potatoes. There seemed to be sacred aura circulating on them. Kanglan Minjiao was shocked by what she saw. You guys can eat outside. Fortunately, at this moment, Xia Fan found them taking up space and sent them out. It was only after the three fierce creatures left that the pressure on Gu Tianxing and the others eased slightly. What brings you here? Xia Fan dismissed the dogs and horses and asked indifferently. Gu Tianxing stood up and bowed respectfully, saying, Senior Xia, this is Miss Kanglan Minjiao. We came here because she has something to tell you. Something to tell me? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and glanced at the pale-faced Kanglan Minjiao. This beautiful girl, with her pale face dripping with sweat, seemed so weak that she could barely stand. This situation. Xia Fan shook his head and said, No need to say it, I already know your purpose. As Xia Fan spoke, the group was taken aback. Did Senior already know their purpose? At this point, Xia Fan continued, some of the symptoms may seem serious, but they are just caused by a troubled mind. Xia Fan said. He had already noticed that the girl among them was probably sick. Trembling while climbing the mountain, sweating on her pretty face, she was probably physically weak. But even if they could bring the fire starter, this girl's weakness was not due to wind and cold, so starting a fire wouldn't solve the problem. Unless it was treated as a sacred fire to change her constitution. Xia Fan also noticed the group's thoughts. It seemed that they were particularly interested in the fire starter, which was why they established the sacred fire gate and came here repeatedly. Thinking of this, Xia Fan continued to advise, if this matter needs to be resolved, it would be a piece of cake for me. But in the future, don't make a big fuss over such minor illnesses. There are many more meaningful things in the world. Xia Fan spoke at length, his words sincere. As he said, there were indeed many more interesting things in the world than the fire starter. And when the group heard this, they finally showed a look of realization, with a bitter expression on their faces. So, Senior already knew about the Blood Lord's rebirth. But I didn't expect that for Senior, the Blood Lord's existence is just a seemingly serious illness that can be easily resolved. Senior even told us not to worry about it in the future, implying that the Blood Lord is not enough to enter Senior's chessboard. Even the existence of the Blood Lord doesn't qualify to be on Senior's chessboard? How big is Senior's chessboard? Thinking of this, Gu Tianxing and the others were shocked. Kanglan Minjiao, who had regained her senses, widened her eyes after hearing Xia Fan's words. Looking at Xia Fan's celestial-like appearance and his deep and unfathomable aura, it was something she would never have believed before coming here. After all, even the invincible Supreme would not dare to underestimate the Blood Lord. But at this moment, witnessing the blessings that even ordinary people in the mountains couldn't envy, witnessing the horror of this mansion, and witnessing the terrifying creature that even standing next to them made them unable to help but feel fear, being tamed by this mysterious man in front of them. Kanglan Minjiao, too, was convinced. She was scared. Even the Blood Lord, who can threaten the invincible Supreme, is treated as mere ashes. This terrifying Senior, could he be an immortal who came out of the ancient forbidden area in the depths of the 100,000 mountains? Kanglan Minjiao was shocked. But she found it hard to believe such thoughts. The reason being that there hadn't been any immortals in the heaven and earth world for thousands of years. The existence of immortals in the forbidden area was just speculation. After all, no one had ever dared to set foot in those dangerous places in the 100,000 mountains. Because those who had ventured in had never returned. Chapter 24. Young Master, here's the water you wanted. Kanglin Minjiao couldn't control her excitement. Just then, Xiao Wuer's voice suddenly came from inside the house, carrying a basin of hot water. Wipe away your sweat. Xia Fan took it and picked up a damp cloth from under the table, handing it to Kanglin Minjiao. Kanglin Minjiao hesitated for a moment. Unconsciously, she took it and her eyes suddenly met Xia Fan's. Those gentle eyes were like bathing in sunlight, almost causing her to lose herself. Kanglin Minjiao quickly lowered her head, feeling both surprised and honored, saying, Thank you, senior. After expressing her gratitude, she wiped away the sweat on her face. Buzz. In the next second, the steam rising from the cloth made her soul tremble and hum. In an instant, she felt that the damage to her soul caused by peeping into Xia Fan's estate had disappeared under the cloth. Not only that, but she also felt a sudden surge of heat throughout her body, especially in her sea of consciousness. A cluster of red spiritual power suddenly transformed into yellow. This yellow spiritual power. I've become a spiritual master. Kanglin Minjiao was shocked. Spiritual power, also known as spiritual cultivation, is a unique divine ability practiced by the royal family of the vast Tide Kingdom. This cultivation technique primarily focuses on the soul and consciousness, making it extremely difficult to practice. Even Kanglin Minjiao's father, the ruler of the vast Tide Kingdom, who had access to the resources of an entire country, could only barely reach the level of spiritual master. But just now, in an instant, Kanglin Minjiao had become one. Moreover, she could feel the pure and abundant spiritual power in her sea of consciousness, which was probably at the peak level of a spiritual master. Kanglin Minjiao couldn't help but look at the damp cloth in her hand. What kind of divine object was this? It was so terrifying. In this world, she had only heard of spirit medicine that could enhance cultivation, but she had never heard of a cloth that could enhance spiritual power. Looking at the inconspicuous cloth in her hand, Kanglin Minjiao believed it. If her father, the ruler of the vast Tide Kingdom, were to know about such an item, he would probably be willing to exchange the entire kingdom for it. However, it seemed that this divine object didn't hold much weight in the eyes of Xia Fan. When he gave it to her just now, it seemed like he did it casually. Xia Fan looked at Kanglin Minjiao's relaxed expression and nodded. The cloth was soaked in hot water usually used to relieve shortness of breath and fatigue, with some herbs collected from the mountains added to it. It was usually used for foot baths and had miraculous effects. This girl was probably just lacking exercise and had poor energy. Giving it to her was a way to administer medicine, and it didn't require much effort on his part. Meow. Just as Xia Fan nodded, Hua Xiaoling, with its colorful beast body, seemed to have noticed something. It suddenly showed its white teeth and jumped in front of Kanglin Minjiao. It growled at her in a displeased manner. Hey, human! That's the nice bath water that the stinky master made for this princess. I haven't used it yet, who allowed you to use it? Dash. Meow. Hua Xiaoling continued to growl. What's wrong with you, little one? Xia Fan instantly lifted her by the neck, holding her upside down. Xiao Wuer, take her inside and give her something to eat. Xia Fan guessed that she was hungry again. After all, Hua Xiaoling had a big appetite. All right, young master. On the side, Xiao Wuer heard this and walked into the room with a face full of unwillingness. When the others saw Xiao Wuer carrying the cat, they were instantly shocked. Well, senior brother, that cat seems a bit unusual. It seems like it's not an ordinary house cat. Lu Qingbei suddenly exclaimed. Of course, would the senior's cat be an ordinary house cat? Gu Tianxing interrupted, then continued, it seems to be a nine-tailed celestial fox disguised as a cat, and there is also a kind of aura that I can't discern, it's quite terrifying. This is every cat of the seniors a celestial fox? Kanglin Minjiao listened, her expression shocked, and suddenly looked around the manor. In addition to the cat, she also saw the chicken coop that she couldn't see clearly, as well as the leisurely grassy path. Over there was also a mysterious and extraordinary pond, in which there seemed to be an existence that she couldn't comprehend. And beyond the pond, there were fruit trees and small birds. Those birds her psychic power unintentionally glimpsed that they were constantly emitting a burning flame, like 9 heavenly suns. At this moment, Kanglan Minjaya was completely astonished. Before her psychic power had advanced, she had never had such a feeling, but at this moment, an instinctive intuition told her. Everything in this manor, even the grass and trees that the senior casually touched, were extraordinary. At this moment, looking at Xiao Wuer's departing figure with the cat, Kanglan Minjaya unexpectedly had a bold idea. If she could follow this senior like that girl, what would she be like? To cultivate and transcend tribulation, to become supreme, wouldn't it be an easy task to become invincible supreme? If she could become such an existence, then the deep-seated hatred buried in her heart would have a chance to be avenged. Thinking of the humiliation buried in her heart, thinking of the weak person behind her. At this moment, revenge filled Kanglan Minjaya's eyes. Senior Xia. Minjaya wants to become your disciple. Is that possible? Kanglan Minjaya said anxiously. Gu Tianxing and the other two were stunned when they heard this. Princess Minjaya actually wanted to become a disciple? But, on second thought, it seemed quite normal. Even though Kanglan Minjaya was a princess of a country, who wouldn't want guidance from someone like Senior Xia? Compared to the thoughts of the few people, Xia Fan, who heard the words, seemed a bit annoyed. Come on, hasn't he already been very straightforward? Is he still so persistent? This girl probably wants to be a fire starter. Thinking of this, Xia Fan refused. Sorry, with your physique, I can't accept you, nor can I give you what you want. You guys can leave. Xia Fan said coldly, with anger in his voice. Today, he would play the role of the villain and put an end to their obsession with fire starters. That stone is not oil or gas, what value does it have? One fire starter is enough, why ask for more? And with their bodies, they would be exhausted just climbing a mountain, how could they carry them? Hearing Xia Fan's tone, Kanglan Minjaya's face turned pale. Gu Tianxing and the others also had a change in their expressions. Xia Fan personally told them to leave, which meant that the senior was already angry. Looking at the angry Xia Fan, Gu Tianxing and the others trembled. Kanglan Minjaya quickly knelt down and said in panic, I'm sorry. It was Minjaya's foolish idea, please forgive me, senior. As Kanglan Minjaya spoke, her delicate body trembled. It seemed that she only remembered the hatred in her heart and forgot who was standing in front of her. This was someone who even the invincible supreme didn't care about, and he might be a living immortal. With my shallow talent, how could I dare to ask the senior to accept me? Even Gu Tianxing and the others also knelt down at this moment and said, Senior, we're sorry, we were wrong. Chapter 25. We shouldn't have brought her here. He looked anxious, not expecting Senior Xia to be so generous. Kanglan Minjaya, you too. Although you are a princess and your status is decent, you should have thought about who Senior Xia is before speaking. At this moment, Gu Tianxing regretted not stopping Kanglan Minjaya from becoming Senior Xia's disciple. Xia Fan was also taken aback by the exaggerated reactions of the group. Why are you all making such a fuss? Just get up and go back quickly. I don't have any other intentions, I just want to remind you not to hold on to your attachments too deeply. Xia Fan said helplessly. Thank you for your guidance, we will leave now. Gu Tianxing nervously spoke up. The group quickly got up and left. Meow. After the group left, Hua Xiaoling secretly slipped out of the house again and jumped into Xia Fan's arms. As if she had just heard Xia Fan's anger, she thought Xia Fan was venting on her, so she arched her body against Xia Fan's hand. Why are you such a clingy little clown cat? Xia Fan said, then remembered something, did I promise to give you a bath with the weak body water today? Meow. Hua Xiaoling meowed in response, her coquettish pink mouth curved upwards. Her owner was still considerate. The princess wouldn't hold it against him for grabbing her neck just now. On the other hand, Gu Tianxing and the others walked out of the summer garden. Feeling the terrifying aura of the two big black dogs and the white horse behind them, Gu Tianxing trembled as he spoke, "Princess, you really offended him just now." Kanglin Minjiu, upon hearing this, looked back at the manor with a longing and self-deprecating expression in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Gu Taishang, it was Minjiu's greed and delusion." She sincerely apologized. After all, her behavior was indeed inappropriate. If her recklessness caused Senior Xia to be angry, then she would have harmed herself and Gu Taishang and the others. And what she said about her greed and delusion was not wrong at all. Clearly, Senior Xia had already helped her recover from the mental power damage caused by her recklessness, and even raised her mental power to the level of a mental master. Such an opportunity was already a great blessing. But she still wanted more. The heart of man is insatiable, isn't that what they say about people like her? Kanglin Minjiu thought bitterly. Lu Rushuan, who was beside her, couldn't bear to see this and said, "Princess Minjiu, Senior Xia is actually a very good person. He follows the principle of fate in everything he does. If there is no fate, we cannot force it. Don't be too sad." Upon hearing this, Kanglin Minjiu felt ashamed and said, "Thank you, Rushuan sister. From now on, you can just call me by my name." To be honest, Kanglin Minjiu was envious of Lu Rushuan's composure in front of Senior Xia. And after hearing Kanglin Minjiu's words, Lu Rushuan and the others did not object. After all, in some ways, they were the ones working for Senior Xia, so they didn't need to show too much respect to Kanglin Minjiu. In this way, the group left the mountain, flew in the air for a while, and soon returned to the sacred fire gate. "Minjiu, I wonder what your plans are for the future." At this moment, the group was discussing in the main hall, and Gu Tianxing asked. Kanglin Minjiu said, "After meeting Senior Xia with all of you, I also know what kind of existence Senior Xia is. Without a doubt, maybe all of you, like me, know that Senior Xia seems to have anticipated the rebirth of the Blood Lord." At this point, Kanglin Minjiu paused and said, "However, there is an important thing that I haven't told you all. This matter is quite significant. You all know about the recent commotion caused by the Celestial Beast Mountain Range in my vast Tide Kingdom, right?" Gu Tianxing and the others nodded. Kanglin Minjiu continued, "Actually, the matter concerning the Celestial Beast Mountain Range seems to be closely related to the rebirth of the Blood Lord. It is about the reason why. I received intelligence that there will be an extremely important secret realm appearing in the Phantom Flame Forest connected to the Celestial Beast Mountain Range. That secret realm is rumored to be related to the path to immortality. I'm afraid that various forces, the Blood Lord, and even the Supreme will covet it. And the Phantom Flame Forest is located within my vast Tide Kingdom, within the 100,000 mountains, the true secret of the 100,000 mountains." Kanglin Minjiu explained the true origin of the 100,000 forbidden mountains to Gu Tianxing and the others. After hearing this, Gu Tianxing and the others were shocked. So, the mountain where Senior Xia is located is not a coincidence, but rather, he had already foreseen that a secret realm would appear there. Gu Tianxing exclaimed. Kanglin Minjiu nodded, "Although the Phantom Flame Forest is not a dangerous place, it is not easy to enter. But as long as we are prepared early, we may not come away empty-handed." Kanglin Minjiu spoke earnestly, without hiding anything. It seemed that from this moment on, she already regarded Gu Tianxing and the others as her own. After all, her improvement in psychic power was due to them taking her to meet Senior Xia, which exceeded her expectations when she chose to come to the sacred fire gate. After listening to Kanglin Minjiu's words, Gu Tianxing and the others nodded. "Since everything is within the control of Senior, we will definitely do our best." At this moment, The matter of the phantom flame forest causing the beast tide continued to cause a sensation among many forces. In the vast tide kingdom, the celestial beast mountain range is in turmoil. The phantom flame forest, outside the 100,000 forbidden mountains. It is rumored to involve the mystery of immortality, and a supreme has fallen there before. The news spread like wildfire. From the eastern wilderness, the southern, western, and northern regions, to the central land of the divine continent, countless forces paid attention. Involving the path to immortality, no one has become an immortal in the heaven and earth world for 3,000 years. Faced with such an opportunity, from small sects below the 9th grade to the supreme sacred land above, no one can resist the temptation, and one force after another sends out their elites. Continuing from last time, it is rumored that within the phantom flame forest in the 100,000 forbidden mountains, a true immortal has died. After the death of that immortal, their cultivation turned into an immortal pearl. It is said that if someone obtains that pearl, they can gain their inheritance and even grasp the true secret of becoming an immortal. Above the void in Wu City, a gigantic cloud boat appeared, with two supremely dominant characters engraved on its double-sided flag, Tianjian, Heavenly Sword. Those two characters gave off an indescribable, dominant, cold, and sharp aura, as if they could pierce through the sky, radiating dazzling rays of light as they flew over Wu City. There were more than 10 cultivators on the cloud boat, arranged in 2 rows, crowding behind an old man and a woman with a veil as cold as an iceberg. At this moment, the luxurious young man behind the woman with the veil smiled upon hearing the storyteller in the tea house below Wu City. The cultivators in this small city are quite interesting. They actually referred to the heavenly pearl, which can be obtained by seizing the heavenly supreme, as an immortal pearl. But one thing he didn't say wrong is that the heavenly supreme's heavenly pearl may indeed hide the secret of immortality. Chapter 26. The young man naturally spoke up to this point, his passionate gaze almost wanting to see through the expression of the beautiful woman behind the veil. The woman of ice and snow smiled lightly and said, "Junior brother Ma Shui and sister Ling, can this journey really elevate our psychic power to the level of a psychic master?" Throughout the journey, the Heavenly Sword Holy Academy had arranged for her to travel with the siblings Kanglin Ma Shui. The psychic powers they possessed were closely related to the upcoming secret realm of the Ghost Flame. There was no room for any carelessness. After all, the Holy Academy had already investigated and confirmed that the secret realm opening in the 100,000 mountains this time was the supreme dojo that was invincible and heaven-seizing thousands of years ago. This supreme dojo, in addition to its cultivation almost reaching the level of an immortal, had another characteristic, which was that he was a psychic master. If they wanted to enter the secret realm of the supreme dojo and obtain opportunities, they would face countless restrictions. These restrictions were all formed by psychic powers and could only be broken by psychic masters. And it was rumored that the psychic power of the Supreme Dojo had surpassed that of a psychic saint during his lifetime, so the siblings Kanglin Ma Shui had to at least reach the level of a psychic master in order to proceed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to enter the Supreme Dojo, let alone obtain the rumored heavenly pearl containing immortal secrets. In response to the woman's question, Kanglin Ma Shui said firmly, "Saintess, you can rest assured. My 9th sister has a delicate jade that, once obtained, can temporarily elevate our psychic power to the level of a psychic master." Hearing the young man's words, a woman in red behind him nodded as well. "My second brother is right. Moreover, Saintess, if we can help you obtain opportunities this time, then our identities as true disciples of the royal family." The woman in red smiled seductively. Although she and her second brother were members of the royal family, they were only outer disciples in the Heavenly Sword Holy Academy, and the resources and techniques they enjoyed were worlds apart from those of the inner disciples. This time, their cooperation with the Saintess of the Holy Academy was undoubtedly for the sake of 2 opportunities. Upon hearing the woman in red's words, the Heavenly Sword Saintess smiled and said, "As long as you can play a role in the secret realm, the benefits will be more than just this." Upon hearing this, the eyes of Kanglin Ma Shui and his sister lit up. with the support of the Saintess. Externally, their future in the Holy Academy would also be bright. Internally, no one would dare to obstruct Kanglan Ma Shui's succession to the throne in the future. Kanglan Ma Shui also had no doubt about the abilities of the Heavenly Sword Saintess. After all, this person, who was only 25 years old and in the heaven-connecting realm, was already ranked 5th on the list of geniuses, and her status in the Heavenly Sword Holy Academy was much higher than theirs. Alright, let's speed up and head to the Sacred Fire Gate where my 9th sister is. The speed of the Heavenly Sword Holy Academy's flying boat was already very fast. Not to mention when it was accelerated, it only took a few minutes to stop above the Sacred Fire Gate. Heavenly Sword Holy Academy's Saintess Su Lanyan, the second prince of the vast Tide Kingdom, Kanglan Ma Shui, and the third princess, Kanglan Fei, have come to visit the Sacred Fire Gate. A deep voice resounded through the clouds between the peaks of the Sacred Fire Gate. Inside the Sacred Fire Gate, everyone was shocked. The Heavenly Sword Holy Academy, a renowned academy in the central divine continent. Why have they come to our Sacred Fire Gate? Gu Tianxing and the others showed surprise. The Heavenly Sword Holy Academy. Their arrival here is probably even more significant than I imagined for this secret realm. But Kanglan Ma Shui and Kanglan Fei. Kanglan Minjiao pondered with a solemn expression, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of these two siblings. Let's go and see first. Regardless of their background, I believe everything is within Senior Xia's calculations. The group of people walked out of the main hall. The Heavenly Sword Cloud Boat has now landed beneath the Yun Peak of the Sacred Fire Gate. Su Lanyan and the siblings Kanglan Ma Shui and Kanglan Mo Fei walked out slowly together. They actually have a higher cultivation level than the two of us, brothers. Gu Tianxing observed with his divine sense, sensing that the newcomer's aura was even higher than theirs, and his expression showed some surprise. This Saintess Su Lanyan, who appeared to be only 25 years old, had already surpassed the cultivation level of their older generation. Not only Gu Tianxing and the others, even Lu Rushuan, who had already reached the Heavenly River realm, felt a suppression in the opponent's aura and had a somewhat unnatural expression. Clearly, Su Lanyan's cultivation level was also higher than hers, even by one realm. Is this the power of the supreme level? Indeed terrifying. Sacred Fire Gate pays respects to Saintess Su, pays respects to the second prince and the third princess. Gu Tianxing stepped forward and led the people of the Sacred Fire Gate in a slight salute. Su Lanyan nodded lightly, glanced at the people of the Sacred Fire Gate, and her gaze first fell on Lu Rushuan for a moment, but it was only a moment before it landed on Kanglan Minjiao. She said lightly, Ma Shui Junior brother, Fei Junior sister, is this your 9th sister, the 9th princess of the vast Tide Kingdom? She released her divine sense and sensed that Kanglan Minjiao only had divine core cultivation, but when she tried to find out more, she felt a pure mental power blocking her. There was even a moment when she felt a bit frightened. The mental power was so profound, even higher than that of Kanglan Ma Shui and Kanglan Mo Fei. It seemed that the siblings did not lie to her. There was indeed a treasure on Kanglan Minjiao that enhanced her mental power, which surprised Su Lanyan. If Saintess Su is looking for me, is there something you need? Kanglan Minjiao spoke calmly and confidently. At this moment, Kanglan Ma Shui walked up nonchalantly and said, 9th sister, we won't beat around the bush. We came here to take that Ling Long jade from you. Kanglan Ma Shui said indifferently. His expression was arrogant, looking down on everything. Kanglan Minjiao's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and a hint of discomfort flickered in her cold eyes like the moon. She said coldly, this jade is a relic of my mother's. Why should I give it to you? Your mother. The fourth princess, who was by Kanglan Ma Shui's side, took a step forward and sneered, Kanglan Minjiao, if I remember correctly, that woman may have brought shame to our Kanglan family, but she is still a member of our vast Tide Kingdom. Everything she had belongs to the vast Tide Kingdom. Why do you claim ownership of this Ling Long jade? Kanglan Mo Fei said coldly, with a hint of mockery. Kanglan Minjiahu's expression turned cold. As for what happened to my mother back then, you are not qualified to comment. But this jade was given to me by my mother. If you want it, have the ability to take it from my corpse. Kanglan Minjiahu said stubbornly. The situation became tense for a moment. Where is the Black Scale Army? Kanglan Minjiahu raised her arm at this moment. Here. In an instant, a group of black armored soldiers stood behind her, holding long spears. Suddenly, the sound of their spears piercing the ground echoed throughout the surroundings of the sacred fire gate. Seeing this scene, Kanglan Mofei's face turned ugly. You fools, don't you know who we are? One of the leading middle-aged black-armored soldiers at the Divine Core realm among them said indifferently, of course we know that you are the fourth princess, but the Black Scale soldiers only listen to the orders of 2 people in their lifetime, and that does not include you and the second prince. You. Upon hearing this, Kanglan Mofei's eyes widened in anger, almost bursting on the spot. Chapter 27. However, Kanglan Mo Shui patted Kanglan Fei's arm, signaling her to calm down. Compared to Kanglan Fei, as the second prince, he understood why these black scale soldiers were so loyal to Kanglan Minjiahu. The reason was that Kanglan Minjiahu had been stationed at the border for many years and had won many battles for the vast Tide Kingdom. It was normal for these soldiers to be loyal to her. However, this was only temporary. When he ascended the throne, everything would belong to him. Among the many children of Emperor Kanglan, he was the most favored and cherished. Even Kanglan Minjiahu, who had achieved great success at the border, couldn't compare to him. As for the reason, at this moment, Kanglan Mo Shui calmly took out a golden token from his waist. The token was engraved with a large character expanding. This token was the identity token of Emperor Kanglan's expanding status in the vast Tide Kingdom. Seeing the token was like seeing the person himself. My father's token is here. Why aren't you kneeling? Kanglan Mo Shui said. Expanding Emperor's token. Upon seeing the token, in an instant, the faces of all the black armor soldiers changed. With a thud, they all knelt heavily in front of Kanglan Mo Shui. Sorry, princess. The middle-aged leader of the black armor soldiers wanted to say something, but Kanglan Minjiahu shook her head slightly. Seeing this token, Kanglan Minjiahu felt a chill in her heart. Kanglan expanding actually gave you the token. Bold. Kanglan Mo Shui shouted, Kanglan Minjiahu, you dare not kneel when you see my father's token, and you even call my father by his name. Hee. Kanglan Minjiahu sneered, do you not know what your mother did, and what Kanglan expanding did back then? Why pretend here? Kanglan Minjiahu said coldly. 18 years ago, Emperor Kanglan reached the Law Tribulation realm, held a banquet, and Kanglan Minjiahu's mother, concubine Xian, was drugged by Kanglan Mo Shui's mother and was violated by an elder from the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy. Feeling ashamed and guilty, concubine Xian committed suicide. But Kanglan expanding, as a father, not only did not stand up for her mother, but also befriended that elder and sent his offspring to the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy. Such a cowardly act had long made Kanglan Minjiahu feel cold. And now, Kanglan expanding even gave his own identity token, allowing Kanglan Mo Shui to unimpededly take her mother's belongings. How could Kanglan Minjiahu not feel chilled? Facing Kanglan Minjiahu's words, Kanglan Mo Shui remained indifferent and casually said, your mother sought death on her own, it's not someone else's fault. What we are doing here is also what my father instructed. We are seeking the well-being of our vast Tide Kingdom. Today, that exquisite jade must be given, whether you want to give it or not. Kanglan Mo Shui said arrogantly. His tone was domineering. Upon hearing this, Kanglan Minjiahu clenched her fists, bloodshot veins appearing in her eyes, as if her gaze could pierce someone's heart like a sharp blade. Ninth Princess, regarding that jade, we are just borrowing it. Please be generous. At this moment, Su Lanyan, the saintess of the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy, also spoke up. As she spoke, a pressure like a sword blade merging with the heavens emanated from her, causing Kanglan Minjiu to take 2 steps back, her face turning pale. You all! This is too much. Sister Minjiu doesn't want to give it to you, yet you still want to snatch it. At this moment, Lu Rushuan couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward. Bold! Who are you to dare interrupt the words of our saintess? A disdainful voice sounded, and in an instant, an old man who had been following Su Lanyan stepped forward, exuding a crushing aura. Not good. Be careful, master. Gu Tianxing's body trembled, taking a step forward to block Lu Rushuan, wanting to bear the terrifying pressure. However, the terrifying aura emitted by the old man had already formed a unique field of suppression. Just as Gu Tianxing stepped forward, he was shaken out, spitting out a mouthful of blood, staggering and almost falling to the ground. The field of law tribulation. The realm of law tribulation. This was an attack belonging to the realm of law tribulation. Elder Supreme. Lu Rushuan was startled and quickly supported Gu Tianxing. The elder from Heavenly River Realm was only half a step away, not higher in cultivation than her, but was blocking her way. Lu Rushuan's nails pierced into her palm, her face looking unpleasant. You all! Lu Qingbei's eyes were like volcanic craters, his expression filled with unending anger. He never expected that the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy would be so shameless, bullying and oppressing others. Did I ask you to intervene? Su Lanyan raised her eyebrows and glanced coldly at the old man. The old man's face turned pale with fear, quickly retracting his imposing manner and smiling apologetically, Saintess, these people deserve a beating, I couldn't help myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingbei's face turned ugly. Sir, you are underestimating us too much. Do you really think your Heavenly Sword Saint Academy is invincible? Hearing his words, Su Lanyan raised an eyebrow and turned her gaze to Lu Qingbei, speaking in a cold tone, if I'm not mistaken, your sacred fire gate must have a powerful backer, right? I know that you have been quite active recently with the support of this backer, but I must advise you, the so-called strong ones in your eyes are nothing but ants to our Heavenly Sword Saint Academy. Don't play with fire and burn yourselves. Su Lanyan spoke with an air of superiority. As the saintess of the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy, she had seen all kinds of forces and powerful individuals. Law tribulation, supreme, even invincible supreme? Regarding the fact that Sacred Fire Gate had someone backing them, Vast Tide Kingdom, where Kanglan Minjiu was located, had long received intelligence. The most they had behind them was an ordinary supreme. Such a powerful individual might be considered strong by many insignificant forces, but in their Heavenly Sword Saint Academy, they were nothing. Upon hearing Su Lanyan's words, Lu Qingbei's mouth twitched in anger. Senior Xia, an ant? Lu Qingbei doubted whether anyone in this world, even the immortals in the heavens, would dare to look down on Senior Xia like this. After all, Senior Xia's actions towards them, consuming holy medicine as food and saint tea as water, had long surpassed the realm of ordinary cultivation. If he wasn't worried that exposing Senior Xia at this moment would disrupt Senior Xia's plans and affect Senior Xia's overall strategy, he really wanted to reveal Senior Xia's existence and see if it would scare these arrogant people. However, Gu Tianxing's constant transmission of his expression made him hold back. Kanglan Minjiu's face turned pale. She stared fiercely at Kanglan Moyu and the others. These people! She knew that today, she had no choice but to submit. Behind Kanglan Moyu and Kanglan Fei was the vast Heavenly Sword Saint Academy. Even her weak father had chosen to join forces with them. Kanglan Minjiu, are you going to give it or do you want these ants to become corpses and we'll take it ourselves? Kanglan Moyu sneered, as if they would trample over this place if Kanglan Minjiu didn't comply. Kanglan Minjiu clenched her lips tightly, biting them until they bled. She forcefully pulled out a jade pendant tied with a spirit rope from her neck and reluctantly handed it over. Hat. Kanglin Moyu sneered, you should have taken it out earlier. I thought you wanted to die and I would have to take it myself. Kanglin Moyu spoke with a mocking expression as she took the delicate jade pendant. Seeing Kanglin Minjayu's teeth gritting in almost cannibalistic expression, she continued to taunt, what's wrong? Do you hate me so much that you want to attack? But now I am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Academy, with the cultivation at the Divine Core late stage, while you have only reached the Divine Core mid-stage after fighting and killing on the border with those commoners for years. What can you do to compete with me? My dear sister, I hope you won't end up like your mother, who was nothing more than a st. Don't be so discouraged that you end up committing suicide, he he he. Kanglin Moyu mercilessly mocked her. Kanglin Minjayu seemed to want to explode at any moment. But she seemed a bit disappointed. Kanglin Minjayu stared at her fiercely, even though she was being taunted like this, she didn't make a move. She turned around, bored, and looked at Su Lanyan, putting on a more pleasing expression, holding up the jade pendant in her palm, Saintess, I have obtained the item. Su Lanyan nodded faintly, her face returning to its icy demeanor, let's go. With that, they ignored everyone's gaze and stepped onto the cloud boat, arrogantly leaving Sacred Fire Gate. Chapter 28. Senior brother, if it weren't for your persuasion just now, I really wanted to smash these arrogant little people with a brick. Watching Tianjian Yunzou's receding figure, Lu Qingbei's face was filled with anger. They resorted to violence over just a few words. Is this the behavior befitting a supreme sacred land-level power? Lu Qingbei felt both resentment and anger. Gu Qingbei shook his head. If you were to take action, the situation would definitely escalate. It might even disrupt the plans of our seniors, cough cough. Gu Tianxing said cautiously, coughing twice after speaking. Elder, are you all right? Lu Rushuan worriedly asked. Gu Tianxing shook his head. Just coughing up a mouthful of blood. Besides, I took precautions in advance. But the strength of a law tribulation realm expert is indeed terrifying. Saying this, Gu Tianxing took out 2 yellow bricks from his waist and back. Although there were no marks on the bricks, the difference in realm between him and the law tribulation realm old man was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was fortunate that he was prepared. If the old man's aura had attacked the unguarded Lu Rushuan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuan bit her lip and said, Grandfather, Elder, I want to go up the mountain once. Go up the mountain? To see Senior Xia? Gu Tianxing pondered for a moment and said, even a force like the Tianji Unholy Academy has interference. It's not unreasonable to go up the mountain once. Let's also see if Senior Xia has any arrangements. That way, we can come up with countermeasures. Lu Rushuan nodded and turned to Kanglin Minjayu. Minjayu's sister, come with me to see Senior Xia. Kanglin Minjayu was taken aback and wore a bitter expression. I angered Senior Xia before. If Senior Xia might dislike me even more. Lu Rushuan smiled lightly and said, how could that be? Minjayu's sister, you're overthinking. With Senior Xia's status, how could he care about you? Kanglin Minjayu looked dazed and felt uncomfortable in her heart. Yes, I'm just a useless person who can't even protect my mother's heirloom. Let's go. Lu Rushuan took Kanglin Minjayu's hand and turned into a beam of light. Sister, do you have something on your mind? On the way, Lu Rushuan couldn't help but ask with concern. From what happened at the Sacred Fire Gate just now and their conversation, Lu Rushuan could guess something. Kanglin Minjayu's face was haggard, and she recounted everything in detail, including how her mother was framed in the past. In this world, how can there be such heartless and malicious people? After listening to Kanglin Minjayu's story, Lu Rushuan's face also showed anger. She never expected that Kanglin Minjayu, who appeared strong on the surface, would have such a father and siblings. It's just a pity that in the end, I couldn't even protect my mother's heirloom. Kanglin Minjayu said self-deprecatingly. Lu Rushuan patted her shoulder and said, Minjiahu's sister, I might understand why Senior Xia didn't accept you as his disciple. Why? Kanglin Minjiahu was stunned. Do you remember what Senior Xia said about being too obsessed? Lu Rushuan continued, Senior Xia is already a transcendent figure who has comprehended the laws of the world. Perhaps that's why he doesn't like it. Kanglin Minjiahu was taken aback and sank into deep thought. She probably understood what Lu Rushuan meant. Senior Xia was probably referring to her obsession with hatred. But even if she understood, what could she do? The two of them quickly made their way. In just a short while, they arrived at the entrance of the summer garden. Seeing the three fierce beasts guarding the entrance, Kanglin Minjiahu seemed to remember something after recovering from her complex emotions. With a nervous expression, she took out several plates of roasted meat from her storage ring. TT3 seniors, this is the meat of a monster at the Earth Dan realm. Minjiahu hopes you will like it. Kanglin Minjiahu spoke nervously and placed a plate in front of each of the three fierce creatures. However, throughout the whole process, the three beasts seemed to not even glance at her or Lu Rushuan, their terrifying triple eyes as deep and dreadful as black holes, staring outside the garden. They were like immovable door gods. Don't they think highly of us? Kanglin Minjiahu forced a bitter smile. She regretted her little scheme a bit. Thinking about the divine objects under the senior's seat, how could they be interested in her inferior monster meat? Lu Rushuan also awkwardly bowed her body. Let's go meet Senior Xia, she said. But the three beasts ignored their intentions. Lu Rushuan forced a smile and approached the door. Who is it? At the door was still Xiao Wuer's pleasant voice, like a clear spring. It's us, Wuer Senior, is Senior Xia at home? Xiao Wuer opened the door. Oh, it's you, Sister Rushuan. Young Master is painting. Xiao Wuer shouted towards the courtyard, Young Master, Sister Rushuan, and the others are here again. Let them in. Xia Fan's voice came from inside the courtyard. Senior Xia also paints? Lu Rushuan curiously asked as she and Kanglin Minjiahu walked into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Xia Fan had just put down his brush and was holding a painting of stars, hanging it on the wall and examining it from left to right. He had spontaneously painted it while teaching the children of Huangni village to draw stars today. The class was a simple one. Now, this painting required a bit more effort. The stars were depicted so realistically, vivid and lifelike. At this moment, Lu Rushuan and Kanglin Minjiahu happened to walk in and coincidentally saw the painting on the wall. Countless dazzling stars hung in the air like pendants. In that instant, both of them felt as if they were in an endless starry sky, enveloped in starlight. The clear outlines of the stars seemed to be not of this world, as if they were the 9 stars that could exterminate demons and control the heavens, making anyone who looked at them tremble and their souls become clear. Ah! Lu Rushuan let out a strange cry and her head buzzed. She quickly lowered her head. This painting of stars was not an ordinary artwork, it was captivating and contained a terrifying impact on the soul. Just a single glance almost made her lose her balance and faint. In contrast to Lu Rushuan, Kanglin Minjiahu's expression shook, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. As if each ray of starlight contained an incomparable power of thought, and she, with just a glimpse of one of the bright spots, felt as if her whole body was bathed in holy light. Her body relaxed. Her soul elevated. A cluster of light in her sea of consciousness slowly transformed, from light yellow to deep yellow, and then to golden. With a pu sound, a breakthrough occurred. Red. Red thought power, the symbol of a thought master at the level of thought law. Just now, she had already broken through from a thought master to a thought law master. Thought law level, this level of thought master was already rare in the entire eastern wilderness, and even in the entire heaven and earth world. Even the founder of the vast Tide Kingdom, who established the kingdom, was only at the level of thought law. At this moment, Kanglin Minjiahu was completely shocked. She remembered that she had just casually glanced at Senior Xia's painting. With just that glance, she had reached the level of thought art of a predecessor in the vast Tide Kingdom. What kind of incredible fortune was this? Chapter 29. Is this painting still beautiful? At this moment, Xia Fan had been fiddling with the painting for a while and didn't see any obvious flaws. But when she looked at the two beautiful women, they had a look of admiration on their faces, standing up straight with their waists held high, and made a teasing remark. The two women listened. Senior's painting is not just beautiful, it has probably transcended the mundane and is simply the most extraordinary thing Minjiu has ever seen. Kanglin Minjiu said in shock. Hehe, you sure know how to praise, but it's true that no one in this world can match my paintings. Xia Fan also smiled confidently. His paintings were something he had brought with him from Earth, and after 8 years in this world, he had thoroughly studied the music, chess, calligraphy, and painting that he had never wanted to delve into in his previous life. If you added his past life's experience, it would probably be an exaggeration to call him a master of his generation. So Xia Fan was quite confident. By the way, do you have any business coming here this time? Xia Fan asked the two after thinking for a moment. Lu Rushuan bowed slightly and said, Senior, I came this time to inform you that we plan to go to the Shadow Fire Forest and would like to seek your opinion. Shadow Fire Forest? Is it a place with fire? Why go there? Are they looking for a flint? Well, it seems these people are really persistent. If you want to go, then go. Xia Fan waved his hand. Lu Rushuan and the others had their own freedom, and he couldn't keep interfering with their thoughts. Lu Rushuan smiled happily when she heard this. Since Senior Xia agreed, she could rest assured. At this moment, Lu Rushuan thought of something and added, by the way, Senior, our Yu Shuang wants to request one more thing from you. It's about Sister Minjiu. Last time, she didn't mean to make you angry. She has been persecuted by her mother since she was young, and today those people came to rob her and bully her. Lu Rushuan said, I hope Senior won't blame Sister Minjiu anymore. She does have her own difficulties. Sister Yu Shuang. Upon hearing Lu Rushuan's words, Kanglin Minjiu was taken aback. Facing the existence of Senior Xia, Lu Rushuan actually took the risk of angering him to speak up for her. Her face was filled with gratitude, and warmth rose in her heart. Xia Fan's expression became complicated, and he was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that such a beautiful Kanglin Minjiu would have such a tragic background. Her mother was murdered, her things were stolen, and she was bullied. With such a pitiful background, she must have often experienced hardships and difficulties. No wonder she looked so weak. But how could those people bear to bully such a beautiful woman? Thinking of this, Xia Fan couldn't help but feel a bit angry. But the expression of anger also carried a hint of helplessness. In this world, human life was as insignificant as grass and leaves. He was just an ordinary person, what could he do to help Kanglin Minjiu? Fighting didn't seem to be his expertise. Thinking of this, Xia Fan shook his head and looked at Erha running to the pond to drink water, and at the remaining ink and rice paper on the stone table. Suddenly, he picked up the brush. With a touch of ink, it seemed divine. Slowly outlining, creating continuous images. Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan watched as Xia Fan's brush seemed like the brush of a great Dao, and Dao rhyme was actually being rendered on the rice paper. It was as if a painting immortal was painting. Infatuated and unable to extricate oneself. After a moment, Xia Fan dipped his brush in ink and a portrait emerged, using even more effort than his previous one. Xia Fan put down his brush and turned to Kanglin Minjiu, saying, I don't know what I can do for you in this matter. Since your name is Minjiu, I will give you a painting related to the moon. I hope you can open it when you need it. After speaking, Xia Fan closed the scroll and handed it to Kanglin Minjiu. Kanglin Minjiu was stunned by the gesture. Is he giving me a painting? Lu Rushuan saw Xia Fan's serious expression and pulled Kanglan Minjiu, who was lost in thought, saying, "Minjiu, you should thank him quickly." Kanglan Minjiu snapped back to reality and blushed, taking the scroll from Xia Fan's hand. "Thank you for your gift, senior." Kanglan Minjiu's voice was filled with gratitude. Xia Fan shook his head. "It's nothing, no need to be so polite." After a while, the two women bid farewell and left. "What a pitiful girl, I hope I can help her." Xia Fan watched the two women's figures and then turned his head, only to find Hua Xiaoling lying in a strange position under another one of his paintings. "Hey, you clown cat, can't you just look at a painting normally?" Xia Fan said as he picked her up. "Meow." Hua Xiaoling meowed in Xia Fan's arms, sticking out her tongue, feeling a bit helpless. "Did you think I wanted this? Who would have thought that you, this big star, would create something as terrifying as the previous calligraphy and paintings? If I had known, I would have stayed far away and wouldn't have embarrassed myself." Hua Xiaoling complained in her mind. She would always stay away from Xia Fan's calligraphy and paintings because they contained a great dao and spiritual impact that she couldn't bear at her level. But who knew what she was thinking today? She felt a bit annoyed seeing this annoying owner and these two women, so she ended up suffering under the painting. After leaving Xia Fan's estate. "Thank you, Ruo Shuang." Kanglan Minjiu looked at the scroll in her hand, her heart filled with excitement and gratitude towards Lu Rushuan. Lu Rushuan smiled and shook her head. "There's no need for thanks between us sisters. Everything is a gift from our senior." Kanglan Minjiu nodded. "Yes, indeed, it is a gift from our senior. I wonder what's inside this painting." Kanglan Minjiu wondered, her heart pounding. Lu Rushuan said, "Minjiu, do you want to open it and take a look?" Kanglan Minjiu pondered for a moment and shook her head. "No, I'd rather not." Kanglan Minjiu continued, "As Ruo Shuang just mentioned, our senior said to open it when we need it." Kanglan Minjiu didn't finish her sentence. Furrowing her brows, Lu Rushuan asked, "Does that mean our senior predicted that there would be danger in our journey to the secret realm?" Kanglan Minjiu calmly replied, "I'm not sure either. Our senior wouldn't have mentioned it without reason. We'll find out everything once we reach the secret realm." With that thought, she turned to look at the entrance where the three evils were. It seemed that the three plates were already empty. Seeing this scene, she felt more at ease and the two women walked down the mountain. After Lu Rushuan and Kanglan Minjiu left, looking at their figures. The white horse from Horse Protection Village clicked its teeth and said, "Although these mortal girls are tasteless, they are quite thoughtful." Daha nodded. "In that painting, it seems like the master added a dao appearance similar to Ha's, right?" Black Dog Daha looked at Erha. Ha lazily drooled and glanced at the distant figure, rolling his dog eyes and picking his teeth, too lazy to express anything. Chapter 30. Meanwhile, "Grandfather, Elder Xia, this is roughly what happened." After returning from Summer Garden, Lu Rushuan explained everything to the two elders. "That's great. Since Senior Xia agrees, we shouldn't delay any further. We'll set off tomorrow." When the two elders heard that Senior Xia agreed to the Secret Realm expedition, a heavy burden was instantly lifted from their hearts. The next day, Lu Rushuan, Kanglan Minjiu, Gu Tianxing, Lu Qingbei and the other elders set off for the secluded flame forest with all their might. For a moment, the major forces gathered. A storm was brewing. On the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains, there was a range of fiery red mountains. This place used to be several towering peaks that seemed to reach the clouds, but at some point, they were affected by some kind of special power. Each peak collapsed inexplicably, turning into remnants of volcanic eruptions. At this moment, flames soared and a continuous heat filled the air. Even at the mountain pass, one could feel the scorching waves of heat, as if it were a purgatory. This should be the entrance to the secluded flame forest. I didn't expect that even the flames at the entrance would reach the level of heavenly core true fire, let alone the horrors that lie deeper inside. Naturally, otherwise why would the invincible heavenly conquest supreme have ventured into such a dangerous place? It is said that the heavenly conquest supreme of the past entered this place to find the mysterious heavenly fire, to refine his law treasure and step into the ethereal realm of immortality. Above the secluded flame forest, clouds ships stood in the air, and people from all walks of life discussed the secrets behind the origin of the secret realm. Stop! At this moment, the cloud ship of the sacred fire gate stopped in the middle of the outer perimeter. This should be the secret realm left behind by the once dominant heavenly conquest supreme. I can sense various mental restrictions and flames interweaving within. Feeling the burning heat that seemed to consume everything in the forest, Kanglin Minjiao murmured. Gu Tianxing and the others, however, paid attention to the people and forces around them, their expressions serious. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Look, that flag seems to belong to one of the few heaven-level forces of the vast Tide Kingdom. There are also 3 flags over there, Wei, Chu, and Zhao. These seem to be the other 3 super heaven-level forces of my eastern wilderness. And those 2 adjacent cloud ships, the vast Tide Kingdom and the Heavenly Sword Holy Institution. I didn't expect even the transcendent supreme level forces of the Divine Land to come." At this moment, the most numerous forces that arrived were the various local forces of the chaotic 100,000 mountains in the eastern wilderness. People were discussing. The most attention was focused on the Heavenly Sword Holy Institution, which was the closest. The Heavenly Sword Holy Institution was a supreme level force famous throughout the Divine Land, with a heritage of tens of thousands of years and an especially terrifying foundation. Clang! Just then, a melodious sound of a zither came from above the sky. The cloud ships of the forces that heard it quickly made way. A cloud ship shaped like a book, glided through the auspicious clouds and faced off against a cloud ship that resembled a sharp sword. On a plain and unadorned wooden flag on the ship was engraved a large character book. "The Academy has also come." Gu Tianxing looked at the appearing cloud ship, feeling emotional. The Academy was the only supreme sacred land-level force in the eastern wilderness, known for its mystery. Unexpectedly, they had also come this time. And the Academy was opposed to the Heavenly Sword Holy Institution, which had oppressed their sacred fire gate just yesterday. The Tianji Unholy Academy frowned slightly upon seeing the arrival of the visitors. On the cloud boat of the Academy, the visitors were not as grand as the Tianji Unholy Academy, with only 4 people. The leader was a young girl in a light veil and a slim figure, holding a jade flute in her hand. Behind her were 2 delicate girls gently playing the zither. An old woman who seemed ignorant of the world glanced at the old man on the other boat, standing calmly. Kanglin Minjiao looked at the veiled girl on the boat and showed surprise, Saintess Lin Miao Miao of the Academy. Her aura seems no weaker than Su Lanyan's, but her ranking. Kanglin Minjiao remembered the information collected by the Kanglin royal family before. The Qunkan monstrosity list of the eastern wilderness only included 2 people, and Lin Miao Miao was one of them. However, her ranking was almost near the bottom. Unexpectedly, her cultivation aura seemed not weaker than Su Lanyan, who ranked 5th. It seems intentional. The Academy. Contrary to Kanglin Minjiao's surprise, the other forces around were not so calm. They did not expect that 2 supreme-level forces would come to the secret realm of the Ghost Flame Forest this time. It was terrifying. On the boat. Saintess, I heard that the 2 people from the Tianji Unholy Academy are apparently disciples of the Nian clan. It is said that their ancestors, who founded the vast Tide Kingdom, once followed the supreme devotion. One of the maids sitting and playing the zither analyzed. The girl in the lotus leaf skirt shook her head slightly, "It doesn't matter." She waved the jade flute in her hand and continued, "This time, it is our 2 supreme-level forces on the surface, but Xianming is also coming behind. Moreover, the Ghost Flame Forest is not far from the Celestial Beast Mountain range. Who will ultimately obtain the opportunity of the supreme devotion is still uncertain. Lin Miao Miao said, looking at a seemingly inconspicuous cloud boat in the sky. There were 2 girls of similar age to her and 2 old men standing in the front. Their cultivation was not high, but there was always a feeling of inexplicable fear in her heart. This feeling was not even felt from her teacher, Master Han, who was the strongest in the academy. It was quite strange. The Tianjian cloud boat opposite the academy. Saintess, I have already sensed the interweaving of restrictions in the secret realm. It is expected to open soon. The outer layer should be no problem for my brother and me with our telekinesis. Kanglin Masui spoke as he observed. Kanglin Fei beside him nodded, breaking these restrictions will likely enhance our telekinesis. It seems that this trip will undoubtedly bring us great opportunities. Su Lanyan's eyes flickered and she smiled slightly, then I'll leave it to Masui and Fei. After speaking, she stared at the interweaving flames in the ghost flame forest without turning her gaze away. Kanglin Masui and Kanglin Fei were her trump cards, with advantages over all the forces present. But at the same time, many people watching their actions could also guess something and stared intently. Sure enough, not long after. Boom! A shocking brilliance burst forth, causing the broken peaks and trees around the ghost flame forest to shake. The ground of the ghost flame forest began to crack, forming a spider web-like pattern, and countless flames soared into the sky. A sky-covering pressure burst forth. From the center of the secret realm of the ghost flame forest, a black stone mansion suddenly emerged. The stone mansion gradually appeared, emitting a unique aura belonging to the Supreme, enveloping the entire ghost flame forest. Not only that, but at this moment, the interweaving flames that emerged from the cracked ground began to form a series of forbidden arrays. In the center of the forbidden arrays, at the center of the stone mansion, the originator of the supreme aura was a black and ancient coffin. Countless people went crazy at the sight of this coffin. Chapter 31. Supreme, a coffin emitting supreme aura, it must contain the remains of a heaven-seizing supreme. Heaven-seizing supreme, it seems that he didn't ascend to immortality in the end, but instead buried his bones here. In that coffin lies his bones, as well as the supreme cultivation technique and law treasure that made him invincible in the past. At this point, the rest of the conversation is self-evident. Everyone's gaze was filled with covetousness. Many initially thought that this place should only be a heritage site for the heaven-seizing supreme, although they also speculated whether the heaven-seizing supreme had achieved enlightenment here. But such thoughts were deemed unlikely by everyone. After all, the heaven-seizing supreme was an invincible existence in his lifetime, and everyone only entertained the idea briefly. However, they never expected that it would turn out to be true. The heaven-seizing supreme had truly fallen here. The profound flame forest was no longer just a simple secret realm for cultivation, but his burial ground. Indeed, there was truly a secret to achieving immortality here. We were careless. If we had known that this place was the burial ground of the heaven-seizing supreme, we should have invited stronger individuals from our sect. Some people began to regret their words. Now that the secret realm has been opened, what's the point of saying all these things? At this moment, a clear-minded expert at the super heaven level spoke up. He was at the half-step law tribulation realm, and he sensed that the 2 powerhouses from the Heavenly Sword Holy Institution and the Academy were also at the law tribulation realm. If a conflict were to arise, he might not be without a chance of winning. May the best man win. A leader of a heaven-level power also frowned and spoke up. In an instant, countless forces rushed forward to enter. Naturally, the Heavenly Sword Holy Institution and the Academy took the lead. These 2 supreme-level forces seemed to have made preparations in advance, as they passed through the restricted areas along the closest paths, heading deeper into the area. Following the 2 supreme-level forces were the super heaven-level and heaven-level powers. These forces followed behind the 2 major forces, choosing different and safer shortcuts. At this moment, a seemingly ordinary cloud boat suddenly appeared, seemingly choosing a route that was close to both the super heaven level and the Heavenly Sword Holy Institution and the Academy. Get lost! An ascendant peak elder at the super heaven level slapped his hand, and a mighty palm covered the sky, seemingly wanting to destroy everything on the cloud boat. There were several people on the cloud boat, with a young man in yellow robes and a short, black-robed old man behind him. At this moment, the old man looked at the incoming palm with disdain and raised his hand, releasing a dark and mysterious power. Boom! In the next second, the elder from the super heaven level power was sent flying, blood splattering 3 meters away. This is the profound darkness technique, the law tribulation realm. You guys are from the profound darkness sacred land in the southern region. The old man was lifted up by the person behind him, looking at the short, black-robed old man with fear on his face. Upon hearing this, the young man in yellow robes sneered and said, "Even the ruler of the Zhao kingdom, Zhao Wujin, wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of our saint child. Today, the burial ground of the heaven-seizing supreme surpasses everything. I'll spare your life for now." After speaking, the group didn't linger and quickly broke through the restrictions, moving forward at the fastest speed. The elder from the Zhao kingdom watched the figures of the profound darkness sacred land and others disappear, his face turning ugly. But in the end, he didn't dare to say much. Another supreme sacred land level force has arrived. The surrounding forces in the second wave looked at the people from the profound darkness sacred land, their roles equally stiff. The competition had become even fiercer. And at this moment, the people from Sacred Fire Gate, who were almost at the bottom of the rankings, also had a solemn expression. "Miss Minjiu, where should we go next?" Gu Tianxing asked with a furrowed brow. The restrictions and formations in this secret realm of the blazing flames were intricate and complex, and they truly didn't know where to start. At this moment, the forces leading ahead, such as the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy, had already entered the middle part of the secret realm, while they were still anxiously waiting on the outskirts. "Senior Gu, there's no need to worry. The outskirts and even the middle part are just some simple restrictions. The real danger lies in the depths. Being the first doesn't necessarily mean gaining any benefits." Kanglin Minjiu said, suddenly releasing a pure red mental power in her sea of consciousness. Her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with a spinning jade that resembled a Sharingan, which rotated with her mental power as if it could see through everything in the secret realm. "Let's go this way." Kanglin Minjiu pointed to a place where the flames seemed thick and powerful. "This." One of the elders couldn't help but have an unnatural expression. That place with the flames seemed to be on the verge of forming a volcanic level of true fire. If they were to enter, their protective spiritual power might not be able to withstand it. "Let's go." However, Gu Tianxing, upon hearing this, was the first to enter. As he passed through, the seemingly terrifying flames actually extinguished and didn't harm him at all. Seeing this, everyone dared not say anything more. Indeed, Senior Gu must have predicted that we would encounter such complex mental power restrictions and formations here, which is why he previously increased my mental power. Kanglin Minjiu murmured. As they entered, she seemed to be able to see through the restrictions of the secret realm as if they were nothing. If her mental power had still been at the level of the vast Tide Kingdom, even with the advantage of mental power against the restrictions, she might not have gained much benefit from this trip to the secret realm. But now, it was completely different. Kanglin Minjiu felt that even though they were on the outskirts, she could already sense the restrictions in the depths of the secret realm. This was why she dared to say to Gu Tianxing that being the first to go in would definitely bring them benefits. This was their advantage. She believed that even those two despicable people, Kanglin Mo Shui and Kanglin Fei, who had stolen her Ling Long Jade, might not have this advantage. Sure enough, at this moment, the people from the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy, who were at the forefront. Saintess Su Lanyan looked at Kanglin Mo Shui and said, "Junior brother Mo Shui, can't you see through the restrictions here?" Kanglin Mo Shui's pale face wrinkled as he replied, "I'm sorry, Saintess. We're already approaching the depths here. The restrictions are complex, and the mixed formations are extraordinary. They are 100 times more difficult than the outskirts. It will take some time. As he spoke, Kanglin Mo Shui released a deep red mental power. At the peak level of a mentalist. Although his mental power had been enhanced by breaking the restrictions and formations on the outskirts, it still seemed difficult to see through the restrictions in the depths. It's still not enough. I can't see through the dangers here. It seems I have to use the Ling Long Jade. Kanglin Mo Shui gritted his teeth. Originally, he had planned to wait until they reached the deepest part before using the Ling Long Jade, which could enhance his mental power. But now, he couldn't even break the restrictions near the depths, so he had to use it in advance. Let me go first. Kanglin Fei said, walking forward and taking out a piece of jade that was the color of green. In the next moment, the jade emitted a green light. Immediately, Kanglin Fei felt her mental power condensing from red to yellow in her sea of consciousness, and in an instant, her 5 senses became clear. The intertwined restrictions of burning flames in front of her gradually became clear. 3 steps ahead, 1 step to the left, 2 steps to the right. Kanglin Fei focused her gaze and pointed out the dangerous areas of the restrictions. As she pointed them out, her face turned pale due to the consumption of mental power that was not proportional. Seeing this, Su Lanyan waved her hand, instructing the people following her to use formation stones to avoid breaking the restrictions. However, one of the heaven-connecting realm followers accidentally stepped on a dangerous spot and was instantly strangled and burned by the underground restrictions and flames. Chapter 32. Cough cough. Kanglin Fei coughed, I'm sorry, Saintess. There are just too many restrictive formations here, and I can only identify this many at the moment. Kanglin Fei's face turned even paler, afraid that her previous mistakes had caused the loss of a heaven-connecting expert and angered Su Lanyan. However, Su Lanyan shook her head, it's all right. Just focus on breaking them and be more careful in the future. Kanglin Fei nodded anxiously and continued to use her psychic power to analyze the formations. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, Lin Miao Miao carefully held a simple formation disc and moved forward. The later Xianming Sacred Land also deployed 4 flags emitting a powerful aura of calamity. But compared to these 3 major forces, other factions, although unwilling to fall behind, were not as fortunate. Screams could be heard constantly, with members of various sects falling and being engulfed by the flames of the formations. Only a few managed to reach the middle section. Help! At this moment, another scream sounded. A member of a heaven-level force reached the middle section, but upon encountering the terrifying formations, the leader, a half-step ascendant expert, didn't even have time to call for help before being incinerated by the flames. The flames in this section are already close to the level of underground fire. They can kill ascendant experts. Sect Master, let's retreat. It will only get more terrifying if we go further. Some factions had already started to consider retreating. At this moment, the forces that had entered the Flame Abyss secret realm from all directions estimated that more than 1,000 people had died. Let's retreat. A heaven-level force with 2 flags had already started to fear and chose to withdraw. This place is dangerous. Let other forces break the formations. It's better to share the spoils than suffer unnecessary losses and go hungry. Some forces followed suit and chose to watch from the sidelines. Let's wait and see for now. More forces joined in and waited silently. Among them, the 3 major forces naturally broke the formations the fastest. Look, the people from the academy have actually joined forces with Xianming Sacred Land. They seem to be close to breaking through the deep formations and getting closer to the deepest part. The Heavenly Sword Saint Sword is truly an extraordinary force in the Divine Land. Those 2 people seem to be psychic masters, and they once followed the founder of the vast Tide Kingdom, the Supreme who ascended to the heavens. No wonder they are also approaching the deepest part quickly. People outside were discussing and being deeply attracted by the 3 major forces. Hey, those people are from which sect? They are also advancing towards the deep part. Suddenly, someone's eyes focused on a certain place. The crowd also looked up in response. Leading the group were two girls, one dressed in a blue-black long dress and the other in a white veil. They were none other than Kanglin Minjiu, Lu Rushuan, Gu Tianxing, and others. Although their cultivation levels were not high, with Lu Rushuan only at the Heavenly River realm, Lu Rushuan's terrifying psychic power seemed to see through everything, as if the killing intent of the formations meant nothing to them. Especially at this moment, Kanglin Minjiu pointed out the weak points, while Gu Tianxing and Lu Qingbei each held a yellow brick in their hands. Whenever magma surged out, the two elders rushed forward and extinguished it with the bricks. While doing so, they silently recited, "The senior is truly wise. I never expected these yellow bricks to have such an effect here. It's like divine assistance." On the other side, only this deepest formation remains. Breaking through here will allow us to enter. Lin Miao Miao, from the academy, looked at the black stone mansion not far away. There, a mouth of pitch-black coffins stood, surrounded by faint flames, making people feel uneasy. "Go!" At this moment, the young man in yellow beside her suddenly raised four somewhat damaged formation flags. The surging power of the formation seemed to envelop all the restrictions in this deep place, including the coffins in the stone mansion, with a covetous look in his eyes. "No!" Lin Miao Miao suddenly shouted and struck the formation plate in her hand. But obviously, it was too late. Just as the yellow-clad young man's formation flags were raised, not to mention enveloping the coffins in the stone mansion, even the faint flames emitted from the surroundings were not suppressed. Crack! Instead, there was a loud cracking sound. The four large flags of the yellow-clad young man suddenly exploded in the air. Moreover, the eerie flames that made people feel uneasy extended along the force of the formation flags. "No! Master Go, save me!" The yellow-clad young man was terrified, scared out of his wits, and quickly called for help from the short black-clothed old man beside him. Seeing this, the old man's figure flashed and solemnly stood in front of the yellow-clad young man, using all his strength to resist the power of the law tribulation. Ah! But it was like an ant trying to move a giant elephant. With a scream, the old man was instantly burned to death by the eerie flames. Boom! Before the remaining flames stopped, as if destroying everything, they shattered the formation plate that Lin Miao Miao had just raised in her hand and finally fell on the yellow-clad young man. "I!" The yellow-clad young man was caught off guard, and his terrified expression only had the last word "I" before he was burned to ashes by the flames. "This!" Seeing this scene, Lin Miao Miao's face turned pale. The saint child of Xianming, gone just like that? Just as Lin Miao Miao and the others were astonished, at this moment, a strange symbol flashed from the flames, and an extremely terrified soul figure broke free from it in an instant. "I'm sorry, Miss Lin, I was too hasty. Fortunately, my master gave me a life-saving talisman, otherwise..." The saint child of Xianming, Bai Qi, said with a cautious expression, not continuing his words. Lin Miao Miao shook her head slightly upon hearing this. "It's all right, Brother Bai. The restrictions in the Yuguan tomb of the Heavenly Supreme are extraordinary. Our preparations were insufficient this time. Let's leave it at that for now." Lin Miao Miao looked towards the direction of the Heavenly Sword Academy and said, "I hope they can break through." They had already been eliminated and could only pin their hopes on the Heavenly Sword Academy. If the Heavenly Sword Academy could break through, they could actually follow along, but according to the rules, the most crucial things should be chosen by the Heavenly Sword Academy first. Similarly, outside, the crowd was discussing the situation. "I didn't expect that even the Academy and the Xianming Sacred Land failed when they joined forces. It seems that we can only rely on the Heavenly Sword Academy next. They have a psychic who can see through the restrictions. They should be able to break through, right?" Perhaps. All eyes were on the Heavenly Sword Academy, and everyone placed their hopes on them. And at this moment, in the deepest part of the forest of eerie flames, the Heavenly Sword Academy broke the restriction here. Su Lanyan's face was solemn. Kanglan Mo Shui and Kanglan Fei had already taken turns to enhance their psychic powers several times. Even with the help of many restorative elixirs, their faces were as pale as paper. I can't do it anymore. Chapter 33. At this moment, the lustrous jade in Kanglan Fei's hand dimmed and flickered. She once again used her psychic power, but unfortunately, her sea of consciousness suddenly buzzed and she couldn't hold on any longer, stumbling and falling to the ground. The deepest restriction was too complex and terrifying. The nodes intertwined with the gloomy flames that she had just glimpsed with her psychic power were unbearable. Su Lanyan saw this scene and furrowed his brows. If the two junior disciples can break this final restriction and return to the Holy Academy within days, I can have the Holy Academy bestow the 9 forms of Heavenly Sword. The 9 forms of Heavenly Sword. The core sword technique of the Heavenly Sword Holy Academy, the first form being the Mountain and Sea Roar, and the 9th form being the Opening Heaven Gate. Legend has it that the founder of the Heavenly Sword Holy Academy became immortal by using the invincible 9 forms of Heavenly Sword and opening the Heaven Gate with his sword. Just the thought of being able to cultivate such an ancient and extraordinary sword technique. Saintess, rest assured, I will definitely break this final restriction. Kanglan Mo Shui gritted his teeth and spoke with a hint of madness in his eyes. Compared to Kanglan Fei, his psychic power cultivation was earlier and stronger. Taking the lustrous jade from Kanglan Fei's hand, his eyes widened, and the psychic power in his sea of consciousness emitted a deep yellow light. The jade in his hand emitted an extremely dim brilliance. Taking advantage of the peak of his psychic power, he peered at every restriction pattern, every intertwining, every When Kanglan Mo Shui peered to this point, he was about to say something, but suddenly let out a miserable scream, spewing out a mouthful of blood and falling to the ground. His face turned pale. Seeing this, the old man behind Su Lanyan suddenly moved and clapped his hands, releasing a pellet. He's possessed by a demon. The old man looked at Kanglan Mo Shui's appearance and said, Saintess, I'm afraid there's no way. Upon hearing this, Su Lanyan looked at the pitch-black stone mansion emitting gloomy flames that was almost in front of her, her face turning ugly. These siblings, Kanglan Mo Shui and Kanglan Fei, were both psychic masters said to be connected to the Supreme who had reached the void-shattering realm during his lifetime. She had put in so much effort, could it be that she was going to fail as well? The crowd from various forces outside began to discuss when they saw this scene. Has even the Heavenly Sword Holy Academy failed? Before his death, the Supreme reached the void-shattering realm and his psychic power was even at the same level. I'm afraid it would take a Supreme to break his restrictions. Supreme, where did so many Supremes come from? Is there no chance? Everyone was talking loudly. Look, someone over there is breaking the restriction. Suddenly, someone's gaze focused and they exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the depths. Su Lanyan, who was in the Heavenly Sword Academy, suddenly frowned. There, the ones breaking the restriction were none other than Kanglan Minjiu and her group. It's actually them. Lin Miao Miao from the academy also paid attention and was surprised to find that it was the 2 girls she had sensed something unusual about at the beginning. What force are they from? How can they make it here? The primordial spirit Xianming Saint Child, who had transformed, also spoke in surprise. In an instant, all eyes were on Kanglan Minjiu and the others. However, Kanglan Minjiu and the others in the center of the scene were completely focused on breaking the restriction, paying no attention to the outside world. At this moment, the eyes of Kanglan Minjiu, with the jade hanging from her ear, became even more dazzling. Her psychic power had reached the level of the saint, and even her eyes underwent a transformation, as if she could see through everything. It seemed that all the intertwined restrictions were like nothing in her eyes. A group of people finally arrived outside the black stone mansion at the deepest part. As long as they break through this last layer of restriction, they can enter. Whoosh! Everyone outside couldn't remain calm when they saw this scene. This, the sacred fire attire, sacred fire gate, isn't that a 9th grade sect? No, that woman, I remember, she's the 9th princess of the vast Tide Kingdom, Kanglan Minjiu. Kanglan Minjiu from the vast Tide Kingdom and the sacred fire gate, this combination can actually achieve the same thing as the 3 supreme forces. It's somewhat unbelievable, and it seems like they still want to break through this last layer of restriction. Not simple at all. This sacred fire gate must have some unknown secrets. The onlookers outside were discussing and speculating. At the location of the Heavenly Sword Holy Institution, Kanglan Ma Shui and Kanglan Fei, who had already improved, couldn't sit still when they saw this scene. Kanglan Minjiu and the people from the Sacred Fire Gate actually dared to come to the Union Forest, where even the Ascendant Law Tribulation can be incinerated. Moreover, they broke through to the deepest part. How is this possible? The expressions on Kanglan Ma Shui and Kanglan Fei's faces were extremely ugly. He remembered that they even snatched the Ling Long Jade, which can enhance psychic power, from Kanglan Minjiu. The restrictions involved in this are terrifying. Even they, as siblings, couldn't break through alternately. Where did Kanglan Minjiu get her strength from? This is impossible. At this moment, the expressions of Kanglan Ma Shui and Kanglan Fei began to waver. Even he couldn't believe that Kanglan Minjiu could achieve such a level. It seems that your 9th sister's psychic power is stronger than both of you. Su Lanyan also spoke with an uncomfortable expression. She seemed to recall the scene when she first met Kanglan Minjiu. At that time, she felt an inexplicable palpitation from Kanglan Minjiu, thinking it was caused by the Ling Long Jade, which can enhance psychic power. Now it seems that from the beginning, her psychic talent seemed to be stronger than Kanglan Ma Shui and Kanglan Fei. Never did she expect that as a generation's saintess, she would also have moments of misjudgment. It's impossible. Saintess, that little BCH started cultivating psychic arts later than me and my brother. Without the Ling Long Jade, she's just a waste. Daring to come here is seeking death. Kanglan Fei refused to believe it and sarcastically said. Su Lanyan frowned slightly, not bothering to say much, and continued to gaze in the direction of the sacred fire gate. Minjiu's sister, how are you? Back to the scene, facing this last layer of restriction at the deepest part, Lu Rushuan asked with concern. At this moment, she seemed to see that Kanglan Minjiu's eyes were bloodshot. It seems that this last layer of restriction is indeed extraordinary, causing her mental and physical exhaustion. If it really doesn't work. Lu Rushuan thought about saying that giving up is also an option. But Kanglan Minjiu shook her head and said, "Don't worry, Ruo Shuang, I'm confident." You all step back a bit. Kanglan Minjiu said, gathering all her psychic power in her sea of consciousness once again. In an instant, her eyes, like jade, turned red. In that moment, she seemed to think of Senior Xia's terrifying summer garden. The restrictions here seemed to be inferior to the outermost automatic defense and counterattack of the senior. Especially among them, the sparrows on the branches were like the 9 heavenly sun that can incinerate everything. Compared to the flames of these restrictions, they were like fireflies. But even in the deepest part where the senior had been, she went there. The restrictions and flames here were nothing. Disperse. At this moment, Lu Rushuan seemed to have figured out the densely woven restrictions like a spider web. She extended her jade-like hand and pointed. She pointed at the most peculiar and densest node among the flames. Chapter 34. Boom! Just like that, a miraculous scene unfolded. That eerie power that could instantly kill even the law tribulation didn't harm Kanglan Minjiu in the slightest. Even the densely packed array of restrictions began to crack under her seemingly ordinary finger. Crack! All the restrictions dissipated with a loud noise, and the central black stone palace split into 2, revealing the entire pitch-black coffin intact. At this moment, the restrictions were broken, and the formation was destroyed. Swish, swish, swish. Ha ha ha, the restrictions are finally broken. Quick, let's enter it. We'll miss out if we're too late. Charge! All the forces rushed forward. The Heavenly Sword Academy, the Academy, and the Xianming Sacred Land, the three major forces, were especially close to the action. They flashed forward and headed towards the direction where Kanglan Minjiu had just broken the restrictions. Kanglan Minjiu and the others who were deep inside also slowly approached. Looking at the cracked coffin. The Supreme Coffin, it probably contains the inheritance of a Supreme for their entire life. Senior brother, we're going to strike it rich. Lu Qingbei's eyes turned red, and he trembled as he spoke. If we obtain the contents of this coffin, the strength of my sacred fire gate will definitely reach a new level. Gu Tianxing's voice was equally excited. Only Kanglan Minjiu, with her jade hook eyes, felt a slight unease in her remaining mental power in her sea of consciousness. She had a strange feeling that the black hall in front of her gave her an inexplicable sense of fear. Everyone, follow me, and open the hall together. Gu Tianxing had already walked to the side of the coffin. Although Kanglan Minjiu felt uneasy, seeing Gu Tianxing already approaching, she had no choice but to follow. After all, the restrictions had been broken. If they didn't take anything from it, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Besides, she still had the backup left by Senior Xia, and Kanglan Minjiu believed she could handle it. Clang! Stop! But at this moment, a flying sword suddenly flew over and landed in front of everyone. Following that, several figures arrived, their voices filled with an overbearing tone. The people who came were from the Heavenly Sword Academy. You are not allowed to approach this coffin. At this moment, an old man from the Heavenly Sword Academy spoke up. Gu Tianxing recognized the contemptuous tone instantly. It was the old man from the Ho family who had injured him from the sacred fire gate earlier. What do you mean by this? Gu Tianxing's face turned ugly. There has always been a rule in the cultivation world that the first come, first served. Moreover, it was us who broke the restrictions here. Boom! However, before he could finish his words, he was pushed back 3 steps by the sudden aura emanating from the old man in front of him. The old man had a disdainful expression. First come, first served? Do you think a small half-step heavenly river like you can touch the fortunes here? I'm giving you a chance to take it. Will you dare to take it? The old man from the Ho family spoke with a cold tone. Gu Tianxing and the others turned pale at his words. Swish! At this moment, several figures approached like the wind. I wonder who you are. It's truly a miracle that a mere human-level force with only one heavenly river can exist here. Suddenly, the voice of the primordial spirit sneered. The fourth on the demonic ranking, Xianming Saint Child, and the Academy's Xiao Saint, Lin Miao Miao. Upon seeing the arrival of the person, Su Lanyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her face deepening. Miss Su is too kind. Miao Miao is just an ordinary cultivator and is not worthy of the title of Xiao Saint. Lin Miao Miao smiled lightly and her gaze fell slightly hopeful on Kanglan Minjiu and the others. Su Lanyan's expression deepened as she pursed her lips. Since you all are here, the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy will only take 1/4 of the treasure. How about that? After Su Lanyan finished speaking, she looked at Xianming Saint Child and the others behind Lin Miao Miao. Although Xianming Saint Child only had her primordial spirit left, she still had the powerful Xianming Sacred Land behind her, which was no weaker than the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy. Taking 1/4 of the treasure was not a loss for her. After all, there were many forces following behind, and there might even be hidden ones. This choice would prevent any unexpected situations. Xianming Saint Child nodded slightly after hearing Su Lanyan's words. I have no objections. Lin Miao Miao also nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Su Lanyan said, and as soon as her voice fell, her figure suddenly flashed. In an instant, she appeared in front of Kanglan Minjiu, and with a gentle grasp, she captured Kanglan Minjiu in her hand. As a heaven-connecting realm prodigy, her sudden action caught everyone off guard. Even senior brother Gu Tianxing and the others were unprepared, and even Lu Rushuan didn't react in time. Sister Minjiu. Lu Rushuan's expression changed. What are you doing? Let go of Sister Minjiu. However, Su Lanyan ignored her proud expression and narrowed eyes scanning Kanglan Minjiu, who was captured in her hand. There is indeed something wrong with you. There was still a strange feeling emanating from Kanglan Minjiu, like a thorn in her back. Give me peace of mind. I'll disable you first. After Su Lanyan finished speaking, a talisman with a destructive aura appeared in her hand. Soul-locking talisman. As soon as they saw this talisman, Lu Rushuan and the others' expressions changed. Even Lin Miao Miao, who was nearby, seemed to be pondering. The soul-locking talisman was specifically designed to destroy a cultivator's cultivation. Unlike simply destroying the danshan, this talisman could also disable the cultivation, mental power and divine consciousness of the person it was used on. However, this talisman was not used lightly, only in cases of deep hatred and enmity. Stop! Almost as soon as they saw the soul-locking talisman, Lu Rushuan panicked and her pretty face filled with urgency. You, heavenly sword saintess, if you dare to harm Sister Minjiu today, Senior Xia will definitely not spare you. Senior Xia! Spare me! Hee hee! Su Lanyan's face showed a mocking smile. Today, this saintess heard a big joke. Who do you think I, Su Lanyan, am? A mere ordinary supreme dares to threaten me. Upon hearing this, the malicious expression on Kanglan Minjiu's face deepened. Senior sister, there's no need to waste words with her. Kanglan Minjiu is a person of our vast Tide Kingdom. Yesterday, she dared to defy my father's orders, and today, I will decide her fate. You just need to deal with her. We, Kanglan, will definitely stand by your side. Su Lanyan heard this and looked at Kanglan Momo with appreciation. The soul-locking talisman was about to be activated. Meanwhile, Kanglan Minjiu, who was in Su Lanyan's hand, heard Kanglan Momo's malicious words and her expression became resentful. Her thoughts began to stir, wanting to open the scroll given to her by Xia Fan. Crack! 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 But at this moment, the pitch-black coffin suddenly began to crack. Accompanied by a dark bead, a dark-robed skeleton slowly stood up from the cracking coffin. Whoosh! At the moment the skeleton stood up, the raging true fire that had been raging around the dark flame secret realm suddenly surged, forming clusters of black eerie flames that seemed to surpass the level of earthly fire. The scene suddenly fell into a deathly silence, with only the struggling sound of the skeleton sending chills down everyone's spines. Chapter 35. Whoosh! At the moment the figure in the black robe stood up, the raging flames surrounding the nether flame secret realm suddenly surged and transformed into clusters of black eerie flames, surpassing the level of earthly fire. The entire field fell into a deathly silence, with only the struggling sound of the skeletons creaking, sending shivers down one's spine. With the movement of the black-robed skeleton, countless evil flames within the secret realm swept violently in all directions. Ah ah ah! In the next instant, countless screams of agony echoed around. Some cultivators standing at the edge were unable to dodge in time and were instantly engulfed by the evil flames, turning into ashes. That's the heaven-seizing supreme. How is this possible? Could it be that he's not dead? Many cultivators exclaimed in shock. The Law Tribulation Realm Elder from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy stared fixedly at the pitch-black bead on the forehead of the black-robed skeleton, his pupils shrinking as he exclaimed in fear, "No! That's the evil aura from the Heaven-Seizing Pearl." Heaven-Seizing Supreme attempted to use the Heaven-Seizing Pearl as a catalyst to obtain the nether flame void shattering transcending tribulation and ascend to immortality, but he failed. His consciousness was incinerated, leaving behind only this demonic body. As he spoke, the Law Tribulation Realm Elder from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy couldn't help but tremble. The terrifying evil aura that made one tremble with fear pressed down on everyone, making it difficult to breathe. A demonic body possessed by a top supreme, there's probably no one below the supreme level who can rival him. As the major sects and forces were intimidated by the resurrected heaven-seizing supreme, many cultivators below the divine core realm in the outskirts of the secret realm had already been burned to ashes by the black flames. For a while, the secret realm turned into a purgatory on earth. Facing these black flames that could threaten Ascendant Realm experts, Lu Rushuan and her group from the Sacred Fire Gate, although weak in strength, managed to protect themselves with the yellow bricks they held. Su Lanyan's face turned pale, and she subconsciously released her restraint on Kanglan Minjiu, harboring the intention to retreat. The current heaven-seizing demon lord was not someone the cultivators here could contend with. Heaven-seizing supreme has turned demonic. Retreat, those affiliated with the heavenly sword sacred land. Su Lanyan and the Law Tribulation Realm Elder exchanged glances, shouting loudly, and immediately retreated towards the entrance of the secret realm. On the other side, the Academy and the mysterious Nether Sacred Land, the two major supreme forces, also began to flee. As the strongest cultivators present started to flee, the other forces no longer had the confidence to stay and scattered in all directions. Before the group of people could escape far, the endless black flames quickly caught up from all sides. The overwhelming sea of fire blocked the only way out for the cultivators. Fear. Panic. Feelings of despair spread among the crowd. On the other side, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy, which had attempted to escape first, also came to a halt. Lin Miao Miao and the mysterious Nether Saint Child both felt their scalps go numb, their faces looking grimly at the heaven-seizing demon lord, who had already set his sights on them. Within the hollow eye sockets, two black hole-like flames revealed a sense of greed and evil. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-seizing demon lord, who had been in the coffin just a second ago, appeared in front of the people from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy. The terrifying pressure from the apex-level supreme still spoke of the former strength of this body. The way of heaven seizing all things. The heaven-seizing demon lord's mouth, with only bare-bone teeth, emitted a vague and obscure voice. All of you, are mere ants. Accompanied by the rising black flames in the eye sockets of the heaven-seizing demon lord, screams came from the three major supreme forces. Boom! All the cultivators below the heaven-connecting realm were instantly crushed into bursts of blood mist under the pressure of the demon lord. Su Lanyan stared blankly at the blood and flesh that stained her body, her delicate body trembling. With a single thought from the demon lord, all the strong cultivators below the heaven-connecting realm in the three major forces perished. The remaining essence of blood and flesh was absorbed and seized by him. Seizing all living beings, is this the way of heaven-seizing of the heaven-seizing demon lord? The atmosphere in the secret realm suddenly fell into despair. After absorbing the essence of the cultivators below the heaven-connecting realm, the aura of the heaven-seizing demon lord became even stronger. Su Lanyan ran away as if she had gone mad, but the heaven-seizing demon lord had already locked onto her and reached out with his bone claw to grab her. No! Under the bone claws of the demon lord, Su Lanyan had nowhere to escape, and his physical body instantly turned into a mist of blood. Only his primordial spirit remained, fleeing in all directions. Subconsciously, he crushed a talisman. Demon, do not act recklessly in front of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy. Just as Su Lanyan crushed the talisman, in an instant, a shout resounded in the ears of the crowd. Everyone looked up at the sky, only to see a rift torn open in the outer space of the secret realm, and two figures enveloped in supreme sword intent burst out from it. They are other Law Tribulation elders from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy. They actually have reinforcements outside the Nether Flame secret realm. The forces below immediately recognized the newcomers and exclaimed in surprise. Trash! Ah! But before the words could be spoken, screams rang out. Heaven-seizing demon lord raised his palm, and the black flames around him transformed into a giant python that swallowed the two law tribulation elders who had just arrived. Su Lanyan stood in despair, motionless. The rift in the space above the secret realm closed in a panic after the two elders were killed. Faced with the dominance of the demon lord, even the sacred academy decisively abandoned them. Fellow deists, there is still hope. Mysterious Nether Saint Child's face darkened, and after hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly took out a piece of talisman paper. This is the supreme decree bestowed upon us by our mysterious Nether ancestor, which can summon his divine presence. Divine presence, appear! With a loud shout, a divine presence that penetrated the heavens and earth of the secret realm descended. The imposing aura from the invincible supreme slightly dispersed the black sea of flames around them. That is the divine presence of mysterious Nether Supreme. It is rumored that mysterious Nether Supreme achieved invincibility 1,000 years ago. We are saved. The remaining people couldn't help but exclaim in joy, marveling at the strength of the sacred land. With the divine presence present, even for an invincible supreme, the price to pay was not small. Mysterious Nether Supreme's divine presence could at least hold back this resurrected heaven-seizing supreme, or rather, the demon lord. They needed time to escape from the Nether Flame secret realm. Under the hopeful gazes of countless people, the divine presence of mysterious Nether raised its palm and struck towards heaven-seizing demon lord. Ha! Divine presence! I achieved invincibility 3,000 years ago. A mere divine presence is nothing more than a slightly larger ant. The flames of black fire in his eyes flickered as heaven-seizing demon lord sneered. With a raise of his bone hand, the black flames condensed into a black tiger and a giant python, which fiercely bit at the divine presence of mysterious Nether. In an instant, the majestic divine presence collapsed under the beast's bites. Pfft! Mysterious Nether Saint Child's face turned pale, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, and his body went limp, falling to the ground. The remaining people from mysterious Nether Sacred Land hurriedly checked on him, only to find that his vitality had dissipated. At this moment, Lin Miao Miao felt that her death was imminent, and despair filled her heart. Of the 3 great saint forces, only the academy remained unharmed. Just as the people in the academy thought that they would be the next to die a tragic death, heaven-seizing demon lord turned his head towards a certain corner of the secret realm's edge. At the center of his brow, the nether flame, accompanied by psychic power, and the heaven-seizing pearl shimmered with a strange radiance. I smell it. The scent of a Kylan. The taste of a divine beast's bloodline, it truly makes this lord nostalgic. As his demonic voice fell, the black tiger and giant python rushed towards a corner of the secret realm. A Kylan? The divine beast Kylan from the celestial beast mountain range has also entered the secret realm. They must have a way. Chapter 36. The murmurs of the demon lord were heard by the various forces below, and a few traces of hope appeared on their despairing faces once again. Boom! Under a burst of colorful radiance, the 2 black giant beasts were torn apart and dissipated into strands of black fire, revealing a Kylan with flaming horns. Under its feet, intricate and complex patterns emitted a special radiance. Heaven-seizing demon lord! The eastern wilderness will not tolerate your insolence. It had only intended to follow and enter the Nether Flame secret realm to investigate the deaths of the 2 Kylan guardians half a month ago, as well as the situation surrounding the emergence of this secret realm. It never expected to encounter the demonized heaven-seizing supreme. In order to save itself, it had no choice but to activate the teleportation array left behind by its clan and seek assistance from the supreme-level experts within the clan. However, the heaven-seizing pearl was also an extremely rare treasure. That's a teleportation array. The supreme-level experts of the Kylan clan have arrived. The people from the various forces below rose and fell, finally gaining a glimmer of hope that seemed sufficient. With the arrival of the supreme-level experts, they should be able to stop this demon lord, right? As the colorful radiance dissipated, 3 majestic and enormous Kylan figures appeared in the sky above the secret realm. 2 were at the half-step supreme level, and 1 was at the supreme level. The Kylan clan, which shook the celestial beast mountain range, made such a grand appearance. Carrying the expectations of everyone present, the 3 supreme-level Kylans charged towards the heaven-seizing demon lord. Hee. Just a futile effort. A hoarse and cold laughter echoed through the heavens and earth as the heaven-seizing pearl erupted with countless black flames. Countless eerie fires within the secret realm were all absorbed by the heaven-seizing pearl, merging with the black flame radiance and transforming into a deep sea of flames that made even invincible supremes change their colors, enveloping the 3 Kylans tightly and devouring everything. Bad news, this demon lord is not just at the supreme level. Retreat quickly. The leading Kylan supreme roared, and under the colorful radiance, barely escaped the encirclement of the sea of flames, using all its supreme power to tear open the space and flee in panic, leaving the other Kylan dumbfounded in place. The other 2 half-step supreme Kylans were not so lucky and were directly devoured. The path of heaven seizing is to seize everything. The nether flame secret realm once again fell into a deep silence. It seemed as if it had fallen into despair. The mysterious nether old ancestor, who had achieved the invincible supreme level over 1,000 years ago in the mysterious nether sacred land, was easily defeated. The Kylan clan, which shook the celestial beast mountain range, had sent 2 half-step supreme and 1 supreme-level Kylan, but in an instant, 2 were killed and 1 escaped. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy even directly closed the originally opened secret realm formation. Endless despair shrouded everyone's hearts. If even the Supremes were scared away, what can we do? Lin Miao Miao stood bewildered in place, a bitter smile appearing on her beautiful face. The Academy did not provide any assistance, obviously not anticipating such horror. Under the raging flames, there was barely 1 cultivator left in the Nether Flame secret realm. The 3 major Supreme Sacred Land level forces suffered heavy losses, including Su Lanyan, who only had his primordial spirit left, and the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy was left with only a few people. Many heaven transcending level and heaven level forces were completely wiped out. Kanglan Ma Shui and Kanglan Fei, who had luckily survived in the black flames, collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the deep sea of flames in the sky, and began to kowtow to the heaven-seizing demon lord. Heaven-seizing lord, my Kanglan imperial family's old ancestor once followed you. Please open your eyes and spare us. Tears streamed down Kanglan Ma Shui's face as he loudly proclaimed his loyalty to the heaven-seizing demon lord. Above the fiery sea in the sky, the demon lord coldly glanced down as if sensing something, revealing his sharp teeth. The bodies of the Kanglan siblings suddenly stiffened, and their primordial spirits were directly sucked out and swallowed by the demon lord. You shall once again follow this lord. The familiar psychic power emanating from both of them indeed caught his attention. Upon seeing this, Lin Miao's face turned pale. She took a deep breath and prepared herself to die together with the people from the academy. Even the Supreme could only flee in panic, so what could a cultivator at the heaven-connecting realm like her do? But the eyes of the heaven-seizing demon lord suddenly shifted and landed on an inconspicuous cloud boat. It was the group from the sacred fire gate. At the moment the demon lord's gaze fell upon them, Kanglan Minjia felt an overwhelming terror descend upon her, as if she had fallen into an endless abyss of black flames. The aura of your psychic power seems so pure that it has activated the eye of the hook, said the heaven-seizing demon lord. Kanglan Minjia's psychic power had reached the level of a psychic master, so it was only natural that she couldn't escape the gaze of the heaven-seizing demon lord, who had achieved mastery in psychic power during his lifetime. Sacrifice. At the moment of impending death, Kanglan Minjia exerted all her strength and threw out the scroll given to her by Xia Fan. Buzz. A pure white scroll exuded a radiant silver light, suspended in the sky. A sudden change occurred, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, the scroll slowly unfolded. It revealed a bright and pure moon hanging high in the pitch-black night sky, casting down countless holy moonlight as if it could purify all things. Under the moonlight, the invincible black flame sea that had just defeated the Kylan Supreme dissipated and collapsed in an instant, turning into nothingness. The nether flame within the secret realm's formation and prohibition was also instantly purified. The heaven-seizing demon lord stood frozen in place, his hollow eyes fixed on the scroll. Below, there was a looming shadow of a huge black dog under the full moon. Even if it was just a silhouette of a black dog, it still exuded an unparalleled divine might that made him inexplicably fearful. Boom! As if the demon lord had only glanced at the scroll, the Dao heart belonging to the heaven-seizing great Dao within him shattered. The heaven-seizing pearl on his forehead also lost its darkness and fell back into the black coffin. Everything happened in an instant. Everyone was immersed in the mysterious power of the scroll. Is that the work of an immortal? Just the holy moon and a silhouette in the painting possess such devastating power. If the true form descends, it would probably destroy the heaven and earth world. Immortal! Please save us! The survivors within the secret realm began to bow and worship the silhouette of the black dog in the painting, but they didn't know that the moonlight and the dog-like silhouette had not made a move since the scroll was unfolded. Lin Miao Miao stared blankly at the scroll, then shifted her gaze to Kanglin Minjiu, who was unharmed below. How could a human-level force like the sacred fire gate possess such a treasure of immortals? Or perhaps there was another powerful immortal behind Kanglin Minjiu. As for Su Lanyan from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy, who was now only a primordial spirit, he looked at the majestic scroll floating in the air and felt a sense of fear deep in his heart. If he had really placed a soul-locking talisman on Kanglin Minjiu earlier, he probably wouldn't even have a primordial spirit left after the scroll appeared. This is impossible. Fear and disbelief flickered in the eyes of the heaven-seizing demon lord. His proud heaven-seizing Dao had instantly shattered before the silhouette of the black dog. With the last remaining power of a supreme, the heaven-seizing demon lord lunged towards the silhouette of the black dog in the scroll, accompanied by the moonlight. Chapter 37. Crack! Under the gaze of everyone in the secret realm, the body of the heaven-seizing demon lord disintegrated and dissipated under the moonlight, turning into dust that merged with the secret realm. At this moment, the heaven-seizing demon lord, who had just destroyed the law body and annihilated the Kylan, surpassing the invincible supreme, turned into a handful of dust under the painting. The heaven-seizing demon lord is dead. After a brief silence, the entire secret realm erupted with cheers of surviving the catastrophe. We're alive! That painting must be an immortal's possession. Everyone's faces were filled with the joy of surviving. Under the purification of the painting, the extremely dangerous array formations and restrictions in the secret realm dissipated. They could finally leave alive. Many people were ready to continue worshipping the painting, but the painting suddenly changed direction and autonomously returned, slowly falling into the hands of Kanglin Minjiu. At this moment, Kanglin Minjiu was almost petrified, staring blankly at the painting that faintly emitted a holy moonlight. Lu Rushuan and the others from the sacred fire gate were even more dumbfounded, taking a long time to recover. This was just something Senior Xia casually painted, yet its power was terrifying to this extent. The heaven-seizing demon lord, who surpassed the supreme realm, died with just one glance at the painting. What level of existence was Senior Xia himself? Kanglin Minjiu and the others dared not imagine. When they first met Xia Fan, they thought he was only a existence surpassing the supreme realm. Now it seemed that the supreme realm was nothing in front of Senior Xia. Lu Qingbei and Gu Tianxing exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Senior Xia's existence is like that of an immortal's, far beyond what we can imagine. Be a good chess piece in Senior Xia's hands. Lu Rushuan was almost in tears of joy. She was the first person to meet Senior Xia and understood his terror the most. An immortal? Lu Rushuan shook her head inwardly. Could an immortal really possess such power? After Kanglin Minjiu and the others recovered, they looked up to see a group of forces respectfully approaching them, kneeling down and paying their respects. The Wei Kingdom royal family thanks the immortal for saving our lives. In the heaven and earth world, there were people who inherited the immortals' legacy and were called the children of immortals. Although Kanglan Minjaihu's cultivation seemed to only be at the divine core mid-stage, she possessed the treasures of the immortals. There must be a terrifying existence standing behind her. Perhaps the 3,000 years without immortals in the heaven and earth world had already been broken. Once the Wei Kingdom royal family spoke, the other forces couldn't sit still and also knelt down, shouting their gratitude. "Thank you, immortal, for saving our lives." Kanglan Minjaihu was momentarily stunned by this scene. A group of powerful individuals from heaven level and heaven transcending level forces were kneeling and paying their respects to her. Representing the academy, Saintess Lin Miao Miao thanks the immortal for saving our lives. On the other side, Lin Miao Miao's lips slightly opened as she naturally bowed to Kanglan Minjaihu in gratitude. The other forces present were somewhat dumbfounded. Even the usually proud Saintess Lin Miao Miao was bowing to someone? This was the might of an immortal. Even the supreme sacred land, which possessed the invincible supreme, had to behave obediently in front of an immortal. Even if this disciple of the immortal was only at the divine core realm. Lin Miao Miao remained indifferent, not feeling that bowing to a woman at the divine core realm would damage her reputation. If I can have the support of the powerful figures behind Kanglan Minjaihu, it would be worth paying any price. Not far away, the few remaining members of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Su Lanyan, who was surrounded and using secret techniques to restore her body, had long lost all hope and her eyes were filled with resentment and jealousy. Why? This person, who is only at the divine core realm, has no qualifications to become a disciple of the immortal sect. Let's go, just leave directly. Su Lanyan's face turned dark, and with a low roar, she suddenly fled with her people. She couldn't stay in this secret realm anymore. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, the remaining members of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy left with Su Lanyan in a dejected manner. Tisk tisk tisk, this time the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy really suffered a big loss, it's a huge loss. Yet, apart from those ascendant and heaven connecting realm powerhouses, including the Law Tribulation Realm elders who came with them, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy has lost 3 Law Tribulation Realm powerhouses. Now they have also offended the Immortal Lady. But thinking back to how Su Lanyan wanted to make a move against Kanglan Minjaihu and the others earlier, it can be considered a deserved punishment. Who told her that there is a powerful figure from the Immortal sect behind them? Even the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy wouldn't dare to offend an immortal. Being invincible in the Supreme Realm is only being invincible in the Supreme Realm, while immortals exist on a completely different level. Kanglan Minjaihu coldly watched the departure of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy's flying boat. If it weren't for the awakening of the heaven-seizing demon lord, Su Lanyan would have been the first to die under the painting. Now she was lucky to have survived. After the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy left, other forces also began to leave on cloud boats. Lin Miao Miao stepped forward, her beautiful eyes staring at Kanglan Minjaihu, and respectfully bowed. Next time, the Academy will personally visit the vast Tide Kingdom and the Sacred Fire Gate to express our gratitude. We take our leave. Among the saintesses and saint children of the 3 great Saint Earth level forces who came this time, only Lin Miao Miao came out of the secret realm unscathed. She naturally knew who she should thank. And the things left behind by the heaven-seizing demon lord in this secret realm naturally belonged to Kanglan Minjaihu and her group. Everyone approached the coffin left by the heaven-seizing demon lord. When they opened it, they saw the clear and bright heaven-seizing pearl placed inside. So this is the supreme law weapon, the heaven-seizing pearl, which was famous during the lifetime of the heaven-seizing supreme. Lu Qingbai carefully observed the heaven-seizing pearl and said cautiously. He could clearly feel that the heaven-seizing pearl still contained the power of a supreme powerhouse. It's just that the evil nature within it was purified by the moonlight in the painting. This is the pure energy left behind by an invincible supreme. If it falls into the hands of those sacred land powers, it might be able to directly create another supreme powerhouse. Gu Tianxing sighed in admiration. Could it be that Senior Xia gave us the painting for the sake of this heaven-seizing pearl? Regardless, let's take it back and give it to Senior Xia. He must have his own plans. Lu Rushuan had unconditional trust and admiration for Xia Fan. Seeing the heaven-seizing pearl in the black coffin, no one dared to touch it except Kanglin Minjiu, who was able to collect it under the residual pressure of the painting. After successfully recovering the heaven-seizing pearl, the group no longer stayed in the secret realm. They knew that after the sect forces left, the news here would explode and spread throughout the eastern wilderness. Let's go back to the sacred fire gate and keep the heaven-seizing pearl safe. Okay. The cloud boat of the sacred fire gate quickly left the secret realm. Chapter 38. Outside. Heaven-seizing Supreme falls into madness, and the powerful beings in the Supreme Realm perish. The three great saint forces and the celestial beast mountain ranges Kylin clan suffer heavy losses. And the most sensational news, the appearance of a precious treasure of the immortal clan. The news of Kanglin Minjiu, the 9th princess of the vast Tide Kingdom, becoming a disciple of an immortal, spreads like an explosion throughout the eastern wilderness after the survivors of various forces leave the secret realm, causing a sensation among countless forces. The 9th princess of the vast Tide Kingdom, Kanglin Minjiu? She is actually a disciple of an immortal. I didn't expect that there hasn't been an immortal in the heaven and earth world for 3,000 years. Could it be that there is still an immortal in our eastern wilderness? Prepare the flying boats quickly, we are going to the vast Tide Kingdom. The name Kanglin Minjiu spreads throughout the entire eastern wilderness and its surrounding areas in an instant. The title of being a disciple of the immortal clan directly places her in front of all forces. Inside the royal palace of the vast Tide Kingdom, Kanglin Yi looks at the encrypted message sent by his subordinates expressionlessly, and after a moment, tears it to shreds. Beside him, a noble and elegant woman cries and begs, pounding on Kanglin Yi. Your Majesty, you must make a decision for Ma Shui and Xia Fan. Have you gone mad? Kanglin Yi is annoyed by the noise and pushes the woman away. Do you know who is behind Minjiu now? It's an immortal. If you make a move against Minjiu now, do you want the vast Tide Kingdom to be destroyed? Kanglin Yi's anger silences the mad woman, and her eyes are filled with resentment. After a moment of contemplation, Kanglin Yi picks up a pen and paper and personally writes a decree, summoning a trusted confidant. Spread the word, from now on, Minjiu will be the heir to the vast Tide Kingdom. Yes. Kanglin Yi's words are like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, striking the woman's heart, instantly turning it into ashes. There are not many people around here, let's go. Near the dock, Gu Tianxin carefully investigates the small path leading to the 100,000 mountains within a few miles. After confirming that there are no spies from other forces, Kanglin Minjiu and the others cautiously enter the 100,000 forbidden mountains with the heaven-seizing pearl. After the news of the great battle in the Nether Flame secret realm spreads, many forces start looking for Kanglin Minjiu and the sacred fire gate. In order to not expose Senior Xia's existence, they carefully hide their whereabouts. Even though they are aware of the danger of the 100,000 forbidden mountains, for ordinary people, entering it is like seeking rebirth. But if someone happens to reach Senior Xia's mansion, how should they disturb him? That would be a great offense. Following their memories, they arrive at Yellow Mud Village. Facing Lu Rushuan and the others who have visited multiple times, the people in Yellow Mud Village are no longer surprised. In fact, Aunt Zhu, upon seeing these people again, furrows her brows and says, "These old men are here again." After speaking, she runs away directly. Xiao Xia just finished teaching the children how to paint, so he should be at home now. Kind-hearted Uncle Zhao comes over with a smile. "Thank you, Uncle." Upon hearing that Senior Xia voluntarily teaches the children in the village how to paint, the group of people once again envy the power of the moonlight painting scroll. Why didn't they have the fortune to be born in this village? They walked to the front yard of the summer garden as if they were familiar with the route. It was still Lu Rushuan. Her eyes, like rippling water, looked up and she knocked on the door. Senior Xia, Rushuan is here to bother you again. Oh, you're here. Come in. Hearing the lazy response from the courtyard, Lu Rushuan and the others cautiously walked into the garden. Upon entering, they saw Xia Fan placing a lounge chair in the courtyard, leisurely lying on it, basking in the sun with Xiao Wu'er. Beside the lounge chair, Daha and Erha were happily wagging their tails. But when they saw Lu Rushuan and the others come in, the two immediately turned their heads. Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan knew very well the terrifying power of Daha and Erha. They first nodded and saluted the two dogs, then respectfully walked up to Xia Fan. Senior Xia, thank you for the painting. Now that it's returned to its rightful owner, and there's also this. Kanglan Minjiu respectfully presented the scroll along with the heaven-seizing pearl. Oh? Finished appreciating it. Xia Fan sat up from the lounge chair, not taking the scroll but instead picking up the heaven-seizing pearl with interest. This little thing is quite interesting. Xia Fan placed it in the palm of her hand, faintly noticing that the pure white pearl was emitting fluorescence. It was very similar to the fluorescent ball on Earth in her previous life. Although it couldn't compare to the brightness of an electric light, it would be nice to have it as a night pearl for illumination at home. Is this the gift you all gave me? It's perfect for lighting up, I really like it, so I'll accept it. As for this painting, it was originally meant to be given to you, so there's no need to return it to me. Xia Fan smiled and pushed the scroll back. Lu Rushuan, Kanglan Minjiu and the others were somewhat numb. The heaven-seizing pearl, the treasure of the Supreme, which heaven-seizing Supreme was proud of during his lifetime, was just being used as a light source by Xia Fan. But they also understood that while the heaven-seizing pearl might be a treasure to them, it was nothing to their senior. After all, their senior could casually give them a divine painting that could easily kill a heaven-seizing Supreme. Xia Fan stood up and hung the heaven-seizing pearl in the room, instantly brightening it up. Well, it's really good. Xia Fan nodded in satisfaction, looked at the pale faces of Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan, and remembered that these two beauties were not in good health. They would become pale and exhausted even from climbing a mountain. Wasn't his task today to catch a fish? Perfect, he could make a meal. Thank you all for coming to deliver the gifts. I caught a carp this morning, so I'll use it to nourish your bodies. The two elders are also here, let's have a meal together. You too, you should also exercise regularly and not skip meals just for the sake of your figures. Look at how weak you both are. Xiao Wu'er, come help me wash the vegetables. Xia Fan called Xiao Wu'er while walking towards the kitchen, leaving Kanglan Minjiu and the others looking at each other. Lu Rushuan was the first to react, her face filled with excitement. Senior Xia must think our cultivation is too weak and is preparing to enhance it for us. Last time, Kanglan Minjiu only used the cloth Xia Fan gave her, and her spell casting ability greatly increased, but her cultivation was still at the divine core realm. She was equally excited, looking at Xia Fan's back with admiration in her eyes. Senior Xia is so good to us. Suppressing their excitement, the group immediately followed into the kitchen, eager to witness it. In the courtyard, Daha and Erha stopped wagging their tails and stared at the kitchen. Erha seemed to smell something and sighed, that little fish that came this morning hasn't even matured yet, and it's going to be melted into the great Dao by the owner. It's a pity for its cultivation. Don't be so sad. If you have the ability, don't eat it later. You should shut up, Daha. I bet you're secretly happy in your heart. Chapter 39. In the kitchen, Kanglan Minjiu and the others sat far away, anxiously watching Xia Fan kill the fish. What is the origin of this fish? Just a fish scale accidentally revealed by Senior Xia earlier, and its aura made my blood boil. It's like an ancient ferocious beast. The knife in Senior Xia's hand is extraordinary. The blade carries the aura of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Just a glance at it made my state of mind unstable, and my cultivation almost dropped. Gu Tianxing's face was now pale and green, his cultivation fluctuating. Kanglan Minjiu, protected by the aura of the painting, was not affected by the scene of Xia Fan killing the fish. Watching the giant carp, whose level of life far surpassed theirs, turn into a delicious and thick fish soup in Xia Fan's hands, the group was numb, but more excited. An ancient ferocious beast-like creature has become the food in their bowls? Kanglan Minjiu and the others could only sigh and feel like they were dreaming. Seeing the fish scale discarded by Xia Fan, Lu Qingbei felt heartbroken and bit his teeth, wondering if he should shamelessly go and ask Senior Xia for it. That seems to be a treasure no less than a law weapon of the immortal family. Xia Wu'er, tidy up the table and get ready to eat. Yes, young master. Xia Fan served the freshly cooked fish soup and turned around to see Lu Rushuan and the others with faces full of drooling desire, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the outside world is indeed not peaceful. Look at how hungry these people are, getting so excited at the sight of a bowl of fish soup. As if smelling the aroma of the fish soup, Ha wagged their tails and jumped in. What are you two doing? You stole vegetables yesterday and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Today, you're not allowed to eat, only gnaw on fish bones. Xia Fan put down the fish soup and picked up a stick, ready to beat them. Seeing the situation was not good, the two dogs quickly ran away, leaving Xia Fan helpless. These two dogs. Kanglan Minjiu and the others, who were already seated, were dumbfounded. Thinking back to the painting, where the rare glimpse of the Tao's charm could easily kill the ancient ferocious beast that even the heaven-seizing supreme couldn't handle. And now, looking at Erha, who was punished to only gnaw on bones, it was like seeing two different versions. Everyone fell silent. They increasingly doubted whether their worldview would collapse after coming to Senior Xia's place several times. Kanglan Minjiu looked at the fish soup in front of her, emitting an unparalleled charm and the aura of laws, and thought of the black dog's silhouette in the painting, silently firming her gaze. She should leave more fish bones for Senior Erha. It's so fragrant. After eating the first piece of fish, Lu Rushuan and the others instantly felt their whole bodies undergoing a sublimation. Every pore on their bodies exuded spirituality. It was as if their level of life was also increasing. Crack! Lu Rushuan felt as if something inside his body had broken through a barrier, and then his cultivation skyrocketed. Mid-stage of the Heavenly River Realm. Late stage of the Heavenly River Realm. Peak of the Heavenly River Realm. Great perfection of the Heaven Connecting Realm. Great perfection of the Ascendant Realm. The aura on Lu Rushuan's body surged like a rocket breaking through the sky, terrifying momentum. He directly broke through two major realms in succession and reached the great perfection of the Ascendant Realm. Lu Qingbei and Gu Tianxing, limited by their own talents, only had their cultivation and aura reach the peak of the Heaven Connecting Realm, but they were still overjoyed. A cultivator in the Heaven Connecting Realm could already dominate an Earth-level force. And the Ascendant Realm could even reign supreme in the Eastern Wilderness, at the Heaven level. As long as there was no law tribulation, the Ascendant Realm was king. Kanglan Minjiu felt the surging power of the Ascendant Realm late-stage cultivation in her body and almost shed tears in her heart. A pot of fish soup comparable to an ancient ferocious beast. The law tribulation realm, which was once unreachable, was now within reach. The day of revenge against the person from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy who defiled her mother was not far away. Thank you, Senior Xia, for your kindness. Minjiu will never forget it. Xia Fan had just taken a sip of the fish soup to whet his appetite when he saw Lu Rushuan and the others excited and overjoyed. Kanglan Minjiu even covered her face and shed tears, bowing to him in gratitude. This made him unable to help but wonder. Is his culinary skill really that amazing in this world? Or are these people so hungry that they've lost their minds? Xia Fan quickly helped Kanglan Minjiu up and poured a few cups of tea for everyone, just like last time. Come, don't get too excited, have a sip of tea to calm down. It's just a bowl of fish soup, nothing special. Although Xia Fan said so, He couldn't help but feel that Lu Rushuan and the others were really pitiful. What kind of world is it outside? Last time they had some porridge, and this time it's just a bowl of fish soup. It's not that extravagant. Yet it made them so grateful and moved to tears. Ah, what a tragedy! Xia Fan sighed inwardly, confirming once again that it was an extremely correct choice for him to stay in the secluded summer garden. Kanglan Minjiu and the others calmed their emotions, drank the tea, and a gentle aura flowed through their bodies, smoothing out the hidden dangers caused by their rapid cultivation progress. This holy tea is even purer than last time. Feeling the changes in their bodies, Lu Rushuan's eyes were full of shock. The Dao rhyme in this tea even changed their physical constitution. The talent for their cultivation was once again elevated to a higher level. Senior brother, I feel like I'm about to break through again, Lu Qingbei murmured. He was now radiant and full of energy, as if he had entered a second spring. Gu Tianxing felt the same way. It seems that this fish soup is indeed effective. I should make more for Xiao Wu'er in the future. We can't let her suffer during this critical period of growth. Xia Fan looked at Kanglan Minjiu and the others, who were in great spirits after drinking the fish soup, then turned his head and glanced at Xiao Wu'er, who had only drunk half a bowl and was already playing with the cat. He nodded to himself and pondered. Compared to the others, Xiao Wu'er, who accompanied her every day, was the most pitiful. Thank you, Senior Xia, for your kindness. After finishing the bowl of fish soup, Lu Rushuan and the others were excited and eager to express their gratitude, but Xia Fan quickly stopped them. No need for thanks, it's just a meal. Now that you're full, go back. I still have to go to the village in the afternoon. Xia Fan was truly helpless. The elderly people insisted on showing their gratitude, but he couldn't bear it. On Earth, this would be quite exhausting. Yes, yes. We won't bother you anymore, Senior. Upon hearing Xia Fan's words, the others didn't dare to overstay their welcome and left Summer Garden with gratitude. As they passed by the gate, Ha lazily lay outside. Compared to Horse Protection Village, where they didn't mind disappearing and eating grass, they were not happy today because there was no meat. They even looked at the people who came out with dissatisfaction, their mouths twisted. Hiss! Just a trace of the supreme aura of a fierce beast made Lu Qingbei and the others feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, chilling their whole bodies. Kanglan Minjiu bit her lip, enduring the discomfort, and walked up to Ha's food bowl. She took out a few crystal-clear fish bones emitting a Dao rhyme from her sleeve and carefully placed them inside. Thank you for your hard work, Senior. Minjiu will come to visit again in the future. After doing all this, Kanglan Minjiu finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left without daring to stay any longer. After they left, the sound of hooves, like a great Dao, quietly approached the gate. It seems you're lucky today, you can still gnaw on a bone. Horse Protection Village. You sneaky BD, you were the one who stole the vegetables from the field yesterday, right? When the master wants to eat horse meat, I'll be the first to throw you out. Chapter 40. Once upon a time. Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy, Inner Hall. Elder, are you saying that the Academy is preparing to unite with other sacred land forces to take action against the Sacred Fire Gate? Su Lanyan, who had already recovered his physical body, looked at the white-bearded elder, the elder of Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy, in astonishment. In Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy, the elder usually focused on cultivation and the trivial matters of the academy were often handled by other elders. However, after the incident in the Nether Flame Secret Realm, 3 elders at the Law Tribulation Realm perished, and he couldn't sit still anymore. That's right. Last night, the Dean sent invitations to the mysterious Nether Sacred Land and other Sacred Land forces to join forces against the Sacred Fire Gate. But, isn't there an immortal standing behind Kanglan Minjiu? And she also has an immortal treasure scroll in her hands. Recalling the horror of the moonlit scroll, Su Lanyan still felt a bit scared, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for this Kanglan Minjiu, how could he have lost face in the secret realm? Humph! Who said that the person behind her must be an immortal? The elder flicked his sleeves and snorted coldly. Previously, the dean had communicated with the immortal ancestor of the academy in the immortal world, and the ancestor said that in the past 3,000 years, there hasn't been a single immortal who entered the immortal world from the heaven and earth world. And for those who have entered the immortal world, it is not easy for them to return to the heaven and earth world. So, what kind of person is behind Kanglan Minjiu? Su Lanyan was shocked by this news and recalled the scenes in the secret realm. That's right. Both Kanglan Minjiu and the people from the sacred fire gate had a surprised expression when they saw the scroll, as if they didn't know that the immortal scroll could have such power. The elder stroked his beard lightly and sneered, so, this might just be a group of lucky youngsters who obtained an immortal treasure. No matter how powerful the immortal treasure is, it depends on whose hands it is in. Su Lanyan seemed to think of something, his brows furrowing slightly, but what if? Before Su Lanyan could finish speaking, the elder waved his hand to interrupt. Even if there are powerful individuals behind them, at most, they would be scattered immortals. The immortal ancestor is very interested in that scroll and has given us an immortal treasure to guard against any other unexpected occurrences. Listening to the fact that the immortal ancestor of the academy personally bestowed an immortal treasure, Su Lanyan felt completely relieved, and a desire for revenge surged in his heart. Kanglan Minjiu, how dare a waste like you possess such a precious immortal treasure? This time, I will make sure you never rise again. Dash. Meanwhile, Sister Minjiu, come back to our sect with us. Don't go back to Vast Tide Kingdom. Outside the dock, Lu Rushuan held Kanglan Minjiu's hand, recalling her tragic background, filled with heartache. But now, with her strength, even if she returned to Vast Tide Kingdom, even if her father was a law tribulation powerhouse, he wouldn't dare to be so reckless anymore. As a young ascendant at the late stage, she had already surpassed the existence of the geniuses in the divine continent. No matter where she went, she would attract attention. Well, but let's first go to the dock and gather some information. Even though small forces may not dare to have any thoughts about the scroll, Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy won't just let it go. Kanglan Minjiu pondered for a moment and said. She still remembered the resentful look in Su Lanyan's eyes when he escaped from the secret realm. Moreover, it didn't seem like Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy's style to just let it be. Lu Rushuan and Lu Qingbei exchanged glances and agreed. The group of four, 2 women wearing veils and 2 old men wearing hats to cover their faces, arrived at the central tea house in the dock. The tea house was bustling with people, and on the stage, a storyteller in a white robe and crown was joking while holding a teacup. Continuing from last time, it is rumored that the heaven-seizing supreme in the heaven-seizing secret realm has turned into a demon lord, annihilating the law bodies and devouring the Kailan. It's truly terrifying. At this moment, an immortal treasure scroll, Ascension Tianxing, appeared and suppressed the demon lord. In the scroll, the moon shines brightly, and an immortal beast appears, instantly annihilating the demon lord and breaking the formation of the secret realm. Not far away, Kanglan Minjiu and the others sitting and drinking tea had slightly unnatural expressions. When did the news from the secret realm become so detailed that even the storytellers in tea houses knew about it? I know this. The one holding the scroll is none other than Kanglan Minjiu, the 9th princess of Vast Tide Kingdom. In the audience, many listeners were discussing what they knew. That's right, there are even rumors that there is a powerful immortal behind her. The storyteller in a white silk robe listened to this and smiled as he took a sip of hot tea. He slammed the table, and everyone's gaze immediately gathered. No, it is rumored that no immortal has appeared in the heaven and earth world for 3,000 years. The existence of immortal scrolls is undeniable, but as for immortals, it's hard to say. After hearing this, someone stood up and said with a serious expression, there have been rumors recently that some forces are preparing to take action against the 9th princess. After all, that scroll is a treasure of the immortals. Who wouldn't be tempted? For a while, speculations about immortals and the scroll unfolded in the tea house. In a corner, Kanglan Minjiu and the other 3 quietly got up and left. It's a good thing we didn't return to the sect immediately. Otherwise, we might have been ambushed by the forces of the sacred land on the way. Lu Qingbei's face was extremely ugly. In just a few days, news about the scroll and the immortals spread throughout the secret realm. Even small places like Wuchen became aware of it. It was hard to believe that there wasn't a force pushing it from behind. Has the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy already taken action? Kanglan Minjiu silently held the scroll in her arms, her eyebrows furrowed in contemplation. Let's go back to the mountain and find Senior Xia again. If the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy is really planning to take action against us, it means they have decided to disregard their reputation and resort to methods against their seniors. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuan and the others looked at each other and finally had to return to the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains. They didn't dare to gamble on whether other forces would secretly make a move on the scroll. After all, the temptation of the treasure of the immortals was irresistible even to forces of the sacred land level. A moment later, the sun had set. In the summer garden. Miss Lu, Miss Minjiu, what's the matter again? Xia Fan sat in front of the stone table, watching the sunset with a puzzled expression as the 4 people who had just eaten at his house at noon arrived again. Was the fish soup at noon so delicious that they were planning to come for another meal in the evening? Please, Senior Xia, help save Minjiu and the sacred fire gate again. However, as soon as they entered, Lu Rushuan immediately knelt down in front of Xia Fan, interrupting his thoughts. Xia Fan quickly reached out to support her, startled. This girl was indeed beautiful, but why was she so delicate? She would kneel down at the drop of a hat. Kanglan Minjiu also bowed to Xia Fan. Please rise and tell me what happened. Xia Fan's voice sounded somewhat helpless. These people really thought highly of him. They came to him for help with everything. The 4 of them didn't waste any time worrying about angering their senior. They briefly described the possibility of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Academy targeting them. Xia Fan listened, feeling somewhat confused. What was this sacred land they were talking about? Finally, he understood a bit. So, you mean someone wants to bully you because of that night pearl and my painting? He turned to look at the bright night pearl hanging in the room. Could it be that it was a valuable antique that someone envied? I can't control the others, but it's not right to bully 2 weak girls and an old man. Xia Fan rubbed his chin and suddenly noticed Ha, who was about to sneak out of the door with his paw raised. You! Ha had only eaten a few fish bones today and hadn't even finished picking his teeth. He was thinking about sneaking into the vegetable garden. But as soon as he moved his paw, his half-human height dog body was lifted up by his owner. Let Ha go with you. Although it looks timid, when it goes crazy, it can even bite Horse Protection Village. It should be no problem for it to guard you for a couple of days. After saying that, Xia Fan threw Ha next to the 4 people. He wasn't good at fighting, but it should be fine to let the dog guard them. Ha looked embarrassed. When did biting that stupid horse from Horse Protection Village become something to brag about? If it weren't for worrying that you would get angry, Master, I wouldn't have known how long it's been since I last had horse meat. Ha felt embarrassed at the thought of losing face. Chapter 41. Compared with Erha, Kanglan Minjiu and others were ecstatic and excited after experiencing a brief daze. They didn't expect that Senior Xia actually asked this supreme beast, Senior Erha, to help them. You know, Erha Senior can kill Supreme instantly with just a silhouette of his back in the picture before he takes any action. Now that I'm taking action, isn't that just crushing me casually? Woof! Erha suddenly screamed. Okay, I know you haven't eaten enough today, so I'll cook you a meal when you come back." Xia Fan knew that the dog could understand human speech, so he immediately slapped the dog on the head. Ha tilted his head after hearing this, and ran to the courtyard door cleverly. He turned around and glared with a look as full of wisdom as bells. This. Lu Rushuan and the others had not yet recovered from the surprise. A casual breath from this ferocious beast immobilized them. Xia Fan thought Lu Rushuan was worried and waved her hand. "Don't worry, this dog is very clever. You can go quickly before it gets dark." Ha was already wagging his tail and running out of the yard. Kanglin Minjiu and the others had to say goodbye to Xia Fan and follow. Kanglin Minjiu and others are a little scared. The further away from Summer Garden, the more frightened they became by the scent of the black dog Ha in front of them. Walking out of the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains, Ha stopped in front and looked back at a few people. Immediately, the four of them felt that in the boundless depths of their hearts, the voice of a god resounded through their minds. "Lead the way." "Yes, yes. Senior." Gu Tianxing's face turned pale, and he and Lu Qingbai took the lead, using all their strength to fly towards the sacred fire gate. When they turned around, they didn't find Ha. Looking up inadvertently, a huge figure that was so huge that the edges could not be seen was standing in the starry sky. "Call." Kanglin Minjiu took a deep breath, and quickly rushed towards the sacred fire gate despite Ha's ancient power. Half an hour later, sacred fire gate. "Elder Yu, how did you find out about the Heavenly Sword Holy Academy?" In the meeting hall, Lu Rushuan sat in the first seat with a calm face, and beside him sat Kanglin Minjiu, Lu Qingbai, and others. Elder Yu and other senior elders of Sacred Fire Gate all turned pale and their bodies trembled. In the corner of the hall, an inconspicuous big black dog lay quietly on the ground. But it was the peerless aura that it inadvertently revealed that made everyone else in the hall feel cold and frightened. "Elder Yu." Calling Sect Master, "Spies have received news from other sects. The Heavenly Sword Holy Academy has united with Xianming Sacred Land and other super heaven level forces, a total of more than 10 major forces, to prepare to attack Princess Minjiu and our Sacred Fire Gate. The target is directly at Xianhua." Elder Yu was shocked and forced to finish speaking. From the moment Lu Rushuan and others returned to the sect, the hearts of the senior officials never calmed down. "My dear, didn't the sect leader and his entourage reach the Tianhe realm before they left the sect? Why in the blink of an eye are they all the powerful ones who want to conquer the sky? And this black dog looks quite magical. But the aura on its body, why it just lay there without any concern, made them feel scared." Seeing the horror of all the antenna elders in the sect, Elder Yu, the only one who had some knowledge, wiped his sweat and waved his hand, indicating that everyone could stop talking. After all, he and Lu Rushuan had been to the Forbidden Mountain first, and had seen a big black dog that was no less terrifying than the one in front of him. Although he was frightened when he saw Ha, he was obviously much stronger than the other elders. At this time, Kanglin Minjiu seemed to have thought of something and asked aloud, "How can the Academy express its stance?" "The Academy is the only supreme sacred land level force in the eastern wilderness. If they have evil intentions, they will be the fastest to attack the sacred fire gate. They must take precautions in advance." Elder Yu said, "I heard that Lin Miao Miao, the Xiao Sheng of the Academy, took the initiative to petition the senior officials and rejected the request of the Tianji Unholy Academy for a joint crusade." Lu Rushuan and Kanglin Minjiu looked at each other and nodded secretly. Xiao Sheng Lin Miao Miao is quite conscientious. Many of the forces that joined forces with the Tianji Unholy Academy this time were saved by them in the secret realm. "Go down and keep the entire sacred fire gate on alert. Once the enemy comes, the disciples below the heavenly pill realm will retreat to a safe area." "Sect Master, is the mountain protection formation activated?" "No need, the people coming to the Tianji Unholy Academy to join forces this time are at least heaven level forces above the aspiration level. It's useless to open it." Seeing the understatement of Lu Rushuan and others, Elder Yu and others couldn't help but sigh. I hope the sect leader and Princess Minjiao can really deal with it. Time flies. Ha closed his eyes and stayed in the corner with nurturing spirit for 2 days and 2 nights. During this period, Kanglan Minjiao and Lu Rushuan brought a lot of meat from rare and exotic animals, but Ha didn't even raise his eyelids. The only thing he said to them was to lead the way outside the 100,000 forbidden mountains. Kanglan Minjiao is not discouraged either. After all, this is a supreme beast whose true strength cannot be glimpsed, and only a being like Senior Xia can subdue it. Boom! At this time, on the second day after Kanglan Minjiao and others returned to Sacred Fire Gate, there was an attack. Cloud boats were flying densely in mid-air, covering the sky and the sun. Lu Rushuan, Kanglan Minjiao and others stood at the gate of Sacred Fire Gate, looking up at the 2 daoist figures in the sky, an old man wearing black and white clothes. 2 half-step Supreme. When Supreme came, everyone else in Sacred Fire Gate held their breath and became extremely nervous. Only Lu Rushuan and the others remained calm. Previously, the smell of Supreme Realm was really intimidating. But after spending 2 days with Senior ERHA, this momentum suddenly didn't mean anything. Kanglan Minjiao's face suddenly darkened, and he looked directly at the white-bearded old man behind the 2 Supremes. The great elder of Tianji Unholy Academy, Ouyang Chun. He was also the murderer who defiled her mother and then committed suicide out of anger. As if aware of Kanglan Minjiao's gaze, Ouyang Chun's cloudy old eyes met the former's. This Kanglan Minjiao looks quite familiar. Su Lanyan's figure, following the great elder, looked down at Kanglan Minjiao's undisguised late-stage aura, with a look of horror on his face. How is this possible? They clearly only have the divine pill realm when they are in the secret realm. Sure enough, there is something wrong with this Sacred Fire Gate. Everyone else who knew the information about the Sacred Fire Gate felt as if they had seen a ghost. Kanglan Minjiao. Sacred Fire Gate, our Heavenly Sword Saint Academy and a group of forces suspected that you were the one who awakened the heavenly demon in the secret realm, causing the death of countless comrades. In the end, you ended up with a picture scroll. You can admit the benefits. Ouyang Chun's face was expressionless, like a righteous teacher who punished evil and promoted good. Haha, the shameless old thief wants to seize the treasure, why do he have to say so high-sounding? Back then, you took advantage of the power of the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy to insult my mother. Today, I want you to pay for it with blood. The cold voice full of hatred echoed in Ouyang Chun's ears. He stared at Kanglan Minjiao and finally recalled the memory that was not important to him. So you are the daughter of the woman whom the Lord of Vast Tide Kingdom sacrificed before. A slight smile appeared on Ouyang Chun's old face. What abch? Kanglan Minjiao's face was as cold as frost, and he took out the scroll without talking nonsense. In the sky, countless people's eyes were focused on the painting. The most precious treasure of the immortal family, this is the purpose of their alliance. Haha, this is what you've been waiting for. Ouyang Chun laughed and stepped away, making way for the 2 Supremes. He would not be so stupid, knowing that Kanglan Minjiao had the fairy treasure scroll, he would take the initiative to fight. What he said just now was just to anger her. The 2 Supreme Elders each took out a piece of golden talisman paper and formed seals with their hands. A powerful aura that far exceeded the Supreme Realm suddenly swept away. In an instant, the 2 half-step Supremes actually exuded a terrifying aura that was as if they were in an immortal realm. That's an immortal talisman given by the immortal ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy. It can give Supreme the ethereal immortal power for a period of time. When the teams from other forces saw this, they couldn't help but feel a little envious. As expected of the sacred land force that has produced immortals, there is such a law treasure that possesses the power of immortals. After seeing the auras of the 2 Supremes increasing in vain, everyone felt that the battle was over. How can Sacred Fire Gate and Kanglan Minjiao compete with the 2 Supremes who master the power of immortals? The mantis arm is just a chariot. Chapter 42. I, the immortal ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy, specially gave the immortal family the law treasure, but you ants can't reach it. No matter how powerful the immortal painting is, you are only in the aspirational realm. The old man in black smiled coldly, raised his hand and shook it in the direction of Kanglan Minjiu. In an instant, Kanglan Minjiu felt that the space around him was tightly restricted, and the scroll could not be opened at all. The old man in white looked at Kanglan Minjiu, whose expression remained unchanged even though he was clearly in danger, and felt curious. Then he heard a pleasant sound. Senior Ha. Please take action. The two old men, black and white, looked at each other with confusion. Ha? What is that? Boom. The next moment, the space above the sacred fire gate suddenly collapsed and shattered. Everyone who was stunned looked up and saw a huge black shadow suddenly stepping on the void. If you continue to look upward, you can see the whole body of this huge beast, like a big black dog. The originally dark figures in the sky fell completely away in an instant under the terrifying pressure. Where did this dog demon come from? The black and white supremes came to their senses and were about to use their immortal power to attack the giant beast, when they looked up and saw a huge black shadow infinitely enlarging in their eye sockets. Roll! The terrifying pressure, accompanied by thunderous roars, echoed thousands of miles around. The old man in black flew straight to the ground with heavy blows, and the immortal power that had been gathered for a short period of time was unable to resist. As for the old man in white, one bite is not enough to fill the gap between his teeth, and there is no need to pick his teeth. Countless people looked at the monstrous beast above the sacred fire gate with fear, and some heaven-level and super-heaven-level forces had begun to flee. The entire group of people from Tianji Unholy Academy had already been frightened into silence and scattered like birds and beasts. The great elder Wu Yangchun had already been frightened under the pressure of the giant beast and was about to use all his strength to escape from this place. However, before he could make any move, he felt his body stiffen, as if the world around him was tightly restrained, unable to move. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying black shadow suddenly descended from the sky. No! Amidst the huge roar, Wu Yangchun's shrill screams came to an abrupt end. Ha lifted the dog's paw, and the broken body of the great elder under the paw was thrown out. Intentionally or unintentionally, it fell right in front of Kanglan Minjiu. Looking at the corpse of the enemy that he had hated for more than 10 years, Kanglan Minjiu took a deep breath, and then raised his pretty face to look at the monstrous sky above his head. Thank you, Ha Senior. Underground. What on earth is this? We must send a message back to the Holy Academy and ask the Dean to come forward. As the second elder of the Holy Court, the old man in black was so frightened that his scalp went numb when he saw Wu Yangchun being ruthlessly beaten to pieces. They even use the immortal talismans to control the power of immortals, but they are not the enemy of this dog monster. He quickly took out a golden jade slip and smashed it open. There are changes at the sacred fire gate. Please ask the Dean to come forward and suppress the dog demon. On the other side, Kanglan Minjiu, Lu Rushuan, and others were stunned, looking up at the terrifying Ha in the empty space with horror on their faces. Even though a single claw could defeat the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword Holy Academy who had briefly mastered the immortal power, she still felt that this was only 1/10,000,000th of the strength of Senior Erha. What level of life race is such a peerless ferocious beast? How it became a family pet under Senior Xia? Senior Xia, what kind of existence should it be? Kanglan Minjiu can't imagine it. At this time, most of the so-called joint crusade forces in the sky have dispersed. Several elders from the Tribulation Realm who came from Xianming Sacred Land were inexplicably crushed into powder and dissipated without Erha paying attention. Kanglan Minjiu didn't notice Su Lanyan. This woman, she exposed the last time he attacked her and didn't ask her to settle the score. She didn't expect that the other party would dare to do the same thing again. I hope she doesn't die too easily. Erha lingered lazily over the sacred fire gate, licking his lips with his huge red tongue from time to time. Well, the fish bones that day tasted pretty good. After all, they were above the realm level and had some flavor. But what it is looking forward to now is what delicious food the owner will prepare for it when it returns. Better stew that dead horse of Ma Bao village. Ha was just imagining the delicious food after returning to Summer Garden, when a golden light in the sky suddenly broke through the sky with a jade slip, and a middle-aged man wearing a golden Taoist robe with an invincible supreme aura suddenly appeared. Dean of Tianji Unholy Academy, Invincible Supreme, Sword Heart. What level is this dog demon? Could it be that the patron behind the sacred fire gate is this? As soon as he arrived here, Sword Heart was oppressed by the terrifying pressure of ERHA in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly used the immortal talisman given by the immortal ancestor. Boom! An immortal power filled his body, and countless tyrannical sword intents circled around him. That's the invincible supreme Sword Heart of the Holy Academy. The power of immortality controlled by his existence is far beyond what the two half-step supremes just did. Is it really useful? In the distance, a group of monks from other forces hiding in XZ watched the battle above the sacred fire gate from a distance. The big black dog, which was half a man tall and exuded supreme ferocity, seemed to be carefree and lazy, but it frightened many people out of fear. Sword Heart looked at the lazy black dog in front of him with a solemn expression. He didn't know the other person's level, so he didn't dare to make excuses. Here comes the sword. The ring is flashing in one sleeve. The immortal sword left by the immortal ancestor instantly swung to his chest, blood dripped from the palm of his hand on the sword body, and an even more violent sword intent burst out from Sword Heart. A huge golden spiritual shadow quietly emerged behind Sword Heart. Opening Heaven Sword, the spirit of the fairy sword, protect my heavenly sword Holy Academy. An endless sword intent that transcends the invincible supreme realm, centered on the Sword Heart, rushes madly towards the shadow of the sword spirit behind it. The shadow continues to solidify, and the terrifying pressure of immortal energy continues to sweep towards the surroundings. Sword Heart Supreme actually summoned the opening heaven sword, the ancestral sword of the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy. There were well-informed monks in the Xianming sacred land, and they were horrified when they saw that Sword Heart had directly revealed its trump card. Xianming sacred land also has a similar trump card. But in the face of that nameless and unknown monster, does this really work? At this time, they had begun to regret that they had accepted the invitation from the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy to attack Kanglan Minjiu and the Sacred Fire Gate. After all, the death of Sacred Land Xianming Saint Child Baichi has little to do with Sacred Fire Gate and Kanglan Minjiu. It's just that they are obsessed with it and also covet the paintings in the hands of the so-called immortals' children. The minds of the people in Xianming Sacred Land have begun to waver. And above the sky, the phantom of the sword spirit behind Sword Heart Supreme, the Dean of the Heavenly Sword Academy, has solidified at this moment. It is rumored that the illusory immortal realm is called Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal from low to high, and even higher there is the true immortal realm. At this time, the sword of the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy's first sword, Immortal Sword Wuji, condensed behind the Sword Heart, already has some charm like the power of the real human immortal. As expected of the sword Immortal's sword worn by the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy before he became an immortal. What a strong sword intent! Many people were swept away by the sword intent. 9 forms of Heavenly Sword, 1 sword opening heaven, cut. Under the full blessing of Sword Heart, the solid sword spirit phantom screamed angrily as Sword Heart, and countless sword intents gathered into a golden giant sword, slashing towards the void where Erha was. That bullshit sword opening heaven, a tiny swordsmanship that just cuts through the void, is worse than rubbish. Erha had a bad look on his face. Looking at the fancy golden sword spirit and giant sword, Erha opened his huge mouth in boredom and swallowed the golden giant sword in one bite. Crack! A crisp shattering sound resounded in the sky of the sacred fire gate under the gaze of countless dumbfounded monks. Erha frowned and chewed, but low-grade immortal weapons sword spirit does taste quite unpleasant. Eyes as deep as black holes shifted to Sword Heart. I thought the master's arrangement for me to come here would increase my interest, but at this level, it's a waste of my time. Shua. Ha said, and the dark figure flashed. Before Sword Heart had time to react, a bloody mouth full of Dao Rhymes law had already appeared behind him. No. Sword Heart's vision went dark, his body softened, and he fell straight from the sky. Suddenly, only the clicking sound of ERHA sounded in everyone's ears, which made people feel fear. Chapter 43. There was a sudden silence around the sacred fire gate. The opening heaven sword, which already has some immortal power, was swallowed. Countless people were stunned in place. The strength of Tianjian Shengyuan as a sacred land-level force has long been engraved in the hearts of other forces in heaven and earth world. However, even the invincible supreme sword heart of the Heavenly Sword Academy desperately used the opening heaven sword with the power of an immortal, but was simply swallowed by this unknown giant beast. What is the origin of this monstrous beast? Several elders from the Tribulation Realm who followed Xianming's sacred land were so frightened that they turned around and ran away. Are you kidding me? The invincible supreme sword heart holding the immortal weapon opening heaven sword has been defeated. Why are they still here? I'm afraid even if it's wedged between the teeth, it won't be enough for this vicious beast. In front of the sacred fire gate, Kanglan Minjiu, Lu Rushuan, and others looked at the numerous forces that were defeated and fled, and they could not calm down the excitement in their hearts. What about the invincible supreme? It's nothing compared to a bite from ERHA Senior. Ha, the sky above the sky, yawned out of boredom. The task assigned to it by its owner this time was really a bit boring. The garbage on the ground, can you call someone who can fight? It's a waste of my time to be so weak. Ha waved her dog paws and said disdainfully. The huge pupils turned and looked at the figure who was struggling to fly into the air with a trembling body. The invincible supreme sword heart, the famous dean of Heavenly Sword Academy in heaven and earth world, looked really miserable at this time. The opening heaven sword spirit condensed with all his strength was swallowed up, and his own kendo heart was shattered with one bite. His current cultivation level is about to fall below that of the invincible supreme. You. Sword Heart's face turned extremely ugly when he heard Ha's disdainful words. The people watching also looked sad. Looking at the dissatisfied look on the face of the Dean of the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy, are they still not planning to run away? Is it possible that Sword Heart Supreme has other means? Among the remaining members of the Tianjian Holy Academy, Su Lanyan, who was hiding in a dark place with a pale face, was looking pale. She was a cultivator in the realm of heaven, and she was far from worthy of the attention of the ferocious beast, but she was lucky enough to survive. She stared at Sword Heart's figure in the sky, a bit of madness flashing in her eyes. This dog demon is simply too arrogant. I remember the dean once said that 2000 years ago, the Holy Academy produced a peerless sword cultivator, the Supreme Elder. In just a few thousand years, his cultivation has surpassed the level of the Invincible Supreme. It's a pity that due to some restrictions, he was unable to enter the realm of immortals. His cultivation finally withstood the disaster and was stuck in Scattered Immortal. He practiced in seclusion in the deepest part of the Holy Court all day long. As a saintess of the Holy Court, Su Lanyan naturally knows some secrets of the Holy Court. If anyone in the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy had a chance to step in and turn the tide, the only one she could think of was the Scattered Immortal. And in the field, Sword Heart's hair was disheveled and his face was covered in blood. The middle-aged scholar who originally looked elegant now looks like he crawled out of hell. Dog demon, this is what you forced me to do to the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy. The shrill roar resounded in everyone's ears. Kanglan Minjiu and others couldn't help but raise their eyebrows when they saw this. Is it possible that Sword Heart still has a trump card? At the top of the sky, Ha slowly changed his posture and continued to lie down without any fuss. As long as Kanglan Minjiu and Sacred Fire Gate are not in the way, it doesn't bother to care. Pfft! Swordheart looked at Erha ignoring his mold, his face was filled with anger, and a mouthful of blood dripped from his palm, and a golden line mixed with blood bloomed and lit up strangely from his palm. Finally, the golden lines jumped into the air and turned into a golden door. After summoning this door, Swordheart's aura became a little weaker again. He was seen kneeling respectfully in front of the door, his shrill voice echoing through the sky. Swordheart, the third-generation dean of the Tianji Unholy Academy, requests Supreme Elder Jian Jueshan to come out and slay the demons. To enhance the prestige of our academy. The golden door slowly opened with the sound, and an old man with white robes and crane hair appeared quietly. The golden light dissipated, and the old man in white robe who walked out could be seen with a stern face. There was no white in his eyes, which looked quite penetrating. Jian Jueshan looked indifferent, carrying a 7-foot-long sword and stepping on the top of the sky. At the same time, a powerful aura that was different from the previous Swordheart swept through. This is the energy from the invincible supreme immortal realm, and the person coming is actually an immortal. No, I know about this existence. He seems to be the almost invincible Jueshan Supreme Jian Jueshan 2000 years ago. His cultivation level has surpassed that of the Invincible Supreme. He has broken through 2 catastrophes, but he is stuck in the final nirvana tribulation. Underneath, is an invincible scattered immortal. What? The scattered immortal Jian Jueshan of the Heavenly Sword Holy Academy is still alive. Feeling this terrifying aura, many people's pupils shrank sharply and they screamed in surprise. Before the Invincible Supreme enters the immortal realm, except for those monstrous geniuses who directly challenge the thunder tribulation and transcending tribulation of heaven and become immortals, most supremes have to go through the scattered immortal realm. Breaking the void, transcending tribulation, nirvana. Only after being baptized by thunder tribulation can nirvana be reborn from the ashes and ascension become an immortal. That's the invincible scattered immortal supreme elder of our academy. Ha ha ha. In the distance, Su Lanyan saw Jian Jueshan appearing and couldn't help but laugh wildly, his face full of madness and hatred. She vaguely remembered that the dean once said that Supreme Elder Jian Jueshan's cultivation had already reached nirvana in the 3 realms of scattered immortal. If there seemed to be something wrong in the heaven and earth world that prevented him from becoming an immortal, Jian Jueshan would have already undergone immortal transformation and immortal ascension. Kanglan Minjiu. Why don't you die this time? Below, other senior officials at Sacred Fire Gate, who originally thought they had a chance to win, became nervous again. Sect Master, that is the invincible scattered immortal. Can this senior Erha still be invincible? Some senior executives couldn't help but speak out, but Lu Rushuan and others remained calm. Just wait patiently. Senior Erha's power is far beyond what we can guess. Lu Rushuan and Kanglan Minjiu looked at each other and smiled. Swordheart, you called me here, why? At the top of the sky, Jian Jueshan saw Swordheart's miserable state and was about to frown and ask. However, when he turned around, he saw the huge black dog in front of him. The former's state of mind, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, suddenly trembled. This vast and terrifying aura seems to come from ancient times. I have never seen it before. Jian Jueshan was originally a little dissatisfied with Swordheart calling him out, but when he faced the ferocious giant beast in front of him, the aura leaking from its body actually made him palpitate. Supreme Elder. This dog monster destroyed our Supreme Court and swallowed the immortal ancestor's magic sword. He deserves to be punished for his crime. I hope the Supreme Elder will make the decision for the Holy Court. Swordheart's miserable cry echoed in the sky above the Sacred Fire Gate. Humph, I thought that as the head of the first courtyard, the dean of the Tianji Unholy Academy was somewhat virtuous, but I didn't expect that he is also a disgusting villain. Kanglan Minjiu looks unhappy. This monster is terrifying, its cultivation is restrained, and it is difficult to spy on. I'm afraid, I'm not completely sure either. Chapter 44. On the field. Jian Jueshen's serious words made Swordheart feel cold. However, I can summon the Dharma body of Wuji immortal ancestor to give it a try. Fortunately, Supreme Jueshen spoke again. After all, as the most amazing and talented swordsman in the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy in the past 2000 years, even if he is still in the scattered immortal, he can still borrow a lot of pure immortal power to summon the spirit who was left behind by the immortal ancestors in the past. Partitioning Dharma body. That is the terrifying power that truly breaks through the immortal realm, far exceeding all powers in this world. But even in the face of this, Ha's huge figure in the sky is fearless. It seems that he really hopes that Jian Jueshen can do something to make him interested. Sure enough, at this moment all eyes were focused on Jian Jueshen. Jian Jueshen could only see complex and obscure ancient marks forming in his hands. Standing with a sword behind his back and in front of him. A sharp and powerful sword intent suddenly rose into the sky, turning into streaks of golden energy, which condensed in front of Jian Jueshen and turned into a huge golden shadow. As the seals in Jian Jueshen's hand change faster, the golden magic shadow becomes more solid. Boom! A majestic and simple aura swept out, and the majestic aura made some people couldn't help but want to worship. That's the Dharmakaya of the Immortal. The Heavenly Sword Holy Academy actually summoned the spirit partitioning Dharmakaya of its immortal world ancestor. Even spirit partitioning is a being who truly possesses the power of an immortal. Many disciples of the Holy Academy were excited, and other onlookers from super heaven level forces could not help but sigh. Tianjian Shengyuan, this is the real trump card. The immortal aura that swept over the shop made other senior officials at the Sacred Fire Gate panic again. The other side has already laid out their trump cards, but why is there no movement at all from the senior black dog above his head? Don't be impatient. Lu Rushuan's face was solemn, with the pressure of a sect master in his brows. It's just a spirit partitioning body, even if the immortal comes in person, what will happen? Lu Rushuan has 100% confidence in senior ERHA. Compared to what they saw and encountered in the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains, this situation may really be nothing. Ha, who was about to doze off out of boredom in the sky, finally managed to open his eyes a little and looked at the solid golden figure in front of him. Countless sword intents turned into a giant sword. Immortal ancestor Dharmakaya, please help me slay the demon. A golden sword shadow came towards it with genuine immortal power. After working on it for a long time, why is it just a spirit partitioning Dharmakaya that sucks in the fairyland? It would be better if I drank water from the master's pond and satiated myself. Ha stood up impatiently. What greeted the golden body was still an abyssal mouth containing the supreme law of Dao Rhyme. Crack! Under the horrified gazes of countless people, the fairyland Dharmakaya, which was so dazzling just now, was once again swallowed up by the big black dog. Even after swallowing, the big black dog spat out in disgust. It's still rubbish, it's better to drink pond water. How can this be? At the moment when his body was shattered, Jian Jueshen spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body's aura plummeted, and his face showed disbelief. That is the spirit partitioning Dharmakaya of the immortal ancestor, a being with real immortality strength, and the immortal ancestor is not an ordinary immortal in the immortal world. But, just like that? Seeing the invincible scattered immortal supreme elder Jian Jueshen's horrified expression, Swordheart and the others were numb, and they were also stunned. The previous offensive they had put together with all their strength seemed to be just a casual bite from this dog demon. Jian Jueshen's body trembled, and he raised his head just in time to look into the big black dog's eyes. He couldn't describe what a pair of pupils were as deep and horrifying as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He felt like he was in an endless abyss of terror, like an ant. Click! There was another crisp sound, but this time only Jian Jueshen could hear it. My Taoist heart, which I had practiced for thousands of years, was actually broken. Shocked. Blood as dark as night oozed from Jian Jueshen's 7 orifices, and instantly turned into an afterimage, escaping in embarrassment. This dog monster cannot be defeated by him. Let's go. Magic emanation. There was a lingering sound that broke through the air. The whole world fell into silence again. The scattered immortal supreme elder of Tianji Unholy Academy escaped? Run away! In a daze, the monks from other forces finally reacted and fled away. Sword Heart, the dean of Tianji Unholy Academy, seemed to have lost his soul and disappeared from everyone's sight alone and crazy. The dean ran away, and the other disciples of the Holy Academy also turned into birds and beasts to escape, including Su Lanyan who was hiding in the dark. Lu Rushuan was still considering whether to pursue him, but seeing that Ha didn't seem to care, she couldn't make any further demands. After all, today's results are enough to make Sacred Fire Gate the focus of the entire heaven and earth world. Thank you, Senior Ha, for your help. After the war, Ha returned to his low-key black dog appearance, half the height of a man. Lu Rushuan and Kanglan Minjiu took the initiative to salute Ha's figure. The shouts of the entire Sacred Fire Gate disciples resounded throughout the world. Thank you, Senior. But when they looked up, Ha had already run away. Go back quickly, it's time to receive the reward from the master. Ha thought excitedly as he escaped and came to 100,000 Forbidden Mountains. You'd better stew that idiot from Ma Bao village for me. Sacred Fire Gate. Tianjian and Yugan Xiao are finally defeated. After the remaining matters are taken care of, let's go and thank Senior Xia House Hung. That's natural. Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan smiled at each other and once again lamented their luck. Ever since they met Senior Xia in the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains, their fate seemed to have changed. Astonishingly, just when Sacred Fire Gate settled down to clean up the surrounding battlefields, the eastern wilderness and several other major areas also exploded. The Heavenly Sword Holy Academy, the top sacred land level force in Daxia, united with the Xianming Sacred Land and a group of super heaven level forces to deal with a small sect that was originally only human level, and they were defeated miserably. A terrifying dog demon with unknown strength appears? The spirit partitioning Dharma body of the immortal ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy was swallowed up in one gulp. Invincible scattered immortal, the Supreme Elder was defeated, Dean Sword Heart went crazy and his whereabouts are unknown, Supreme fell, and Tianji Unholy Academy suffered heavy losses. A piece of news that is even more exciting than the Yuan secret realm not long ago was spread wildly among the major forces. All the forces were shaken again and again by this piece of news like an earthquake. Sacred Fire Gate and Kanglan Minjiu have undoubtedly once again become the focus of all forces. Unlike the last time when they held the treasure of the Xian family, no one dared to have any extra thoughts about the two this time. Are you kidding me? The spirit partitioning Dharma body of the immortal ancestor with the strength of the Holy Academy Fairyland was swallowed up in one gulp. Who dares to have any ideas if they don't want to live long? Chapter 45. Academy. In a pavilion with a mysterious atmosphere, Lin Miao Miao looked calm and was sipping a cup of tea. In the room, several other elders who had originally planned to respond to the Tianji Unholy Academy's joint crusade against the Sacred Fire Gate were sitting aside with fearful expressions on their faces. The tall, white-bearded old man sitting in the first place is the Dean of the Academy, the invincible Supreme Master Han. Miao Miao, your judgment is right. Master Han looked majestic and confirmed Lin Miao Miao's previous judgment in a deep voice. After receiving the news about the battle at Sacred Fire Gate, even he was a little scared. He had really thought about that fairy treasure scroll. However, his disciples strongly opposed it, and the Academy also owed Kanglan Minjiu and Sacred Fire Gate a life-saving favor, so he gave up. Unexpectedly, Sword Heart was frightened and went crazy. The old guy Jian Jueshan came out to summon the immortal ancestor Dharma body and was defeated. Master Han shook his head, sighed secretly in his heart, and continued to look at Lin Miao Miao. What do you think of Kanglan Minjiu and Sacred Fire Gate? That dog demon is comparable to an ancient ferocious beast. Master, behind Princess Minjiu and the others, there may be far more than just that terrifying dog demon. There may be even more terrifying beings. Lin Meow Meow gives his own opinion. Back in Secret Realm, she thought there was a terrifying existence behind King Lan. In addition, as the Sacred Land level force closest to the Sacred Fire Gate, I think we should go to the Sacred Fire Gate first to pay a visit. After this battle at Sacred Fire Gate, even if they don't have any powerful supreme power on the surface, no one in heaven and earth world would dare to take action against them again, and the Heavenly Sword Holy Academy. I'm afraid it's going to decline. Lin Meow Meow's words resounded in the hearts of other elders around him. The Tianjian Shengyuan, which was originally a supreme sacred land level force, suffered consecutive losses in one day, and its vitality was severely damaged. It is inevitable that it will decline. The source of all this is Sacred Fire Gate and Kanglan Minjiu. Goddess sees the opportunity. Summer Garden. Xia Fan is busy in the kitchen. I found a pheasant in an ordinary field today and caught it just in time to make chicken soup. You guys are lucky. Daha is wagging her tail crazily in the kitchen. Xia Fan left 2 chicken drumsticks to Xiao Wu'er. I also left some meat and chicken soup for the Klingi Hua Xiaoling at home, and threw the rest to the 2 dogs. Look at the world outside, it's not easy for Miss Lu and the others to have a bowl of porridge, but you 2 dogs can still eat stewed chicken. It would be great if others don't stew you 2 with dog meat. Xia Fan drank chicken soup and looked at the 2 dogs fighting for pheasant meat in the dog bowl in the yard. She sighed and returned to the house. Daha dog, get out of here. This is my master's reward after I go out for a trip. Don't worry, I haven't eaten this wild phoenix yet. Let me try it more. Roll roll roll. Dog barking could be heard from time to time in the yard. The native chicken passing by with its brilliant Daoguang feathers shaking could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw the scene of 2 dogs fighting for the bone. I don't know which world's little phoenix bird was so unlucky that it was stewed after being brought back by its owner. I'd better lay more eggs, otherwise it might be my turn one day. The chicken panicked, clucked a few times, and rushed to the chicken coop. Sacred Fire Gate. At this time, the Sacred Fire Gate was very different from the past, showing quite a grand momentum. The sect was not considered an elite sect before, but now there is an endless stream of young monks who come to become their disciples and join the sect. Lu Rushuan and Kanglan Minjiu stood in front of the mountain gate. Recalling the shocking battle that took place here half a month ago, both of them were still in a daze. In just half a month, Sacred Fire Gate has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not to mention becoming a heaven-level force, there are many aspiring kings who come here to join Sacred Fire Gate. Even the powerful ones in the Tribulation Realm have some thoughts. However, these were all rejected by Lu Rushuan. People from outside are unpredictable. Now Lu Rushuan and others just want Sacred Fire Gate to become a pawn in the hands of Senior Xia. At this time, the decree from Vast Tide Kingdom has arrived. From outside the sky, a high-level speech was suddenly heard, and a figure in an official robe came slowly with the sound of wind. On the cloud boat behind them, teams carrying precious rosewood boxes appeared. Kanglan Minjiu raised her eyebrows and looked coldly at the figures landing in front of her. The Lord of the Vast Tide Kingdom has issued an order to authorize the 9th princess to return to the palace and inherit the throne of the kingdom. The king also specially sent a gift to congratulate Princess 9th on her being crowned emperor. Roll. Kanglan Minjiu showed no mercy and slapped away the messenger who was no more than Tianhe realm. She remembered that this man was once one of the queen's confidants. I also asked the 9th princess to abide by the king's decree and return to the palace to talk to the king. In the team, a middle-aged general wearing Vast Tide Kingdom's standard silver armor came out and looked at Kanglan Minjiu with a bit of coldness in his eyes. The little princess who used to be in the Divine Pill realm is so tough now? At the same time, the aura of aspiration all over his body spread out. The coercion is self-evident. Aspirational realm, is it very strong? Kanglan Minjiu snorted coldly, and the momentum of late stage suddenly swept out. The powerful spiritual power poured out and was released, and the middle-aged man, who was only in the early stages of his quest for the throne, was instantly thrown away. Boom! The figure fell heavily to the ground. The rest of the team were shocked when they saw this scene. How come this ninth princess, who was only in the middle stage of the divine pill realm not long ago, has already achieved the strength to aspire to be the king, and she is not in the ordinary aspirant realm? Although they have all heard the recent rumors. I just think it's too exaggerated. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. The ninth princess of their vast tide kingdom really had a magical connection with a fairy, and her cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. Seeing that the middle-aged general was frightened, a group of vast tide kingdom soldiers looked at him with a look of awe. Kanglan Minjaya frowned deeply. Originally, I didn't care about the throne, but now I feel that King Lanyi dares to be so scheming, so now I have nothing to keep. Rushuan, I have something to discuss with you. What do you think of vast tide kingdom? Lu Rushuan opened her red lips slightly. What do you mean, sister? Sacred Fire Gate, Council Hall. Grandpa, that's what happened. Sister Minjayu has decided to capture the vast tide kingdom and provide us with a more solid foundation to help Senior Xia. What do you think? Lu Rushuan asked Lu King Bai and Gu Tianxing. The lord of the vast tide kingdom sacrificed even the princess's mother in order to curry favor with the elder of the heavenly sword saint. We will definitely stand by the princess. Lu King Bai stroked his white beard and said Shen Ran. Gu Tianxing nodded. Princess, I heard that Emperor Yi seems to be in the realm of calamity. Kanglan Minjayu nodded. Well, although he has cultivated in the tribulation Dharma realm, I am absolutely sure that he has the scrolls of his predecessors. Lu King Bai and Gu Tianxing looked at each other and smiled. That being the case, there is no need to worry about anything anymore. Chapter 46. The next day, all forces and spies were shocked. Report. The ninth princess of the vast tide kingdom actually turned to the vast tide kingdom to declare war. Lu Rushuan, the master of the Sacred Fire Gate, is taking the Sacred Fire Gate elites out with Kanglan Minjayu. Pieces of news about Kanglan Minjayu and Sacred Fire Gate are constantly being passed among the major forces. When they learned that Sacred Fire Gate and Kanglan Minjayu were targeting the vast tide kingdom, the other forces breathed a sigh of relief. Nowadays, the reputation of Sacred Fire Gate even vaguely surpasses the power of supreme-level forces. Everyone cast pitiful eyes on the vast tide kingdom who personally kicked out their ninth princess. A bunch of trash. Vast tide kingdom imperial city, inside the palace. Kanglan threw the military letter in his hand to the ground with an ugly look on his face. In just one day, the Sacred Fire Gate was already heading towards his imperial city. With two powerful men in the aspiration realm leading the charge, and coupled with the reputation of the immortal treasure scroll, the guards guarding the city did not even resist. Your Majesty, do you really want to fight that BCH Kanglan Minjayu back? The queen walked in, picked up the letter on the floor, and was shocked after reading it. How dare she? You are her father. This BCH actually helped outsiders attack vast tide kingdom. She still couldn't accept that not long ago, she was just a little BCH with ordinary cultivation in her eyes, and she suddenly became a strong person in the aspirational realm. Kanglan couldn't stand the noise of the woman next to him, so he pushed her away and gave her a look of disgust. How dare Kanglan Minjayu, you don't know. Her mother's death was not suggested by you, ABCH? Kanglan felt extremely irritable now, so he called up an attendant. Where's the letter asking for help that was sent to the academy yesterday? There's no reply yet. When Sacred Fire Gate officially declared war on the vast tide kingdom, without the support of Tianjian Shengyuan, he sent a letter for help to the only sacred land-level force in the eastern wilderness. He even sent out a message to several surrounding super heaven-level forces. However, the reply was like a stone sinking into the sea, without a trace. The attendant timidly told him whether he knew, and then King Lanhong finally gave up. The daughter I never cared about before has now grown to the point where even sacred land-level forces are afraid of her. He suddenly regretted it. Your Majesty, you are a powerful person in the tribulation realm, so you will definitely be able to deal with that BCH. Solve it. Haha, Minjiu is not only holding the treasure of the Xian family, but there is also a being standing above the Xian family behind her. Vast Tide Kingdom, what's the solution? Kanglin's furious shouting made the woman finally recognize the reality and froze in place. Looking at the queen who was crying and dull, King Lanhong suddenly thought of something, stood up slowly, and approached her. Actually, it's not impossible to solve it. The sudden turn of events in Kanglin's words made the queen happy. Immediately afterwards, a sharp wave of spiritual energy pierced her body. The blood dyed the world in her eyes red, and eventually turned into darkness. Give your body to Minjiu, maybe she can remember my old love as father. Kanglin expressionlessly cut off the queen's head and put it in the box. The next day, the Sacred Fire Gate elites advanced all the way, and under the leadership of Kanglin Minjiu, they entered the imperial city directly. Mother, have you seen this day in heaven? Kanglin Minjiu, wearing a python robe and armor, stood in front of the palace gate. The other civil and military ministers in Kanglin Imperial City knelt down and surrendered after hearing the news about the attack on Sacred Fire Gate. Anyway, after Kanglin Minjiu seized power, this land was still owned by the surname Kanglin. A few ministers who had a good relationship with Kanglin Minjiu had been waiting for her arrival early. Your Highness the Queen, Kanglin Yi has not left the palace for several days. The royal guards have also fled long ago. An old civil servant looked at the soldiers who were standing on one side of Kanglin after the palace was cleared, and said in a trembling voice. Kanglin Minjiu looked solemn, followed by Lu Rushu and Lu Qingbei and other Sacred Fire Gate senior officials, and even some soldiers who had been stationed with her at the border all year round and were willing to support her, stepped into the palace hall. Kanglin Yi, get out of here. At first glance, there was no one in the hall. Only on the dragon chair in the middle sat a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. Minjiu, my good daughter, I have been waiting for you to come back for a long time. Kanglin smiled kindly, picked up the box in his hand and walked towards Kanglin Minjiu. This is the head of the woman you hate the most. My father personally took it off for you. Your mother's death was all because of this BCH's lies and deception. As a father, I also listened to the slander and couldn't forgive your mother. When you return today, I will prepare the Kanglin throne for you. From now on, you will be Kanglin's new queen. Kanglin said with a heartbroken expression. It was as if he really cared for the daughter in front of him meticulously and was a loving father who loved his daughter. Snapped. Kanglin Minjiu smiled coldly and knocked the box over. Kanglin Yi, do you think I am still the little girl who can be manipulated by you? Back then, you were willing to sacrifice your imperial wife in order to curry favor with the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy. How did you do that? Tell me. As soon as the words fell, Kanglin Minjiu, whose beautiful eyes were already red, suddenly released his cultivation, and the aura of the aspirational realm swept through the entire hall. The fairy treasure scroll has long been held in his hands. Today, I want you to go down and apologize for my mother. Minjiu, do you really don't leave any room for your father? Kanglin had a troubled expression on her face and begged, but there was a hint of cruelty in the depths of her eyes. Unconsciously, his footsteps were getting closer to Kanglin Minjiu. His eyes were fixed on the scroll. As long as he can seize this treasure of the immortal family first, he, King Lanhong, can continue to be his king. Even with this painting, Vast Tide Kingdom is more likely to be the next force that even Sacred Land is afraid of. Impossible. Minjiu, although your strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and you will soon be no weaker than your father, but after all, you are still in the aspirational realm. Kanglin, who was full of kindness just a second ago, changed the subject, and bursts of fierce aura erupted from his body. highlighting the power of the tribulation Dharma realm. A terrifying scene of calamity enveloped Kanglan Minjaihu. Kanglan Minjaihu felt that the surrounding space suddenly solidified for a moment. The next moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed away from him and took away the scroll. Ha ha ha! Kanglan jumped into the distance, holding the snatched scroll and looking up to the sky with a smile. The realm of tribulation law, the power of the tribulation law field, is known as the power of tribulation law, which cannot be compared with ordinary Kidian. This immortal treasure that is rumored to be the invincible supreme is now mine. Kanglan couldn't wait to open the scroll. But before the laughter on his lips could fall, it suddenly froze. Kanglan was dumbfounded. There was just a blank white paper inside. On the other side, the corner of Lu Rushuan's mouth curved in an unexpected way, and he took out the real treasure scroll and slowly unfolded it. Buzz! Under the bright moon in the sky, the familiar figure of Ha's monstrous back appears again. The white moonlight and the power of the monstrous beast suddenly descended on the entire imperial city. The earth trembles. The informants of many forces in the imperial city once again felt the power of the scroll. However, its main target is still Kanglan Hong. The latter only felt a roar containing peerless power reverberate in his heart, shattering his Taoist heart. Minjaihu, if you give me another chance, I will do it, father. Before Kanglanyi, who was full of fear, had time to finish speaking, his life was purified by the power of the vast moon in the scroll, and his consciousness dissipated. Kanglan Minjaihu got up from the ground and glanced at Kanglan Hong's body with disgust. The last chance, you just missed it. She didn't know how many years she had been looking forward to this day. In the end, the heartless Kanglan Yi seemed to have become a father in vain and died unjustly. That's it. Today, the new Queen of Kanglan takes office. The reputation of Queen Minjaihu resounds throughout the eastern wilderness. Chapter 47. The news that Kanglan Minjaihu brought the sacred fire gate to attack the vast Tide Kingdom and succeeded Queen Kanglan has once again caused quite a stir in the eastern wilderness. The power of the immortal treasure scroll resounds throughout the eastern wilderness. No one dares to doubt the power of the being behind Kanglan Minjaihu. As a result, vast Tide Kingdom's status in the eastern wilderness has risen. Many Earth-level and Heaven-level forces, as well as super Heaven-level forces from several surrounding countries, sent congratulatory gifts to Kanglan, trying to maintain friendly relations with Kanglan. Kanglan Minjaihu was naturally very polite to these forces. In order to better serve Senior Xia in the future, the more power the better. Although in Senior Xia's eyes, these powers may not be much different from none, but at least they are better than nothing. At this time, just as Kanglan Minjaihu was thinking in his mind, a huge aura suddenly emerged outside the palace, and it turned out to be supreme-level forces coming to court. Academy Saintess Lin Miao Miao, congratulations to the Queen on her ascension to the throne. The supreme-level force in the eastern wilderness is naturally the Academy. For Lin Miao Miao, Kanglan Minjaihu still has a good impression in his heart, at least compared to the vicious Su Lanyan of Tianjian, he has a lot of conscience. Sure enough, the Academy also showed up. It seems that in the future, this eastern wilderness will be the domain of the vast Tide Kingdom. Countless monks whispered, not to mention the possible immortal behind Kanglan Minjaihu. Just by joining forces with the only supreme-level sacred land force in the eastern wilderness, the vast Tide Kingdom is enough to look down on the eastern wilderness. Saintess, please take your seat. After personally inviting Lin Miao Miao into the hall, Kanglan Minjaihu's eyes stopped on an old man in robes behind him. Supreme Strong Man. The countless forces around him who came to congratulate him had already retreated unconsciously. This is the great elder of our academy, Qin Ming Supreme. Lin Miao Miao introduced. Congratulations Fairy. Qin Ming Supreme's momentum is like a mountain, calm and condensed. However, Qin Ming Supreme did not despise the Minjaihu Queen in the slightest. After all, even the Dean of the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy ended up going crazy. After seeing each other in Secret Realm last time, Sane test seems to be improving again. Kanglin Minjiao looked at Lin Miao Miao and praised. My little sister is not as talented as Her Majesty the Queen. Lin Miao Miao is holding a jade flute in her hand and has a beautiful face, but she can't help but feel a little helpless. The last time you entered the secret realm, Kanglin Minjiao's cultivation level was far inferior to his own. After not seeing him for a short period of time, he actually left him far behind. However, this was obviously the work of the immortal behind him, and this was another purpose of their trip. Your Majesty the Queen, besides congratulations, I have something to discuss during this trip. Lin Miao Miao's eyes were extremely solemn. Not long ago, my teacher noticed that there were several powerful blood evil auras appearing in the direction of Wuchen. Blood evil aura. Blood fiend tower. Obedient, Kanglin Minjiao frowned slightly, and now she has become the lord of Kanglin. She feels more and more the terror of this mysterious force. Outside the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains, somewhere on a hidden mountain road, 4 figures covered by bloody robes floated quietly in the air. Lao Wu, is this where you failed a few days ago? That's right. The last masked man in blood-robed nodded heavily, and he was the 5th floor owner of the Blood Fiend Tower. At this time, the aura in his body was strangely halfway to the Supreme Realm. And those who could talk to him like this were naturally the other owners of the Blood Fiend Tower. These few are in the same realm as him. Last time, I was injured by a few ants at the Sacred Fire Gate here. And their ability to advance so quickly must be related to the strangeness of this mountain. I'm afraid the existence in this mountain is still above the Supreme. Don't be careless. When several people heard this, the hoarse and domineering voice of the 4th floor owner sounded again. Is it above the Supreme? The blood beads given by Your Majesty the Lord have already lifted the 4 of us half a step to the Supreme. With the 4 of us using the blood formation, it's no problem. That hoarse voice was full of confidence. The 2nd floor owner nodded. The 4 half-step Supremes now have the 4 evil blood demon arrays given by the Blood Lord. Not to mention the Supremes, even if there is a scattered immortal living in the mountain, there is nothing to be afraid of. Let's go up the mountain. The figure in the lead revealed a pair of eyes that contained a stunning light under the blood-colored robe. The whole body actually exudes a terrifying aura that is as good as half-step Supreme. Take the lead and walk towards it. The other 3 people quickly followed. But next, the moment you step into the Forbidden Mountain, the world changes and the surrounding scenes gradually blur. Such a scene immediately made the 4 people's expressions change drastically, and their expressions became alert. How is this possible? There are restrictions filled with the power of the Great Dao everywhere in this mountain. It seems that if you take one more step, you will fall into the abyss. Seeing this, Shuai was suddenly shocked in his heart. They had only just entered the Forbidden Mountain a few steps away. But how could those in the Sacred Fire Gate who had not cultivated beyond the Divine Piltian realm dare to step into it, or even come out intact? Shuai was walking on thin ice, relying on the strength of the half-step Supreme to barely walk on the mountain road. The remaining 3 people were pale, with thick beads of sweat already oozing out from their foreheads. The 4th building owner has long since lost his calmness outside the Forbidden Mountain, and his eyes are full of fear. Heaven and earth world, how could there be such a terrifying place? The lingering sounds of the Great Dao that are full of murderous intent around them seem to be able to strangle Supreme. You know, this is just a short time after entering the Forbidden Mountain. He even had the idea of exiting the Forbidden Mountain directly. Look! What is that? Suddenly, the trembling voice of the 3rd building owner rang out. Shuai looked at the mountain road ahead with an ugly expression. A green gold grass with upright branches, as tall as a person, was stuck on the road like a sharp sword. The edges of the grass blades have sharp lines like jagged edges. The owners of the Blood Fiend Tower never imagined that one day they would be blocked by a piece of grass as they waited for a group of powerful men with great reputations in the eastern wilderness. Second brother, what kind of grass is this? It's a bit weird. The third poster looked at Xia with a gloomy expression. I'm afraid this grass has a strength that is not weaker than supreme. Or even far more. Xue'er's face was extremely solemn, and his eyes were filled with horror. This forbidden mountain is so terrifying. Even a piece of grass on the mountain road has the same strength as the powerful supreme realm? He only felt that his worldview was rapidly collapsing. No, that grass actually looks like we are taking action. The mountain grass turns into a demon, quickly form a formation. Xue'er suddenly shouted, and his scarlet hands quickly formed strange marks. The other three people immediately straightened their bodies, gathered all their strength, and hurriedly followed Xue'er's rhythm, forming bloody marks. Instantly, blood gushed out from the mark, and 4 blood pillars soared into the sky, converging in mid-air. As the light beams gathered, the 4 people's faces gradually turned pale. These 4 evil blood massacre formations were actually burning their lives at the same time. However, although their faces gradually turned pale, the auras in the 4 people's bodies suddenly surged horribly, and they actually had a faint aura of immortals. No wonder they are so confident. The power of 4 people who are close to immortals is so scary. But the next moment, they were stupid. The sharp blades of the saber-toothed grass that had been inconspicuous just now did not slow down due to the sudden increase in the realm of several people, and they still swiped towards them in a simple and ordinary way. The next scene is even more terrifying. I saw the simple blades of grass gently sweeping over several people. The 4 owners of the Blood Fiend Tower, who were originally arrogant and possessed powers close to those of immortals, were suddenly turned into powder under the swipe of a blade of grass. Chapter 48. At the moment when the 4 Blood Fiend Masters evaporated into the world, a figure suddenly appeared from the mountain. Why are the weeds on this road getting longer and longer? Xia Fan took time out to come to the vegetable garden today and was taking care of the vegetable field. She had just finished harvesting the vegetables from the last harvest when she discovered that the silk grass on the mountain path had grown so much that it was already blocking the road. Gotta fix it. He reluctantly picked up the sickle and began to trim the grass blades. Next moment, just a wisp of that silk grass leaf could kill the 4 blood demon supremes, and the sharp edges were instantly cleaned. Xia Fan finished her cultivation with concentration, and when she lowered her head, she noticed something wriggling at her feet. When he looked down, he saw that the kitten at home was squinting and eating the vegetable leaves he had just picked. "You little thief cat!" Xia Fan sighed helplessly and lifted up Hua Xiaoling, who was still clinging to the vegetable leaves. "I really don't know why all these pets at home like to run to the vegetable patch. Is it possible that you all like to eat vegetarian food?" Recalling that Xia loved to cause trouble in her vegetable patch even though she had nothing to do, Xia Fan uttered a confused voice as if talking to herself. Leaving aside the vegetable leaf that Hua Xiaoling was biting, Xia Fan walked towards the yard with the vegetable in one hand and the cat in the other. After being thrown back into the yard by Xia Fan, Hua Xiaoling squatted in the corner, concentrating on nibbling on the vegetable leaves filled with the supreme holy charm. This is nothing like Huxia cabbage. This is obviously the supreme holy medicine encapsulated by countless spiritual energies. Hua Xiaoling greedily absorbs the majestic holy charm in the vegetable leaves. No wonder Xia seniors and the others run to the vegetable fields when they have nothing to do. This kind of holy medicine, no one can resist the temptation, right? Of course, except for my own master. She has the apex level bloodline of the Kirin and Celestial Fox clan, and is extremely talented. During the time she came to Summer Garden, although Xia Fan usually only fed her some leftovers, for Hua Xiaoling, her body had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Unique platinum lines quietly appear on Hua Xiaoling's forehead. That is the most apex-level bloodline symbol of the Kailan clan. Not only that, Hua Xiaoling's pair of pink eyes have long been transformed into the rarest spiritual eyes in the Celestial Fox family. She even felt that her realm had surpassed that of the great elder of the Kailan clan who personally expelled it from the clan. When will I become as strong as Xia Ha Senior? In Summer Garden, even every plant and tree exuded an aura that frightened her. Fortunately, Xia Fan still loves her. After eating the vegetable leaves, Hua Xiaoling lay contentedly in the corner of the room, digesting the majestic energy in his body. The other end. Outside a valley in the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains. Is this where the aura of the two guardians who were tracking Hua Xiaoling's alien species disappeared? Two more giant unicorn beasts with purple flames all over their bodies descended suddenly. The supreme aura exuding from his body spread far and wide. The slightly smaller Supreme Kailan Elder glanced at the alternating valleys at the foot of the mountain in front of him, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. It's strange. Except for the breath of those two trashes, there is no breath here. Did that alien Hua Xiaoling escape into this? The clue was lost, and both Kailans felt helpless and hesitant. In this way, it is only possible to find Hua Xiaoling's aura by entering this valley. Brother Kiheng, last time the Duotian Supreme was demonized in Yuan Secret Realm, our clan lost 2 half-step Supremes. Even the second elder fled back in embarrassment. The clan suffered heavy losses. And there are rumors that the existence behind Kanglan Minjiu and Sacred Fire Gate, which are famous among humans recently, seems to be related to the unknown mountain in this valley. Tell me, is there any relationship between the two? Many people have seen Lu Rushuan and others entering the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains, which is no secret in the eastern wilderness. In Yuan Secret Realm, Lu Rushuan, Kanglan Minjiu and others also shined with their fairy treasure scrolls. It's hard not to connect these things. Let's do a short search on the outside first. This unknown mountain seems to be as evil as the forbidden areas deep in the 100,000 mountains. Meanwhile on the other side. Over Wuchen. Several rays of light are speeding towards the 100,000 Forbidden Mountains. The leader is the new queen of the vast Tide Kingdom, Kanglan Minjiu. Kanglan Minjiu's side is naturally Lu Rushuan, the current master of Sacred Fire Gate. Next to Lu Rushuan is a woman wearing a gauze veil and holding a jade flute, Academy Saintess, Xiao Saint Lin Miao Miao. Next to Lin Miao Miao was naturally the Academy Elder, Qin Ming Supreme, who came with her. Not long ago, Kanglan Minjiu heard the message brought by Lin Miao Miao and rushed towards 100,000 Forbidden Mountains. I didn't expect that the Blood Fiend building would dispatch 4 building owners at the same time. For such a big battle, Senior Xia must be notified as soon as possible. Kanglan Minjiu's beautiful eyes are filled with worry. The move of the Blood Fiend Tower does not seem to be that simple. Qin Ming Supreme's expression was also quite heavy. There seems to be a great secret deep in the Celestial Beast Mountains, and the Blood Lord is bound to get that secret. Hearing this, Lu Rushuan couldn't help but turn his eyes to Qin Ming Supreme, who looked solemn. If our investigation is correct, the sudden appearance of the possessed Supreme may be related to that secret. Lin Miao Miao certainly didn't hide anything. If the Blood Lord is really allowed to find that secret, then the entire heaven and earth world will never be at peace. Lin Miao Miao's voice was full of worry. Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan's faces were not good looking either. Speed up, it seems that only Senior Xia can solve this matter. The rainbow light suddenly accelerated, like 4 meteors streaking across the sky. Soon, several people arrived at the foot of 100,000 Forbidden Mountains. As soon as he fell down, Qin Ming Supreme's expression suddenly became solemn. There seems to be a very strong blood residue here. As Supreme, Qin Ming can naturally feel it. Do those people dare to take action against Senior Xia? Kanglan Minjiu's face was solemn. I don't know if Senior will see you, but it's too late to report at this time, so we will warn Senior Xia. As soon as Lu Rushuan finished speaking, his pretty face suddenly changed color. Even Qin Ming Supreme's eyes showed a slight fluctuation. It was a power that surpassed the Supreme Realm. Its majestic aura was as strong as that of an immortal. And the bloody and evil aura in that power did not even need to be thought about to know that it must be the work of the Blood Demon Tower. You actually dare to attack Senior Xia? Lu Rushuan's face showed a trace of displeasure. Although he didn't think these people would be taken seriously by Senior Xia, after all, they were the powers of the four paths that were close to immortals. It would be bad if they disturbed Senior. This seems to be the unique blood formation of the Blood Demon Tower. Burning blood and soul in exchange for supreme power, we must do it as soon as possible. Qin Ming Supreme's words stopped abruptly before he finished speaking. Because, those four evil blood energies that were close to immortals disappeared in a grassy corner of the mountain road like a flash in the pan. Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan both breathed a sigh of relief as the bloody atmosphere disappeared. Obviously all this was within their expectations. However, the two people on the academy side are different. Under the gauze, Lin Miao's lips were already wide open, and that of Qin Ming Supreme was even wider. As the Supreme of the Sacred Land Academy, the power of immortals is not really out of reach for him. But now it seems that he really underestimated Senior Xia. The Academy did not accept the Crusade Alliance of the Tianji Unholy Academy, so he did not see the famous scene where Erha showed his power. Everything was only heard about, but that was magical enough. This is what happened to the ferocious beasts below, so this senior must have the power of an immortal. The sudden appearance of the blood array in the Blood Fiend Tower, which was comparable to that of the Blood Demon, and his death in this corner of the mountain further confirmed their suspicions. Qin Ming Supreme took a deep breath. Originally I only had respect for Xia Fan in my heart, but now I have both respect and fear. While he was experiencing ups and downs in his heart, the three women beside him had already started climbing the mountain. Call. After exhaling a heavy breath and calming down, Qin Ming Supreme quickly followed. On the other side, under the valley of Nihujiao Mountain. A lake at the bottom of the valley. Two beasts of colorful flames have boldly stepped in. At this moment, the lake seemed to be emitting an inexplicable colorful light, which attracted the two unicorns instantly and made them boil involuntarily. Chapter 49. This is where the two waste auras finally disappeared. It must have something to do with the lake. One of the huge unicorns spoke human words, and they finally found the place where the two unicorn guardians of the tribe disappeared half a month ago. The next moment, he flashed and appeared on the bank of Tanshui Lake. The other one followed. As they got closer, the blood in the bodies of the two beasts surged even more, as if the lake was full of temptation for them. "You two little brats, are you qualified to drink this water?" One of the unicorns was about to dip its huge head into the lake, when suddenly an unexpected sound suddenly resounded through their sea of consciousness. Who? The huge eyes of the two unicorns were full of surprise. Before the sound sounded, they were not aware of it at all. "The water in this holy lake is not something you can touch." The voice sounded again, the eyes of the two Kylin elders widened even more, and the powerful supreme aura suddenly condensed. "Don't you know the Lord's holy mountain here? How dare you use power so easily?" The sound reached his ears again, and the two unicorns just discovered the source of the sound. It was in front of them that a giant beast wandering around appeared at some point. The giant beast was like a mountain, its eyes were shining, and even its strange smooth grey-brown fur was shining. "What a big mountain rat!" One of them blurted out a shocked voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Kylin clan is a monster race apex-level force. Their physiques can already be called giant beasts, but in front of this mountain rat, they are incomparable, even insignificant and pitiful. Impossible! The huge elder Qiheng roared in his heart. But the next moment, he was even more surprised to find that the vegetation around him seemed to have become surprisingly tall. Turning his eyes towards the water pool again, he discovered that the water pool was now as invisible as the ocean. It turned out that it wasn't the mountain rat that was abnormally huge, but that they were made smaller by me at some point? How can this be? Stop pretending to be a ghost! The two unicorns roared angrily, and the majestic spiritual power swept away, making the two unicorns feel a little proud in their hearts. Even if their bodies are reduced in size, the power of their supreme realm still exists. "What are you two brats doing? What if we disturb the adults on the mountain? Facing the majestic spiritual power of the two supreme realms, this mountain rat remained unmoved and whispered softly. He looked down with his round little eyes and opened the huge rat's mouth. No. Next moment, the sound of fear flashed by, and the two Kylan supreme elders of Kaheng who were very rampant just now were actually swallowed alive by this mountain rat. However, the mountain rat seemed to feel uncomfortable and spat out, disgusted. The taste of this low-level creature is really bad. The water from the holy lake of Dao Rime that adults have bathed in tastes better. After saying this, the rat body ran to the lake, and began to drink happily, as if it was afraid that other creatures on the mountain would come to compete with it. One end, at the moment when the two supremes fell. Deep in the celestial beast mountains, the Kylan clan sacred land. Are the auras of the two supreme elders disappearing again? Deep in the sacred land, an extremely huge unicorn said in a low voice. The celestial beast mountain range has been quiet for a long time. I am afraid that the reputation of my Kylan clan will soon be forgotten by heaven and earth world, right? The voice became deeper and deeper, and a cold light flashed in the eyes of the huge unicorn. Chapter 50. Summer Garden. Qin Ming Supreme's expression was extremely horrified. At the entrance of this small courtyard, two large black dogs half as tall as a man lay lying on their backs. The overwhelming aura exuded by these two big black dogs actually made him, a supreme, breathless. He even felt that if these two big black dogs were hungry, even he, the supreme, might not be able to fill their teeth. Forgetting these two dogs, the tall and handsome white horse next to him looked like a ferocious beast. Compared with Qin Ming, who is supreme, Lin Miao Miao next to him also has a pale face. Having entered Yu Yan's secret realm before, she could naturally tell at a glance that one of the big black dogs with some demonic qualities was the person with the back figure in the scroll in Kanglin Minjiu's hand. If it weren't for Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan supporting her, Lin Miao Miao would have been lying on the ground. I've met 3 seniors. Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan were already old acquaintances, and they bowed directly to the 3 ferocious beasts. Seeing the 2 of them saluting the 3 ferocious beasts, Qin Ming Supreme immediately bent down and saluted, but Lin Miao Miao, who was at a lower level, was so frightened that his veil fell off and his body became weak. She just stared at Erha, showing no signs of etiquette. Seeing the girl staring at him, Erha glanced at her and was too lazy to respond. Ah, it's Sister Minjiu and Sister Rushuan. At this time, a beautiful and lovely figure walked out of the hut and waved. Senior Wooer. Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan bowed again. Lin Miao Miao found that with a wave of her hand from the sudden appearance of the girl, the pressure on them all dissipated in vain. Without the pressure of the 3 ferocious beasts, Lin Miao Miao finally regained control of his limp body and immediately saluted with the 3 of them. Seeing this girl, Qin Ming was even more shocked. Those 3 ferocious beasts gave me the feeling of destroying heaven and earth, but this little girl was like a fairy above the 9 heavens, which made people feel ashamed just looking at them. Master, Sister Minjiu and Sister Rushuan are here. As soon as Xia Wu'er finished speaking, Xia Fan had already walked out of the hut. Meet Senior Xia. Seeing Xia Fan walking out of the house, Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan hurriedly bowed down and bowed down. The shock on Qin Ming Supreme's face became even more intense. He had never thought that the legendary senior was actually a young man with an aura like a mortal. Yes, in this young man, he can't sense any breath. He is just like a mortal who has become a saint. It is simply terrifying. Academy Qin Ming, meet your senior. Academy Lin Miao Miao, meet senior. The moment the 2 saw Xia Fan, they felt panicked and were nervous about doing the ceremony. This girl is not bad looking, but why are she so polite like Miss Lu and others? Xia Fan looked at Lin Miao Miao, who was so beautiful in a lotus leaf skirt, shook her head slightly and waved her hand. No need to be polite, please come in. Although Xia Fan didn't know these 2 people, they were so polite, which made it even more impossible for him, who likes to make friends, to neglect them. Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan have been here more than once. Although they were shocked, they were already familiar with the journey. But the faces of Supreme Qin Ming and Lin Miao Miao, the Academy's flute master, showed uneasiness. Just like Lu Rushuan and his friends came here for the first time, everything in this garden has impacted their souls. With such pale faces, are they two miserable people again? Looking at the expressions of Qin Ming and Lin Miao Miao, Xia Fan couldn't help but shake her head. He felt that the current world was really not that good. The people led by these two girls looked very weak, with pale faces and shortness of breath, and trembling figures. Xiao Wu'er, go and make a pot of hot tea. Xia Fan called out, and Xiao Wu'er understood it. After a while, several cups of tea were brought out. The mountains are simple and simple. A few cups of hot tea will warm you up, so don't dislike it. Seeing these cups of holy tea, Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan have become accustomed to it, and their beautiful eyes shine. Senior Xia's tea is not easy to drink. Lin Miao Miao from the academy came with them, which was a blessing. Thinking this way, the two women didn't need to say anything, and just brought tea to them without being polite. Seeing the appearance of Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan, Qin Ming Supreme and Lin Miao Miao were also greatly surprised. I am even more convinced that the young man in front of me is definitely extraordinary, and maybe he is really a transcendent immortal. When I picked up the tea cup, I didn't drink it like Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan did. Instead, I drank it down like nectar. As the tea entered his throat, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly surged like a stormy sea. There were subtle sounds inside Qin Ming's body, as if something was breaking. Those are years of shackles. After staying in the Supreme Realm for many years without making any progress, Qin Ming finally felt this power change. Supreme Midterm. Supreme Late Stage. Supreme Peak. Although he was still in the Supreme Realm, Qin Ming's state of mind was different. With tears streaming down his face, he actually fell down and bowed down. Thank you for your great kindness, Senior. Seeing Qin Ming's look, Xia Fan was helpless. The uneven world at the foot of the mountain actually forced an old man to look like this. A cup of tea actually moved him like this. However, compared with Qin Ming Supreme, Lin Miao Miao's feeling is very different. Although she is on the list of monsters in the world, she is still very young after all. Although her cultivation in the Tongtian realm is not weak, compared with the few people around her, she is far behind. As soon as this cup of tea entered his stomach, the majestic spiritual power surged up, filling his limbs and bones. Even Tianjiao didn't know how long it would take to cross the level of Tongtian realm, but he broke through in an instant. And like Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan, her breakthroughs have not stopped. Early stage of aspirational realm. The middle stage of the aspiration realm. Aspirational realm late stage. It was not until the great perfection of the aspirational realm that he gradually settled down. Lin Miao Miao is young after all, and the excitement in his heart is several times stronger than Qin Ming Supreme. There was actually a glimmer of light in those bright eyes. Knowing that Lin Miao Miao wanted to bow down like Qin Ming, Xia Fan quickly raised her hand to stop him. I wonder, Miss Lu, why you accompanied the two of you here? After drinking the tea, Xia Fan also asked. He didn't think that the old man and the young man were here to climb the mountain just like Lu Rushuan. Senior, I don't know, but your treasure map has already resounded throughout the world. We are here to pay you a visit. Hearing this, Xia Fan also smiled, knowing the whole story in his heart. I think it was Kanglin Minjiu who showed the painting to others and attracted their attention. After all, my paintings were made after 8 years of hard work and experience in my previous life. In this heaven and earth world, there is really no one else who can paint them. Academy, Academy. Well informed. Since these two people claim to be from the Academy, they must have some knowledge. It's just that this Academy is probably a bit crude. It seems that these two people are not living a good life. They are pale and weak and yet they come to share their painting skills with him. Xia Wu'er. After calling again, Xia Wu'er still returned to the hut with understanding. The next moment, he came out holding a piece of rice paper. Since his paintings have become famous, Xia Fan will naturally not be stingy, and today he will use his paintings to make friends. Thinking in her mind, Xia Fan took the rice paper and unfolded the scroll. It just so happens that what I did today is also fate, so let's take a look at it. This. The moment the scroll was unfolded, Qin Ming Supreme's eyes seemed to spurt out a flash of light, and he was extremely shocked. On the side, Lin Miao Miao and even Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan were also shocked. What is painted on the scroll is actually the Celestial Beast Mountain Range. Chapter 51. Is this actually a full view of the Celestial Beast Mountain Range? Qin Ming Supreme's expression can no longer be described as just shock. The 100,000 Forbidden Mountains are a place that makes people talk about lust in the entire heaven and earth world, and the most famous among them is not only the Jedi restricted areas in the depths, but also the Celestial Beast Mountains. The Celestial Beast Mountain Range is where the monsters of the monster race gather. It is said that there was once a sacred land-level force that was destroyed in order to explore the secrets within. Xia Fan nodded and thought to himself, it's really not easy for the elderly to climb a mountain. I'm afraid I haven't seen the whole mountain yet. The secrets of the Celestial Beast Mountains are something even sacred land-level forces dare not easily get involved in. Therefore, the Academy learned some secrets and sent Qin Ming Supreme and the Academy's Saintess, just hoping to get some guidance. But I never thought that the senior in front of me could actually draw a complete picture of the entire Celestial Beast Mountain Range. Does that prove that this senior has stepped into the Celestial Beast Mountain and emerged from it? Qin Ming Supreme was extremely shocked, and his eyes were completely attracted by the picture of Celestial Beast Mountain. The mountain was stretching and twisting, like a giant dragon crawling. Although it was complete, the faint aura of danger in it actually made him feel a little nervous after he had just broken through. If we have this picture, we can rest easy. Qin Ming Supreme's body and mind once again had some uncontrollable tendencies. Xia Fan looked at everyone's expressions, and it seemed that she was very sure of her work. Then he said, "Do you two need this painting?" Lin Miao Miao was so shocked that he didn't know what to do, but Qin Ming Supreme nodded crazily. This picture can answer countless doubts in our minds, and the Academy, and even the entire Eastern Wilderness, will benefit from it. Hearing this, Xia Fan sighed. Not only the old man and the woman, but probably everyone in the Academy is not very physically strong. Climbing the mountain is really difficult for them. Since it's what you need, take it. Xia Fan couldn't bear it. It was really difficult for people with poor health to see the mountain without getting lost. In this case, he just needs to be a good person. Painting a mountain is just easy for him. This. Qin Ming Supreme was stunned. Is it that simple? Thank you for your kindness, senior. Lin Miao Miao had woken up from the shock and thanked Xia Fan immediately after hearing what Xia Fan said. Going into the mountains this time was a great opportunity for them. Now that Xia Fan opened his mouth, they were very grateful. This is. Lin Miao Miao thanked her for taking the picture. Only then did Xia Fan notice that this beautiful woman was holding a jade flute in her hand. This junior has been fond of music since childhood and has been practicing Taoism with the flute, so he never leaves his hand with the flute. Seeing Xia Fan's eyes looking at the jade flute in his hand, Lin Miao Miao hurried back. Xia Fan was also delighted. Since arriving here, she has become proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but there is no one around her who understands music. Although Xia Wu'er is so smart, he doesn't like to study music. I often go to the villages down the mountain to teach children music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but after all, they are just children, and they mainly focus on having fun. In that case, why not play a song? Xia Fan opened her mouth and wanted to see Lin Miao Miao's blow flute. Lin Miao Miao nodded naturally. Taking a deep breath, her cherry lips gently rested on the jade flute. The sweet sound sounded, and in the small courtyard, it was like a breeze blowing, and there seemed to be a tinkling spring water. Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan closed their beautiful eyes. They had both heard of Lin Miao Miao's reputation as the flute saint, but now they truly realized what it means to be well-deserved. Not only Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan, but also Qin Ming Supreme were shocked. As the Supreme of the Academy, he is not unfamiliar with the flute of saintess. Now it sounds like it has entered the state of transformation, which is obviously not comparable to the past. Even Xia Fan admired it. The voice was ethereal and indeed had some talent. However, there seemed to be some flaws. After a long time, the music stopped. Lin Miao Miao gently placed her jade fingers and let out a sigh of relief. Senior, Miao Miao is showing off her embarrassment. Ah, very good. Xia Fan nodded, this woman's skill on the flute was pretty good. It's just that you are too rigid in your fingering, and there will inevitably be some flaws when changing scales. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Lin Miao Miao was already known as the Holy Flute, but now that this cup of tea has been improved, it is as if he has been completely transformed. This flute sound may no longer be found in the entire eastern wilderness. However, the sound of the flute sounded defective to Senior Xia. It seems that this senior is not only good at painting spirit ascension, but also at music. Everyone was thinking, Xia Fan had already extended his hand. How about I come and play a piece of music and you guys can comment on it with me? Now that he was interested, Xia Fan also wanted to show off his skills. Hearing this, Lin Miao Miao quickly raised his hands and respectfully presented the jade flute. After taking the jade flute, Xia Fan took a look. Although this jade flute looks good, the quality seems to be too poor. However, playing a masterpiece with ordinary objects will show your ability even more. After thinking about it, Xia Fan opened her lips. Yu Yang's voice sounded again, but it was very different from the previous one. The sound of Lin Miao Miao's flute is like the breeze or flowing water, which is extremely pleasant to the ears. But the sound of Xia Fan's flute is beyond words. That voice seemed to come from the 9 heavens, floating like a god, Dao rhyme flying. When the flute sounded, it was as if the entire summer garden and even the plants and animals in the mountains fell silent. The 2 golden loach in the pond stopped swimming, and the old turtle on the rockery also poked its head out. The native chickens in the chicken coop stood silently one by one. The parrots and sparrows in the orchard also became quiet. The huge fruit tree where they were and the orchid grass under the tree were shaking slightly, and the ripe fruits seemed to be about to fall. The big white horse Ma Bao village's huge eyes were shining, revealing a row of white teeth, and 2 big black dogs were sitting motionless next to it. Even Hua Xiaoling was lying in Xiao Wuer's arms, her big eyes spinning as if she had drank 2 kilograms of soju. When a song comes out, the world becomes quiet. It seemed that the only thing left in the world was the intoxicating sound of the flute. Qin Ming Supreme, Kanglin Minjiu, and Lu Rushuan were all affected by the sound of the flute, and they felt that the spiritual power in their bodies kept shining with golden light. Although his cultivation level has not improved as much as before, his state of mind seems to have undergone earth-shaking changes. But Lin Miao Miao is very different from these 3 people. Known as the Holy Flute, she has entered Taoism with the flute, but now she has fallen into the delusion of enlightenment. The sound of the flute seemed to be real to her. Every syllable turned into a fluttering butterfly, pouring into his body. With the sublimation of perception, Lin Miao Miao actually had a trace of Dao rhyme surging in his body, as if he had entered a wonderful world. The realm of cultivation has not improved again, but Lin Miao Miao's body, mind, and soul are like a enlightenment. At this time, the jade flute could no longer be seen in her eyes, as if the flute, the supreme great Dao in the world, had merged with Xia Fan. Chapter 52. After a long time, the sound of the flute finally died down. Xiao Wu held his face with his small hands and blinked at the dumbfounded people with his big eyes. The young master played beautifully, everyone was fascinated by it. Xia Fan smiled, it seemed that this was really the case. After 8 years of cold weather and the foundation of his previous life, this superb flute sound should also have this effect. I don't know how long it took, these people gradually woke up, and Xia Fan just returned the jade flute to Lin Miao's hands. The moment he took the jade flute, Lin Miao's expression changed drastically. When I put it in my hand, it felt like a sacred breath. My jade flute had undergone a qualitative change, like a fairy flute. Thump! Lin Miao had tears on her pretty face. When she met a good teacher, she fell to her knees. Senior Xia, wonderful thoughts are with you. Hearing this, Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan were shocked. This scene seems familiar. At first, Kanglin Minjiu seemed to want to follow his predecessors, but it seemed to arouse his dissatisfaction. Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan's hearts have become choked. Follow me, do you want to learn something from me? The next moment, Xia Fan made a decision that shocked them all. I don't have anything else to teach you. If you want to learn music, you can come and sit here occasionally. Xia Fan's words immediately made Lin Miao feel like he was in heaven. Even Qin Ming Supreme was overjoyed. For Saintess to be favored by such an unfathomable senior, this may be a great opportunity for the academy. On the other hand, Kanglin Minjiu almost vomited blood. He originally wanted to become a disciple, but was directly rejected. This Lin Miao's life is too good, he is no worse in appearance than her, is it just because she can play the flute? Now, although Xia Fan has not stated it explicitly, she seems to have acquiesced to Lin Miao. In fact, Xia Fan didn't think too much about it. She just felt that there was no decent teacher in an academy. She loved music, was talented, and was a beauty. It would be okay for her to give guidance occasionally. We still have to focus on your academy and don't let down other people's expectations. Looking at Lin Miao's excited eyes, Xia Fan said. This academy is already in a miserable state. He cannot make arbitrary decisions and let other students stay with him. After hearing this, everyone finally woke up from the song. Such a great virtue! Qin Ming Supreme and Lin Miao immediately saluted again, put away the celestial beast mountain picture, and set off to say goodbye. The academy has a treasure map, and it seems that the eastern wilderness will be shaken again. Can we go? The celestial beast mountain range is a dangerous place, and Kanglin Minjiu and the others do not dare to act at will. Xia Fan smelled it, but shook her head lightly. Baotu, shocked, are you going to use his paintings for an exhibition? But, isn't it just a small painting of mountains? It's so exaggerated. You can go if you want. Xia Fan also said that these people have never seen much of the world. The painting was just an ordinary ink painting he made casually. He has not yet demonstrated the sketching skills of his previous life, but there are obviously no powerful painters in this world. They want to go see what you see. That's it. After receiving the instructions from their seniors, Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan seemed to have received the decree. He also got up and left. Wu City. The tea house in the center was crowded. Continuing from the last chapter, it is said that since Queen Minjiu came to the throne, the vast Tide Kingdom has become increasingly powerful. Even the only sacred land-level academy in the eastern wilderness has taken the initiative to join forces with it. On the storytelling table, there is still the storyteller in white silk and wearing a crown, still looking like a gossip. All of this starts with the recent changes in the Celestial Beast Mountain Range. It is said that there is a shocking secret in the Celestial Beast Mountain Range that is better than the Yuan secret realm. Now, not only the academy, but also all the forces are here ready to move. The storyteller Xian Shan said this, and it was a startling case. At this time, 4 streams of light suddenly roared past Wu City. I would like to thank Empress Minjiu and sect leader Lu this time. Now that we have the treasure map, we will return it to the academy immediately. Qinming Supreme's eyes sparkled, and the experience on the mountain still made him feel a little like a dream. In that case, I will wait for the news. Kanglin Minjiu nodded. Since Senior Xia asked them to go wherever they wanted, she naturally had nothing to be afraid of. Before the words could even be finished, the expressions of the four people in the sky suddenly changed. A long distance away, from a towering mountain peak, suddenly a bloody light shot into the sky. The huge aura has actually spread thousands of miles away. After being baptized by Xia Fan's tea, Qinming was already at the peak of the Supreme Realm and felt the huge aura more clearly. With a look of horror on his face, Qinming also squeezed out 3 words from Supreme's mouth. Blood Fiend Tower. Qinming Supreme's words also caused the expressions of several people around him to suddenly change. Supreme Realm's Qinming's induction is naturally unmistakable. Qinming was so powerful that he seemed to be at the peak of the Supreme Realm. And the evil and bloody energy in that power is probably only possessed by the Blood Fiend Tower in the entire heaven and earth world. Could it be that the Blood Lord has been resurrected? There was a touch of disbelief in Kanglin Minjiu's voice. Qinming Supreme shook his head and said, "This power is too strong. Let's go back and prepare ourselves first." Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan nodded, turned into meteors again, and headed towards the sacred fire gate. At the same time, the blood cloud is overwhelming. What's going on with this evil force? Looking at the location where the blood cloud condenses, it seems to be in the direction of the Blood Demon Tower. I heard that the Blood Demon Tower that has suddenly risen over the past 100 years seems to be the minions of the Blood Lord who harmed the heaven and earth world thousands of years ago. What? It's actually the Blood Lord. It is rumored that the existence of several invincible supremes has been sealed for thousands of years. Once the Blood Lord is resurrected, he will definitely take revenge. Heaven and earth world may never have peace again. In heaven and earth world, countless top forces were all in an uproar. This evil force has already surpassed the Supreme. Should we take action? Southern Territory, Xianming Sacred Land. A Supreme said with a worried voice. Don't worry, the Celestial Beast Mountain Range is about to change. If we can get the secret, the Blood Fiend Tower will not be afraid. Although the voice said so, Xianming Sacred Land was fully prepared for battle. The sky above the bloody mansion. A figure in blood-colored robes stood proudly. The man's eyes were blood-red, containing countless murderous intentions, and the aura exuded from his every move. The man in blood robe waved his hand, and the mountain shook, enough to kill Supreme's aura, and actually caused the elders below the Blood Fiend Tower to turn into blood mist and pour into his body. A bunch of losers forced me to show up early. The man in blood robe looked at his palm and seemed not satisfied with this power. With blood-colored eyes and a dark aura, he suddenly looked in the direction of the 100,000 mountains in the distance. The Lord is coming out of the mountains today, heaven and earth world, prepare to accept the wrath of the Lord. The roaring sound resounded throughout heaven and earth world. Chapter 53. Roar. But the next moment, there was a sudden earth-shattering roar, as if they hated his dark movement, and the whole world suddenly seemed to become dark. The color of the world changed, and there was another uproar among the major forces. Similarly, above the Blood Fiend Tower, the face of the Blood Lord who was reborn in the body of the last owner also changed drastically. Because the roar that resounded throughout heaven and earth world just now did not come from his mouth. Moreover, he felt it so clearly that the roar that changed the color of the world came from his head. How can this be? The Blood Lord couldn't believe it. Although this body was just the invincible supreme that had just reached the point of breaking through the sky, looking at the entire heaven and earth world, there should not be many opponents. However, that roar made him tremble with fear. Crack! The next moment, countless elders of the Blood Fiend Tower went completely crazy. The Blood Lord they had always worshipped and made people jealous was actually swallowed alive by a monstrous black shadow after the roar that made the world change color. This scene was also caught in the eyes of countless top forces watching nearby. In an instant, heaven and earth world shook. Somewhere in a dark and blood-red world, a body with 3 heads, 12 arms, a long back, 4 wings and 4 legs, sitting cross-legged, suddenly its blood-red eyes as big as bells moved slightly. Looks horrified. The incarnation of my master in the heaven and earth world was destroyed just after it appeared. Is this the second time in 3,000 years? The bloody body slowly opened his eyes, and the expression on his already oozing face became even more terrifying. Your Majesty, the soul lamps of the chess pieces with your blood seal have also been extinguished. Under the bloody body, a kneeling blood-red figure suddenly appeared, coming to report. Hearing this, Swatu's face turned cold, and he flicked out a drop of blood with his fingers. You personally hold my master's essence and blood, and you must ensure that the blood source is opened normally and coagulate again. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red figure bowed suddenly, cutting off the conversation. Heaven and Earth World. Eastern Wilderness. Academy. In the main hall deep in the academy, 4 figures were sitting. Each of the 4 figures had an impressive body, and each of them had a powerful and terrifying aura. These people are undoubtedly the top experts in Supreme Realm, and the former Qin Ming Supreme is also sitting among them. The Blood Lord was indeed resurrected not long ago. His power was quite strong, at least in the sky-breaking realm. The speaker was an old man with grey hair and a childlike face. This old man was different from the other 3. His aura was extremely condensed and unyielding. He was the Dean of the Academy, Master Han. Master Han's voice was not loud, but it shook the Blood Lord of Heaven and Earth World. In his opinion, he didn't seem too shocked. The invincible supreme in the sky-breaking realm can be said to be a scattered immortal. In the entire heaven and earth world, only the Dean can be said to be so relaxed. Master Han bowed his head, a strong man who seemed to be middle-aged. Han Ling Supreme said respectfully. That's natural. After all, the sky-breaking realm is just the path the Dean has walked. Next to Han Ling Supreme, an old man with purple face and long beard nodded. Gao Yuan Supreme's voice was also full of respect. Academy Master Han, among all the existing monks in heaven and earth world, there are few who can compare with him. Unlike Jian Jueshan, the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword Academy, Master Han truly dared to face the punishment and succeeded in transcending tribulation, reaching the last realm of Nirvana, the invincible scattered immortal. It is precisely because of the existence of Master Han that the Academy with only 3 Supreme Elders can stand among many sacred land-level forces. However, Master Han's words were not as easy as what Han Ling and Gao Yuan, the Supremes, said. As Master Han of the Scattered Immortal in the Nirvana realm, he has long realized that the roar that changed the color of the world did not originate from the Blood Lord. However, it is useless to think too much. If the secrets deep in the opening Heaven Demon Mountain range are solved, there may be some gains, and it will even be possible to fight against the unknown. Master Han cast his soft gaze on Qin Ming Supreme. At this time, Qin Ming Supreme finally took out the picture of Celestial Beast Mountain that he had obtained from the Master of Forbidden Mountain. Is this a gift from that senior? There was a hint of respect in Master Han's voice unconsciously. Originally thinking that he could destroy the Demon Lord with one stroke, Master Han guessed that this being might be a scattered immortal who walked on the 3 realms, but now it seems that he still underestimated it. Yes, this picture is a complete picture of the Celestial Beast Mountain range. Qin Ming Supreme's words were very simple, but the other 3 were already shocked. Among them, there is also the top being in heaven and earth world, Master Han. This picture seems simple, but it completely shows the trend of the Celestial Beast Mountain range. Just by taking a quick look, it felt like I was approaching the mountains. Everything looked so real. The profound Great Dao aura exuding from the picture actually fascinated the scattered immortal Master Han of Nirvana. Especially the brush on Master Han's waist seemed to be shining with light. It's just a pity that this is a painting. Master Han believes that if this is not a painting but a calligraphy, it may even allow him to break the current shackles. Judging from this picture, the Celestial Beast Mountain Range is not only the place where monsters gather, but the deep place is like an ancient formation. Its purpose is to protect the secrets. It is no wonder that ordinary strong people dare not step in at will. Those beings in the monster race have occupied it for so long and it seems they haven't figured out the secret. Master Han nodded, now that we have this picture, let's set off today without further delay. Beyond this, deep within the Celestial Beast Mountains, countless giant unicorn figures gathered in one place, each unicorn exuding a terrifying aura, and the weakest ones among them were all in the Supreme Realm. It is reported that countless human forces have gathered and are about to attack the Celestial Beast Mountain Range. The rich voice resounded in Kirin Cave Mansion, and the aura it exuded was firmly above Supreme. Now that the human race dares to invade, Qi Tian, please let go of the bloody orphan in the ominous mountain first. The Kirin Supreme Elder, whose hair exuded rays of light, also nodded slightly. The purpose of the human race coming here this time is probably related to that secret. Anyway, since they dare to come, they should let the human race remember the reputation of our Kylan clan again. Where Kirin Grotto Heaven is, murderous intent abounds. Masters from the Kylan clan gathered, and at the same time, a large number of monks began to gather in the eastern wilderness. The book continues from the previous chapter. It is rumored that the Celestial Beast Mountain Range is in the 100,000 mountains. Where monsters are crisscrossed, many monks have gathered and are planning to march towards the Celestial Beast Mountain Range. I don't know what the plan is. In the Wu City tea house, the storyteller was frothing at the mouth, but everyone in the audience was talking about it. It is said that there are many monster clans in the Celestial Beast Mountains, and even a clan of mythical beasts, the Kylan. For countless years, many forces in our human race have wanted to explore them, but no one has come back. How dare they? That's right, isn't there a legend about the sacred land-level forces being destroyed because of their exploration of the Celestial Beast Mountains? Oh, you may not know something. It is reported that this coalition is different from the past. It is said that all the coalition forces are supreme sacred land-level powerful people. Chapter 54. The news spread really fast. A woman in white clothes listened to the story, took a sip of tea, and said with watery eyes. The storyteller in this tea house knows quite a lot, but it's time for us to leave. Two beautiful figures slowly walked out of the tea house. The two women are none other than Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan. Although this storyteller talks eloquently, some things are not entirely fabricated. The current eastern wilderness is indeed a gathering of powerful powers. Even in the vast Tide Kingdom and Sacred Fire Gate, it seems that only Queen Minjiu and Sect Master Lu Rushuan have been invited. But in fact, it seems that if it weren't for the senior behind them, their current strength would not even be enough to enter this coalition. For this reason, before entering the Celestial Beast Mountain Range, Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan decided to go to Senior Xia for advice. Summer Garden. In front of the door are still the three fierce beasts Taha white horses. The two of them were already familiar with this place, and their eyes were full of respect when facing the three murderers. Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan bowed respectfully, and 3 plates of monsters barbecue were served. Although this is just heavenly pill monsters meat, it is disdainful to the 3 villains. But it can be seen that Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan prepare carefully every time they come. Even the magic in Ha's eyes seems to have weakened a little, and it is normal to make do with it. Senior, Minjiu, and Rushuan have come to pay their respects. As soon as the two of them spoke, Xia Wu'er walked out with a sweet smile. Sisters, come in. The young master has long known that you are coming. Hearing this, Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Sure enough, everything is under Senior Xia's control. Sit. At this time Xia Fan also walked out of the hut. You are here probably because of what happened last time. If the academy really holds his paintings for an exhibition, then Kanglan Minjiu, who is the first to have his own work, will definitely attend. Seeing the two girls nodding, Xia Fan also confirmed his suspicion. Last time, although he told Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan that they could go if they wanted to, but after all, the previous Minjiu too was already well known, so they still had to have something to keep in mind before going. The admiration in the eyes of Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan is even more enthusiastic. The senior is indeed tall and far-sighted. The huge commotion in the outside world did not make any waves in his old man's home. Xiao Wu'er, prepare for treasures. With a soft call, Xiao Wu'er understood it clearly. He took out pen, ink, paper and inkstone from the house and spread it on the stone table in the courtyard. Xia Fan writes impromptuli like the wind, just like today's sunset. The picture of the mountains I drew a few days ago, although it was drawn casually, was quite impressive after all. There was Ha's back in the bright moon picture last time, but in today's sunset picture, there is now only a sky that is purely like the 9-day divine sun. The painting is ready, and Xia Fan smiles knowingly. Great to be simple, if you think about this sunset picture, you should not be at a disadvantage. This picture seemed to be the same as the bright moon picture, containing the great Dao of heaven and earth. Lu Rushuan and the two girls did not even dare to look at it, so they hurriedly took it into their arms. With this picture, I don't have to worry anymore. Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan were overjoyed to get Senior Xia's paintings again and wanted to get up and leave. Etc. Xia Fan stopped the two people who were about to turn around. Xiao Wu'er, pick out one of the words you wrote a few days ago and give it to them. Since two people are going there, they have to get two things anyway. His paintings are already quite famous, so why not take this opportunity to show off his calligraphy? Thank you Senior Xia, thank you Senior Wu'er. Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan happily brought the calligraphy and paintings down the mountain. Now that they have two calligraphy and paintings by their seniors, they no longer have any worries in their hearts. At this time, in the sky above Wu City, it was like the tea house book, with many monks gathering. The leader, with the childlike face and white hair, is Master Han, the most powerful elder in the eastern wilderness, who has reached nirvana scattered immortal in the academy. Behind Master Han, there were more than a dozen monks walking in the air, and all of them were experts from the supreme realm. In addition to the academy in the eastern wilderness, the Xianming sacred land in the southern territory, the Fanyan pavilion in the western territory, the extreme profundities sect in the northern territory, and the sacred land in the Middle Earth divine state that is as famous as the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy, all the great Saint Earth level forces have sent out his own strength. Among these people, except for Academy Saintess and Xiao Saint Lin Miao Miao, they are all supreme realm experts. Now, many powerful beings have arrived at the edge of the celestial beast mountains. And as two streams of light cut through the sky, two more graceful figures joined the team. The visitors were none other than Kanglan Minjiu, the Empress of the Bright Moon who had achieved the name of Fairy in the secret realm of Sunrise Sky Secret Realm, and Lu Rushuan, the leader of the Sacred Fire Gate who had known the senior even earlier. Because of the Celestial Beast Mountain map, the group successfully entered the Celestial Beast Mountains. It's just that in this Celestial Beast Mountain range, monsters are everywhere, and their number is by no means a small number. In just one day, everyone killed countless people by using the low-level heavenly pill and even the tribulation technique. You know, if the tribulation realm is placed in the outside world, it will be the existence of the great monster king. As the group went deeper, there were several great monsters from the supreme realm, and one of them could even fight Qinming Supreme. And this is just the beginning of the Celestial Beast Mountains. Nihujiao Mountain. By the pool. After Kanglan Minjiu and Lu Rushuan left, Xia Fan, who had nothing to do, came to his leisure place again. This time, he was not alone, but hugging Hua Xiaoling who looked arrogant. This is where I picked you up. Xia Fan stroked the clingy Hua Xiaoling and placed her gently on the ground. I'm going to take a bath, little one, don't run too far. Meow meow meow. Hua Xiaoling yelled obediently. She won't run far away. Even if he returns to the tribe, nothing compares to being with his master. Over the past few days, Hua Xiaoling has become accustomed to it. She even feels that by following Xia Fan all the time, she might one day reach the level of those seniors in the garden. I was chased here unintentionally, but I didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. After Xia Fan entered the water, Hua Xiaoling started playing near Nihujiao mountain, sometimes chasing dragonflies and chasing birds. Hey! It's rare to have fun and have fun. Just as Hua Xiaoling was playing to her heart's content, she suddenly felt a subtle fluctuation in the blood in her body. Grandmother! This is a bond that comes from the depths of blood. Since her parents passed away, the only one who can feel this way is her grandmother. Master, it will take a while to take a bath. Hua Xiaoling thought for a moment, then touched the ground with all 4 feet and arrived at the outskirts of Nihujiao mountain in an instant. Here, a rather large 9-tailed celestial fox is wandering around Nihujiao mountain. She did feel her granddaughter's bloodline, but there was a sacred aura surrounding Nihujiao mountain that made her heart palpitate. Even if she was the noble 9-tailed celestial fox, she would not dare to go deep. Suddenly, the old 9-tailed celestial fox's eyes tightened, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. It was pressure coming from the depths of the bloodline, as if the ancestor of 9-tailed celestial fox had arrived. Chapter 55. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of Grandma Fox. That was not the celestial fox ancestor, but a colorful little beast stepping on the rays of light, with several snow-white fox tails trailing from its tail. It looked familiar to someone else. It's Hua Xiaoling. Looking at his granddaughter in front of him, old celestial fox could hardly believe it, but it was unmistakable that his ancestors and grandsons were connected by blood. Xiaoling. Old celestial fox felt so sad that he actually shed tears. Grandma, don't cry. Hua Xiaoling was a little overwhelmed. She hadn't seen her grandma for a long time. She was actually quite happy, but she didn't expect her grandma to cry when she saw her. Xiaoling, what's wrong with the aura on your body? In any case, Grandma Fox is one of the beings with the purest bloodline among 9-tailed celestial fox, but the pure bloodline of Hua Xiaoling in front of her made her feel vaguely strange. Originally, he thought that his granddaughter would be hunted down by the Kailan clan if she left him. Today, he was overjoyed to find out that she was safe and sound. He never expected that his granddaughter's aura would actually give him the urge to crawl. Ling met an expert in the mountains recently. Hua Xiaoling briefly talked about her experience and the opportunity she got, but she didn't go into too much detail. After all, she knew that she couldn't expose the existence of her master, otherwise if she made her master unhappy, she was afraid that the entire Celestial Fox family would suffer. Disaster. By the way, Grandma, why did you come to see me? At this time, Hua Xiaoling asked. She intuitively felt that Grandma was not just looking for her. After all, there was her soul lamp in the clan. Grandma was the supreme elder of the Celestial Fox clan. Unless her life was really threatened, she would not be able to find her easily. Will not leave the opening Heaven Fox clan. Sure enough, after hearing Hua Xiaoling's words and being shocked by her granddaughter's breath, Grandma Fox almost forgot the purpose of coming out. Xiaoling, Grandma is here to tell you that there is going to be civil strife in the clan. What? Grandma Fox's anxious voice shocked Hua Xiaoling. Her parents were killed when she was young and she was expelled by the Kailan clan. Now that she has grown up, the Celestial Fox clan is in civil strife. What kind of evil has she done? Since your mother passed away, the Celestial Fox clan has been temporarily without a leader. Although I am the supreme leader of the clan, I am already old. Nowadays, people with extraordinary talents in the clan are all coveting the position of leader. Perhaps I can only inherit your mother's bloodline. Only you can change this situation. Hearing this, Hua Xiaoling was even more surprised, but he shook his head without thinking. As soon as I lived in Summer Garden, my cultivation improved rapidly. It can be said that it is definitely the grotto heaven blessed place that is rare to find in the heaven and earth world today. Secondly, if the master finds out that he is missing and becomes angry, not to mention the celestial fox family, even the entire heaven and earth world will not be able to withstand the anger of his old man. Seeing Hua Xiaoling being so decisive, Grandma Fox was also stunned. Regardless of the pressure from her bloodline, she roared at her granddaughter. Nowadays, the Celestial Fox clan is facing internal and external troubles. The survival of the Celestial Fox clan is at stake. Your mother and I decided to designate you as a saintess despite the opposition of the clan. How could we not shoulder this responsibility? Grandma, don't be angry. Grandma Fox, as the supreme leader of the Celestial Fox clan, was angry and powerful at this moment. After Hua Xiaoling has lived in Summer Garden for a few days, he has become accustomed to seeing even Dahaerha and others who are such rare evils in the world. He no longer feels afraid of his grandma's aura that is now incomparable to Kunyi. What do you mean by internal and external troubles? But not afraid. Although she was not afraid, Hua Xiaoling was still somewhat worried that her grandma would be angry, so she spoke softly. Why? Grandma Fox sighed. Originally, my Celestial Fox clan has been suppressed by the Kylan clan because of what happened to your parents back then. Now that our clan is no longer stable internally and has no time to care about external affairs, the Kylan clan is making big moves. Big move. It seems to be related to the secret of the Celestial Beast Mountain Range. Hearing this sentence, Hua Xiaoling blinked his big eyes, as if he remembered something. Not long ago, there seemed to be a dark aura that wanted to explore the Forbidden Mountain, and it seemed that it was for this so-called secret. It was this breath that made the weather in the mountains gloomy and made the owner a little unhappy. As a result, Senior Daha just took a breath and swallowed up the gloomy breath. Thinking about it this way, the so-called secret seems to be nothing to the master. Celestial Fox didn't know what her granddaughter was thinking, so she still said worriedly. This time the Kylan clan will show off all its elites. If this trip is successful, I'm afraid the Kylan clan will not tolerate our Celestial Fox clan even more. The more Grandma Fox spoke, the more worried her voice became and her eyes became firmer. The purpose of her trip was to bring Hua Xiaoling back. After all, although her bloodline was followed by the Kylan bloodline, it was more inclined to their Celestial Fox family. The Celestial Fox ancestor had done appraisals with her, and her bloodline had grown. It will definitely surpass the older generation like them. This was also the reason why Hui had a falling out with the Kylan clan in the first place. The Celestial Fox clan even considered Hua Xiaoling's father as their son-in-law, just to ensure that Hua Xiaoling could successfully inherit her mother's position and serve as the saintess of the Celestial Fox clan. But this move made the Kylan clan feel double humiliated. When Hua Xiaoling's father returned to the Kylan clan with his wife and infant Hua Xiaoling, most of the Kylan clan agreed to erase this shame and assassinated her parents. He did not recognize the existence of Hua Xiaoling and expelled him from the clan. If there were not some conscientious people in the Kylan clan, and she and Celestial Fox ancestors had not protected them, I am afraid that the Kylan clan would have even done something even more outrageous. So no matter what the reason is, Grandma Fox wants to bring Hua Xiaoling back, at least to let the Celestial Fox family settle down first. Facing the determined Grandma, Hua Xiaoling was helpless. Suddenly, her big eyes twitched as she thought of something. Grandma, wait a moment. Before Grandma Fox could speak, Hua Xiaoling's figure had disappeared. Summer Garden. Xiao Wu is cooking. She wants to wait for the young master to come back so that she can have hot meals as soon as possible. Outside the wooden house, there were several vegetable leaves that Xiao Wu picked out and threw away. Beside the pond, a colorful little beast quietly ran over and was carefully taking out a broken vegetable leaf from the broken basket. Little Celestial Fox, Didn't you go out with the master and come back so soon? In the pond, a half-meter-long golden loach protruded its head, and its breath was like the light of the great Dao. Hua Xiaoling was startled, and the broken vegetable leaves in his mouth almost fell. Ancestral Dragon Senpai, me. Hua Xiaoling thought in her heart, although she is now in heaven and earth world and is probably not weak anymore, but in Summer Garden, she is the weakest junior. I guess the third girl sneaked back here because she was hungry. Beside the pond, a fruit tree opened its mouth. Chapter 56. Hua Xiaoling nodded vigorously. This senior was more kind. It's okay to pick up vegetable leaves, but don't steal vegetables. You'll be punished easily. The serious big black dog suddenly appeared from behind, and Hua Xiaoling almost fell into the pond in fright. He blinked his big eyes and said helplessly, "How can I not be as capable as my seniors? I wouldn't even dare to kill you for stealing food. I have to go back quickly, the master will call me later." After saying something casually, Hua Xiaoling quickly ran out of Summer Garden. I was sweating profusely. The feeling of being caught stealing something was really terrifying. Outskirts of Nihujiao Mountain. After a while, Hua Xiaoling left and turned back. He held a yellow and dying vegetable leaf in his hand. "Grandma, I've brought you something good." Hearing the sound, Supreme Celestial Fox focused his gaze on Hua Xiaoling in vain. When my granddaughter disappeared just now, was she actually there to get her food? However, when Supreme Celestial Fox glanced at the yellowed vegetable leaves in Hua Xiaoling's hand, his human expression suddenly froze. What her granddaughter brought her was actually a vegetable leaf. They are all from the noble Celestial Fox family, how can they eat such things as vegetable leaves? And even if she wants to eat it, she might not mind giving her a fresh piece just to please her granddaughter, but if you give such a yellow vegetable leaf to a pig, the pig will dislike it, right? "Grandma, hurry up and eat, this is good stuff." Seeing Grandma's dull look, Hua Xiaoling urged anxiously. This was something she had stolen under the noses of many seniors, so she couldn't live up to it. "Hey, this girl is alone outside. What exactly has she been through? Could it be that she was deceived? But the aura on her body and bloodline have indeed become stronger than mine during this period of time. Forget it, I'll just try it." With a nervous mind, whether to please her granddaughter or to make an exception, the Celestial Fox had no choice but to bite the green and yellow corner of the vegetable leaf gently. However, it was such a small piece of food. The Celestial Fox Queen had to hold back to swallow it, but after the dish entered her mouth. Ouch! She screamed uncontrollably and swallowed all the vegetable leaves. The next moment, the brilliant light of Ke burst out, and the blood in Celestial Fox Taishang's body boiled and surged, and his life level was actually sublimating. This holy breath and energy, this vegetable leaf, is it a fairy medicine? Grandma Fox's shock reached its peak after she screamed strangely, and the aura in her body suddenly surged with the entrance of the vegetable leaves. Click! 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 Several consecutive shackles sounds. Back to the top. Half a step to break through the air. Grandma Fox's aura made a breakthrough in an instant, but it was more than that. The scattered immortal realm breaks through the sky. The second realm of scattered immortal, transcending tribulation. The third realm of scattered immortal, nirvana. It wasn't until she reached the third realm of invincible scattered immortal that Supreme Celestial Fox's aura stopped climbing. She was stunned. The inconspicuous yellow cabbage leaf that Xiaoling brought her just now actually made her withered blood return to the invincible supreme, and even broke through the third level of invincibility, nirvana scattered immortal, even ignoring the catastrophe. It was the first time Fox had experienced such a strange thing, and the Supreme Celestial Fox was stunned. Is it related to that ominous mountain? The Celestial Fox Master suddenly remembered the mountain pass that Hua Xiaoling had just run back to, with a look of awe on his face. "Xiaolinger, tell Grandma quickly, what exactly did you encounter in this mountain?" Celestial Fox asked excitedly. This rare opportunity made her forget all the affairs of her clan. This. Seeing how Grandma broke the pot and asked what was going on, Hua Xiaoling knew that it was hard for her to keep it a secret. Simply revealed some information that avoids the important and trivial. Probably she met a peerless master in the mountains, and for some special reasons, she became the master's pet. Xiaolinger, do you know that senior still has the idea of accepting pets? After listening to Hua Xiaoling's words, Celestial Fox's Majesty suddenly felt moved. Ah! Hua Xiaoling immediately covered her pink mouth and looked at Supreme Celestial Fox in shock. Celestial Fox's face turned red, and she quickly said awkwardly, "What I mean is, if that senior still has ideas, Grandma can introduce some young and beautiful Celestial Fox in the family who are talented. Of course, if it's that senior." Celestial Fox would like to say that even if it is her, it is not impossible. After all, a vegetable leaf brought by this girl can improve her to this extent. How terrifying can that expert be? If she can be favored by such an expert. But before the Celestial Fox could finish speaking, Hua Xiaoling stopped directly. "Grandma, Master, I am just lucky enough to be favored." "Just kidding, there is a big white horse in the Master's mountain." "Ha seniors, why do you need so many pets? Do you want to compete with her for favor? Those vixens in Celestial Fox number 1 are quite charming. What if the bad master makes them miserable?" Hua Xiaoling said inscrutably, now that Grandma's level has improved, she should be able to take charge of the Celestial Fox clan in a short time. "You can go back first." The implication is that she has already helped her grandma get promoted, and she cannot mention anything else, otherwise it will be bad to make the master angry. Supreme Celestial Fox woke up from the shock at this time. "What about the Kylan clan that Grandma told you?" "Grandma, you don't have to worry about it. I will never forget what they did to my father and mother." Hua Xiaoling blinked her big eyes and disappeared from Grandma Fox's eyes. Mrs. Celestial Fox looked at Hua Xiaoling's back and sighed, "Xiaolinger has grown up now. Even my grandma can hardly see through it." Celestial Beast Mountains. As everyone went deeper, the shock became more intense, and the strange energy fluctuations coming from the Celestial Beast Mountain range became clearer. "Is this immortal energy?" An exclamation suddenly rang out. It was Li Kangyuan, the Supreme Elder of the sacred land of Daxia. Middle-earth Daxia is the strongest land in the heaven and earth world, and the star sacred land is the core of the supreme sacred land. This Supreme Elder has been practicing for 2000 years and has already reached the level of invincibility. He has even crossed the sky and reached the realm of transcending tribulation. However, as he grew older, Li Kangyuan was trapped by his reputation and power and did not dare to choose to go through the third level of tribulation. Therefore, he was inferior to the Academy's invincible scattered immortal Master Han. Supreme Elder Li Kangyuan had hardly spoken or made any move during the whole journey. Now he exclaimed and couldn't help but attract the attention of all the Supremes. At this moment, Li Kangyuan looked excited, his old eyes shining brightly, staring into the depths of the mountains. This power came from there. Not paying attention to everyone's gaze, Li Kangyuan had already stepped forward and galloped towards the depths of the mountain range. Seeing this, all the Supremes quickly followed. Seemingly attracted by this power, Li Kangyuan, a second-level scattered immortal, took action. In front of a scattered immortal from the transcending tribulation realm, the ferocious beasts here seemed to pose little obstacle, and everyone soon arrived at the hinterland of the Celestial Beast Mountains. There was such a pure land in the mountains that were originally shrouded in clouds and mist. What appeared in front of everyone was a colorful brilliance. In the light, a fairy pool exuding fairy charm is looming. Chapter 57. Naturally, he is the strongest among everyone in this trip, Master Han. Obviously, if Master Han hadn't taken action, he might not have been seriously injured. Except for Lu Rushuan, the three people present were at least in the Supreme Realm world, but when they saw the pool blooming with glory, they couldn't help but feel a little lost. In most sacred lands, immortals have been born, and legends will naturally be left behind. And many of these legends secretly point to one place, which is the Celestial Beast Mountain Range. Although everyone has speculated that the shocking secret in the Celestial Beast Mountain Range this time will be more or less related to the immortal, but now I can really feel the immortal energy. It is still extremely shocking. Immortal energy was overflowing in the pond, and some people could even feel some auras similar to those they cultivated. They must be the last remnants of their ancestors in this heaven and earth world. Everyone couldn't help it anymore and wanted to rush into the pool. They are all supreme, the most tyrannical beings in this world. Now they finally have the opportunity to reach a higher level, and everyone's hearts are in turmoil. However, they finally endured it. Although this pool mansion is overflowing with fairy aura, there are countless bloody auras remaining around it, and the bloody aura is full of supreme aura. It seems that the reputation of the Celestial Beast Mountain Range is not untrue. Countless supreme warriors have fallen here throughout the ages. This is a forbidden area, please proceed with caution. Li Kangyuan is worthy of being a scattered immortal who has practiced for 2,000 years. Even though the temptation in front of him is very strong at this moment, he can still maintain his composure. As Li Kangyuan finished speaking, many supreme experts took out their law weapons one after another, with spiritual power surging within their bodies to prepare for possible accidents at any time. Sure enough, an accident really happened. However, it did not come from the pool. Elder Li Kangyuan had just taken a step forward when an attack that shook the sky and shattered the earth came leisurely from the sky above GD. The power of that attack was firmly at the peak of the supreme realm. Although it was not as powerful as Li Kangyuan, it still stopped him in his tracks. The strong men held the law weapon tightly and looked up in the direction of the attack. Flames were flying, and countless huge unicorns stood in the air, looking at them eagerly. There are nearly 20 unicorns in this group, and the weakest one is also in the supreme realm. And the leading figures were faintly exuding the same aura as those of Li Kangyuan, and it was obvious that they were at least in the scattered immortal state. Human race, you gathered here in the Celestial Beast Mountains, do you think that we, the Kylan clan, are nothing? The leading Kylan elder opened his mouth and his voice was like thunder. All the mountains in the heaven and earth world are naturally shared by the monks of Kyunkan. This place is not a place where nobles live. Why would fellow deists say this? Li Kangyuan held a long sword in his hand, and his eyes were like lightning, shooting straight into the sky. Among the group of unicorns, there were a few that seemed to have similar power to him, but after nearly 2,000 years of practice, Li Kangyuan's momentum was not weak at all. Great Elder, there is no need to talk to him too much. Today is just the day to teach the clan a lesson to show the power of our Kylan clan. One of the leading Kylan leaders could no longer hold himself back. All the strong men of their Kylan clan came out, except for this secret, just to teach the human race a lesson. Let heaven and earth world once again remember the majesty of the Kiran clan. But this group of powerful human beings found some treasure, and they actually dispelled the fog in the hinterland of the Celestial Beast Mountain Range, allowing the secrets within to be fully revealed. The leader of the Kylan clan was overjoyed. The accumulated power actually worked unintentionally. Originally, they only guarded the Celestial Beast Mountain Range for generations. Although they knew the secrets of the mountain, they only knew how to guard it for thousands of years, but could not get involved in it. Now that the human race has come, it is self-defeating. Roar! A breath was like a dragon's roar, mixed with the power of thunder, and shot towards Li Kangyuan, who was glaring down below. Rude! Li Kangyuan shouted angrily, waved his long sword in his hand, and a formless sword energy came out. This formless sword chi didn't look very huge, but when the thunderous breath hit the sword chi, it collapsed like a torrent. The next moment, the sword energy had passed through the thunder and struck directly at the Kylan elder. The burning flames on the elder Kylan were extinguished instantly, and the huge body suddenly fell from mid-air. This is the gap. Countless Supremes below were filled with turmoil, especially Qin Ming Supreme, who was extremely shocked. He was already at the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm, only one step away from the scattered immortal. He thought he would reach this level soon. Until now, I didn't know what scattered immortal was. The aura exuded by the Kailan Elder just now was no weaker than that of Qin Ming, but Li Kangyuan cut off his vitality with just one sword. You made the first move, don't blame our clan for not giving you the favor of sacred land. With the sound of rage, a huge unicorn strode out. This Kailan is different from the others. The burning flames on its body are in the form of colorful black gold light. The leader of the Kailan clan took action himself. As the leader of the Kailan clan stepped forward, a terrifying aura swept over him, and he had a faint tendency to surpass Li Kangyuan. The Kailan clan has been able to stand for many years in the Celestial Beast Mountains, which is full of monsters. Sure enough, they have some background. Roar! The roaring sound echoed across the mountain top, and the breath of the Kailan clan leader was vastly different from the previous one. Tianxing slash! Li Kangyuan shouted low, pointing the long sword in his hand forward, using the secret skill of sacred land. However, the devastating blow just now did not appear. The shining sword energy and the huge unicorn breath met in midair and became stalemate. Buzz! A deafening roar sounded, and the blood of countless Supremes below surged. On the contrary, Kanglin Minjiu, Lu Rushuan, and Lin Miao Miao were not greatly affected because they had Xia Fan's sacred objects. Suffer death! The strength of the two was in a stalemate, and the leader of the Kailan clan roared, and the dark flames around him actually condensed towards his body. As the flames restrained, the power of the unicorn breath surged, breaking through the sword energy in an instant and swallowing Li Kangyuan's sword energy. The Supreme Elder! The two Supreme Elders from Tianxing Sacred Land shouted loudly, wanting to step forward to help, but were stopped by the breaths of two Kailan Elders. After a moment, Kailan's breath dispersed, finally revealing its figure. Li Kangyuan, the Supreme Elder of the Sky Star Sacred Land, looked pale and there seemed to be a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In front of him stood an old man with white hair and a childlike face. Thank you, Master. Li Kangyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded to Master Han. Are you finally planning to take action? The huge beast eyes stared at the scattered immortal, one of the few invincible humans in the heaven and earth world in front of him, and the black flames on the Kailan Patriarch's body boiled again. Elders! The leader of the Kailan clan shouted loudly, and several more dignified Kailans walked out of the team. Surprisingly, there are several elders of the Kailan tribe who are above the Supreme Realm. Perhaps these unicorns have barely reached transcending tribulation, and some have even reached the supreme level of scattered immortal. But after all, they are all existences above the Supreme Realm. Moreover, several of them appeared at the same time. This lineup was no longer just scary. Especially the Kailan who bore the brunt of the attack seemed to be less willing to give in than the clan leader. The aura it emits is already faintly approaching the invincible scattered immortal Master Han. It is Qi Tian, the great elder of the Kailan clan whose status is second only to the clan leader. Chapter 58. Master Han's gentle gaze gradually became sharp. Facing this lineup, even he has no confidence in defeating the opponent, let alone protecting everyone. Let me try to see what the strongest man of the human race can do. Qi Tian, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, finished his words and an energy even more powerful than before spurted out, seemingly possessing the power to destroy the world. The expressions of all the Supremes changed, and Master Han also had a solemn look on his face. The supreme law weapon Kyunkan Pen was firmly in his hand, and the spiritual power in his body also surged in an instant. However, before Master Han could make a move, the aura of Qi Tian that could destroy the world was blocked by a sudden stream of colorful light and disappeared in an instant. Great Elder, long time no see. Are you okay? The cold voice suddenly appeared, shocking many strong men. A colorful silhouette as beautiful as celestial immortal slowly appeared in front of the Kylan clan. Seeing this celestial immortal woman glowing with colorful light, the Kylan clan elder's eyes suddenly shrank. Who are you? Why are you meddling in the affairs of our Kylan clan? Qi Tian, the great elder of the Kylan clan, sounded like thunder, but he was not angry. The colorful stream of light just now destroyed her own heaven-destroying attack so easily. This woman is definitely not simple. Why is there no news about such a strong man suddenly appearing? Looking at the eyes of the many powerful human beings below, this woman obviously seemed to be different from them, but there was always something about that aura that made him feel inexplicably familiar. Thinking of this, Qi Tian was shocked. The unexplained disappearance of many guardian elders in the clan could be related to her. Qi Tian's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he was about to speak, but was interrupted by the other party. The great elder is so noble and forgetful. He has forgotten this princess so quickly. You were the one who harmed my parents and expelled me back then. Following Qing Ling's voice, the light on the beautiful figure gradually merged, and in an instant, it turned into pure white. The next moment, the beautiful fairy-like figure had disappeared, and a white phantom comparable to a unicorn suddenly appeared from mid-air. It was a snow-white fox glowing with colorful lights. The fox's forehead had this strange platinum pattern, its pink eyes were full of charming power, and there were 9 rippling snow-white tails. 9-tailed celestial fox. Everyone below was a supreme, so they naturally recognized the existence of this phantom at a glance. It turned out to be a 9-tailed celestial fox. Originally, the 9-tailed celestial fox was almost as famous as the Kylan clan, but now everyone can see that this 9-tailed celestial fox is definitely stronger than any Kylan present. The domineering aura of those Kylan elders made many supremes fearful, but they couldn't feel the aura emitted by the snow-white shadows at all. All they could feel was holiness. You are Hua Xiaoling. The 7-day large Kylan's eyes were full of disbelief. Although the appearance has changed slightly, he still recognized it at a glance. This 9-tailed celestial fox was the Hua Xiaoling who he had personally expelled from the clan. In fact, Hua Xiaoling's Kylan and celestial fox bloodlines have long been completely integrated. At this time, he deliberately showed the appearance of 9-tailed celestial fox, just to let these elders of the Kylan clan know how wrong their original decision was. Hua Xiaoling, you evildoer is indeed still alive. Qi Tian looked at Hua Xiaoling in front of him and was quite shocked. The level of Hua Xiaoling in front of him seemed not as high as his, but it made him feel a little palpitated inexplicably. What was going on? This is all thanks to the great elder. If you hadn't personally expelled me from the clan, I wouldn't be where I am today. Hua Xiaoling chuckled. She told the truth that her opportunity was indeed rare. Feeling the surging aura in Hua Xiaoling's body, Qi Tian's mind surged. If he was allowed to grow, the consequences would be disastrous. After thinking about it, without saying anything else, Qi Tian suddenly stepped forward and opened his mouth. An extremely fierce killing aura swept towards Hua Xiaoling. Sure enough, Great Elder, you are still so insidious. Facing this aura that was as devastating as heaven and earth, Hua Xiaoling remained unmoved at all. The 9 holy snow-white tails swept slightly, and at the top of the fox tail, a colorful ball of light suddenly appeared. The light ball appeared, and an even larger holy aura bloomed, which seemed to have weakened the haze and fog that had accumulated over the years in the Celestial Beast Mountain range. The next moment, the ball of light left the tail, swayed out, and collided with the breath erupting from the mouth of the great Elder Kylan in mid-air. Boom! The heaven-destroying aura hit the ball of light and shattered instantly, failing to have much effect. Qi Tian, the great Elder of Kylan, was also seriously injured and vomited blood under the attack of this light ball. He was no match for Hua Xiaoling. How could this be possible? According to his induction, Hua Xiaoling's aura is not as high as his, but he can actually fight across levels? Hua Xiaoling, you also have the blood of my Kylan clan flowing in your body, how can you help the human race at this time? Qi Tian spat out the dirty blood in his mouth and said with a solemn expression. Are you going to play the emotional card if you can't win? Listening to those sanctimonious words, Hua Xiaoling secretly smiled in her heart. The scene of being chased that day couldn't help but come to mind again. If she hadn't happened to meet her master, she might have died countless times. Great Elder, before doing something, you should think of the consequences. A cold light flashed across Hua Xiaoling's pink spiritual eyes. Since you are seeking death like this, elders, please follow me and kill Hua Xiaoling first. Qi Tian's heart suddenly became cold and he shouted loudly. The next moment, another even more majestic beam of light erupted from the great elder's mouth. In this blow, it tried its best. Following his roar, the Kylin elders who had reached the scattered immortal realm spewed out surging breath at the same time from their huge mouths. These several rays of air, the aura of the transcending tribulation realm, converged on the beam of light ejected by the great elder Kylin, suddenly making it shine brightly. The expressions of the Supremes below changed drastically, and even Master Han's usually calm eyes became quite solemn. The energy gathered by many Kylins is already above the invincible scattered immortal, and it seems to have a power comparable to the power of an immortal. I didn't expect that the Kylin clan is so powerful. Supreme's eyes were filled with fear, and even Dao's heart was a little turbulent. However, Hua Xiaoling turned a blind eye to this overwhelming aura of supreme despair. Instead, under countless shocked eyes, he slowly returned to the appearance of the colorful little beast. Seeing this, Qi Tian felt happy. He thought that Hua Xiaoling was young after all, and the power he didn't know where he came from would not last long. However, when they saw this colorful little beast, Kanglin Minjiu and the others were shocked. Suffer death. In the eyes of the great elder Kylin, murderous intent abounded. In this regard, Hua Xiaoling restrained her colorful brilliance and floated in the air with ease. A small golden bell appeared in front of it at some unknown moment. This little bell appeared, and instantly, the haze of the entire celestial beast mountain range disappeared. The holy aura on it gave countless supreme powerhouses the urge to worship. The beyond invincible scattered immortals' attack didn't even touch the bell before it disappeared without a trace. Immediately, golden light bloomed on the bell, and several rays of golden light shot towards the elders of the Kylin tribe who participated in the attack. This golden light flashed with a supreme aura, instantly making Qi Tian's pupils tremble. Hua Xiaoling, stop! Someone else instigated the harm to your parents. Among the Kylin group, a Kylin figure emitting colorful black gold light suddenly shouted in a panic, wanting to save the great elder. However, before those words could be heard, Qi Tian and the other figures that had withstood the attack all dissipated in the golden light. The golden light converged, and the heaven and earth were silent. These Kylin elders who had surpassed the Supreme just disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving nothing behind. Hua Xiaoling knew that the beast figure that opened its mouth and emitted colorful black light was the leader of the Kylin clan. He was also one of the culprits who murdered her parents in the past. Hua Xiaoling was about to ask something, but suddenly a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Third girl, let's go home for dinner." Hearing this voice, Hua Xiaoling was excited and instantly transformed into a smaller colorful beast and disappeared into the sky. Niujiao Mountain. Lakes and pools at the bottom of the valley. A fresh and elegant figure walked out of the lake. It was Xia Fan who had just emerged from the bath. Looking at Hua Xiaoling running from the forest, Xia Fan shook his head and smiled. What a playful little guy. Holding the little guy in her arms, Xia Fan glanced at the slightly crooked bell hanging around Hua Xiaoling's neck and couldn't help but smile. "The bell I made a few days ago seems to be quite suitable for an ugly thing like you. It doesn't look so ugly anymore." Hearing this, Hua Xiaoling's heart moved. She really liked this powerful bell, but could the stinky master stop using ugly names? She really didn't like it. However, feeling the strong Dao rhyme caressing her body, and considering that Xia Fan allowed her to move as she pleased, Hua Xiaoling didn't care about her imagination, and her furry body even more intimately leaned towards Xia Fan's big hands. But he was thinking secretly in his heart. Qi Kuang said that there seems to be some hidden secret that I don't know about my parents back then. Kailan is the name of the leader of the Kailan clan. Chapter 59. With this Celestial Beast Mountains. Hua Xiaoling left in a hurry. The remaining Kailan was granted amnesty. However, many elders above the supreme level were lost, and even the great elders who were as cultivated as the clan leader Qi Kuang fell among them. The Kailan clan suffered great damage during this trip. If the war continues, it may be even more detrimental to the Kailan clan. There are even worries about whether Hua Xiaoling, who is even afraid of Kailan himself, will return to help these human clans again. Kailan finally ordered the Kailan clan to retreat from this place. A group of human supremes were left behind, looking at each other in confusion. The Kailan clan has extraordinary heritage, but that celestial fox just now dared to attack the Kailan clan with its own power. Everything that happened briefly was like a dream. It seems that this celestial beast mountain range is really a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger, fighting openly and secretly. It is not without reason that the supreme sacred land was completely destroyed in the past. But now that the obstacle has been removed, we will enter the immortal transformation pond where countless great powers of the universe became immortals in the past, and also look for the opportunities left by those predecessors. The speaker was an old man who looked honest, but most of the supremes just glanced at him with disdain. This is the supreme elder of the southern Xianming sacred land, Xiantong Supreme. His cultivation is quite extraordinary. He has reached the level of invincibility 1,000 years ago, and is only one step away from transcending tribulation scattered immortal. It's just his character that everyone is not sure about. Among the coalition forces, the people from Xianming sacred land are the most unpopular. It was rumored that many people in Yuan secret realm and Xianming sacred land were rescued by Kanglan Minjiu, but after they came out, they joined forces with the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy to conquer the Sacred Fire Gate. As a result, after the Tianji Unholy Academy was defeated and declined, Xianming Sacred Land immediately sent envoys to ask for help. This series of actions was really inconsistent with the style of Sacred Land. However, the Xianming Sacred Land is still a sacred land after all. It just lost a few elders and did not shake the foundation. This matter was revealed. Now this Xiantong Supreme's behavior is even more annoying. Heavenly Star Sacred Land Grand Elder Li Kangyuan was seriously injured after a hard battle. Academy Master Han came to the rescue. It was not his turn to be the first to enter the immortal pool. However, Xiantong Supreme doesn't care about these looks. There must be the answer to the immortal path in the pool. How can he lag behind others? Wait. As Master Han of Nirvana scattered immortal, he always feels something is wrong and immediately speaks to stop it. However, it was not just the Xiantong Supreme, the other two Supremes from Xianming Sacred Land had already stepped forward and stepped into the pool with 3 feet at the same time. I, Xianming Sacred Land, will be powerful in heaven and earth world from now on. As soon as the solace of my feet stepped into it, I instantly felt a majestic celestial power. The 3 Supremes of Xianming Sacred Land already had the image of dominating the world in my mind. Boom! However, an earth-shattering thunder sounded out of thin air, interrupting the 3 people's thoughts. The next moment, thunder dozens of feet wide suddenly descended, landing in front of the ancient pavilion. The beautiful dreams of the 3 Supremes have not yet been realized, and they have turned into nothingness before they even had time to scream. Master Han's eyes tightened and he stared blankly at the lightning. Thunder tribulation. With just 2 words, the expressions of countless Supremes behind him changed drastically, including scattered immortal Li Kangyuan, the Supreme Elder next to Master Han. Thunder tribulation, a power feared by countless strong men in heaven and earth world. Especially the Grand Priest Li Kangyuan. He has been in the transcending tribulation realm for who knows how many years, but he still dares not to take this step. He does not dare to bear the power of the heavenly tribulation. Looking at the entire heaven and earth world, there are only a handful of monks who dare to challenge the thunder tribulation and successfully survive it. The Master Han in front of him is obviously one of them. Having truly transcended the thunder tribulation, no one believed what Master Han said. The three supreme warriors were completely destroyed by this lightning. This power will never be false. Boom! When everyone was shocked, another thunderbolt sounded, and another thunder light fell in the eyes of countless horrified eyes. This thunder light is not huge, but the destructive power it contains is greater than the one that was released. The extreme profundities sect supreme, who was covered by the lightning, had a pale face and could not move at all. Click! Thunder and lightning fell, knocking back countless strong men. The Supreme just now had dull eyes. The powerful power made him lose consciousness, but he did not die. When the thunder light dissipated, Master Han's figure appeared, still with a childlike face and fair hair, but the blush on his face now looked more like a slump. In the blink of an eye, Master Han actually attracted the thunder tribulation to himself, and had just saved the Supreme Elder from the extreme profundities sect. But just the power it exuded still made him lose consciousness. Several other Supremes from the extreme profundities sect hurriedly helped up their fellow disciples and thanked Master Han profusely. At this time, the Supreme Elder Li Kangyuan also cast a respectful look at Master Han. This Supreme Elder has been in heaven and earth world for 2000 years, but Master Han of the Academy became famous earlier than him. In fact, there has always been a faint comparison and grudge between the cultivators, but just a moment ago, his grudge had turned into respect. However, Master Han did not pay attention to these gratitudes. At this moment, his expression finally changed. There were bursts of thunder in the sky. Countless lightnings fell down like a heavy rain. Thunder tribulation, just one attack, is enough to instantly wipe out the strongest players in the Supreme Realm. Now, the entire heaven and earth world may not be able to bear this thunderstorm. Master Han looked up to the sky in horror, with a look of despair in his eyes. Having endured thunder tribulation twice, he knew its power better than others. With so many thunder falling, let alone helping others to resist, I am afraid that I will also fall here today. 100,000 Forbidden Mountains is truly a forbidden land. Just one secret of the Celestial Beast Mountains will become their graveyard. Li Kangyuan's eyes were also complicated. After nearly 1,000 years of hiding from the thunder tribulation, I still couldn't escape it. Unexpectedly, I met the thunder tribulation in this way. Countless supreme powerhouses regret in their hearts. Master Han is a scattered immortal of the third realm, and Li Kangyuan is also a peak of the second realm. Even their eyes are so afraid of the thunder tribulation. Living is more important than becoming an immortal. However, at this moment, no matter how much regret they felt, it was useless. They could only look at the sky helplessly and desperately. But when everyone was in despair, the young and beautiful woman who had always been in the crowd and rarely showed her face stretched out her hand that had been in her arms. In the jade hand is the sunset picture given by Xia Fan. As early as when the leader of the Kailan clan and the Great Elder appeared, Kanglan Minjaihu's jade hand had already held the sunset picture. But I never thought that the Kailan clan would be just a flash in the pan. She originally thought everything was fine, but she didn't expect it to be used now. Sure enough, Senior really has a plan. Kanglan Minjaihu's eyes were full of admiration, thinking that all this was Xia Fan's unpredictable budget, and he immediately unfolded the picture respectfully. Magic emanation. As the scroll unfolded, the great Dao of heaven and earth suddenly swept across, and it seemed that even the sound of thunder could no longer be heard. The entire Celestial Beast mountain range was covered with a layer of gold. Above the sky, an orange-red sky hangs high, exuding the aura of the Supreme Great Dao. Countless supreme eyes have straightened. This sunset looks not only not dazzling, but also very soft. The thunder in the sky still fell like a heavy rain, but when it came into contact with this round of sky, it dissipated silently, without even causing a trace of fluctuation. The thunder fell and lasted for half an hour before it gradually subsided. However, relying on the protection of the setting sun, these strong men were still intact. The thunder tribulation has passed, and Kanglan Minjiu has just slowly put away the sunset picture, with endless admiration and respect in his eyes. Thank you, fairy, for saving me. For women whose realm is far inferior to theirs, most supremes are reluctant to accept their counterparts because of their status as queens. After this incident, no one dared to have the slightest contempt for it. There was a bit more respect in the voice. Kanglan Minjiu waved his hand and said, "This is all Senior Xia's foresight. The young lady is just acting for her." "Senior, does that exist?" "According to legend, this senior destroyed the demon lord with one stroke, and now blocks the thunder tribulation with one stroke. We are really short-sighted." "Yes, I originally thought that this senior was a hidden invincible scattered immortal, but now it seems that he must be a transcendent invincible existence." All the supremes were talking about it, and they couldn't help but feel worshipped. After the thunder tribulation, the immortal pond returned to calm again. Then, magical opportunities arose. This is the immortal road. Looking at the radiant immortal transformation pond, Li Kangyuan burst into tears. Chapter 60. 2,000 years, he has been waiting for 2,000 years. That is indeed a magical opportunity. Originally, in the heaven and earth world, there were immortals. But I don't know since when, Supreme seems to have become the most powerful person in this world. Even if he breaks through the Supreme, he can only work hard in first layer. Even if he endures the existence of thunder tribulation like Academy Master Han, he can only stay in the third realm of invincible scattered immortal. The magic machine, no one can find it. Immortal fate, no one can meet it. However, at this moment, the aura coming from the immortal transformation pond is a real immortal machine. Li Kangyuan understood that this was his destiny. Although there are great opportunities here, there are also great dangers. Thousands of years of practice are not easy. Fellow Daoist Li should think twice. Master Han looked at Li Kangyuan, looking at his face that was still a little pale due to previous injuries, and couldn't help but said in a deep voice. "I've been looking for this opportunity for thousands of years. If I miss it this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to get it again in this life." Li Kangyuan's voice was a little excited, but his eyes were extremely firm. Master Han shook his head and stood aside, letting this persistent old man take the lead into the immortal transformation pond. After Li Kangyuan, Master Han also followed. Subsequently, Qin Ming Supreme, Han Ling Supreme, Gao Yuan Supreme, all the Supremes followed. "Are we going to?" Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but hold the jade flute in his hand. Although his voice was a little yearning, he was still not very confident. After all, compared with those Supremes, their arrogance among young people seems a bit inadequate. Kanglan Minjiu looked at Lin Miao Miao and nodded slightly. King nodded and looked firmly at the immortal pond. "Walk." Immediately, the three girls Kanglan Minjiu, Lu Rushuan, and Lin Miao Miao also followed the Supremes and entered the immortal transformation pond. At this moment, in the immortal transformation pond, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. The Qidi looks peaceful from the outside, but there is something going on inside. At first glance, it is all white, as if this is a world of nothingness. And among the pure whiteness, there is a place glowing with fairy light. It's a ladder. The stairs made of unknown materials are hundreds of feet wide and the height is no longer visible. This is the ladder to heaven. Climb the ladder to heaven. It is said that 3,000 years ago, the Heavenly Sword Saint Academy's invincible supreme sword Wuji was the sword that opened heaven. He stepped onto the ladder to heaven and ascended to the immortal world, achieving the realm of immortals. It seems that this ladder will definitely be an opportunity for us to achieve immortal status. Almost everyone has this idea in their mind. The golden light on the stairs is filled with fairy spirit, which is unmistakable. This is indeed the monk of heaven and earth world, the place of Dzogchen. There seems to be a chilling atmosphere here. The aura left behind should be that of the supreme and scattered immortal who climbed the ladder in the past. Unlike everyone else, Master Han was the first to feel something strange. I think this is the second test after the Thunder Tribulation. Without any hesitation, Li Kangyuan was the first to step up the stairs. Buzz. Every time Li Kangyuan takes a step, there will be a buzzing sound on the stairs. The fairy light around the stairs seems to be his baptism, and Li Kangyuan's aura is also rising. Suddenly, the majestic immortal power exploded. Immortal. After 2,000 years, he finally achieved the realm of an immortal. Feeling the majestic immortal power in his body, Li Kangyuan burst into tears. As Li Kangyuan entered the immortal realm world, many supremes also climbed up the ladder with feverish eyes. Suddenly, in the immortal transformation pond, all kinds of spiritual power surged, and immortal energy spread freely. Every supreme who steps onto the stairs has their aura rising sharply, and a strong man like Qin Ming Supreme who is already at the peak of the supreme realm has made a direct breakthrough. Invincible Supreme. Break the sky. Transcending Tribulation Realm. Nirvana Realm. Many Supremes have already reached the extreme they are pursuing at this time. Dean, please go first. Looking at Master Han standing there, Lin Miao Miao and others said respectfully. You go first, I'll come to the rear. After experiencing many twists and turns, Master Han is indeed an invincible scattered immortal. Even now, he still remains vigilant. Good. Kanglin Minjiu and the other three nodded, and then followed the footsteps of others and stepped onto the ladder. In an instant, golden light enveloped them, and their cultivation levels were also rising crazily. Tribulate the Dharma Realm. The middle stage of the Tribulation Realm. G Dharma Realm late stage. The Dharma Realm of Tribulation is perfect. Supreme Realm. In an instant, the three of them entered the Supreme Realm. And this realm is still climbing. Everyone stepped onto the ladder to heaven. Master Han looked around again before taking the step. Finally, a fish took the bait. The moment Master Han stepped onto the ladder to heaven, in the sky above the ladder, a cold voice exploded above everyone's heads like thunder. Everyone was still immersed in shock and joy, and before they could react, the endless ladder to the sky suddenly collapsed. The ladder to the sky collapsed, and everyone on it also fell down. The former, who was already close to the power of an immortal, could not control his body shape, and fell from a high place along with the fragments of the ladder. Boom! Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. At such a height, it was really impossible to control the body's fall. It should not be painful for Supreme. But they had already surpassed Supreme, but they were still beaten to pieces, and the power in their bodies was draining away quickly as if they were getting discouraged. Li Kangyuan, who was at the highest point, could barely control his body shape and avoid falling, but he also spurted out a mouthful of blood. He had just climbed to the realm of an immortal and was beginning to fall back. Compared with these people, Kanglin Minjiu, Lu Rushuan, and Lin Miao Miao, because they all have something related to Xia Fan, have not been affected at all, and their aura has stabilized at the peak of the Supreme Realm. As for Master Han, the Dean of the Academy, because he was the last one to step on the ladder to heaven, he received the least gain and backlash. Everyone looked up with resentment, and there seemed to be a figure wearing Taoist robes on the broken clouds of the ladder to heaven. Although the man was far above the clouds, his aura still made people's hearts palpitate. That man is a real immortal. Li Kangyuan climbed to the realm of immortals, and only then did he realize the terror of that power. He didn't know why such a powerful being would take action against people like him, but what was certain was that if they continued to stay here, they would not end well. He glanced at everyone, and finally stopped at Master Han. You guys leave quickly. Li Kangyuan, the Supreme Elder of Tianxing Sacred Land, shouted loudly. Having touched the power of the immortal, thousands of years of practice have not been wasted. It is better to buy some time for everyone to leave this place while the power has not completely dissipated, which can also be regarded as leaving some incense for heaven and earth world. In Li Kangyuan's eyes, he was determined to die. As the shouts fell, a huge chessboard suddenly appeared above the head. Heavenly Star Sacred Land Supreme Law Weapon, Heavenly Star Disc. At this moment, the Heavenly Star Disc is filled with immortal energy, exuding incomparable power, spinning towards the clouds. And the cold voice sounded again, and the man in the cloud seemed to just stretch out a finger. With a gentle press of his finger, the star disc shattered and turned into powder. As the heavenly star disc was shattered, the soul of Supreme Elder Li Kangyuan was also shattered. The old man who had been practicing for thousands of years and had just stepped into the immortal Dao died at this moment. Destroy the immortal with one finger. This is such a terrifying power. Countless strong men have no expression in their eyes. They have even forgotten their despair. Why? Looking at Li Kangyuan's empty body not far away, Master Han couldn't help but sigh. This old man who cherishes life has avoided thunder tribulation for thousands of years, and in the end he is willing to die for someone who has nothing to do with him. This can be regarded as a good story that can be passed down to future generations. However, if you want to spread it, it depends on whether anyone can leave this place alive today. Pulling out the simple pen from his waist, Master Han stepped forward slowly, his breath suddenly rising. In just a moment, he broke through the scattered immortal and reached the realm of immortal. Academy Master Han is actually burning his own soul. Chapter 61. The fire of the soul bloomed in Master Han's eyes. He raised the brush in his hand and waved it, and a simple dragon character appeared. In an instant, the font disappeared, and a white dragon hundreds of feet long with 4 claws flying, roared and circled upward. The ants that burn the soul are still just ants. The voice was still indifferent, and with a casual finger, the white dragon, already filled with immortal energy, instantly turned into dots of black ink, disintegrating and disappearing. At the moment when the white dragon collapsed, Master Han also spat out a mouthful of blood, but the simple pen in his hand never stopped. Break. After writing this word, an invisible aura shot straight into the sky with the power to swallow the sky. However, the terrifying aura that was enough to shake the entire heaven and earth world disappeared with just a finger from the man in the cloud. Puff. After another mouthful of blood, the fire in Master Han's eyes began to dim, but the ancient pen in his hand still did not stop. Master Han's pen flew, but no matter what kind of attack it was, the man couldn't use 2 fingers. Annoying ants. After a while, the man in the cloud seemed to be tired of playing, and he raised his entire palm in a rare move. When Yao Yao saw that palm, all the Supremes were already out of their minds. With 1 finger, he can tower over Master Han who is burning his soul. The power of this palm may be unbearable even by the entire heaven and earth world. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the entire immortal transformation pond suddenly shook. Many Supremes could no longer stand on their toes and fell to the ground again. Some Supremes even went crazy. This shock actually made their hearts shatter and their realm dissipate. An expression finally appeared on the face of the figure above the clouds. This ant seemed to have some ability. This vibration was not caused by the person in the cloud. At some point, the blood spurted out by Master Han formed a big shock on the ground. Use life as a pen. Use blood as ink. Master Han finally allowed the immortal transformation pond to move a little before he exhausted all his strength. Although this shock did not have any impact on the immortal pond, it should be enough to attract the attention of the guardians of the immortal pond in immortal world. After just a moment of contact, Master Han knew that even if he burned his soul, his existence above the clouds would still be as weak as an ant. He could only choose to take a desperate gamble. If you want to stop the real immortal, you can only rely on the real immortal. Master Han has been cultivating immortals for thousands of years, so he knows the secret of becoming an immortal. When cultivators become immortals, they are often extradited by immortals from the immortal world. But the people in the clouds above the immortal pond, who are bloodthirsty and murderous, are obviously not the ones to be extradited. Master Han is just betting on whether there will be a real person to extradite them. Fortunately, he made the right bet. In an instant, the immortal power is mighty. The immortal pond is changing. No, everything in front of you is changing. Everything in front of me has disappeared, the clouds are higher, and an invisible barrier is looming in the sky. In the space above the barrier, a white-robed immortal floated over. I wonder which immortal friend is here? Why? The mighty celestial voice is another celestial being. We are monks in the heaven and earth world. Today we have transformed into immortals just to climb the immortal ladder. Please ask the immortals to save me. Master Han's voice was already a bit intermittent, and it was obvious that the brief moment before had damaged his roots. But he had to get the message across. This ladder to heaven in heaven and earth world belongs to our sect. Why did my fellow immortals commit this murder for no reason? Things in the lower realm can be seen almost at a glance. This ladder to heaven was tampered with by the person in the cloud. Originally, this ladder to heaven was where the immortal world sect recruited disciples from the heaven and earth world. However, no one has entered the immortal world from the heaven and earth world for more than 3,000 years. The people in white robes thought that the population of this world was declining. But now it seems that the reason is this. I would also like to ask my fellow immortals to do this for your convenience and return the guide ladder of the World Protector Alliance to me. The white-robed immortal said leisurely. Boundary Protector League, what kind of rubbish are you? Do you think you, a small and inferior force, are worthy of my convenience? The person above the cloud didn't give any face at all. Hearing this, the white-robed immortal also showed a hint of anger on his face. With a wave of his sleeves, a powerful aura that could change the color of the world burst out. With a slap of his hand, he crossed the barrier between the two realms, and the palm formed by spiritual power smashed towards the man above the clouds like a mountain. Little tricks. The deist above the clouds smiled coldly, waved his hand, and a strong wind of 100 feet came out. The mountain-like spiritual power palm instantly broke and collapsed. This is impossible. There was a hint of disbelief on the white-robed immortal's face where the precious light was flowing. Although it cannot exert its true magical power by crossing the barrier, it should not be eliminated so easily. How dare a little immortal who has just reached the peak of human immortal be so rude? The man's voice was still cold, and he revealed the details of the white-robed immortal in one word. What? The disbelief on the white-robed immortal's face became even stronger. Although there was a barrier between the two realms, he already knew after a brief encounter that the deist's immortal power was definitely superior to his own. But that person could even detect his realm. I'm afraid that the other person's realm is not just a little bit higher than his. Broke in. However, even so, the white-robed human immortal did not intend to give up. With a whisper, he crushed a jade slip, and another grey-robed immortal appeared here. The grey-robed immortal appeared, and the white-robed human immortal respectfully called the elder. The grey-robed elder's expression was not very good, and he was obviously aware of what was going on here. Haha, I wonder what kind of powerful being that little immortal can be. He is actually a mere celestial immortal. Although you are not weak as a celestial immortal, the consequences of crossing the barrier privately are not something you, the celestial immortal, can easily bear. Right. Before the grey-robed immortal could speak, the man in the cloud sneered. That's right, every immortal who steps into the immortal world will suffer the punishment of the Great Dao Law if he wants to go down to the lower world. It can range from a state of decline to a state of decline, or a state of mind that can be shattered. Over the past thousands of years, there have been only a handful of immortals who have crossed the lower realm of the barrier, and each one of them has not had a good ending. And looking at the power of the man in the cloud, unless he crosses the boundary, if he fights with his Dharma body, he will be easily defeated. This person seems to be at a higher level than me. Being exposed by the man in the cloud, the grey-robed celestial immortal's expression suddenly changed in an instant. It is obviously not a rational thing to rashly offend a celestial immortal for the sake of a disciple who has no knowledge of his roots in the lower world. It seems that our World Protector League cannot absorb the disciples from this world. After thinking for a moment, the grey-robed immortal finally sighed, waved his sleeves, and turned around to leave. Seeing this, the white-robed immortal also had an angry look on his face, but he could only helplessly follow the grey-robed immortal and leave. Elder, that person is in the realm of guidance. He has such immortal power and knows many secrets. I think there is something wrong with him. The white-robed immortal followed the grey-robed celestial immortal, his face still not looking good. I'll go back and report it soon. This man's aura makes me feel like he's evil, and his behavior is weird. He's definitely not a good person. The face of the grey-robed immortal was also not very good looking. He had lost face in front of the powerful men in the lower realm today, which obviously made him very unhappy. In the immortal pond. Seeing that the two immortals did not dare to take action, the hopes that had just risen on the faces of the Supremes were shattered again. It was as if he had just climbed out of a deep pool and fallen into an ice cave. This despair is even stronger than before. Master Han's eyes were filled with helplessness. At this moment, he also suffered a backlash, his realm dropped rapidly, and he could no longer even burn his soul. You ants, rest assured and be the blood source of your majesty. Daist's cold voice came from the clouds, and his palms were already clapped. With one palm shot, the world shook. Above the clouds, a palm formed by spiritual power slowly fell. That palm was boundless, as if the sky had fallen. Everyone could no longer breathe. Sister, it's time to take action. A cold voice broke the silence. Lu Rushuan took steps slowly. Oh! Seeing a figure step out, the daist above the clouds was also a little confused. Under his own pressure, even the person who could borrow the immortal power was completely unable to move. How could this little supreme still be able to move? But no matter how confused he was, the person below did move. The slender jade hand took it out from her arms and stretched it out gently. In an instant, the light shines and Dao rhyme flies. A piece of rice paper flew out of Lu Rushuan's palm and floated slowly. On paper, it's the supreme great Dao. The palm of spiritual power that covered the sky and the sun had already disintegrated and disappeared without a trace in the flying supreme Dao rhyme. Don't be afraid of the gods. This is one of the pictures that made Xia Fan rise and fall when Lu Rushuan came to Summer Garden for the first time. Xia Fan asked Xia Wu'er to pick a random character and give it to Lu Rushuan. The original complete text of this phrase is with 3 inches in the palm of your hand, you will not bully the weak, if you raise your head 3 feet in the air, you will not fear the gods. It's a pity that the others were all used by Xia Wu'er while cooking and lighting the fire. But, even so, just 4 words not afraid of the gods seems to be beyond the ability of the people above the clouds. Chapter 62. A breath of supreme great Dao spurted out from the 4 words fearless God, and the haze of this place disappeared in an instant. The expressions of the supreme warriors who were lying on the ground had obviously recovered a little at this moment, and their decline in realm had finally stopped. Master Han's eyes, which were already a little distracted, became bright again, and his soul, which was on the verge of being broken, stabilized. How can it be? Feeling the aura of the great Dao below, the daist above the clouds was shocked, and his voice was full of disbelief. The strongest person in this world is the invincible scattered immortal. He is like an ant in front of him. There should not be such power in this world. The supreme Dao rhyme spread, and the entire eastern wilderness, and even the entire heaven and earth world, shook. This time, it was finally the person in the clouds' turn to change his expression. An invisible and huge pressure has made it difficult for him to breathe. However, this is just the beginning. There were roars in the sky. That is not thunder tribulation, but a higher power. Finally, an invisible aura descended from the sky and hit the person in the cloud. Boom! The figure on the cloud fell like a shooting star. However, he failed to land successfully. As the breath of the great Dao continued to spread, he found that he could no longer fall. The great Dao hit the sky and hit the invisible barrier, and the spreading pressure squeezed him in the middle. No! A piece of blood-red smoke lingered in the man's 7 orifices. The smoke was boiling, and his consciousness was burning rapidly under this huge pressure. This scream was not heard, and the immortal was already included in the great Dao. In the immortal world. Not long after the 2 immortals in white robes and grey robes left, a strong vibration suddenly came from there, shaking the entire immortal world. Immediately, the supreme great Dao burst through the sky from below, sweeping across the entire immortal world in an instant. At this moment, the war in the immortal world is over, and everyone has stopped fighting. The immortal world was shaken, and the immortals were horrified. The barrier between the 2 worlds has cracked. In heaven and earth world. At this moment, the immortal transformation pond on the ladder to heaven is empty. Only above the sky. Don't fear the gods. 4 big characters stand proudly. Feeling the great Dao Wuji, everyone present was prostrate on the ground. Even Master Han, the Dean of the Academy, knelt down in excitement. This life is enough to see this great Dao. Heaven and earth were silent. After a long time, the piece of rice paper slowly returned to Lu Rushuan's hands amid a period of loneliness. After taking the rice paper, Lu Rushuan's pretty face was filled with excitement. Even though she knew how powerful Senior Xia was, she still couldn't imagine that the immortals in the clouds who could push back other immortals were all wiped out by this single word. Even the sky was penetrated by this great Dao. Kanglin Minjiahu stepped forward slowly and patted Lu Rushuan's shoulder. She could feel Lu Rushuan's shock from the depths of her soul. After all, she had used the treasure given by Senior Xia more than once. Her beautiful eyes are raised high, staring at the sky. Although the paper was put away, the aura of the great Dao has not completely dissipated. Above the sky, the 4 characters are still looming. Don't fear the gods. Yes, I have seen Senior Xia. In this world, gods and immortals seem to be no longer scary. A long time passed, a long time. The aura of great Dao finally disappeared completely. The cold wind hit, and the Supremes slowly woke up. Fairy. Many Supremes have bowed to Kanglin Minjiahu and Lu Rushuan before they even stood up. They also saw that the 4 big characters on the sky were the rice paper in Lu Rushuan's hand. Don't fear the gods. At this moment, they are no longer afraid of the gods. Compared to that senior, the immortal is no longer scary. And the 2 young women in front of them, in the eyes of everyone at this moment, are already existences that transcend immortals. Qin Ming Supreme was even more excited. He was glad from the depths of his soul that he stood at the feet of that senior. Recalling that he was lucky enough to be summoned by that senior, he burst into tears. The ladder to heaven has been destroyed, and the immortal pool in the celestial beast mountains has no immortality. In this line of work, except for the dead Li Kangyuan of Tianxing Holy Academy, no one has become an immortal. Perhaps to outsiders, these supreme powerhouses may have gained nothing. But in their opinion, what they saw here was enough to make them have no regrets in their lives. The Supremes originally wanted to go with Kanglin Minjiahu and others to meet the senior, but Kanglin Minjiahu and Lu Rushuan thought about it and refused. With so many people going together, if it affects the senior's Qingxiu, no one can bear the blame. As soon as these words came out, whoever dared to say anything would just thank him profusely and leave. Only Master Han of the Academy has no plans to leave. Naturally, he also saw those 4 words. Master Han entered the Tao through calligraphy and achieved the state of invincibility scattered immortal. He is obsessed with the Tao of calligraphy. But after seeing Xia Fan's calligraphy, Master Han felt that his thousands of years of practice seemed to have been in vain. That calligraphy contains the great Dao, which directly touches the soul of Master Han. In order to see the calligraphy of that senior, Master Han was not afraid of life and death. Senior met Meow Meow last time. Dean Han, just follow Meow Meow and come with us. Master Han insisted, and Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan really couldn't refuse. Not long after, everyone has arrived at Summer Garden. In the small courtyard of Summer Garden, Xia Fan is petting the cat. However, he suddenly saw the colorful little beast from a distance. At this moment, he actually put away his fox tail. He looked like an abrupt tabby cat. Master Han almost fell down. Isn't this the colorful nine-tailed celestial fox that killed the leader of the Kailan tribe? No wonder it is so powerful. It turns out that it is the pet of an expert in this mountain. You are here, come in quickly. Seeing several people at the door from a distance, Xia Fan immediately shouted. Hearing Xia Fan's call, Kanglin Minjiu and others also walked in immediately. How is it? It went well. It seemed that the calligraphy and painting exhibition had ended and they had just returned, Xia Fan asked casually. With the gift of senior, everything will be fine. Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan each took out calligraphy and painting, placed them on the stone table, and said respectfully. Xia Fan smiled, it's not a big deal if you think about it. Who is this? At this time, Xia Fan noticed that there was an old man standing behind Kanglin Minjiu, Lu Rushuan, and Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao quickly introduced, this is the dean of our academy, Master Han. Xia Fan nodded. It must have happened that the academy held an art exhibition and was outperformed by Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan. Did the dean refuse to accept it and come to him to argue? However, although this old man looks like a fairy, his face is pale, he is panting, and his health is probably not good. It is true that the elderly are not suitable for mountain climbing. Could it be due to hypoglycemia? Sit down quickly. Xia Fan quickly asked a few people to sit down, fearing that the elderly dean would faint in his yard. Master. Just as Xia Fan was thinking about how to solve the old man's hypoglycemia problem, Xiao Wu'er had already jumped over and ran over, holding a fruit in his hand. This fruit fell from the tree and seemed to be ripe. Ma Bao village still wanted to eat it, but I snatched it away. Looking at the fruit held in Xiao Wu'er's hand, the eyes of several people suddenly flashed with light. Although I don't know what kind of fruit it is, the breath of life that comes from the fruit is a spirit pill elixir that surpasses all in the heaven and earth world. Hua Xiaoling, who was lying in Xia Fan's arms with her eyes closed and enjoying herself, moved her pink nose and immediately opened her eyes, ready to crawl into Xiao Wu'er's arms. You're such a snack, you're so ignorant. Being forced into Xia Fan's arms, Hua Xiaoling stuck out her tongue and rubbed it into Xia Fan's arms. Just in time, old man, hurry up and eat. Xia Fan said casually, but it almost made Master Han's eyes pop out. Eat it for me. Master Han was in disbelief, his voice almost shouted. Xia Fan nodded, thinking that the fruit was ripe, otherwise the old man would have fainted while hiking in his yard, and he would not be able to explain why. At this time, Xiao Wu'er had already handed over the fruit. Taking the fruit gratefully, Master Han didn't care about his past image and ate all the fruit in 3 strokes. After the fruit entered his stomach, an extremely pure life energy burst out. Master Han's serious injuries were healed instantly, and even his burning soul was intact instantly. Of course, the effectiveness of this fruit is far more than that. Boom! A subtle sound of broken shackles sounded, and countless energy from heaven and earth surged into Master Han's body. Nirvana has surpassed. Immortality enters the body. Immortal power in the palm of your hand. He has become an immortal. Different from the power briefly obtained by burning the soul before, this is the true power of an immortal. If anyone in the heaven and earth world saw such a scene, they would probably be shocked. I never thought that the heaven and earth world, which had been without immortals for 3,000 years, would now become immortals without even making a sound of thunder tribulation. Chapter 63. Yes, I feel the immortal power filling my body. Many. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. Master Han, who has always been heavy and steady, burst into tears. He threw himself down and bowed down in excitement. Seeing this, Xia Fan smiled helplessly. The life of the people at the foot of the mountain is really hard. Fortunately, the old man's complexion has improved after the fruit is in his stomach. There is no need to worry about him fainting in his small courtyard. It's not worth mentioning, please call the dean. Xia Fan opened his mouth, but Master Han still knelt down. Senior, Han Fu was able to see Senior's calligraphy before. This life is enough. If Senior doesn't mind, Han Fu would like to follow Senior and listen to his teachings day and night. Han Fu is Master Han's real name. This. The people present looked at the legendary figure of heaven and earth world, kneeling in front of Xia Fan and praying hard, and their jaws dropped. But the stunned shock only lasted for a second, and everyone was relieved. After all, the person in front of them could kill an immortal in the sky who could force other immortals back with just a single word given to them. In their eyes, Master Han may indeed be of high moral character, but in the eyes of Senior Xia, he may be just a junior. With this thought in mind, several people instantly became accustomed to it. As the protagonist, Xia Fan didn't know what they were thinking. At this moment, when he saw the old man's appearance, he thought for a moment and shook his head. He originally felt that this academy was quite shabby, and it would not be a good idea if he kept another dean. What's more, looking at this old man's age, he is older than Lu Rushuan and her grandfathers. What will happen if something happens again? Since you are the master of the academy, you should understand your responsibilities. Hearing this, although Master Han was greatly disappointed, he was also quite happy. The senior said this, at least he did not completely deny himself. Is he hoping to do more for the younger generation? Ding! The system tasks are released. Accepting a disciple can increase the task progress for 1 month. Suddenly there was a sound in my mind, today's mission was announced, and it turned out to be a reward for 1 month's progress in recruiting a disciple. This is his first time in this world. But when I think about taking on a disciple, Xia Fan felt helpless. He should have just rejected her. The system suddenly issued a task, who should he accept? His eyes moved around these people. The old man must have ruled it out. Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Ruyan seemed to be very busy recently, and he also declined Kanglin Minjiu before. If she were to mention it again, I'm afraid it would make her angry. Finally, Xia Fan's eyes stopped on Lin Miao Miao, who was holding a jade flute. This girl had mentioned to him before that she wanted to learn how to play the flute for him, so she seemed to be just right. Seeing Xia Fan looking at him, Lin Miao Miao felt a little uneasy, but what Xia Fan said next shocked everyone. Old sir, it's better to go back and manage your academy, but I want to be with you personally. This was said to Master Han. He felt that even the dean wanted to learn from him, so it seemed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to ask the academy for a better student. Ah! Master Han was stunned for a moment, a little abrupt. But when he saw Xia Fan's eyes lingering on Lin Miao Miao, he understood instantly. Could it be that this senior has a crush on Miao Miao? Good. Good. If there is someone in the academy who can be favored by this senior, then it would be logical for him to come here to learn the supreme calligraphy skills of his senior. After thinking about it like this, Master Han couldn't help but nodded instantly. Xia Fan smiled and was really easy to talk to. Soon he looked at Lin Miao Miao again and said leisurely, Miss Miao Miao, didn't you mention before that you wanted to learn something from me? I would venture to ask, are you still willing now? Buzz. Xia Fan's gentle care, like the eyes bathing in the spring breeze, made Lin Miao Miao feel like his head was going to explode. This is such shocking news. I am afraid that everyone in the entire heaven and earth world will be stunned when they hear this news. Seeing that Lin Miao Miao was a little distracted, Xia Fan thought she didn't hear clearly. Meow meow, are you willing to become my teacher? When asked again, everyone exploded. Kanglin Minjiu, Lu Rushuan, and even Master Han all cast envious glances. Thump. Lin Meow Meow immediately prostrated himself. I do. Your Majesty, please accept Meow Meow's bow. %. The world is still dark and blood red. Click. An explosion. A bloody body with 4 wings and 4 legs, 3 heads, and 12 arms sitting cross-legged on its back, suddenly opened its blood-red eyes as big as copper bells. Ashamed of blood, you actually failed. The bloody body looked at the bloodstone at the end of the seat with a cold look that had exploded with his hard work. It seems that the lower realm is more complicated than I thought. In that case, blood sprite, blood demon, blood sprite, blood sprite. The veins on the 3 heads of the bloody body were bulging, and his eyes became colder and colder as he looked at the front pieces of the exploding bloodstone. My subordinate is here. The next moment, there were 4 harsh sounds. On top of several bloodstones, 4 bloody figures with extraordinary aura suddenly appeared, kneeling in front of the bloody body. Chapter 64. Celestial Beast Mountains. The great changes in the Immortal Pond were not known to outsiders. But the Kylan clan, which has occupied the Celestial Beast Mountain range for a long time, is closely watched by many monster races. The experience of the Kylan clan at the Immortal Transformation Pond was naturally known to everyone in the monster race. After the Kylan clan escaped, all the clans in the Celestial Beast Mountain range were ready to take action. 9-tailed Celestial Fox Clan. As one of the few noble races in the Celestial Beast Mountains that can be compared with the Kylan clan, Saintess has been missing for a long time. If our clan does not establish a leader soon, we may be destroyed. A proud man in white robes was speaking indignantly because of the alliance between the humans in the Celestial Beast Mountain range. And the aura exuding from his body has reached the peak level. What Hu Min said is that in order to prevent foreign invasion, our clan must launch a leader as soon as possible. That's right, Saintess may have suffered an accident early on. Hu Min is extremely talented and will definitely lead our clan to revive again. Many 9-tailed celestial fox echoed. You're talking nonsense, Her Royal Highness must be fine. A girl with fox ears and cute eyes was a little scared, but she still resisted unswervingly. What does this little girl know? Hu Min's handsome face showed a hint of anger and he glared at her. The huge aura immediately made the little girl tremble. Hu Min. An old voice sounded, and Hu Min took back his breath bitterly. An old man slowly walked out of the cave mansion. The old man had white face and white hair, but he might be a little older because of his age. Ancestor, you are highly respected, but after all, you are old and you should have a good rest. Hu Min's voice was respectful, but there was something strange in his eyes. The ancestor of Celestial Fox was a real old fox, so how could he not see it, but he could only sigh and shake his head. Although he is still in the transcending tribulation realm of the second realm of scattered immortal, his health has declined. As Hu Min said, he is old. Hu Min is indeed gifted. Although there are others in the clan who are stronger than him, he is right. There were even many elders in the clan who were stronger than Hu Min, and they all tended to be with him. Ancestor, at your age, you should be good at life and cultivation. You can leave the affairs of the clan to the younger generations. A celestial fox elder stood up, and the aura was faintly approaching the second realm of scattered immortal. As soon as he stood up, the entire celestial fox clan became noisy. Those who supported Hu Min gathered together, and there was a faint tendency to force the ancestor of Celestial Fox into the palace. Presumptuous. Sudden. With a solemn shout, a fox shadow with an overbearing aura suddenly appeared in the cave mansion. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s, with a sexy figure that was plump to the extreme, and a beautiful face that still had charm, and was full of charm. Seeing this figure, Hu Min was stunned for a moment, but many of the older celestial fox elders looked a little shocked. The ancestor of celestial fox, who was in the high position, even trembled a little, with excitement and disbelief in his eyes. "Who is trespassing in my celestial fox sacred land?" Hu Min shouted angrily, waved his hand, and a white bolt with a holy aura struck at the woman. "A boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth." The charming woman raised her jade hand lightly, and the power of the sky was broken silently. Seeing this, Hu Min's complexion changed drastically, and he even started to attack. In an instant, many elders stopped in front of him in vain and bowed to the charming young woman. "Welcome to the return of the Supreme Elder." "What? Is this the Supreme Elder?" Hu Min exclaimed in disbelief. He knew that old guy, but why did he become like this? And even if she changed her appearance, her health had declined before and she had fallen from her peak strength. How could she block her attack so easily? However, Hu Min didn't know those older celestial fox elders, but he remembered that the Supreme Elder in his youth was quite charming even among the celestial fox clan. Seeing the Supreme Elder rejuvenated and greatly improved in strength, anyone with a little bit of brain would know that this Supreme Elder should have an adventure. "My Majesty has found the whereabouts of Saintess, but Saintess has important matters at this time and cannot return in time." At this point, Lord Fox suddenly raised his voice. "If someone causes trouble for no reason again, the clan rules will follow." "Yes." Many Celestial Fox clan members below responded respectfully. Monster race honors the strong. Strength is always the best proof of speaking. "Junior sister, please tell me what happened to you." Feeling that Supreme Fox's spiritual power was stronger than his own, the Celestial Fox ancestor was so excited that he directly pulled Supreme Fox into the cave mansion. The Celestial Fox clan looked at each other in confusion. After a while, everyone returned to the cave mansion, leaving only Fox Min, gritting his teeth secretly. "Two old foxes, sooner or later, I will ascend the throne of the leader of the Celestial Fox clan." The Kylan clan. Unlike the surging momentum of the Celestial Fox clan, the Kylan clan's cave mansion was surprisingly quiet. Countless tall unicorn beasts have lost their former solemn treasure appearance, and all of them are dejected. Even Lin Kuang, the leader of the Kylan clan, the colorful black gold light on his body was a little dim. He also did not expect that this time all the elite members of the Kylan clan would end up like this. "Clan leader, this time our Kylan clan ended up like this. It has probably become a joke to many monster racers. Is this the end of it?" A Kylan leader said angrily. "Except for nine-tailed celestial fox who came out halfway today. In the Celestial Beast Mountain range, there are countless monsters surrounding them, all coveting the dominance of the Kylan clan in the Celestial Beast Mountain range." Lin Kuang's eyes flashed with a complex look. Not to mention other ethnic groups, even that Hua Xiaoling, it is enough for their Kylan tribe to drink a pot. It seems that it is necessary for me to contact that person. In comparison, the two major races in the Celestial Beast Mountains each clean up the snow in front of them. Those races that are usually oppressed are very happy now. Have you heard that Lin Shen, the great elder of the Kylan clan, was killed by an unknown woman just now? An old wolf that was several feet long laughed loudly, and its aura seemed to vaguely reach the realm of scattered immortal. More than that, I heard that more than half of the strong ones among the Kylan clan have been lost. Now the Celestial Beast Mountain range is no longer dominated by the Kylan clan alone. A lion radiating flames said coldly, and there was endless joy in his voice. Brother Lion may have been suppressed by the Kylan clan for a long time, and he only has eyes for them. Don't forget that there is nine-tailed celestial fox in the Celestial Beast Mountain range. A golden eagle with a body covered with golden feathers and a wingspan of nearly 5 feet said worriedly. Brother Eagle is too spineless. Don't worry. The saintess of the Celestial Fox clan has disappeared. The two old immortals in the clan have declined in vitality. They don't have much life left and they have no time to take care of themselves. A large scarlet snake that was 10 feet long lay lazily on the ground and said lazily. The silver moon wolf, the flaming lion, the golden-crowned eagle, and the dragon blood python. Each of these monsters has the realm of scattered immortal. To the outside world, they are earth-shattering existences, but in the celestial beast mountain range, they can only be suppressed by Kylan and nine-tailed celestial fox. Now these two major races are hidden, but it gives them a chance to breathe. Now there is nothing in the pool in the celestial beast mountains. The secrets must have been looted by those powerful humans. The roar of the flaming lion was like thunder, with a lot of anger in it. Not really. Silver Moon Sirius shook his head. According to the reports from the clan, the pool was originally a pool of immortality, but those strong humans from the human race didn't seem to be in good condition when they came out of the pool of immortality. Perhaps the ascension to immortality failed. The old man who has been cultivating for thousands of years in sacred land did not come out. It is also unknown that he stepped into immortal Deo and ascended to the sky. The scarlet dragon blood python still said lazily. Not necessarily. I saw with my own eyes that the most powerful and invincible scattered immortal Master Han in the eastern wilderness. When he came out of the immortal pond, his face was pale, as if he had been seriously injured. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the other three monsters suddenly changed. Master Han's reputation has been heard even in the celestial beast mountain range. Even Master Han was seriously injured, and the other strong men of the human race are definitely no better off. Silver Moon Sirius' gaze was extremely cold. It's just that I don't think it's that simple. How could this all-encompassing secret end so quietly? The golden-crowned eagle has bright eyes and is always on alert as the king of eagles. The dragon-blooded python stuck out its tongue and said, "Hey, I think the Kylan and celestial fox tribes cannot escape. Those strong men from the human race are either injured or dead. If we want to stand up, this is the time." What a mother-in-law! The flaming lion roared, shaking the celestial beast mountain range. Do it or not, just one sentence. It seems that this flaming lion has really been suppressed by the Kylan clan for a long time, and now that he sees the opportunity, he will not let it go no matter what. If you really get something from the human race, don't be greedy then. Silver Moon Sirius's voice was much softer than that of the flame lion, but those wolf eyes shone with a sinister light. My clan has always been stepped on, inferior to those two clans, but if there is some luck, we may be able to change the destiny of the clan. The lazy scarlet python finally straightened up its upper body, its eyes gleaming with light. Looking at the three ferocious beasts below who were both in the scattered immortal realm, the golden-crowned eagle looked up to the sky and cried loudly. "Forget it, I will accompany the three of you and make a bet." Wolves howl, lions roar, eagles crow, snakes croak. In the celestial beast mountains, various monsters rushed out of countless great monster caves. Suddenly, the celestial beast mountain range was filled with dark winds. Chapter 65 Heaven and Earth World, Wu City. The book continues from the previous chapter. It is said that the powerful people from my human race entered the celestial beast mountain range and found a treasure place called the Immortal Transformation Pond after entering the celestial beast mountain range. In the tea house, the storyteller's eyes twinkled when he said this. Huanxian Pond. Become an immortal, become an immortal. Since it is a pool that can transform into an immortal, then someone in our heaven and earth world will become an immortal. The monks sitting down also had their eyes shining brightly, saying, "There have been no immortals in heaven and earth world for a long time." However, what the storyteller said next poured cold water on them. That's not the case. Although there is a way to ascend to immortality hidden in the immortal transformation pond, it is said that even the invincible scattered immortal Master Han, the most powerful person in the eastern wilderness, failed to become an immortal. Instead, he was seriously injured and returned without success. Even the supreme elder of the Tianxing Holy Academy from Daxia died in the immortal transformation pond. Wow! Hear this! In the tea house, there was an uproar. Many monks were talking about it. The scattered immortal was a supreme being in their eyes, but they all ended up like this? Hey! Immortal is hard, becoming an immortal is even harder. Everyone sighed. Also when all the minor cultivators in Wuchen were drinking tea and reading books. In the sky above Wu City, 2 rays of light flashed past. The person who went there was none other than the 2 supreme elders from the Tianxing Holy Temple in Daxia. The 2 elders had complicated expressions in their eyes. Although they had seen the Supreme Great Dao, they should die without regrets. But the Supreme Elder died, what should I do now when I return? The 2 elders were thinking in their hearts, and they arrived at the border of the eastern wilderness like a shooting star chasing the moon. There are few people here, and they plan to renovate here before returning to Tianxing Holy Monastery. However, as soon as they landed, 4 big scarlet snakes swept toward them from nowhere. Dragon Blood Python. The 2 supreme elders had cold eyes. The legendary dragon-blooded python was also the most ferocious among demons. One was hard to find in the heaven and earth world. Why did they encounter 4 at the same time today? Strong men of the human race, hand over the secrets you obtained from the immortal transformation pond. The 2 supreme elders instantly understood that these 4 monsters must have come from the celestial beast mountain range, and were for the treasures of the immortal pond. But where are their treasures? The aura of the dragon blood python bloomed, and it turned out to be 4 monsters in the supreme realm. At the same time, borders everywhere in the eastern wilderness. What the people of Fanyan Pavilion in the western region encountered were several flaming lions. Compared with the gloomy dragon blood python, the flaming lion is much more direct, but also much more ferocious. It cannot be said that it is directly facing the strong man of Fanyan Pavilion. Several supremes from the extreme profundities sect in the northern territory did not find traces of the enemy until they were attacked. That silver moon Sirius is really cunning. Compared to those attacks, the border between the eastern wilderness and the southern territory was much quieter. No one from the supreme of the sacred land in the southern territory has left the opening heaven demon mountain range alive. Outside 100,000 mountains, Academy Master Han, along with Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan, are slowly returning home. Although Master Han was not able to become a disciple of Xia Fan, it was quite a pity. But he has already seen the Great Dao, and was given a magical fruit by Senior Xia. He recovered from his serious injuries and even became an immortal. Lin Miao Miao also accepted Senior Xia to stay in Summer Garden. Looking at the beautiful sunset on the horizon, the old man was quite happy. And they didn't go far before they received an uninvited guest. What's going on? It's not that Master Han was seriously injured. Looking at his red lips and white teeth, there is no sign of injury at all. A big scarlet snake spit out a snake message and said sinisterly. Last time I saw him with my own eyes, he was not only seriously injured, but his soul was almost broken. In the sky, the golden-crowned eagle was also in disbelief. Brother Diao's eyes are like lightning, so he will not be mistaken. Now this old man has no breath. Perhaps he exchanged his cultivation for this mortal body. Silver Moon Sirius's voice was full of cunning, but his feet secretly took a few steps back. Don't worry about him, just take it down first. However, compared to the suspicion of these 3 people, the armored lion was impatient. With a roar, he rushed towards the 3 of them. The Celestial Beast mountain range is truly worthy of its reputation. In addition to the Kirin and the 9-tailed celestial fox, it also hides monsters like these. Master Han looked at Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan and smiled slightly. Kanglin Minjiu glanced at the 4 monsters in front of him, then looked at Lu Rushuan again, with a sly smile flashing in his beautiful eyes. Lu Rushuan nodded. Scattered immortal monster meat should be liked by those seniors, right? Arrogant humans. The flaming lion's forward figure paused for a moment. These 2 human women from the Supreme Realm, who were Master Han's disciples from unknown sources, dared to take advantage of his body. It was too presumptuous. Bar. The powerful power of the flame lion scattered immortal suddenly burst out, and its two giant claws mercilessly slapped the two delicate women. A mere demon lord dares to take action against two fairies, seeking death. The beast's claws, which even tore apart the space, suddenly stopped in front of the two women, unable to move forward at all. Master Han waved his hand casually, and the huge flaming lion flew out like a sandbag, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This old guy's power is still there. Seeing the flaming lion being knocked away casually, Silver Moon Sirius's cunning eyes flashed before he opened his four claws and ran in the direction he had prepared. Boom! There was a crashing sound, and the Silver Moon Sirius also flew out, with a fierce light in its eyes. Grandma, get away from me! It turned out that for some reason, the flaming lion like a hill flew around a corner and hit him steadily, causing his blood to surge. Shut up, my king! The flaming lion was also speechless for a while. He didn't want to do this, but he couldn't control his body at all. Don't fight among yourself. Master Han is like this. He must have obtained the treasure in the immortal pond. Seeing the blazing lion and the Silver Moon Sirius glaring angrily, the gloomy dragon blood python hurriedly shouted. So what if he regains his strength? He is only one person. With our four great monsters working together, the invincible scattered immortal can still fight. The treasure of the immortal pond. Hearing this, Master Han also knew the origin of the other party, but his eyes were full of disdain. After entering the summer garden of a senior, the immortal pond and the ladder to heaven were nothing at this point. Not to mention that senior, the chickens, fish, dogs and horses in summer garden are not existences that immortals can mess with. Go together! Stimulated by the words of the dragon blood python, the blazing lion and the Silver Moon Sirius also shook their heads and stared at the old man not far away with fierce eyes. I was careless just now. Let's fight with all our strength this time. The flaming lion roared, and the raging flames burned from all over its body. As the flames rose, the aura that had originally broken through the first level of Scattered Immortal actually began to faintly climb toward the second level of Scattered Immortal, transcending tribulation. The Silver Moon Sirius on the side also looked up to the sky and howled angrily, his eyes flashed with green light, and his aura was also rising sharply. As for the dragon blood python crawling on the ground, its spiritual power had been raised to the extreme when these two collided. Three idiots! Above the sky, the golden-crowned eagle's sharp gaze suddenly focused, and it couldn't help but curse inwardly. Its feathers flashed with golden light, and it wanted to fly towards the sky. Want to leave? Master Han raised his left hand lightly and grasped it, as if an invisible space cage emerged out of thin air. No matter how hard the golden-crowned eagle struggled, it could not break out. This is actually the power of an immortal. How can this be? After slamming into the space cage around him, the golden crown eagle was already on the verge of crying. What kind of invincible scattered immortal is this? This is clearly a real immortal. But there have been no immortals in the heaven and earth world for 3,000 years. Even if someone becomes an immortal, it will inevitably trigger a catastrophe. How did Master Han become an immortal? Faced with the suspicious look on the golden eagle's face, Master Han seemed oblivious. Turning his attention to the three great monsters in front of him again, Master Han just stretched out a finger and made a light stroke in front of him. A vigorous and slightly simple word book quietly emerged. The moment the word book appeared, the three great monsters were dumbfounded. The simple calligraphy seems to contain the supreme great Dao, and there is a faint flow of immortal energy on it. Immortal, immortal. Xian Li. The three great monsters finally came to their senses. They were shocked and regretful. Yudao being too greedy will definitely lead to disaster. Before there was any reaction, the three invincible demon lords who had defeated Scattered Immortal had all been cut in half. These three demon kings could not believe that they could die so easily. They originally came to rob and kill Master Han, but now they have become the opposite robber. Exalted Immortal, have mercy on me. Looking at the three corpses on the ground, the golden-crowned eagle's sharp eyes were full of fear, and he kept begging for mercy. Fairy Minjiu, you are now a queen and have a distinguished status. It seems that you lack a suitable mount. Master Han looked at Kanglin Minjiu beside him and smiled slightly. I would like to be the queen's mount and protect the vast Tide Kingdom for the rest of my life. Before Kanglin Minjiu could respond, the kneeling golden-crowned eagle kept kowtowing. Kanglin Minjiu nodded, seemingly not paying too much attention to this. Although she was only in the Supreme Realm, perhaps she had more experience and contact with Senior Xia, and she no longer paid much attention to the Demon Lord in the scattered immortal realm. At this moment, Kanglin Minjiu's eyes were filled with the corpses of the three monsters in front of him. In my mind, I was already thinking about how to make these monster meats more delicious, so as to satisfy Ha seniors. The so-called Love House and Bird, Ha seniors are the vicious beasts under Senior Xia's command, so if she treats them well, the seniors will definitely remember it in their hearts. I don't know, maybe one day they will persuade Senior Xia to take her in, too? Thinking of this, Kanglin Minjiu's pretty face turned red unconsciously. In that case, please spare your life. In the field, Master Han saw the golden eagle begging for mercy and slowly stopped. Suddenly, the pressure on the golden-crowned eagle's body disappeared, and it completely crawled to the ground. At this moment, a scattered immortal-level guardian beast of the vast Tide Kingdom was born. While Kanglin Minjiu and Lu Rushuan were waiting, they packed up the carcasses of the beasts, and the golden-crowned eagle quickly spread its wings, hunched over in the air, and headed straight for the vast Tide Kingdom. The other end. Outside of the 100,000 mountains, people such as Master Han were robbed and killed, and countless Supremes fell. The Supremes who have returned from the Immortal Pond, although their realm has no longer fallen under the illumination of Xia Fan Great Dao, they have not fully recovered after all. At this time, when he encounters a Supreme Realm monster that is several times his own, the result can be imagined. The war even plunged countless forces under the Supreme in the eastern wilderness into chaos, and the blood of the Supreme dyed the land red. Heaven and Earth world has endless boundaries. At this time, in a vast sea that even monks rarely visited, there was a spiritual plant hundreds of feet high. It was the spiritual root of Heaven and Earth world. Around the spiritual plant, several figures in blood-colored robes stood in the air. The spirit seems to be a little stronger. Recently, the number of powerful people in the Heaven and Earth world supreme realm has been decreasing sharply. One of the blood-robed men seemed very satisfied. Suddenly, four bloody illusory figures suddenly emerged from the void barrier. Meet all the holy envoys. Seeing the four blood-red figures that suddenly appeared, several people in blood robes immediately crawled down. A few days ago, the blood-shamed soul lamp was extinguished. The monarch was furious and ordered you to speed up and prepare to close the net in advance. What? Lord Shuigui actually died? After hearing the words, someone couldn't help but ask. But the next moment, one of the blood shadows looked at him coldly. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask, do your best for the Lord. When the blood-robed people below heard the words, their souls emerged and their heads fell to the ground. Yes. Several people in blood robes nodded heavily. When the four blood shadows suddenly disappeared through the air, several people in blood robes finally raised their bodies tremblingly. This time, 4 holy envoys were dispatched from the upper realm. Moreover, the 4 holy envoys seemed to be more terrifying than the previous Lord Shuigui. They actually forced their way to the lower realm. Is it possible that there are existences beyond the immortals in this world? Some people couldn't help but tremble. As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly slapped him on the head. Idiot, how can we question the actions of the holy envoys? Do you want your life? As the blood-robed man spoke, a violent aura came out. If there are any cultivators from the Heaven and Earth world here, they will definitely find that several of the blood-soaked people here are actually scattered immortal in the third realm, and even half-footed into the existence of immortals. Each of them is no weaker than Master Han before he became an immortal, but now, he is strangely stuck in this place. Like 4 watchmen? Chapter 66. Summer Garden. Xia Wu is holding a bowl of pen and feeding the chickens. Daha, Ha circled around her. Under the fruit trees, Ma Bao village was gnawing grass, his eyes peeking at the fruits on the trees from time to time, as if he was waiting for the fruits to ripen and be the first to eat them. Xia Fan lay on the rocking chair and gently stroked Hua Xiaoling in her arms. In the small courtyard, a beautiful girl with smooth skin and a lotus leaf skirt was playing the jade flute leisurely. The melodious sound of the flute attracted the old turtle to occasionally poke his head, the parrot listened quietly, and the golden loach also swam leisurely and slowly. Xia Fan closed her eyes lightly, and occasionally pointed, and the sound of the flute suddenly had a long melody, as if the whole heaven and earth world were bathed in the spring breeze. At the end of the song, Lin Miao Miao exclaimed softly on her cherry lips, and her brows and eyes seemed a little more beautiful. Sister Miao Miao's performance is really good. The chickens at home seem to be eating more than before. Xiao Wu clapped his hands and praised. Well, there has been some progress in switching fingerings, but the key point is that it is still less flexible. It still needs to be practiced frequently and cannot be slacked off. Thank you, Master, for the compliment. Thank you, Senior Wuer, for the compliment. Under the gauze, Lin Miao Miao's pretty face was slightly flushed. I have only been following Master for a short period of time. Not only has my flute skills skyrocketed, but my realm has also steadily improved. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through the peak of the Supreme Realm and reached the terrifying invincibility of the Supreme. The more they get along with each other, the more Lin Miao Miao feels that Master Xia Fan is approachable. Even the terrifying and monstrous beast seniors in this courtyard feel extremely friendly to her. Lin Miao Miao's original awe has unknowingly turned into respect and love from the depths of his soul. Since Lin Miao Miao moved into Summer Garden, the melodious sound of flute every day has also added a touch of atmosphere to the garden. During these leisurely days, Xia Fan suddenly remembered a small thing. Speaking of which, Miao Miao, are you familiar with Rushuan and the others? I am fortunate enough to be under the care of Miss Rushuan and the others, and I have just met my master. However, although we are acquainted with each other, we are not acquaintances. Oh, that's how it is. Xia Fan whispered. Whenever master has instructions, he can tell Miao Miao, and Miao Miao will do his best. Seeing his master's thoughtful look, Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but respectfully said. It's nothing. Did you know that the most precious thing in Rushuan's sacred fire gate is the flint? This, what master said, is the sacred fire stone. Lin Miao Miao thought slightly. It is rumored that the sacred fire stone was left behind by generations of ancestors of the sacred fire gate. It is comparable to the supreme in the sacred fire gate. The rest are unknown to the disciples. I guess so. Xia Fan nodded, thinking that this heaven and earth world was really a bit backward. To light a fire, the little girl has to go to my mountain to find flint and steel. The stone has been used by generations of people, but it is not easy to use. I have nothing to do today, so I will make something good for them. After making up her mind, Xia Fan put down Hua Xiaoling, picked up the bamboo basket, and walked outside the summer garden. Master, can I need a disciple to do this for me? Seeing this, Lin Miao Miao quickly shouted. No, just stay home and practice well. Xia Fan waved her hand. Lin Miao Miao's white and slender fingers were not suitable for this kind of work. After leaving the summer garden, Xia Fan walked towards the secluded forest behind the vegetable garden. When they came to the secluded forest, Xia Fan did not continue to go deeper, but cut down a few branches as thick as a finger not far from the entrance of the secluded forest. After looking at these straight branches, Xia Fan nodded and immediately walked towards the mountain. He also wanted to find a material. Outside 100,000 forbidden mountains. I seem to be lost. A beautiful little white horse walked slowly on the mountain road, its round eyes full of confusion. Recently, she heard about the battle between the human race and the Kylan clan outside. She originally sneaked out from the clan to see the excitement, but for some reason, she got lost near the mountains. The little white horse was very anxious and walked aimlessly, but no matter how hard he walked, he couldn't get out. In anger, the little white horse simply stopped leaving and rested for a while in the mountains. The little white horse thought like this and fell asleep unconsciously, but in his sleep, he seemed to feel that the blood in his body was attracted by everything. Suddenly waking up from his sleep, the little white horse began to look for the guidance of the blood aura in his body and walked along the mountain road. As a result, while walking, she got lost again. They say there are a lot of resources in the mountains, and they really have everything. Soon, Xia Fan found his second material with satisfaction. After bumping the basket on his back with satisfaction, Xia Fan seemed to have discovered something just as he was about to go down the mountain. A beautiful little white horse was walking blankly on the mountain road and came face to face with him. At that moment, Xia Fan almost thought it was Ma Bao village who ran out on her own. This white horse is somewhat similar to the guy from Ma Bao village. Of course, it only took a moment for Xia Fan to see clearly that this horse was smaller than Ma Bao village, and its energy and agility were completely incomparable. Whose lost horse is this? It can actually run into such deep mountains. Xia Fan thought in his mind and took a closer look. Although this little white horse did not have any messy things such as saddle and reins, it had messy horse hair, probably because it had been confused in the mountains for a long time. Is this human? The handsome boy who suddenly appeared in front of him also made Xiao Bai Ma stunned. Why did he have the aura of Great Dao on him? A stray horse? She is still a female, and it seems that she is not as smart as the third girl. Xia Fan's little white horse frowned slightly with his confused eyes. There seems to be some wild beasts on this mountain. If she is left here like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before she becomes food. Well, it's fate that we meet each other. It depends on whether you can train him well. If you can, having more horse material at home won't affect anything. Thinking in her heart, Xia Fan didn't care, and jumped on the little white horse directly under the white horse's shocked eyes. What? There was a sudden weight on the back, and the little white horse roared in his heart. Did this human treat her as an ordinary mortal horse? She was the little princess of the Pegasus clan, and she was the only one who could ride people in her life, but at this moment, she was actually being ridden on someone's back. This is simply a shame. Little White Horse felt extremely ashamed and angry. She wanted to throw this human off her back, but for some reason, her body just couldn't move. You can't tell, you're quite gentle. Since you're so well behaved, I'll take you in. Xia Fan thought in his mind and couldn't help shouting. Drive! This sound reached his ears, making Little White Horse feel even more ashamed. But the weirdest thing was that her body couldn't help but obey the man's instructions. Running quickly? Not bad, he can understand the commands, and he's not too stupid. The sound of wind passed by her ears. Xia Fan also smiled and rolled her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. I should give you a name, what should I call it? Yes. An idea flashed in Xia Fan's mind, let me call you Ma Xiao Xiao. You are Xiao Xiao, your whole family is Xiao Xiao. I have a name, my name is Ma Sooner. The little white horse Ma Sooner cursed in her heart, but did not slow down. Soon, Summer Garden arrived. Master is back. Seeing Xia Fan return, Lin Miao Miao rushed out to welcome her. This is... Seeing a new white horse under Xia Fan's seat, Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but ask. I picked up a little mare outside. I don't know where it got lost. It had been wandering for a long time. I was afraid that she would be eaten by wild animals, so I brought her back. Xia Fan jumped off the horse and walked into the hut casually. Meow meow, put her over there at the stable. You and Xiao Wu can ride her in the future. When the master's voice came, Lin Miao Miao nodded immediately and wanted to take the little white horse to the stable. But this Ma Sooner couldn't move at all. Looking at the appearance of the white horse, Lin Miao Miao understood instantly. She was frightened. Not to mention Senior Daha Erha and the others, even the immortals would not dare to enter the garden just because of the sacred trees, fish, turtles, and birds. Correct. Lin Miao Miao was smart after all. He thought of something in an instant and called softly, Senior Ma Bao village. The big white horse Ma Bao village is still wandering under the fruit trees, planning to eat the ripe fruits as soon as possible. At this time, Lin Miao Miao called out, and she felt bad in her heart. Could it be that his intention of staring at the fruit of life was discovered by the owner, and he ran over quickly? When I arrived at the door and found that Lin Miao Miao was alone, I felt relieved. Senior Ma Bao village, Master picked up a pony from outside. Why don't you let her follow you? As soon as Lin Miao Miao said this, Ma Bao village discovered that there was also a little white horse standing at the door. Judging from the aura, it seems that he is the descendant of the nine-winged Pegasus with the worst breed in this area. His strength is almost ordinary, and he is so weak that he feels unworthy even if he looks at it. When the little white horse Ma Xiao Xiao saw the big white horse Ma Bao village, he felt the blood in his body boiling and he immediately crawled down, unable to move even half a step. How could you, a little ordinary horse, be taken notice of by your master? It's like smoke coming out of your ancestral excrement. Seeing the hopeless look of the little white horse, Ma Bao village let out a frustrated cry, turned around and walked towards the stable. Awakened by this cry, Ma Sooner just came back to his senses, suppressed the shock and fear in his heart, and hurriedly followed. Walking into the stable, Ma Sooner prostrated on the ground again and bowed to Ma Bao village. However, the next moment, a terrifying aura came from behind, making her shiver. Ma Bao village, this should be the lowest level 9-winged Pegasus from your bloodline. Its strength is so low, it's not as good as that little celestial fox. Why don't you eat it? A big black dog with some devilish eyes ran over and kept circling around the little white horse, licking its tongue and scaring the little white horse almost to the point of astral projection. Guzi, you'd better be honest. This little guy was picked up by his owner from outside. You can eat whatever you want, as long as you're not afraid that the owner will stew the back of your mouth just after you eat it. Ma Bao village bared her big white teeth and looked like she didn't care. But Ma Sooner's heart was completely crazy. What the hell is this place? That ancient and terrifying big black dog actually wanted to eat her? However, this big white horse, who is more terrifying than the ancestors of their Pegasus clan, should be related to their Pegasus clan. Why don't you help her? I will kneel down to you. The relationship between the seniors is really good. Watching Ha circle around the stable, Lin Miao Miao smiled slightly and closed the door. At this time, Xia Fan had walked out of the house, holding a huge match in his hand. Master, what is this? Looking at the big match in Xia Fan's hand, Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but ask. Seeing Lin Miao Miao's puzzled look, Xia Fan smiled uninhibitedly and said that she was right. In this world, even flints have become treasures. Lin Miao Miao and other people in this world have never seen these matches, so they think so. Become a treasure. Although he didn't know much about the principles of matches, fortunately, by chance, he discovered a good kind of soil in the back hill far away from the orchard. This kind of soil ignited when rubbed, so it was very suitable for making matches. In fact, Xia Fan had done a lot before, but she couldn't even give it away. It happened that although this kind of branch was not strong, it was still resistant to burning, so Xia Fan simply made a large match as long as an arm, which should last for a long time. That flint and steel doesn't seem to be very useful. Although Miss Lu and the others don't say it, I always feel that she is still often troubled. With this, it should be much better. As Xia Fan said this, she casually rubbed it on the stone table, and the huge match instantly burned. In an instant, the world is bright. Everything in the courtyard was completely still, and all eyes were cast on the dazzling light. This flame seemed to be more dazzling than the scorching sun in the sky. The darkness of the entire heaven and earth world seems to be illuminated, and any dark atmosphere will die instantly if it encounters this holy light. Chapter 67. And the moment Xia Fan lit the match. At the same time, under a void, the boundless ocean of heaven and earth world is inaccessible. Suddenly, 4 extremely powerful figures stepped out from it, and everyone was suddenly shocked. Not far away, a sacred power of light struck, making them feel fearful. There were even traces of green smoke appearing outside the blood robes. How can this be? We just arrived in this world and we were discovered. The first figure, wrapped in a blood robe, had a voice full of disbelief. That aura seems to be not far from the previous blood source. It seems that there are some reasons for Shui Gui's failure. Next to Shui Mei, the pale and inhuman Shui Mei said. We sneaked in through the gap in the barrier that was created not long ago, and with the secret method given by the monarch, we were only affected by a trace of the great Dao law. The decline in the realm was not as obvious as the blood shame, but even so, the aura still made people palpitate. Sure enough, it was a bit exceeded expectations. Hearing the words of the two, Shui Xiao also frowned deeply. If this were not the case, Your Majesty would not be so interested in this place. The blood demon said in a low tone. In the summer garden. Xia Fan extinguished the large match with a flick of her wrist, and took a closer look. This thing didn't seem to be like the matches from the previous life on Earth. It burned special soil and could be reused. She nodded with satisfaction. If we get this holy fire from Master, then the sacred fire gate will truly be a sacred fire gate worthy of the name. Staring at the strange shaped stick in Xia Fan's hand that exuded a sacred aura, Lin Miao's eyes were filled with respect. Xia Fan also nodded. Compared with the troublesome flint and steel, this match is definitely much more convenient. Xia Fan played with the matches in her hand, while Hua Xiaoling was cruising around, but suddenly she noticed that a horse suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Is that a newcomer? Hua Xiaoling meowed and walked towards the stable curiously. However, when he walked to the stable, he realized that the new white horse's aura was not much lower than his own. No wonder the owner took a fancy to it. Hello, senior. Walking to the stable, Hua Xiaoling saluted Ma Bao village respectfully. Well, little celestial fox, you came just in time. This little mortal horse was just brought back by the owner today. You two know each other. Ma Bao village is quite fond of this little celestial fox. 9-tailed celestial fox? But the name, three girls, pfft. The little white horse thought to himself, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. The sudden appearance of the 9-tailed celestial fox originally made the little white horse feel a little warm. After all, this courtyard was full of immeasurably terrifying beings, and it was rare for her to see a guy whose cultivation level was similar to her own. However, the moment he heard the name, even though he was terrified, the little white horse couldn't help but smile with his white teeth exposed. In fact, she didn't want to laugh, but she couldn't help but think that 9-tailed celestial fox, who claimed to be holy, had such a rustic name. You. Hearing the little white horse laughing at his name, Hua Xiaoling's eyes shuddered, the sharp animal teeth were faintly exposed, and he meowed. It was so rude. If it weren't for the smelly master's garden, she would have had to bite this guy a few times. On the side, Xia Fan was playing with the big matchstick she had just made when she suddenly heard Hua Xiaoling running to the stable and meowing. He said, "Third girl, Ma Xiao Xiao is new here, but don't bully her, or you'll see how frightened she is." Xia Fan looked at the gentle nature of the little white horse and its prostrate appearance. The big body of the horse was actually frightened by Hua Xiaoling, a cat. This little white horse is good, but it's a little too timid. Ma, Xiao Xiao. Puff. Hearing this sentence, Hua Xiaoling, who was still grinning at first, suddenly changed his mood and smiled more cheerfully than the little white horse. On the side, Ma Suner's round eyes widened even more, and she was already frozen in place, her heart almost bleeding. My name is not Ma Xiao Xiao, I am not Xiao. Where did I come from? Ma Suner felt like crying but didn't dare to refute anything. Anyone who is around her at this moment is terrifying and even wants to eat her. And the owner who gave her a seemingly mortal name didn't know what kind of existence he was. The boundless sea. As the strange holy fire just extinguished, the blood demons, and blood demons finally regained their composure. This world is very strange. In order to complete the monarch's plan, it seems that we need to proceed with caution. Xue Xiao's face was imperceptibly solemn. After the words fell, the four figures nodded to each other. Instantly turned into a blood shadow and disappeared into the vast boundless sea. Southern Territory, Xianming Sacred Land. Xiantong and the others' soul lamps were completely extinguished. Could it be that they encountered something unexpected in the Celestial Beast Mountains? Ancestor Xianming's face was a little gloomy. Below, a Supreme Elder looked carefully at the Ancestor Xianming who was sitting there, his body already trembling a little. Ancestor Xianming is uncertain, and even in the sacred land, he is a terrifying existence. The entire Xianming sacred land is full of people who talk with their fists. To be the ancestor of such a sacred land, one can imagine the temper of the ancestor of Xianming. Forefather, there is no movement in the Eastern Wilderness Academy, Vast Tide Kingdom, and Sacred Fire Gate. It seems that it has not been affected. The Supreme Elder who did it said tremblingly, fearing that his ancestor would get angry and slap himself to death. Eastern Wilderness again. Ancestor Xianming murmured coldly. Last time Bai Qi lost in the Yuan secret realm. According to what he said, there is most likely an existence beyond the scattered immortal behind the Eastern Wilderness Vast Tide Kingdom. As he said that, Ancestor Xuanming's face became colder and colder. More than 1,000 years ago, he broke through the invincible supreme, and his lifespan reached 2,000 years. After going through all kinds of hardships, he reached the second level of scattered immortal, but the 800 years of increased lifespan are no longer enough. Eastern Wilderness Academy. Ancestor Xianming was extremely angry. I have been looking for a breakthrough opportunity for hundreds of years, but I got it from the academy. Damn it, I don't have much life left now. If I miss this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through again. But the Academy Master Han has already reached the third level of Scattered Immortal. At this point, Patriarch Xianming could no longer speak. Of course he wanted to get the secret and extend his lifespan, but his strength was still far behind Master Han. Scattered Immortal 3 realms? Is it very strong? Some eerie sounds suddenly sounded from the Xianming temple. Who? Ancestor Xianming roared angrily and struck out with a palm. His majestic spiritual power mercilessly struck at the location of the voice. It is his habit to strike first to gain the upper hand. However, the full force of his scattered immortal second-level palm was like a mud cow plowing into the sea, without making any waves. Ancestor Xianming's already ugly face became even more ugly. In the shadows, a blood-robed figure whose face was hard to see clearly emerged slowly. This power. Immortal. Feeling the majestic and surging aura, Ancestor Xianming was shocked and shocked. It was rumored that there might be an immortal behind the Eastern Wilderness Vast Tide Kingdom, but the person standing in front of him at this moment was a real immortal. Could it be this one? Before he had time to think about it, Patriarch Xianming fell to his knees. He has lived for more than 1,000 years, and he cherishes life extremely. Don't worry, I'm not who you think I am. I heard that all the elders in your land have died in the immortal transformation pond, and the only ones who survived are Academy Master Han and his party. Sir, don't you think it's abnormal? Xueqi said coldly. Hearing this, Ancestor Xianming suddenly realized. No wonder there is no movement in the Eastern Wilderness. It seems that the secret of immortality has been taken away by Master Han of the Academy. Chapter 68. What kind of instructions does the immortal have when he comes here? Ancestor Xianming was trembling with fear. Although he didn't know where this immortal came from. But as a supreme sacred land level master, he could tell that this immortal was definitely no match for the vast Tide Kingdom one. I can't talk about instructions. I just want to ask your excellency, but do you want to become the master of this heaven and earth world? The icy voice was very soft, which made Ancestor Xianming look shocked. The next moment, Ancestor Xianming was overjoyed and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Countless days. Northern Territory Extreme Profundities Sect, Western Territory Fanyan Pavilion, and Tianxing Sacred Land have also received invitations from Southern Territory Xianming Sacred Land. The content of the post is very simple. The general idea is that this time the coalition forces explored the Celestial Beast Mountains, the elders from all over the place were killed and injured, but only the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the vast Tide Kingdom, and the Sacred Fire Gate were safe and sound. Any ordinary person can see that this situation is abnormal. Western Region. Fanyan Pavilion. Pavilion Master, Xianming Sacred Lands Post this time, I think it's not that simple. I should take precautions. After reading this post, all the elders of Fanyan Pavilion looked at each other and looked at the head of the hall uncertainly. On the first seat is a rather beautiful woman, who looks less than 30, but her faint aura is quite terrifying. Vast Tide Kingdom, this time I'm afraid it won't be like last time. Xianming Sacred Land knows that there may be a being behind them that surpasses the scattered immortal and yet they dare to take action. There must be a demon. The western region is the farthest from the eastern wilderness, so be prepared and set off quickly. Holding the post in her hand, there was no hesitation in Yin Meng Shenji's eyes full of mature charm. I, Fanyan Pavilion, will never lag behind others. Northern Territory. Extreme Profundities Sect. He also said that he was going to the eastern wilderness to preach. Not to mention the possible power behind the vast Tide Kingdom and the Sacred Fire Gate, which is Master Han of the Academy. He has already reached the third realm of Scattered Immortal. Is Xianming crazy? Supreme Elder Chen Ziyi of Extreme Profundities Sect said with a hint of sarcasm unconsciously on his face. In his opinion, Xianming Sacred Land has always been arrogant and domineering, and this time it has even attracted the attention of Eastern Wilderness, fearing that it will bring trouble on itself. However, the next moment, the sarcasm on his face solidified. Although Xianming Sacred Land has evil intentions, the ancestor of Xianming is also a second-level being who has been practicing for nearly 2,000 years. Without some support, he would never dare to take such a big risk. Chen Xian felt relieved, but did not look worried. They have something to rely on, don't I? Extreme Profundities Sect, not have it. What does the sect master mean? Seeing the weird smile on the face of the sect master Chen Ben, the expression of the elder Chen Ziyi also fell into deep thinking and fear. Star Sacred Land is located. At this moment, the whole hall was in a commotion. The Supreme Elder's soul lamp has just been extinguished not long ago. The invitation sent by Xianming Sacred Land is definitely evil. Li Longnan, the Holy Lord of Tianxing Sacred Land, looked at the invitation in his hand and had a lot of thoughts in his heart. Although I don't know what happened before, Master Han and I are old acquaintances. With Master Han's virtue, it is absolutely impossible for someone to behave like this. The elders below also nodded repeatedly. However, Li Longnan still had some concerns. Compared with other forces, they could guess Xianming's move, so they must have something to rely on. How could he not guess it? If they don't go, will they violate public taboos? Although Tianxing Sacred Land is second to none among the Sacred Land level forces, no matter how strong it is, it cannot withstand the isolation of many sacred lands. Buzz. Just when the Holy Lord of Heaven fell into a sad look. Sudden. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded from the Taixing Temple. Then, a black vortex appeared out of thin air, swallowing the Holy Lord of the Sacred Land in the eyes of everyone in shock. Since the elder brother is unwilling, let the younger brother do it for me. A middle-aged man in a yellow shirt with an awe-inspiring aura walked out slowly and said nonchalantly. In an instant, the Tianxing temple was filled with excitement. What is Star Saint? An elder from the Supreme Realm pointed at Li Lubei with an angry expression. The person who came was none other than the Star Saint, one of the two saints of the Sacred Land, and he also had another identity. He was the younger brother of the Lord of the Star Sacred Land. Since ancient times, it is not uncommon for brothers to fight, but it is extremely rare in Sacred Land, not to mention Sacred Land, who is also a well-known star in Sacred Land. Thinking about what happened to Supreme Elder Li Kangyuan, the Star Sage had no obstacle and wanted to take advantage of this to seize power. In the main hall, there was more than one person who was indignant and passionate. Countless elders above the Supreme either glared angrily or raised their hands to curse. Obviously, Holy Lord Li Longnan is quite popular. Facing the noise below, the middle-aged man in yellow shirt didn't hear anything. He just stretched out a finger and tapped it lightly out of thin air. For a moment, the hall fell silent. The Supreme Realm Elder who was the first to question him turned into smoke with just one finger, his body was gone, and he didn't even make a sound. Destroy Supreme with one finger. Star Saint of Sacred Land, Li Lubei didn't know when, but he reached a realm beyond their reach. From today on, I am the Holy Lord of the Sacred Land. Li Lubei, wearing a elegant yellow shirt, stood with his hands behind his back. The death of Supreme Master Kang Yuan must be investigated. The next moment, Li Lubei pointed in the direction of the mountains. Go to the eastern wilderness. In an unknown dark space. Li Lubei, you and I are from the same mother and father. But you actually took advantage of His Majesty's absence and used the power of an outsider to seal me. What on earth do you want to do? Holy Lord Tianxing Li Longnan's eyes were red and full of anger. Eastern Wilderness. Today, the Eastern Wilderness, the Academy, the vast Tide Kingdom, and the Sacred Fire Gate are three pillars standing together, watching and helping each other. There is already a faint trend of starting from the bottom of the five realms of heaven and earth world and gradually becoming the first. However, when it comes to the 100,000 mountains in the Eastern Wilderness, it is still considered a forbidden area. At the foot of the mountain at this moment is Huangniba village. Aunt Zhu was still burning bricks as usual, but she saw two boys of 13 or 14 standing at the entrance of the village, looking at the place blankly, as if they were lost. These two teenagers looked very honest, but the clothes on their bodies were too dirty, and they looked more like beggars. Aunt Zhu has always been warm and hospitable, regardless of wealth or poverty. Except for the old madman Gu Tianxing Lu King Bai who broke bricks with his fists before, she usually wants to help people in need when she sees them. Which desolate son is this? He became a beggar at such a young age. Looking at the two confused teenagers, Aunt Zhu quickly called them over. Where did you two come from? Aunt Zhu poured water for the two teenagers as she spoke. Gudong, Gudong. Before the two teenagers could reply, they just picked up the water bowl and drank it all in one gulp, as if they had been thirsty for a long time. After drinking this water, the two teenagers suddenly became energetic. Their bodies that were originally empty and weak suddenly became full of energy. They even felt that even the breath between heaven and earth was so wonderful. It's really pitiful. There is still some leftover food at home, so why not give some relief? Chapter 69. Seeing the two teenagers drinking water, Aunt Zhu also felt pity, thinking that there was still some leftover food at home, and she would be given some charity. But as soon as he stood up, he saw a handsome figure slowly walking over. It's Xia. Seeing Xia Fan, Aunt Zhu quickly greeted her warmly. Aunt Zhu, who are these two teenagers? After greeting Aunt Zhu, Xia Fan also noticed the two teenagers next to her, who seemed to be unfamiliar faces she had never seen before. Oh, they seem to be two lost dolls. I don't know how long they have been wandering. I just gave them some water." Aunt Zhu said with a smile. Xia Fan nodded. Although these two teenagers were ragged and covered in dirt, they looked very honest. "It just so happens that some of the fruits in my yard are ripe. I brought 2 of them and thought I would give them to the 2 old men to try. It will be easier for you 2 boys." With that said, Xia Fan took out 2 fruits picked from the summer garden fruit trees from the small backpack. "Thank you so much, my benefactor. Looking at the fruit in my hand, 3 parts look like fruit and 7 parts look like pears." The whole peel was shiny and crystal clear, and the 2 teenagers couldn't tell what kind of fruit it was. However, they were extremely hungry at this time, and their whole hearts were attracted by the attractive fragrance of the fruits, so they ate the 2 fruits wholeheartedly. The 2 teenagers only felt sweet and refreshing, but they did not know that the powerful breath of life had completely changed their physiques. These 2 ordinary teenagers had become powerful monks in an instant. Divine Pill State. Although he is just a simple divine pill cultivator, if the cultivators in heaven and earth world see the divine pill that he has achieved in an instant, they will definitely go crazy. "Where are you from?" Seeing that the 2 of them looked very good after eating the fruit, Xia Fan also asked. The moment they saw Xia Fan, the 2 teenagers felt that this benefactor was like a fairy from heaven, but his tone was so kind, so they hurriedly answered. "We came from the border." As he said this, a trace of sadness flashed across the eyes of the 2 teenagers. "A few days ago, there was a battle between humans and animals near our village. The battle was so brutal that it directly destroyed several villages near us. The 2 of us were lucky enough to survive." When Xia Fan heard this, she also felt sympathy. They were 2 homeless children. He couldn't help but think of Xiao Wu'er. This girl was abandoned by others back then. If she hadn't happened to be rescued by him, she might have frozen to death in the snowy peaks thousands of miles away. "We heard along the way that there are experts and strangers in the mountains. We want to learn from them, but we don't want to lose our way." The 2 teenagers continued to talk. At this time, the sadness in their eyes had transformed into another emotion. It was desire, the desire for power. The battle that destroyed their village by flying in the sky had given the 2 young men an endless yearning for practice. The moment they survived, they swore to become the most powerful beings in the world to protect what they wanted to protect. "Do you want to become a disciple?" Hearing this, Aunt Zhu clapped her hands and said, "Then you have come to the right place. Xia is proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Following him, you will definitely have a bright future." Hearing this, the 2 teenagers unanimously focused their gazes on Xia Fan. When they first met, the 2 young men felt that their benefactor's transcendent before them was otherworldly, and the fruit he gave him was even more magical. The power in his body surged, as if he could never use it up no matter how much he used it. At that time, the 2 of them decided that Ngong must be the kind of hermit master who mastered the method of spiritual practice in the legends of the outside world. When he heard this, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, calling him teacher. At this time, Xia Fan did not expect that Aunt Zhu, "You are helpful, but you are causing trouble for me. That's all, what's your name? Do you have any skills you're good at?" Xia Fan did not accept their courtesy and quickly changed the topic. After all, young people should still have some skills to make a living. Xia Fan saw that the 2 homeless people were pitiful and wondered if they could find some way out for them. Replying to my benefactor, "My name is Wu Dali. When my father was still alive, I followed him to build houses and erect courtyard walls. My father also said that I am very talented in house building and that I might become a generation leader. Here's the master builder." The slightly taller and loyal young man said enthusiastically. "How about you?" Xia Fan looked at the slightly shorter and somewhat naive boy next to Wu Dali and asked. "Benefactor, my name is Wang Erbao, and I know how to do carpentry." Xia Fan nodded. Although these 2 skills are not advanced, they are enough to make a living. By the way, Aunt Zhu, I heard that Uncle Wang's son is engaged to Uncle Zhao's daughter. Isn't the wedding room not ready yet? After hearing what Xia Fan said, Aunt Zhu nodded and said, Uncle Zhao and Uncle Wang both live on the second floor, but they haven't thought about the wedding room yet. Hearing this, Xia Fan clapped his hands. Really? Since they haven't done it yet and they both have skills, let them try it out in the open space. I'll see if their skills are good. Why not let them stay here? There's a lot of chaos outside. It also saves me the worry all day long. Xia Fan said seriously, but she could understand the situation of these two people. Soon, with the help of the villagers, bricks, mud, and wood for building houses were piled on the open space. Although these two people were not very old, they were extremely diligent and started to move immediately. Wu Dali fetched water and mud, and Wang Erbao also used the saw. But after just watching it for an hour, Xia Fan couldn't stand it anymore. These two teenagers are diligent and work according to the rules. They seem to be like that, but that's just from a layman's perspective. Okay, stop. Xia Fan clapped his hands and stopped the two of them. In his eyes, the foundation of such a house is too shaky. It is estimated that the pig pen in Aunt Zhu's house is stronger than theirs. I am afraid that it will collapse even if there is a slight earthquake. Wouldn't it become a dangerous house? Come here you two. Benefactor. Looking at the two teenagers covered in mud and sawdust, Xia Fan also smiled helplessly. Do you two really like doing this? Xia Fan noticed the way these two teenagers worked hard, but there was so much craft work, there was no need to force them to learn something they didn't like. After all, there are too many people on Earth who are forced to choose a means of survival that they don't like. However, to Xia Fan's surprise, the two teenagers nodded without hesitation. In that case, come with me. You have to learn from the basics. When things got here, Xia Fan decided to accept them reluctantly. Otherwise, with the craftsmanship of these two young men, I am afraid that they will build some dilapidated houses, and someone will be in trouble. Thank you Master. Finally becoming the disciple of the Master, Wu Dali and Wang Erbao were so excited that they kept kowtowing to Xia Fan. Okay. The enthusiasm of these two teenagers really made Xia Fan feel helpless and hurriedly helped him up. I originally came to deliver fruit, but I was eaten by you two boys. Xia Fan smiled. Aunt Zhu, then I will take these two boys back. Once they have mastered their craft, let them help the two newcomers build a house. As Xia Fan said that, she stood up and wanted to take the two enthusiastic teenagers back to the mountain. Etc. They had just set off when a delicate voice suddenly came from the entrance of the village. Senior, juniors also want to become apprentices. Chapter 70. Xia Fan looked back and was stunned. The world is really chaotic. Is this a big gathering of homeless people today? The owner of the voice at the entrance of the village was also covered in filth, and it looked like he had suffered a lot. But who Xia Fan was, with his eyesight, he could instantly see that this young man was fundamentally different from Wu Dali and Wang Erbao. Although the clothes were full of dirt and the material was difficult to detect by Xia Fan, they were a bit too luxurious compared to Wu Dali and Wang Erbao. Looking at his face again, he was different from Wu Dali and Wang Erbao. He had fine features and pretty eyes, and he looked like a standard young man. Xia Fan shook his head and accepted Wu Dali and Wang Erbao just to give them the ability to settle down in this troubled world. The most important thing is that these two people are loyal to this way and are not afraid of hardships, but how can such a handsome young master endure the hardships of his disciples? Therefore, Xia Fan turned around and left without saying a word. Anyway, the folks here are all caring people, and they won't let him die of cold and hunger in Huangniba village. Xia Fan stood up, and Wu Dali and Wang Erbao followed him respectfully. And this young man who suddenly appeared followed him without ceremony. Xia Fan had already noticed it, but did not stop it. The mountain road is rugged, and such a delicate young man will give up after only a few steps. Sure enough, although Wu Dali and Wang Erbao occasionally used their hands and feet together, they still managed to walk smoothly on this mountain road. But this handsome young man had indeed walked very hard. As soon as he climbed the mountain road, he was shaking all over and his face was pale. "Brother, it's really not possible." Xia Fan nodded in his mind, but was surprised to find that this young man did not seem to be as weak as he thought. Even though his body was shaking and his face was pale, his delicate eyes were full of perseverance as he gritted his teeth and climbed step by step. But looking at the young man's appearance, he seemed to be about to faint at any time. It would be bad if he died on this mountain. As a result, Xia Fan couldn't help but slow down. However, the physical strength of this handsome young man was still not enough. Even with Xia Fan leading the way, he still fell down halfway up the mountain. In a hurry, Xia Fan had no choice but to reach out and give him a hand. Although he wanted to let him retreat in the face of difficulties, he actually fell to death in front of him, which made him unbearable. This is... When Xia Fan's palm came into contact with the handsome young man, the young man felt as if he was in the clouds, and the shackles that had been blocked for many years in his body were broken in an instant. It turns out that no matter how hard he worked, the body that was considered a waste finally succeeded in establishing the foundation building and he became a monk. At this moment, his face turned even paler. The plants and trees around him were all terrifying, and even the two young men in front of him who looked about the same age as him exuded a rather strong aura. But at this moment, although his face was pale, he was still very relieved. Because the young man holding his arm was like a peaceful fairy sun, making people feel warm. Sure enough, this is the legend. This is only halfway, and the road up the mountain is even more rugged. If you continue walking, you are in danger of losing your life, and I will not help you again. With that said, Xia Fan let go of the handsome boy's arm. The handsome young man had tears in his eyes, thanking God for his blessing. At this moment, he had already decided that even if he died in the mountains, he would definitely follow this senior. Then, as expected, Xia Fan did not help the boy again, but the boy still struggled and followed Xia Fan and the other three to the entrance of Summer Garden. After being dragged down by several bottles of oil, when Xia Fan returned to Summer Garden, the sky was already filled with sunset. Wu Dali and Wang Erbao had lost all their strength and even had difficulty standing. As for the handsome young man, it was even worse. He could hardly move. However, Xia Fan's eyes changed when she looked at this handsome young man. Apart from anything else, it is not impossible to learn something with this perseverance alone. Welcome, Master. Lin Miao Miao has been waiting at the entrance of Summer Garden for a long time. Miao Miao, you don't have to wait here for me every day. Looking at Lin Miao Miao's respectful eyes, Xia Fan shook his head helplessly. Come on, come in. Xia Fan said hello and entered the yard without looking back. Wu Dali and Wang Erbao were stunned. The sister in front of me is so beautiful. That graceful figure, clear eyes, even if the veil covers the face, can't stop the talent of the world, she is just like a fairy in the sky. And the creatures in this courtyard are all heroic and majestic, especially the two big black dogs and the largest white horse, they are really domineering. However, they are different from Wu Dali and Wang Erbao who are simple-minded. There was only fear in the eyes of the handsome and knowledgeable young man. Everything in this courtyard exudes a terrifying aura. Don't be afraid. The seniors just look fierce. In fact, everyone is very good. Seeing the handsome boy brought by his master trembling, Lin Miao Miao gently patted him on the shoulder. The soft and warm breath on the palm of his hand made the young man stop trembling, and his body, which had been unable to move, regained some strength. The young man's eyes were full of shock and gratitude, and he quickly followed Lin Miao Miao's footsteps. Sit wherever you like. Seeing the tired look of the three people, Xia Fan quickly asked them to sit down. Hua Xiaoling suddenly jumped out of nowhere and got directly into Xia Fan's arms, rubbing her affectionately. When Hua Xiaoling appeared, the handsome young man's eyes straightened again. But his eyes were not on Hua Xiaoling, but on the shining golden bell hanging around Hua Xiaoling's neck. Xian! Xian! Yun! Senior, did you do that? The handsome young man stared at the bell, his mouth trembled a little, his eyes were full of admiration, but he didn't dare to raise his hand to point. This is just for fun. Saying that, Xia Fan touched Hua Xiaoling lovingly. It's time to eat. As soon as they sat down, Xiao Wu'er was already carrying a large basin and placed it on the stone table. I really didn't expect so many guests to come today. Master, I can only cook the vegetables and rice into a pot of porridge. Xiao Wu'er held her round face with her hands and said helplessly. The moment they saw Xiao Wu'er, they were stunned again. This lovely girl gave them a different feeling, a wonderful feeling of awe and fear coming from the depths of their souls. Senior Wu'er's porridge is hard to find in the world. Lin Miao Miao said, already starting to divide the porridge. Miao Miao, you are really good at talking. Lin Miao Miao's words made Xiao Wu'er happy for a while. Let's eat. Xia Fan opened his mouth and just picked up the porridge bowl. The three people opposite him had already gobbled up the porridge. Xia Fan was dumbfounded. She had been hungry for days. After eating a bowl of porridge, the handsome young man was extremely shocked. Having just become the monk he dreamed of, his aura was rising all the way until he reached the divine pill state, whereupon he slowly slowed down. He suddenly crossed countless roads and became a strong man. The auras of Wu Dali and Wang Erbao were directly upgraded from the divine pill realm to the early stage of the aspiration realm. The two young men who had not yet known the path of cultivation suddenly became powerful men. The handsome young man's eyes were full of tears and he prostrated himself directly to Xia Fan. He was so excited that he could not speak. Get up, it doesn't have to be like this. Xia Fan quickly called him up. He thought to himself that this child must have a good background, but for a bowl of porridge to look like this, he must have suffered a lot. At the moment when the delicate young man's aura erupted, Lin Miao Miao raised her beautiful eyes and noticed something. This little brother, could it be that his surname is Xuanyuan? The handsome young man's body trembled and he almost dropped the porridge bowl in his hand. However, in this short period of time, I have experienced so many shocks that this matter is nothing. Putting down the porridge bowl, the handsome young man slowly stood up and bowed to Xia Fan. Immediately, he said softly, Junior Xuanyuan Ruokan, Father Xuanyuan Yuzong. I know, sit down. Xia Fan said calmly. Of course he doesn't know anything about Xuanyuan Yuzong, but looking at Xuanyuan Ruokan's appearance as a young master, he should be from a good and wealthy family. Even this family doesn't seem to be in a good shape. Since this little brother is from the Xuanyuan family, how could he end up like this? Lin Miao Miao asked softly. Xuanyuan dynasty, the true overlord of the Middle-earth Daxia. During the peak period of Xuanyuan dynasty, even Tianxing Sacred Land and Tiantianji and Chenjiayuan had to give 3 points of respect. And Xuanyuan Yuzong is the current emperor of Xuanyuan dynasty. How could the prince of such a powerful royal family look like this? Could it be that Xuanyuan dynasty has some plans for master? However, even such an overlord-like existence does not seem to be worthy of the master's eyes at all. But Lin Miao Miao will not allow any factors that may be detrimental to his master, including his thoughts, to exist. Lin Miao Miao's words seemed to ask about Xuanyuan Ruokan's sadness. I am originally a loser in the clan, and I have lived a carefree life. However, I have turned 16 this year, and I am not tolerated by many of my brothers. I have no ability. I heard that there is a senior here who can relieve people's worries, so I traveled all the way. At this point, I almost lost my life. In the dynasty, as long as he reaches the age of 16, he is qualified to fight for power. Even if he is a waste, he cannot escape his fate. When Xuanyuan Ruokan said this, his voice was choked up. In just a few words, the bitterness has been conveyed. Xia Fan could clearly hear that he had heard too much about the fight for family property and intrigues among the big families. Now that you are here, you don't need to think about those troublesome things. Xia Fan somewhat sympathizes with Xian Yuan Ruokan's experience. Although I don't know much, I still have some skills. If you don't mind it, I'll teach you the same skills. It won't be a problem to make a living. Really? Xia Fan's simple words made Xian Yuan Ruokan stand up excitedly. This is what many people dream of. Today, I accidentally got the favor of this senior. It was really God's revelation. Master, Your Majesty, my disciple Xian Yuan Ruokan kowtows. Xian Yuan Ruokan was full of spiritual energy at this time, and he kowtowed even harder, breaking his forehead. Only then did Wu Dali and Wang Erbao hold him back. So, what do you want to learn? Xia Fan said, this young man's life is indeed hard, but his body is so weak, and he doesn't know how much he can learn. Xian Yuan Ruokan's eyes were fixed on the golden bell under Hua Xiaoling's neck, and he said firmly, this disciple wants to learn the art of artifact refining from the master. Xia Fan was stunned. Artifact refining was a matter of cultivating immortality. He didn't understand. But seeing Xian Yuan Ruokan staring at Hua Xiaoling, Xia Fan also understood that what he wanted to learn was probably the way this little thing did it. You, a handsome young man, have to learn to blacksmith. It's quite hard work. How can you bear the hardship? Eat it. Xian Yuan Ruokan is extremely determined. Lin Miao Miao nodded slightly. Xian Yuan dynasty was famous in Zhongzhou with his weapon casting skills, and even built a dynasty with it. Xian Yuan Ruokan has a special liking for this, which is quite unusual. That being the case, there are several hammers over there. You should pick one first and take a look. I just had dinner and had nothing to do. Xia Fan decided to see if this kid was suitable for this career. Xian Yuan Ruokan nodded and walked towards the corner of the yard, where there were several blacksmithing tables with several hammers of different sizes standing beside them. Xian Yuan Ruokan didn't even think about it, and went straight for the biggest one. Chapter 71. The moment he held the sledgehammer, Xian Yuan Ruokan was shocked. How can this be? Now that he has entered the powerful divine pill, his weight of hundreds of kilograms is almost negligible, but picking up this forging hammer is like a mayfly shaking a tree. I still don't believe it. Xian Yuan Ruokan gritted his teeth and held the handle of the hammer with both hands, but the veins on his forehead stretched and the hammer remained motionless. Why? Xia Fan shook his head. It seems that the young master of this big family has good perseverance, but he really has never suffered. He had just finished eating and couldn't even swing a hammer. Master, is he not full? Seeing that the man couldn't even lift such a light hammer, Xiao Wu'er held up his face and couldn't help but say, I think so. Xia Fan suddenly remembered that there were 6 fruits that were ripe today, and they ate 3 of them. They originally planned to give them to Uncle Zhao and Uncle Wang to try, but there seemed to be 1 left in the house. With that said, he asked Xiao Wu'er to deliver the remaining fruit to Xian Yuan Ruokan. Now, the young master said that you will have strength when you are full. Xiao Wu'er patted Xian Yuan Ruokan and said encouragingly. Yes, thank you senior. Xian Yuan Ruokan took the pear-like fruit with gratitude and began to taste it carefully. Divine Pill Midterm. Divine Pill Late Stage. However, after just 1 bite, Xian Yuan Ruokan was shocked again. This, what kind of pear is this? This is clearly the legendary supreme fairy fruit above the 9 heavens. I feel the spiritual power surge inside my body, and I have just reached the divine pill state, but I have broken through again. Xian Yuan Ruokan is almost certain that there is not even one of these divine objects, even their powerful Xian Yuan dynasty, and he has only seen it in an ancient book. Xian Yuan Ruokan didn't care about his dignity and swallowed the whole fruit like a wolf. Call. After the fruit entered his stomach, the sea of spiritual power in Xian Yuan Ruokan's body blew up a whirlwind again. Divine Pill Late Stage. Divine Pill Peak. Divine Pill Great Perfection. Aim for the title. Aim for the pinnacle of the Ding realm. In just one day, he has reached a height that is difficult for ordinary people to reach in a lifetime. At this moment, Xianyuan Ruokan almost wanted to look up to the sky and scream. Xianyuan Ruokan glanced at the hammer in front of him and grasped it again. Wake it up for me. Using all his strength, Xianyuan Ruokan finally lifted the large hammer. That's it. Seeing Xianyuan Ruokan's delicate face turned red, Xia Fan also shouted quickly. It seems that these 3 cheap disciples have to start from scratch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting 3 disciples, and rewards for completing the mission in March. Xia Fan was thinking, but suddenly there was a system sound in her mind, and Xia Fan was stunned. What? It seems that the system has never assigned him the task of recruiting a disciple, and even if it has, it should only be the task of recruiting Lin Miao Miao a few days ago. Could it be that what the system announced before was that if you accept a disciple, your progress will increase by 1 month? Damn it! Thinking of this, Xia Fan was overjoyed on the spot. Doesn't this mean that if he recruits a dozen more disciples, he will be tired for 10 years, and then he will have the qualifications to practice? But despite thinking this way, Xia Fan castrated again for a moment, because he seemed to remember that he had a lot of students in the school set up in the village. If everyone could do it, he would have achieved it long ago. Well, it's better than accumulating day by day. But if you see someone good in the future, you can try again. Anyway, it's not a loss if you can't get him, right? Time flies. The next day. It was not too late for Xia Fan to start. Although it was good to have a disciple, he also felt a little helpless. Because every day when he gets up, Xiao Wu is already preparing breakfast. But later, after Lin Miao Miao moved in, this graceful figure would appear in front of him every time he opened the door. But this morning, the figures at the door turned into 4. Xia Fan helps her forward. Originally, he had no intention of recruiting disciples, but soon after starting from Lin Miao Miao, there were more and more people in this small courtyard. Fortunately, there is progress on the task, and these people are also hard-working and studious people. In any case, he should fulfill his responsibility as a role model for others. In this case, after breakfast, Xia Fan started his first task, ranking. Come, meet senior sister. Xia Fan gave instructions, and the 3 young men immediately lined up and saluted the beautiful girl. Seeing this, Lin Miao Miao was also stunned. She could not adapt to the sudden appearance of 3 more junior brothers. However, Lin Miao Miao, who was the first to practice with Xia Fan, had already reached the terrifying invincible supreme state without realizing it. It seemed that he was not far away from becoming an immortal. Therefore, she treats these 3 junior brothers whom her master has accepted as eldest sisters. According to the order of entry, Xia Fan arranged the order for these 4 disciples. Senior sister, Lin Miao Miao. Second senior brother, Wu Dali. Third senior brother, Wang Erbao. The 4th junior brother, Xianyuan Ruokan. After the order was arranged, Xia Fan started the first lesson of the day. Taking Wu Dali to an open space, Xia Fan gave him a shovel and started teaching him the most basic clay mixing. Xia Fan is very patient. From the amount of water to the techniques he demonstrates while talking, he looks a bit like a master. In all things, the foundation is the most important. Even though it is simple, it is related to future success or failure. Xia Fan said earnestly. The 4 major disciples on the side seemed to have heard about the great Dao. Master is reminding them not to be too hasty and to act steadily and steadily. Okay, just think about it slowly first. Wu Dali picked up the shovel and began to knead the mud hard. Xia Fan had already started the next lesson. Bao, as an excellent craftsman, you must make suitable things based on suitable materials. Xia Fan said and took him to a corner of the yard, where he faced a lot of wood accumulated by Xia Fan. Just use these things first and practice the basics first. Yes. Wang Erbao's eyes sparkled and he was already eager to try. Lin Miao Miao, who was following Xia Fan, kept nodding. Master is saying that not only must we lay a good foundation, but we must also teach students in accordance with their aptitude. The master only taught them how to specialize in cultivation. Although these juniors have become powerful men, they know nothing about cultivation. It seems that she, the senior sister, will be the one to teach these basic things. Finally, Xia Fan took Xianyu and Ruokan to the forging platform yesterday. This blacksmithing process relies on finesse, but strength and work should be matched. I think your aura was still a little weak yesterday. You should use this one first and proceed step by step. Xia Fan said, pointing to the smallest hammer among them. Xianyu and Ruokan nodded in agreement. Soon the sound of jingle bells sounded in the small courtyard. As a result, in this small summer garden, there were 3 more young people who were sweating profusely all day long. With this side, Wu City. In recent days, the tea house has been crowded with people. Continuing from the last chapter of the book, it is rumored that after the 5 great saints, Queen Minjiu and the Sacred Fire Gate sect master returned from the Immortal Pond, the 4 great saints suffered heavy losses. They are dissatisfied with this and want to come to me, Eastern Wilderness, for an explanation. The storyteller was frothing at the mouth and was working very hard. What does it have to do with my Eastern Wilderness if they don't get the treasure? A young monk said with an angry face. You don't know that. They didn't get it. Naturally, they suspect that the thing has been intercepted by my people from Eastern Wilderness. Otherwise, why would it be like this? Someone made an analysis, and everyone below nodded. There is news that all the masters from those 4 great saint lands are heading straight for our Eastern Wilderness. Damn it, are you trying to deceive me that there is no one in the Eastern Wilderness? In the tea house, countless monks were excited. You don't have to worry. The storyteller was stunned, suppressed his voice, took a sip of tea, and said leisurely. I heard that Master Han of the Academy has returned from the Immortal Pond and has recovered from his injuries. Queen Minjiu and Sect Master Lu are both known as fairies, so there is nothing wrong with them.